I am a top student from the Medical University of Blue Star. After a car accident, I traveled to this era similar to the Ming Dynasty. I have lived with a Taoist since I was a child. I have learned a lot of strange skills and my medical skills are pretty good. That day, I was drunk and stumbled to the imperial edict outside the imperial city of Daxia. Before I could figure out what was going on, I tore it off and used it to wipe my mouth. The people around were terrified, and the soldiers guarding the edict carried me directly into the palace. I then learned that the queen was seriously ill and the person who answered the notice had to treat her. I was taken to Cunning Palace. When Emperor Zhuzhong saw me drunk, he was furious and wanted to chop off my head. After I woke up, I said that I could cure the queen. The imperial doctors in the imperial hospital were helpless and only had a 10% chance of success, but I had a 90% chance of success. Could I cure the queen and gain a foothold in this world? My legend began from then on. In the Great Xia dynasty, outside the imperial city of Kyoto, there was a crowd of people. The queen is dying, and the imperial doctors are helpless. If anyone can heal him, there will be a great reward. This is the imperial edict. Zhu Chong, the king of Great Xia, was born in a humble family and spent his entire life in military service. His deep love for Empress Ma was known throughout the country. The eyes of the people surrounding the imperial edict were all red. Empress Ma is virtuous and loves the people like her own children. She is loved by all the people in the world. Good people don't live long. This is the third day since the imperial edict was posted, and for 3 whole days, no one dared to reveal it. Where does the smell of alcohol come from? Suddenly, someone shrugged his nose and spoke in confusion. He looked back involuntarily and saw a drunken teenager in gray and white cloth stumbling into the crowd. He has a handsome face, rosy cheeks, thick eyebrows, eyes as bright as stars, and an angular face as if it was carved by a knife and an axe. What a handsome and elegant young man. Even though he was wearing plain cloth, he couldn't conceal his extraordinary temperament. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, the drunken boy approached the imperial edict. The queen is seriously ill, please give a large sum of money to seek medical treatment. Before he could finish his words, the alcohol started to take effect again. He put his hands on the yellow board and started vomiting. The next second, there was a ripping sound, and the imperial edict was torn off directly, and then he actually used the imperial edict to wipe his mouth. The onlookers were terrified. Young man, this is an imperial decree, you dare not reveal it carelessly. If you fail to cure the queen, you will be punished with death. Where did this lunatic come from? How dare he do this? The people are extremely angry. Isn't this nonsense? The queen is seriously ill, and the people of the world are all worried. How dare a drunkard make trouble here? Moreover, Emperor Zhu was born a bandit and was bloodthirsty by nature. He heard that any imperial physician who could not cure the empress's illness would be beheaded without exception. I'm afraid this drunkard will become a victim of your majesty's sword. Zhu Yu burped and sobered up a lot. He looked at the imperial edict in his hand, still a little dazed, completely unaware of how big a disaster he had caused. At this time, the officer guarding the list walked up to Zhu Yu and asked sternly, "You are the one who revealed the imperial edict. Why can't I reveal it, young master?" Seeing the other party's unfriendly tone, Zhu Yu said drunkenly, "Your Majesty has ordered that whoever reveals the notice will be sent to the palace to be treated by the empress." The officers and soldiers didn't waste any time. They carried Zhu Yu on the left and right and walked towards the palace. Zhu Yu did not resist and let them drag him like a puddle of mud. "Miss, isn't that man, Mr. Zhu? How come he was captured by the government?" Not far away, a girl who looked like a maid muttered softly. Next to the maid stood a young girl. Her skin was as smooth and delicate as cream, her features were delicate, her 3,000 strands of hair fell on her shoulders like a waterfall, and her white gauze silk dress outlined her exquisite figure, like a fairy who was not of this world. She could only be admired from a distance and not touched. This girl's name is Su Muqing, and she is the eldest daughter of Su Mu, the imperial city's weaving master. She saw the entire scene just now, and she even discovered that Zhu Yu walked out of the Yenyun Art Museum nearby. What is Yenyun Art Museum? The capital's largest den of infamy, a place where men can indulge in drunkenness and debauchery. Su Muqing frowned and sighed, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. It's a pity that he was born with a good appearance. That Juyu is just a lazy scoundrel who wants to marry the young lady even though he forged a marriage certificate. The maid Xiaoer curled her lips in disdain. A toad wants to eat swan meat. What is Su Muqing's identity? She is the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family is rich enough to rival a country. Countless princes and nobles flock to her, and even the Prince of Daxia is eager to have her. What is Zhu Yu's status? He is just a commoner. How can he be worthy of her young lady? Don't gossip about others. Su Muqing gave Xiaoer a lecture, then looked at the palace gate and sighed, "You are so drunk and yet you still go to diagnose the queen. This trip is likely to be dangerous. After all, you are not a good match." She originally thought that Zhu Yu had no relatives in Kyoto and was kicked out of the Su mansion by his father, which was very pitiful. She was prepared to help him secretly, but she didn't expect that Zhu Yu not only got drunk at the fireworks place, but also revealed the imperial edict while drunk, which made her extremely disappointed. He who brings trouble upon himself will suffer the consequences. Su Muqing sighed again. "Xiaoer, go back home. If he offends His Majesty, he will surely die. Sending him a coffin will be considered a good deed." Emperor Zhu and Empress Ma were deeply in love with each other. In the eyes of both master and servant, Zhu Yu would certainly not be able to leave the imperial city alive this time. At the same time, in the cunning palace of the imperial city, a graceful and beautiful woman, with a pale face and rapid breathing, was lying on the phoenix couch. She was Zhu Zhong's first wife, Empress Ma. Zhu Zhong, who had lived a life of iron and blood, now had red eyes and he held Queen Ma's hand tightly. "Sister, you can't abandon me. We agreed to grow old together, have children and grandchildren around us, and enjoy the happiness of a family. If you leave, how are we going to live? How are we going to live?" The deep love between the emperor and the empress is known throughout the country. Even though Zhu Zhong became emperor and had 3,000 beauties in his harem, he only favored Empress Ma. If Empress Ma left, he would really be left alone. "My dear, don't cry. Life and death are determined by fate. I no longer care about it. The only regret I have now is that I miss you." Empress Ma's eyes were filled with tears. Her voice was barely audible. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhong's face was filled with regret. Zhu Yu was the first son of him and Empress Ma. In the Battle of Honghu that year, Zhu Chong was defeated and fled with his family. He gave birth to a son in Yuzhou, named Zhu Yu. During the war, the son was accidentally lost, and it has been a regret for the couple for many years. Now, 20 years have passed. How should I look for my son in such a vast sea of people, like looking for a needle in a haystack? "Sister, Yuer hasn't been found yet. You can't leave. If you leave, you won't have another chance. You are not allowed to die. I am the emperor, I will not allow you to die." Zhu Chong's eyes were red and his voice was hoarse. Zhu Yu had been missing for 20 years, and Zhu Chong and Empress Ma had also been searching for him for 20 years. At this time, there was a voice outside the door. "Here comes the miracle doctor who revealed the imperial edict." Zhu Zhong's cloudy eyes suddenly lit up and hope rekindled in his heart. The imperial edict, that is his last hope. "Quick, bring the people up." He held Empress Ma's hand tightly and said excitedly, "Someone has revealed the imperial edict. Sister, you are saved." The imperial doctors standing by looked at each other and sighed in their hearts. Is there any miracle doctor in the world who can cure Queen Ma? Empress Ma became ill from overwork, and her illness was in her heart, and no god could save her. As for the person who revealed the imperial edict, in their opinion, he might be a charlatan from somewhere. No matter how powerful he is, can his medical skills be better than those of these imperial doctors? If I can't treat it, I won't treat it. If it can't be cured, it will be another life. Empress Ma had compassion for the people, and in order to cure her illness, countless people had lost their heads in the past few days. Treat it. It must be treated. If you don't get up, who will go find Yuer? You still have to hear Yuer call you mother in person. Zhu Zhong urged excitedly. He will not give up even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Zhu Yu, who was lost in the war, is Queen Ma's only obsession now. Sure enough, when Empress Ma heard Zhu Yu's name, some emotion finally showed on her face, and there seemed to be a hint of will to survive in her eyes. Kneel down. The guards brought the drunk Zhu Yu to everyone. The air in Cunning Palace was polluted by the smell of alcohol on Zhu Yu. The imperial doctors, palace maids, and eunuchs around him all covered their noses with their sleeves and looked at the miracle doctor who had revealed the imperial edict with disgust. Smell of alcohol. Zhu Zhong turned his head and looked at the drunken, miracle doctor, kneeling in front of him, his eyes wide open and his face filled with rage. Someone, come here. Drag him out and chop him up. Kill all 9 clans. No. 10 clans. And whoever brought him here, let's kill him too. Are they all idiots? A drunkard revealed the imperial edict and dared to bring it before the emperor. Zhu Zhong was extremely angry, the anger in his eyes evaporated all his tears. What is a miracle doctor? In Zhu Zhong's eyes, this is just a drunkard who is not afraid of death. When he heard about beheading and extermination of 9 clans, Zhu Yu trembled all over and woke up a little in an instant. He looked at everything magnificent before him in confusion, then looked at the yellow silk cloth crumpled into a ball in his hands, and suddenly he realized. He exclaimed, "So this is the imperial edict. What else do you think? Toilet paper." Seeing his sudden realization, the imperial doctors, palace maids, and eunuchs present were all stunned. This man was ridiculous. How audacious. Lawless. You dare to expose the imperial edict, are you trying to save your life? Your Majesty, spare my life. The guard who brought Zhu Yu here glared at Zhu Yu fiercely, then knelt on the ground trembling all over, his heart dead. He didn't want to bring this drunkard here, but Zhu Zhong gave the death order. Anyone who can reveal the imperial edict must be brought before the emperor. Zhu Zhonglong was furious, his anger was like a tsunami, as if it could swallow everything in front of him. He looked at the miracle doctor kneeling in front of him with murderous intent and was extremely angry. Unlike Zhu Chong, Zhu Yu, who had figured out his situation, looked indifferent. He was not from this world, but from Blue Star. He was a top student at a medical university. After working, he became the chief physician of a well-known hospital with his outstanding skills. A car accident brought him to this era which was similar to the Ming dynasty in history. He has been dependent on a Taoist priest since he was young. The Taoist priest taught him all kinds of strange skills. Not to mention bringing bones back to life, but any disease is almost a piece of cake for Zhu Yu. Wait. Seeing that the guards were about to take him down, Zhu Yu quickly raised his hand to stop them. He said calmly, "I have uncovered the imperial edict, and of course I am here to treat the empress. If you don't let me try, you will take my head. I am innocent, I don't accept it. Do you still want to try?" Hearing this, everyone present vomited blood. Even ordinary people would never let a drunkard treat their illness. What's more, it is the emperor's family. Facing the furious Zhu Zhong, Zhu Yu did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he had an unfathomable confidence and calmness. Zhu Zhong looked at Zhu Yu deeply, and there was a strange look in his eyes which were filled with murderous intent. Huh. Just when Zhu Zhong was about to ask, a middle-aged man in dark official uniform standing beside the phoenix couch suddenly spoke. His name was Su Yuan. He was a general who fought with Zhu Chong to conquer the world. He was also Zhu Chong's sworn brother. After the founding of the great Xia dynasty, he was granted the title of Duke Zhonghua. Old 3, what are you talking about? Standing next to Su Yuan, Tang Huai, who was also Zhu Chong's brother by different surname, asked. Su Yuan stared at Zhu Yu in front of him with an extremely strange expression. This kid is quite capable. Even the 2 brothers were usually very cautious with Zhu Zhong and did not dare to overstep their boundaries. As for those people in the palace, there is no need to say more. Zhu Zhong's eyes can cost them half their lives. However, facing the furious Zhu Zhong, the young man in front of him was so calm. Is this just bluffing, or is he really capable? However, there is more to make him confused than just this. Su Yuan suddenly discovered that the young man in front of him gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere many years ago. This is clearly the first time we meet, why does this atmosphere feel so familiar? He looked at Zhu Yu again. These eyes, these eyebrows, why did he feel that they were somewhat similar to his sister-in-law? Could it be? No way. Su Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and a storm surged in his heart. As Zhu Zhong's sworn brothers, they naturally knew what happened back then, and they knew even more that the missing Zhu Yu was a regret in Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma's hearts. Young man, how old are you? Su Yuan couldn't help but ask. Replying to Duke Zhong, I am just over 20 years old. Over the age of 20, that is, around the age of 20. Su Yuan's heart tightened, the time was right. Could it really be him? Su Yuan was known as a Confucian general of his time. He was meticulous and would not jump to conclusions without solid evidence. Hearing Zhu Yu's answer, Zhu Zhong's anger surged again. You're just over 20 years old and you dare to come to the palace to treat me. Should we think you are a young genius or a newborn calf who is not afraid of tigers? Do you think the people in the imperial hospital are all good-for-nothings who can't compare to a young man like you? Zhu Zhong was so worried that he was confused. Apart from Empress Ma's illness, what else was on his mind? Empress Ma's life was hanging by a thread, and he was eagerly waiting for someone to reveal the imperial edict, but who would have thought that it would be this ignorant young man in front of him? How could he not be angry? How much medical skills can a drunkard and a ridiculous young man have? Even the old imperial physicians in the palace were helpless, but he could do it. The imperial doctors all shook their heads and looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a corpse. They were even more disdainful in their hearts. How could a drunkard of unknown origin be compared with them, the old imperial doctors? Zhu Yu saw the contempt of the imperial doctors and said, I dare to ask, how confident are the imperial doctors of the imperial hospital that they can cure the queen's illness? The imperial doctors all looked unhappy. If they could cure it, why would they issue an imperial decree and look for famous doctors? They can't cure it. How much? Zhu Zhong glanced over. Sun Zhong, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He had already thought of his last words. Go back to the top. Sun Zhong came out tremblingly, hesitantly holding out a finger, 1/10. To be honest, Yi Cheng is already deceiving the emperor. In fact, even if this group of old guys attacked together, they wouldn't have a 10% chance of winning. Zhu Zhong's face became even uglier. At least what he said just now was not wrong, he just had a bunch of bar-goers. He looked at Zhu Yu and said unhappily, if you come to treat him, how sure are you? Your Majesty, I dare not speak nonsense. Zhu Yu replied calmly, only 90%. Boom. Zhu Yu's words were like thunder exploding from the sky, hitting everyone hard. Everyone present gasped and their eyes almost popped out. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. 9 is the number of days. In this era, 9 is the biggest number. Because of Empress Ma's illness, half of the people in the Imperial Medical Bureau had lost their heads. The other half has also prepared for his own funeral. This disease is something they are all helpless against, but now Zhu Yu says that he is 90% sure that it can be cured. Where does this young man come from? Not only the people in the Imperial Hospital, but even Zhu Zhong was hesitant and couldn't make up his mind at this moment. He paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, as if he was making an extremely difficult decision. Your Majesty, treating illness is like commanding an army. Speed is of the essence in war, and the same is true for treating illness. Can you please let me get treatment first? Otherwise, if the disease is delayed, I will die unjustly. Zhu Yu secretly took a look at Empress Ma's condition. This illness could not be delayed for a moment. If you don't get treatment, there will be no hope for you. He had even experienced the gentleness of ancient women. If he was killed by Zhu Zhong for no apparent reason, wouldn't he be at a great loss? Zhu Zhong stared at him deeply and said sternly, if you cure it well, we will reward you. If you fail, we will kill you. Zhu Chong always does not employ people he doubts, and trusts people he employs. Seeing him speak, Zhu Yu didn't waste any words. He made a gesture to stand up and go forward to treat the queen. However, at this moment, Su Yuan stepped forward and whispered, even if he is willing to treat the queen. Empress Ma was kind-hearted. If she saw that it was a young man like Zhu Yu who came to treat her illness, she would definitely not be willing. She was afraid that she would not be able to cure the disease and that the young man would lose his life in vain. Let's persuade the girl first. As soon as Zhu Zhong finished speaking, he heard the weak voice of Empress Ma. No, no need, let him treat me, treat me. Queen Ma was lying on the phoenix couch. Since Zhu Yu came in, her eyes had never left Zhu Yu. The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems, and the more I look at it, the more inexplicably distressed I feel. Her mother's intuition told her that the young man in front of her was her Yuer, he must be, he must be. She had dreamed of him countless times, and had seen that face countless times, exactly the same as the one in front of her. Doesn't that look like her son? No token or proof is needed. She believed it without any reason. If there had to be a reason, it must be God's mercy, allowing her to see her Yuer again before she died. She was trembling all over, her eyes fixed on Zhu Yu. That look frightened Zhu Zhong so much that he shouted heartbreakingly, "Sister, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Someone, come here, imperial physician. Imperial physician." Empress Ma grabbed Zhu Zhong's arm and opened her mouth weakly. No, no need for an imperial physician, let him treat me. The situation was urgent. Zhu Zhong's mind went blank and he shouted to Zhu Yu, "Heal him. Quick. Heal him for us." Zhu Yu walked quickly towards Empress Ma. When he got close to her, Empress Ma's originally dim eyes suddenly brightened. "I was too far away to see clearly just now, but at this moment." Queen Ma confirmed it immediately. "It's Yuer. The young man in front of them is the child they lost that year. My Yuer is back. A full 20 years. The couple has been searching for 20 years. Mother and child are connected by heart. God has mercy on me, I can see my son before I die, but unfortunately, I am afraid I won't be able to hear him call me, Mother." When Empress Ma thought of this, she couldn't help but feel sad. She could no longer muster any strength. The next second, the hand that was holding Zhu Zhong's arm slowly slipped away. Girl. Girl. You can't abandon us." Zhu Zhong hugged Empress Ma tightly in his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Wake up. Our sister. How can you leave like this?" Oh. Zhu Zhong was heartbroken and burst into tears. At this moment, he was not the emperor of Daxia, but just an ordinary husband. The eunuchs, palace maids, and guards in Cunning Palace also knelt down at this moment, covering their faces and crying. In their hearts, Queen Ma was the best queen in the world. Sun Zhong and other imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau also knelt on the ground, trembling. Alas! They can go home and prepare for their death. Someone come. Someone come. Zhu Zhong stood up suddenly, drew the sword from his waist, looked around with murderous intent, and roared, "Our sister is gone. Gone. No one will live. No one will live." Looking at the murderous Zhu Zhong and the guards who had surrounded the palace gate, everyone present felt hopeless. In the blink of an eye, everyone fainted. As for the remaining conscious people, they all looked at Zhu Yu viciously. It's all the fault of that madman Zhu Yu. If the imperial edict was taken down by someone truly capable instead of Zhu Yu, they would still have a chance to survive. Su Yuan and Tang Hui rushed forward. "Brother, if my sister-in-law were still alive, she would definitely not want to see Cunning Palace become a river of blood. Just let sister-in-law go with peace of mind." They also had deep feelings for Empress Ma, and their eyes were red at this moment. "Your Majesty, please spare me. Please spare me." Seeing this, everyone quickly backed down and shouted for mercy. Who would want to die as long as they can live? Clank. Clank. Zhu Zhong loosened his hand weakly, the sword fell to the ground, and he looked like a walking corpse. But sadness and joy are not the same. The imperial doctors, palace maids, and eunuchs all breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that at least their lives were saved. But at this moment, an extremely discordant voice followed. "It's a temporary shock, but I'm not dead yet. I dare to take the position." After Zhu Yu finished speaking, he leaped onto the phoenix couch in one leap. Everyone was shocked. The guards drew their swords instantly. The queen's phoenix couch is extremely noble, and only 2 people in the entire Great Xia dynasty can go up there. One is Emperor Zhu and the other is Empress Ma. Zhu Yu's action was equivalent to sending his entire family to the guillotine. Zhu Chong's face turned green when he saw this. Lecture. Are you pretending that I don't exist? Before he could say what was in his mind, Zhu Yu's actions became even bolder the next second. He clasped his hands together and began pressing on Queen Ma's chest. Temporary shock requires cardiopulmonary resuscitation, CPR, which promotes blood flow to the heart and lungs by pressing the heart, giving the patient a chance of survival. But in the eyes of Zhu Chong and others, this behavior is an act of usurpation. It's extremely disrespectful. Even slow execution is not enough to relieve the hatred in my heart. You have to know that on normal days even the imperial physicians had to feel the pulse by hanging thread, and they did not dare to have direct contact with the women in the harem. According to Daxia law, even pulling a woman's arm can be considered molesting a woman. He will be beaten with 50 sticks and imprisoned for 1 year. What's more, Zhu Yu was pressing on the most noble woman in the entire Great Xia dynasty. It can be said that such a serious crime cannot be forgiven even by death. The eyes of the imperial doctors, palace maids, and eunuchs were filled with hatred. Zhu Zhong had almost accepted the reality, so why did you still want to do such an overstepping act? Isn't this pushing us to death? If looks could kill, Zhu Yu would have been pierced by thousands of arrows by now. Bastard, how dare you? Zhu Zhong's face was shaking with anger. It's over. It's completely over. Zhu Yu has angered His Majesty, so they will surely die. In his rage, even close ministers like Su Yuan and Tang Hui were so frightened that they dared not breathe, and the timid palace maids and eunuchs were so frightened that they fainted. But human life is at stake. Zhu Yu didn't care about that. His actions became even bolder. Directly to mouth, start artificial respiration. The action is extremely vulgar. Except for Zhu Chong, everyone was scared out of their wits. Even if Queen Ma is gone, she is still the queen. How dare you kiss? Zhu Zhong's brain exploded. He staggered back 2 steps, pointed at Zhu Yu and yelled, "Someone come. Pull him down for us, we will grind him to dust." The guards rushed forward fearfully and pulled Zhu Yu off the phoenix couch. In an instant, more than a dozen knives were placed on his neck. "Bastard, we are going to exterminate all of your clan." Zhu Chong's cheeks puffed up and his teeth seemed to be broken with hatred. Such a scoundrel deserves death. He will have someone secretly deal with anyone who saw this scene today. Zhu Yu's action was already a shocking royal scandal. "Zhu Zhong, if you dare to kill him, I will never let you go." However, at this moment, a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. After hearing that voice, Zhu Zhong couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. He turned his head like a puppet and looked at the phoenix couch. The same was true for the others, all looking at Queen Ma lying on the bed, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. Queen Ma is alive again. Really alive. Zhu Zhong was overjoyed and rushed to Empress Ma. "Sister. You are alive. You are really alive." Zhu Chong cried with joy. The girl he had been thinking about was back to life. How could he not be happy? After Zhu Yu's professional rescue, Queen Ma's originally pale face became more rosy and bloody. However, because of this angry shout, she soon fell weakly in Zhu Zhong's arms again. "I just had a close call with death and now I feel weak all over." But even so, she stared at Zhu Zhong with her eyes, as if saying, "If you dare to kill my son, I will fight you to the death." "No killing. No killing. Don't be angry, sister. As long as you get better, we will agree to any request." Zhu Zhong wiped his tears and smiled innocently. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person was alive, otherwise, he would have been unable to get out. He quickly explained, "Your Majesty, the Queen is suffering from heart failure. Acupuncture and decoctions are not effective. I have no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. I am guilty of the death penalty." After all, he kissed Queen Ma, and this matter must be made clear now. Otherwise, Emperor Zhu would take revenge on me later and send 2 Jinui to kill me secretly, and my death would be really unjust. As Zhu Yu expected, Zhu Zhong looked grim, and it was obvious that he was still upset about what had just happened. But seeing the anxious look in Empress Ma's eyes, he had no choice but to change his words and said, "You are not guilty. But, which man can bear this? This kid has some skills, so he plans to keep Zhu Yu for a few more days." When the girl is completely well, someone will send him away from this world forever. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty, the Queen has now passed the crisis. However, Feng is too weak today to undergo acupuncture. I have a prescription. Please make the medicine according to the prescription and take more rest. I will come back tomorrow to give you acupuncture and moxibustion, and you will be completely cured. After saying this, Zhu Yu bowed deeply. At the moment they lowered their heads, Tang Huai and Su Yuan both widened their eyes at the same time. The two old guys suddenly discovered that there was a dragon-shaped wooden carving hanging around Zhu Yu's neck. They looked at each other and felt shocked in each other's eyes. They know this thing. It was the token of trust that Zhu Chong carved himself and gave to his eldest son Zhu Yu. At this moment, Zhu Zhong didn't notice it at all. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Zhu Yu and cover up today's scandal. We agree, but let me be frank with you. If you can't cure me. Back to the top, I still say the same thing, I am guilty of death. Zhu Yu bowed again, and then walked out of Cunning Palace under the guidance of the palace servants. Zhu Chong dismissed his attendants and prepared to spend some time with his sister, but Tang Huai and Su Yuan did not leave. At this moment, the two of them were thinking about how to tell Zhu Chong what was in their minds. This young miracle doctor is most likely the nephew who was lost in the war 20 years ago. That token cannot be faked. When the army was defeated, Zhu Zhong saw a child born with a dragon-shaped birthmark and believed that the child was a blessing from heaven and a destined emperor. But at that time I had nothing and could not afford to buy gold, silver or jade. They could only carve a dragon for the child out of wood, symbolizing his future status as the emperor. It can be seen that Zhu Chong has high hopes for this child. Tang Huai and Su Yuan were always thinking about their nephew, and now when they saw him again, the two old brothers were surprised, happy, and worried. You guys can leave too. We need to spend more time with our sister. Zhu Zhong waved his hand. Your Majesty, I have something important to report. Tang Huai is an impatient person and can't keep things to himself. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I just want to accompany my sister now. All of you get out. Zhu Zhong waved his hands impatiently. Second brother, my sister-in-law has just recovered from a serious illness, please don't disturb her rest. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan saluted Zhu Zhong and then pulled Tang Huai out of Cunning Palace. Third brother, didn't you see it just now? This young man is clearly. My second brother, are you sure you saw it clearly? Su Yuan should be more cautious. Although I am 99% certain in my heart, I cannot tell His Majesty about this rashly as long as I am not completely sure. Moreover, it is so old, who can say that they remember what the wood carving looked like completely? After being reminded by him, Tang Huai calmed down. What should we do? We have been looking for him for 20 years, how can we just watch him leave again? That's why I asked you to come out. Su Yuan continued, I remember that child had a dragon-shaped birthmark on his chest. My eldest brother said that this was the future emperor. Do you remember? Remember. Remember. Tang Huai slapped his forehead and said, if there is a token and a birthmark, then it proves that he is. Brother, let's catch up now and make sure we see clearly. Su Yuan interrupted him immediately, the court is not peaceful, don't make it public. Remember. Remember. If he was really the child back then, according to the order of seniority, Zhu Yu should be the crown prince of the Great Xia dynasty. But now, the Great Xia dynasty already has a crown prince. Stop. Before Tang Huai caught up with Zhu Yu was stopped by Sun Zhong and other imperial doctors from the Imperial Medical Bureau. Seeing this, the palace maids did not dare to say anything and cautiously stepped aside, as if they had seen nothing. Zhu Yu's eyelids twitched. The person who came didn't have good intentions. Even though he thought so in his heart, Zhu Yu said, Master Sun, all the imperial doctors, I wonder what you want to see me about. Sun Zhong and the others had unfriendly expressions on their faces, and they all glared at Zhu Yu with their beards clenched. They looked at Zhu Yu as if he was the murderer of their father. You bastard, your medical skills are ridiculous, but you are quite lucky. Sun Zhong breathed out through his nostrils, acting like God was the boss and he was second only to him. The tone was not polite at all. We have worked hard and cured the Queen's illness by 80%. There's only one final push left, and you're lucky. Sun Zhong and the others could not understand Zhu Yu's first aid method, which was beyond this era, so they attributed it to good luck. They were even more convinced in their hearts that if it weren't for their desperate efforts over the past few days, they would have been able to save the person with just a light press. Is it possible? Zhu Yu understood that this group of people were obviously here to cause trouble. If they really had the ability, they would not have been helpless at that time. Seeing that the queen was feeling a little better, they wanted to get rid of her. Stop talking nonsense. Tomorrow when you come to the imperial court to treat Her Majesty, just say that you are not well trained and cannot do the job. Do you understand? Sun Zhong said bluntly. I just checked the queen's pulse and found out that she is out of danger. This is a good opportunity for them to save face in front of the emperor. There is no reason to let Zhu Yu get away with it. Zhu Yu frowned and sighed inwardly. When people were reborn in ancient times, they either had a powerful family background or were princes or emperors. When it came to him, he was nothing. He was born an orphan and doesn't even know who his parents are. How can we compete with these imperial doctors? However, out of respect for life, Zhu Yu lowered his posture and persuaded, it's not that you are greedy for merit. The root cause of the queen's illness can't be cured by others except you. Upon hearing Zhu Yu's words, all the imperial doctors, including Sun Zhong, were stunned, and then burst into laughter. No one can solve it except you. Who do you think you are? You are young, but your tone is quite arrogant. It's ridiculous. It's unreasonable. Are we, the imperial doctors, all useless in your eyes? Sun Zhong looked at Zhu Yu unhappily, thinking that this boy was too arrogant. So, you still want to enter the palace and continue to treat the queen? Zhu Yu smiled indifferently. Human life is at stake, we dare not slack off. Those seemingly reasonable words sounded extremely harsh to Sun Zhong's ears. This is clearly looking down on Sun Zhong. Looking down on the imperial hospital. Think carefully, boy. Sun Zhong's face suddenly darkened. You want to become famous by stepping on the imperial hospital, but you are not qualified. He looked down upon Zhu Yu with contempt. Even if you have some medical skills, you are still just an amateur. Killing you with a pinch is just like killing an ant. Who is Dean Sun trying to crush to death for no reason? Sun Zhong had just said half of his words when a familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. They turned around and saw Duke Zhonghua Tang Hui striding towards them. Duke Zhonghua, what are you doing? Sun Zhong and others couldn't help but feel curious. Tang Hui smiled and said, haha, I have nothing to do. I just came here to see the little doctor off. Boom. Tang Hui's voice was not loud, but every word he said was like thunder. Come over to give me a ride. Who is this kid, that Duke Zhonghua wants to send him off personally? The faces of Sun Zhong and the others all changed drastically. They looked at Zhu Yu with trembling pupils. Tang Hui is your Majesty's brother and holds a high position of power in the court. How many people in the world can be sent off in person by him? Could it be that I have hit a wall? Thinking of this, Sun Zhong and others felt a surge of fear, and their backs were wet with cold sweat. You are not going to make things difficult for the young doctor. Tang Hui was reckless but not stupid. He saw the problem at a glance. After all, competitors are enemies. Sun Zhong waved his hands quickly. No, the little doctor has great skills, we are just here to ask for advice, right? He looked at Zhu Yu with gritted teeth, his eyes full of threats. Zhu Yu smiled coldly. Do you really give me face, old man? Master Sun, please don't talk about being my apprentice anymore. Zhu Yu said sadly, I really can't take on this responsibility. The same goes for the old gentleman in the imperial hospital. What's the difference between a disciple and a grandson? We can just communicate more. Why should we judge by seniority? Bang 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 bang. Zhu Yu's words were not loud, but they were extremely insulting. It was as if countless slaps appeared out of nowhere and slapped everyone hard in the face. Sun Zhong and others were so angry that their mouths were crooked. How dare this bastard slander us like this? Who wants to be your disciple? But looking at Tang Hui standing aside and listening with great interest, everyone dared not say anything but get angry. Should we tell him directly that they are threatening Zhu Yu? This Zhu Yu is not a simple person. God knows what kind of background he has. Sun Zhong was the first to calm down, and said with a fake smile, "Haha, I hope the little doctor will consider what happened just now. We have other things to do, so we'll take our leave now." After saying that, everyone bowed to Tang Hui and then left. Tang Hui looked at Zhu Yu with interest. This little genius doctor was extraordinary and a man who would not suffer any loss. He was quite fond of this old man's temper. Zhu Yu felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by Tang Hui like this. Rumor has it that Tang Hui has a bad reputation and likes to keep male lovers. No way. Could this old guy be interested in me? Thinking of this, Zhu Yu broke out in a cold sweat. Ahem, thank you, Duke Zhonghua, for helping me out. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Don't worry. Don't worry. Tang Hui smiled cheerfully. It just so happens that I am also out of the palace, so let's go for a walk together. By the way, I don't know the name of the little genius doctor. Zhu Yu cupped his hands and said, "Boy Zhu Yu." Zhu Yu. Tang Hui's pupils trembled wildly. Isn't this the name his eldest brother gave to his nephew? Zhu Yu was born in Yuzhou, but Zhu Cheng thought that the word Yu was too big and was worried that the child would have a short life, so he gave him a homophonic name Yu. He moved closer to Zhu Yu again, and subconsciously wanted to untie his clothes to take a look at the dragon-shaped birthmark. Zhu Yu was horrified and quickly turned sideways, avoiding Tang Hui's hand without making a sound. Oh my God. There really is something wrong with this old guy. A big problem. Duke Zhonghua, please respect yourself. Tang Hui then realized that he was a little impatient. He smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. I didn't expect that you and His Majesty have the same surname. Maybe you are a family. Duke Zhonghua, please don't tease me. I was born in a humble family. My biological parents died in the famine long ago. I was adopted and raised by my master. Zhu Yu slowly told his life story. These were also told to him by his master, and he would visit his parents' graves to pay homage every year. Tang Hui's eyelids twitched. Could it really be just a coincidence? Just happened to have the same name. And there happens to be an identical wood carving. No. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Everything can be faked, except this birthmark. You can tell whether it is true or false at a glance. Along the way, Tang Hui kept thinking about how to pull open Zhu Yu's clothes to see if there was a birthmark. Zhu Yu also tensed up and was always alert to Tang Hui's actions. Seeing the palace gate getting closer and closer, Zhu Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. But before he could finish his breath, Tang Hui slipped and fell to the ground, about to hit his face, not knowing whether it was intentional or not. Zhu Yu instinctively went forward to help him, but Tang Hui grabbed his collar and pulled him hard, revealing his fair skin, strong chest muscles and the dragon-shaped birthmark. Su Muqing and Qiao's faces changed slightly, and they were very surprised that Zhu Yu could still come out of the palace alive. What's so strange about that? Mr. Zhu really has a clever tongue. In his efforts to harass our young lady, I'm afraid he almost exhausted you to death. Qiao was not polite at all. She concluded that Zhu Yu must have spotted them from a distance and wanted to create an encounter, so he looked breathless. Su Muqing also sighed, Mr. Zhu, why do you have to do this? If you continue to pester me, there will be no result in the end. There are so many rules in the capital, it's better to leave early. With just a few casual words, Zhu Yu was devalued to nothing. Zhu Yu frowned, obviously displeased. Isn't this Miss Su too narcissistic? Su Muqing was indeed very pretty and her family background was impeccable. But this does not mean that Zhu Yu must be a bootlicker. Zhu Yu smiled bitterly, Miss Su, you are really well educated and well-mannered. You can scold people in such a refreshing and refined way. Qiao raised her eyebrows, you are so unreasonable. Qiao, don't say that. Su Zhijin still looked gentle and peaceful, it's just a kind reminder, there's no other meaning, Mr. Zhu, don't think too much. Let's just treat this as a chance encounter today, but I hope this is the last time. Otherwise, someone will gossip about it, which is not good for you or me. Qiao glared at Zhu Yu fiercely. She had seen many scoundrels who coveted her lady, but this was the first time she had seen someone as shameless as Zhu Yu. He was so shameless that he went to such an extent. Zhu Yu is just a commoner from the countryside. What qualifications does he have to covet the eldest daughter of the Su family? In fact, in her opinion, looking at their young lady for even a second longer was a huge sin. Hearing this, Zhu Yu laughed instead of getting angry. He took a step forward and got a little closer to Su Muqing. You. Su Muqing was frightened by his bold action. She subconsciously covered her chest with her hands, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. She instinctively stepped back, only to find a wall behind her. You scoundrel, what are you doing? Qiaoer was horrified and was about to call for help. However, before she could continue speaking, the next second, Zhu Yu stretched out his hand, put it next to Su Muqing's ear, and pressed her against the wall. Su Muqing's eyes widened and her heart was pounding. Qiaoer took a deep breath and felt like her breathing was about to stop. How could Zhu Yu be so bold? I don't like what Miss Su said. Zhu Yu smiled mischievously. Others may not know why I came to Kyoto, but Miss Su doesn't know. Su Muqing was in a trance and her mind went blank. It was the first time in her life that she had such close contact with a man, and her heart was about to jump out of her throat. Zhu Yu continued, you reject me so much because you think I am of humble origin and unworthy of you, Miss Su. In fact, you have made a mistake. It's not that I, Zhu Yu, must be with you, but that Miss Su must be with me. Such impolite words made Su Zhijin and his servants' faces change drastically. The Su family is the royal weaving family, and her father, Su Muji, is a fifth-rank official of the current dynasty. His family background and wealth are both excellent. In addition, Su Zhijin is also a well-known talented woman, gentle, well-educated, and has countless suitors. Why does she have to marry a country bumpkin like Zhu Yu? Mr. Zhu, this is so rude. Apologize to my lady. Qiaoer's chest heaved with anger. Zhu Yu ignored Qiaoer's words and continued to say to Su Muqing, before my master died, he told me something. He said that on June 15th, your illness will relapse and I will be the only one who can save you. Before Su Muqing could speak, Qiaoer's sharp and piercing voice came again, countryside men is ignorant and ridiculous. This is the capital, not your country. There are so many talented people and famous doctors everywhere. If the young lady is ill, with the strength of the Su family, we can invite the imperial physician. You are not necessary at all. Don't you, Zhu Yu, take yourself too seriously. In my opinion, you are attracted by my young lady's beauty and the Su family's wealth. I don't know what kind of parents could give birth to such a useless person like you. Bang. Before Qiaoer could finish her words, Zhu Yu's face darkened, and he raised his hand and slapped her to the ground. How many lives do you have to insult my parents? Zhu Yu looked at Qiaoer lying on the bed, his eyes filled with frost. A strong sense of oppression came over her, frightening Qiaoer so much that her whole body trembled. Tang Huai's eyes widened. He stared at the dragon-shaped birthmark on Zhu Yu's chest, his heart filled with turmoil. That's right. Absolutely right. It's this birthmark. When my eldest nephew was born, all the brothers saw him. It is because of this birthmark that everyone believes that he will be the future emperor. He tried his best to hide the shock in his heart, but he still couldn't stop crying. That's right. This is the nephew they have been looking for 20 years. Zhu Yu's heart sank. You're drooling before you even leave the palace. Is this old pervert really interested in me? Is your age appropriate? Is it suitable? Zhu Yu stepped back quickly, subconsciously covering his collar. Duke Xin, please respect yourself. Ha 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 ha. Tang Huai scratched his head awkwardly. I am old, and my steps are a little shaky. Your unsteady steps have absolutely nothing to do with age. Zhu Yu complained in the center. Tang Huai didn't notice Zhu Yu's strange look at all. He couldn't wait to tell his elder brother and sister-in-law the news. The two people, each with their own thoughts, quickened their pace at the same time. Zhu Yu was always on guard against Tang Huai. He secretly made up his mind that as long as Empress Ma was cured, he would not come to the palace no matter what. An emperor who is ready to kill people at any time, and Tang Huai, whose sexual orientation is unclear. So creepy. As soon as the two of them walked out of the palace gate, Tang Huai's eyelids twitched involuntarily. As a veteran who had experienced life and death on the battlefield, he sensed the danger at the first moment. Not far from the palace gate, a few people were looking at them furtively, as if they were coming for Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu also recognized that the group of people were the servants of Yenyun Art Museum. It looked like a big scene, with more than 20 people. He slapped his forehead and remembered. It's bad. The girl was too beautiful last night, and I drank too much. When I left, I seemed to have forgotten to pay the bill. He would never have done such a thing as refusing to pay his debts if he wasn't penniless. Duke Zhonghua, I have an unwelcome request. Can you lend me? Zhu Yu was about to say something when he was interrupted by Tang Huai. He patted Zhu Yu's shoulder fiercely and said with a hearty smile, "Why are you being so polite to me? It doesn't matter whether I'm invited or not. We are all family, so let's not talk about different things. You guys come with me." Without waiting for Zhu Yu to answer, he led a group of guards guarding the palace gate and walked towards the group of servants in a menacing manner. My nephew is so polite. If these people dare to do anything bad to you, they are against us and against His Majesty. It wouldn't be too much to skin them alive and drain their tendons. Tang Huai still felt happy in his heart. Zhu Yu, however, had already been petrified on the spot. He was still immersed in the 3 words family for a long time and could not come back to his senses. Oh my God. This old man is planning to eat me up. Who are you family with? I'm a straight guy. Zhu Yu did not dare to stay for a moment. Tang Huai was powerful and had a large family. If he forced himself on her, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Zhu Yu shuddered, put on oil on his feet, and ran away. The capital city is too dangerous. After curing Empress Ma, I would never come to the capital city again. As he ran away, he hoped that the group of servants in the art gallery could hold off Tang Huai for a while longer to avoid disaster for himself. Mr. Zhu. I had just run a short distance when I heard a familiar voice. 2 women were walking towards them. They were Su Muqing and her maid Xiaoer. Meeting again, even the thick-skinned Zhu Yu felt a little embarrassed. Miss Su, what a coincidence. Su Muqing was also shocked. She had seen many noble sons, but Zhu Yu's aura was much higher than theirs. In fact, they are not weaker than your Majesty's princes. Could it be that I really have made a mistake? Xiaoer is talking nonsense. He is indeed wrong. Su Muqing sighed and said, Mr. Zhu, she just hopes that you will stop pestering me, return the marriage certificate to me, and never see each other again. Isn't that good? She originally thought that Zhu Yu would not be able to leave the palace alive, and if Zhu Yu was held accountable, the marriage would naturally be aborted. But now, since Zhu Yu is still alive, the marriage certificate must be obtained at all costs. Otherwise, your name will not be right and your words will not flow. Zhu Yu smiled. It turned out that this was Su Muqing's purpose. She was attracted by the marriage certificate in his hand. He sighed, it's not that I don't want to quit, but I'm considering Miss Su's reputation. If I quit, Miss Su will definitely die on June 15th. He never made mistakes in what his master said, otherwise, he would not have come all the way to the Su family. No matter in his past life or this life, he is a doctor, and there is absolutely no reason for him to stand by and watch someone die without helping. Moreover, the method of curing Su Muqing. Thinking of what his master told him, Zhu Yu couldn't help but sigh. It is true that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Su Muqing's brows were twisted into a shape of a. In her opinion, Zhu Yu was a complete rogue, but before she could continue speaking, Zhu Yu had already turned and left. Xiaoer came closer and said, Miss, this Zhu Yu is really a piece of shit. He obviously loves you, but he has to use healing as an excuse. How disgusting. Looking at Zhu Yu's leaving back, Xiaoer's eyes were filled with disgust and disdain. Su Muqing sighed, alas, this is troublesome. Miss, I have an idea. Xiaoer suddenly had an idea. Zhu Yu is just a country bumpkin. The reason why he is so persistent is because he doesn't understand the gap between him and you. As long as he understands the gap between himself and the young lady, he will definitely feel ashamed and give up. Su Muqing thought about it for a while and felt that it made some sense. Yesterday, young Master Sun sent someone to deliver an invitation to invite the young talents in the capital to a gathering. Zhu Yu should be invited to attend. After he goes, he will know that the gap between him and the young lady is as huge as heaven and earth. Xiaoer suggested. Su Muqing nodded, this was a good idea. On the other side, in the imperial study. Absurd. Absurd. Zhu Zhong was so furious that he kicked the table to the ground. When he thought of what that boy had just done to his sister, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. That was his sister, the Queen of Daxia, the woman he loved most. How dare he touch and talk to Queen Ma? It's not that Zhu Zhong is stingy. Which man can accept such a thing? What's more, he is the Emperor of Daxia, extremely honorable. How could he allow such a scandal to exist? Unlike the furious Zhu Zhong, Su Yuan seemed a little worried at this moment, constantly considering various possibilities in his mind. Is this little miracle doctor the lost child of the eldest brother? Third brother? Zhu Zhong shouted. Su Yuan finally came back to his senses. Brother, what's the matter? Zhu Zhong's face was gloomy. Today, I promised my sister that I would not kill that little guy, but the royal dignity cannot be insulted. When he heals our sister tomorrow, find a reason to make him disappear forever. What? Su Yuan's body trembled and his eyes widened. Brother, no. Absolutely not, he is. On the phoenix couch, Queen Ma, who had taken the medicine, felt much better. Mina, I just saw our Yuer. He is in my arms, so real. Queen Ma was in a trance just now and didn't know whether it was real or an illusion. I know it's just imagination, not real. Yuer has been missing for 20 years, how could he suddenly come back? When Queen Ma thought of this, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Zhu Zhong quickly held her hand and said, it's not a fantasy, it's true. Yuer has really been found. It was Yuer who treated you just now. Then he told the whole truth in detail. The dragon-shaped birthmark on his chest, and the wooden sculpture I gave him at that time, are all here, all here. It was Yuer who saved your life. Empress Ma was stunned and looked at Zhu Zhong in shock. This was the first time in her life that she didn't believe what her starling said. You are the emperor whose word is law. He is my 8th brother, you can't lie to me. Queen Ma's eyes were red. Zhu Zhong was also like this, and said confidently, really? It's true. That little genius doctor is Zhu Yu, our Yuer. In just a moment, Queen Ma burst into tears. What a trick of fate. It really is what a trick of fate. She gave Zhu Yu life, but failed to fulfill her responsibility of raising him. Now, her life was saved by her own son. No wonder the feeling she just had was so real, those hands were so familiar. This is how her Yuer feels. She suddenly threw herself into Zhu Chang's arms, and the couple burst into tears, as if they wanted to cry out all the longing they had for each other for the past 25 years. Although the eunuchs and palace maids outside the door didn't understand what was going on, they felt sad when they heard the crying. I cried for quite a while. Mina, let me take another good look at Yuer, okay? Let him come now. Now it was the only thing on her mind. Empress Ma had just had a close call with death today and cannot stand any great shock. If the mother and son recognized each other, I wonder how they would cry. Zhu Zhong comforted her, sister, he brought you back from the brink of death today, and he will come to give you acupuncture tomorrow. It won't be too late to take a closer look then. The thought that Zhu Yu is his own flesh and blood. In Zhu Zhong's eyes, the morning's usurpation of power was no longer a big deal. On the contrary, I feel that Zhu Yu still has the unconventional style that he had back then. We have decided. After tomorrow, we will let him recognize his ancestors. Zhu Zhong stopped talking halfway. Only then did he suddenly realize that Daxia already had a crown prince, Zhu Yu's second brother Zhu Ji. Moreover, in order to ensure that Zhu Ji could ascend to the throne smoothly, almost all the people in the court were the prince's people. If a crown prince suddenly appeared, wouldn't the court be in chaos? Zhu Zhong, you don't want to recognize him. Empress Ma hit Zhu Zhong's chest fiercely and said, if you don't want to recognize your son, then don't want me. Let me leave the palace and I will go find my son. Her face turned even redder as she became anxious, and she started coughing violently. Zhu Zhong quickly patted her back and said, sister, don't worry. Now that we have found Yuer, we will never let him leave again. We must let him recognize his ancestors and return to his roots. Zhu Zhong said this, but his mind was in a mess. According to the order of seniority, Zhu Yu should be the crown prince. But Zhu Ji has been the crown prince for so many years and has worked diligently. Now that Zhu Yu has been found, How should he deal with it? If it's not handled properly, even family members will kill each other. Thinking of this, Zhu Zhong felt even more guilty. It is so painful to get what you lost back with great difficulty, but not be able to share the happiness of family life with you. This is the most painful thing in life. Zhu Zhong patted Empress Ma's hand and said, "Don't worry, sister. We won't treat our son badly." Just when Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma were thinking about how to make Zhu Yu return to his ancestral home, a package was thrown out from the gatehouse outside the Eight Immortals Tower in the capital. "You poor bastard, you want to extend your stay without a penny, do you think my Baxianlu is a charity?" The fat shopkeeper Li Tsuelian put her hands on her waist and cursed at Zhu Yu. Su Yuan hesitated to speak. He was not sure about this matter yet. If he was wrong, it would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Moreover, he was more aware of the position of Zhu Yu, who had been missing that year, in his eldest brother's heart. That is an existence that no one can mention easily. "Third brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhu Zhong obviously noticed that something was wrong with Su Yuan. "Is there anything you can't say?" This. Su Yuan hesitated for a long time, and finally made up his mind. "Brother, I dare you not to kill that little genius doctor today, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." He emphasized the words, regret for life. Zhu Zhong suddenly felt a surge of anger. Could it be that he couldn't just kill her for cheating on him? How can this be possible? What? Is that guy the king of heaven? Even though I'm the emperor, I can't kill him. Su Yuan was so angry that he just set out his guess. "Brother, that little genius doctor is most likely the child who was lost 20 years ago." Boom boom. Zhu Zhong widened his eyes, and a muffled thunder sounded in his head. His face was full of disbelief. "You. Third brother, don't say such things." Zhu Zhong was a little unsettled when he mentioned the child who was accidentally lost that year. Su Yuan took a step forward and repeated what was in his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhong immediately asked someone to invite the young doctor back. 20 years. He and Queen Ma thought about it for 20 years. They searched for 20 years. Now that hope is right before his eyes, how can he not be excited? However, Su Yuan said, "Brother, be patient. I have already sent my second brother. When he comes back, we will be able to confirm it." Good. Zhu Chong paced back and forth, rubbing his hands constantly. For the past 20 years, he has been thinking about his eldest son all the time. Now that he has received the news, even though he is still not sure, he can't hide his excitement. "Big brother, second brother, we are back." At this moment, Tang Hui walked quickly into the side hall. "How about it, did you see it clearly?" Zhu Zhong excitedly grabbed his hand and asked repeatedly, "Is it our Yuer?" Su Yuan couldn't wait to ask, "Second brother, how is it? Why did you take so long to come?" "Don't mention it. I just beat him too hard and my waist is sprained." Tang Hui panted, "Otherwise I would have returned a long time ago. Those blind guys actually dared to bully his nephew." Tang Hui personally went on the field and fought extremely hard. Zhu Zhong was impatient. "Quick. Tell us. Did you see it clearly?" "Brother, I saw it clearly. I saw it clearly." Tang Hui replied quickly, "The little doctor is called Zhu Yu. He has a dragon-shaped birthmark on his chest, exactly the same as before. He is my son." Zhu Zhong was in a trance and burst into tears with excitement. "My son. You are really my son. I am so sorry for you. God has been very kind to us. He has allowed us to see you again in our lifetime." When talking about the past events, Su Yuan and Tang Hui both burst into tears. The battle was so tragic that they were lucky to be alive. The loss of Zhu Yu became an eternal pain in their hearts. "After 20 years, I finally found it." Zhu Zhong was filled with gratitude. He walked quickly to the imperial study, eager to tell Queen Ma the good news. At this time, Su Yuan came close to Tang Hui and asked curiously, "How come you sprained your waist while chasing someone?" "It's not about chasing people and running away, it's about beating people and running away. At the palace gate, I taught a lesson to a few servants who were causing trouble for my nephew." Su Yuan asked, Where did you come from, servant? Where? Tang Hui slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered something. Oh no. Those guys are from Yenyun Art Museum. What is Yenyun Art Museum? It is the largest entertainment place in Beijing. Thinking of Zhu Yu's drunken appearance today, the two old guys instantly realized the seriousness of the matter. You mean, my nephew got drunk at Yenyun Art Museum? And someone came to his house? Did he eat a free meal? Su Yuan was shocked. Tang Hui also broke out in a cold sweat. Look at the scene of that servant, 20 people, it doesn't look like an ordinary free meal. It would be fine if Zhu Yu was an ordinary person entering the art gallery, but his identity is different now. If he hadn't yet acknowledged his ancestral roots and yet had produced a royal grandson with a prostitute, it would be a huge loss of face. Oh, it was my negligence. I will take people to find out the truth now. Tang Hui was about to go out in a hurry. Su Yuan stopped him and said, Brother, this is a serious matter. I'd better go there myself. Madam, I have issued an imperial decree. When I cure the queen's illness, I will pay you back in a minute. Just be flexible. I'm known as a friend of women in the village, a gynecologist, and I specialize in treating all kinds of gynecological diseases. Your face is as pale as wax and your breath smells bad. This must be caused by irregular menstruation and a disordered cycle. How about I give you some treatment and use it as payment for the rent? Li Tzuelian's face turned red when she heard what Zhu Yu said, and she wished she could tear his mouth apart. How could a man be so shameless as to talk about such things? The guests smacked their lips at the vulgar words. It is immoral and degrading. What kind of country bumpkin is this, speaking nonsense here? Shame on you. Shame on you. How could there be such a vulgar person in our great Xia dynasty? Gynecology is vulgar. Isn't your mother a woman? Isn't she sick? Zhu Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Bah. You said before that you were the son-in-law of the Su weaving family. I don't believe your lies. If you don't pay the rent in full today, I will take you to see the official. Li Tzuelian put her hands on her hips, looking as if she was about to eat someone. Zhu Yu sighed. It was true that money could make a hero fall. He had a lot of skills, but he was trapped by his master to study medicine for 20 years. He has no chance to make money, otherwise, with his knowledge, he would become the richest man in Daxia in minutes. Just when Zhu Yu was in trouble, a pleasant female voice came, like a spring breeze blowing on his face, refreshing his heart. Shopkeeper, I'll pay for him. A girl about 17 or 18 years old walked slowly towards them. Her skin is as white as a freshly peeled water chestnut, she has a pair of peach blossom eyes under her clear willow-shaped brows, and red lips. Her every frown and expression exudes a myriad of charm. She was wearing a lavender silk long dress, and her temperament was outstanding. As a second-generation man, Zhu Yu dared to swear that he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. His eyes were wide open. All the men present were stunned for a moment, and all the women lowered their heads in shame. Really, stunningly beautiful. She is Lu Rushi, the most beautiful girl in Yenyun Art Museum, someone exclaimed. Lu Rushi was quite famous in the capital and was indeed a remarkable woman. Born into a prostitute family, he sells his art instead of his body. He studied under many famous figures of the time and was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Ordinary people would have to spend 1,000 taels of gold to see her, but why would she appear here and pay for Zhu Yu? Many people began to have wild thoughts. 10 taels of silver in total. Li Tzuelian doesn't care about that, as long as someone gives her money. Xiao Huan, give the store owner some money. The maid Xiao Huan stepped forward to pay. When she passed by Zhu Yu, she couldn't help but look at him with resentment, gritted her teeth and was very indignant. Zhu Yu didn't care. His eyes were all focused on Lu Rushi. The more he looked, the more familiar she looked to him. As his eyes moved downward, he glanced at Lu Rushi's upright body without any hesitation. Zhu Yu exclaimed, exclamation point. He remembered that the Lu Rushi in front of him was the woman he had dreamed about last night. She weighs less than 100 pounds, but her measurements are 36D. Can you believe it? It was hard for Zhu Yu to forget. Yesterday, Zhu Yu went to the Su family to propose marriage, but was chased away as a liar. Feeling depressed, he went to Yenyun Art Museum for a drink. The wine of this era is like clear water. When you drink it happily, you can recite a line casually: I don't have the wings of a butterfly to fly together, but my heart is connected with yours. With just this one sentence, I didn't expect that I could trick the courtesan into bed. Zhu Yu then remembered the glaring red on the bed. No wonder a servant ambushed me as soon as I left the palace. It turned out that I slept with the courtesan for no apparent reason, and for free. Mr. Zhu, may I have a word with you? There was no complaint in Lu Rushi's voice, her eyes were clear and her tone was gentle. The maid Xiao Huan looked at Zhu Yu with anger, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Knowing that he was in the wrong first, Zhu Yu quickly explained, Miss Lu, I was too reckless last night. Please don't blame me for what happened after drinking. Lu Ru couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. She bit her lips gently, and there seemed to be tears glistening in her peach blossom eyes. Sir, are you saying that drunken words cannot be trusted? Her voice was trembling. Do you know that your sister did this for you? Xiao Huan stamped her feet in anger and was about to say something when Lu Rushi raised her hand to interrupt her. Xiao Huan, that's all. Lu Rushi laughed at herself. She thought that with such talent, he would definitely not be a playboy. She didn't expect that her true love would be misplaced in the end. How can a prostitute who only plays around with others find a good match? She simply couldn't connect the Zhu Yu in front of her with the heroic figure who was so ambitious and capable of making plans for the country last night. But even so, she still maintained her demeanor and bowed slightly to Zhu Yu. If I am rude, I wish you a bright future. I will take my leave. After she finished speaking, before she turned around, 2 lines of tears flowed down her beautiful cheeks. For some reason, Zhu Yu's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. Lu Rushi realized that she had lost her composure and raised her sleeves to wipe away her tears. At that moment, Zhu Yu suddenly saw that her tender white arms were covered with dense bloodstains. Zhu Yu felt a surge of anger in his heart, and subconsciously stepped forward to grab her wrist, saying in a low voice, Who did it? Lu Rushi was frightened by this sudden action. She pursed her lips and said, Sir, please respect yourself. Xiao Huan said quickly, It's all because of you. When I found out that my sister lost her virginity, I asked her to receive customers. She didn't want to, so she was beaten. Little ring. Hey, sister, why are you doing this? Xiao Huan couldn't bear it anymore, so she pulled Lu Rushi's long sleeves open. The arm that was originally as smooth as a wall was now covered with hideous bloodstains, each one looking like a reptile, so hideous and terrifying. Zhu Yu felt a surge of anger rising straight to his head, and sparks were almost coming out of his eyes. A woman like Lu Rushi is the goose that lays golden eggs for the art gallery. After losing your virginity, your innocence is gone and you become no different from those who engage in the flesh trade. Thinking of this, Zhu Yu felt extremely guilty. He almost ruined Lu Rushi's life. Having lived 2 lives and not being able to protect even the woman he loves, isn't that a waste of life? Zhu Yu suddenly took Lu Rushi's slender hand. Ah! Lu Rushi was shocked, Sir. The peach blossom eyes, glistening with tears, looked so pitiful, like a helpless and injured little animal. Zhu Yu was distressed. Let's go. I'll take you to get justice. Lu Rushi felt warm in her heart. She had seen many men in her life, including many rich young men and clan sons. However, she fell in love with Zhu Yu at first sight. She was fascinated by Zhu Yu's mysterious temperament and admired his unconventional talents. She was sure that this man would not let her down. Holding that warm hand, Lu Rushi's eyes became redder. It had been a long time since she had felt like she had someone to rely on. As it turned out, she made the right bet. The 3 of them returned to Yenyun Art Gallery and saw Zhu Yu again. Feng Chuanhua, the owner of Yenyun Art Gallery, couldn't help but fly into a rage, her fat face shaking with anger. Great! Mr. Zhu, you really dare to come back. Someone, come and grab this freeloader and beat him up. Feng Chuanhua is really angry. Yenyun Art Gallery has been in Beijing for so many years, but this is the first time she has encountered someone who dares to dine and drink for free at Yenyun Art Gallery. Not only that, he also deflowered the courtesan Lu Rushi, whom she had trained for many years. That was her treasure. The top star of the Yenyun Art Museum. The goose that laid golden eggs. But all of this was ruined by this kid Zhu Yu. The security guards emerged from all directions, each holding a stick and surrounding Zhu Yu and the other two. Lu Rushi showed fear on her face. Mother Feng, Master Zhu came here just to make things clear, please don't embarrass him. Explain clearly. How do you explain clearly? Mother Feng's face suddenly darkened. What a ungrateful bitch. What's the point of explaining it clearly? Can it return your virginity to you? She walked up to Lu Rushi and raised her hand to slap her, but the next second, her hand was clamped tightly by Zhu Yu. You. Feng Chuanhua was extremely surprised and was about to speak when Zhu Yu slapped her hard in the face. Bang. The slap was so powerful that it made the corner of Feng Chuanhua's mouth bleed. Feng Chuanhua was really going crazy. This is her territory, and she has her people all around. How dare you, Zhu Yu? Without waiting for Feng Chuanhua to speak, the thugs stepped forward and prepared to attack. Young master. The Lu Rushi sisters were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Under the tense situation, Zhu Yu looked calm and directly moved a stool to sit down. Just do it, if I lose a hair, this Yenyun Art Museum will be closed tomorrow. These words are extremely domineering and full of ruffian spirit. The people around were all shocked. Yenyun Art Museum is the largest art museum in Beijing. In order to promote economic development, Daxia legalized entertainment venues such as art galleries and they were protected by the government. After years of operation, Mother Feng has accumulated a lot of connections in Beijing. To put it bluntly, ordinary people have no idea of taking over the Yenyun Art Museum. Feng Chuanhua stopped the thugs. She covered her face and squinted at Zhu Yu. Could this man, Zhu, be a royal relative? Did I make a mistake? But on second thought, it's impossible. Why would the royal family come to such a place? Feng Chuanhua sneered, Mr. Zhu, you are so powerful that you want me to close down so easily. Since you are so capable, why don't you pay for yesterday's drinks first? You don't believe it. Zhu Yu's mouth corners raised. How can I believe it? Feng Chuanhua's face suddenly darkened, you're going to get beaten today. As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs picked up their weapons and threw them at Zhu Yu. However, when the sticks were about to fall, the thugs seemed to be under a spell and dared not to fall. They looked at each other, their eyes full of fear. What are you doing? Get started. Feng Chuanhua shouted. Mother Feng, he has something in his hand. The thugs pointed at Zhu Yu, their voices trembling. Hit him here, I want to see who dies first, you or me. Zhu Yu raised his head, fearless. When Feng Chuanhua saw the thing covering Zhu Yu's face, her whole body trembled and her eyes almost popped out. That is the imperial edict. Mandated by heaven, may you live long and prosper forever. These 8 characters are captivating. The imperial edict is the emperor's order. Whoever receives the imperial edict can be considered the emperor's men before the matter is completed. Who dares to touch the emperor's men? You were the one who revealed this imperial edict. Feng Chuanhua's eyes were about to pop out. Why don't you go and ask His Majesty yourself? Zhu Yu said with a wicked smile. Feng Chuanhua turned pale with fright. How could she dare? With her status, she would be beaten to death if she approached the palace gate. How could she be qualified to see the emperor? After a brief moment of surprise, Mother Feng quickly calmed down. Zhu Yu was drunk in the morning. Wouldn't it be a death wish for him to reveal the imperial edict in that state? The emperor is crazy and would let a drunkard treat the queen. No, this imperial edict is wrong. How dare you lie to me? Feng Chuanhua glared, this is fake. How dare you forge an imperial edict? After suffering such a huge loss, how could Zhu Yu let it go just because of an imperial edict? A huge hat was instantly put on Zhu Yu's head. Forging an imperial edict would result in death. Who said the imperial edict was fake? Before Zhu Yu opened his mouth, a majestic and overbearing voice reached everyone's ears. A group of soldiers in armor rushed into the Yenyun Art Museum, and the faces of everyone present changed drastically. Feng Chuanhua was even more frightened, especially after seeing the person in charge. Everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Xin. Duke Xin. The person leading the team was none other than Duke Xin Su Yuan. Su Yuan exuded an elegant aura, but he couldn't conceal his bloodiness. As soon as he appeared, Feng Chuanhua was scared to death. Plop. Feng Chuanhua's legs went limp and she knelt on the ground like a defeated hen. Meet Duke Xin. What kind of person is Duke Xin? He is the sworn brother of the current emperor and a bloody general who fought on the battlefield. Moreover, he is one of the 8 pillars of Daxia appointed by His Majesty himself. Who wouldn't be scared when seeing this? The guests present also knelt down, not daring to look up, not even to breathe. In the eyes of many people, Su Yuan is a killer who kills without blinking an eye. Seeing this, Zhu Yu hurriedly pulled Lu Rushi to kneel down. Su Yuan was shocked. He couldn't kneel down like that. He couldn't bear it. If Big Brother knew about this, he would definitely skin me alive, right? He walked quickly forward, half knelt down and lifted Zhu Yu up. Little miracle doctor, there's no need to be so polite. Even though everyone didn't dare to look, they could still hear Tang Huai's tone. Why is the Duke of Xin so polite to him, Zhu Yu? What was even more shocking was that they actually smelled a hint of flattery in Tang Huai's tone. It's outrageous. Zhu Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and quickly pulled his hand away. Thank you, Duke Xin. After Zhu Yu stood up, Su Yuan walked to Feng Chuanhua again. You're the one who said the imperial edict was fake. And you're still going to attack divine Dr. Zhu. This light sentence made Feng Chuanhua break out in a cold sweat, and her clothes were soaked. I dare not, I dare not. Feng Chuanhua didn't dare to say anything more. Su Yuan sneered. This bitch really doesn't know who the person in front of her is. This is our eldest nephew. He is our eldest brother's eldest son. He might even be the future emperor of the great Xia dynasty, and you dare to act so presumptuously in front of him. Is Dr. Zhu okay? Su Yuan smiled. It's okay, but I have a favor to ask of you. Su Yuan bowed to Tang Huai and said, please lend me some money to pay back Madame Feng first, Duke Xin. Su Yuan's eyes were full of approval. He knew his actions well, knew right from wrong, and did not bully others. This nephew was really good. Dr. Zhu, how much money do I owe you? Don't dare, don't dare. Feng Chuanhua was so scared that she just wanted to save her life. In your eyes, are we bullies who take advantage of our power and eat for free? Su Yuan asked back. Feng Chuanhua was so frightened that she peed herself. She trembled and said, a total of 1,000 taels. Hiss. Even Su Yuan couldn't help but feel a little pain when he heard this number. However, just consider it as a gift to my nephew. He ordered someone to give the money to Feng Chuanhua. Loyalty. Loyalty. Feng Chuanhua took it with a trembling voice. The money was too hot to handle. Just as he was about to thank him, he heard Zhu Yu ask, is this matter finished? Of course, of course. Feng Chuanhua said quickly, Mr. Zhu has settled all ties with the store. However, at this moment, Zhu Yu smiled, Boss Feng is really a forgetful person, how can we just let it go like this? His eyes suddenly turned cold, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped the whole place. Even a battle-hardened general like Su Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. This aura was exactly the same as that of his elder brother. Even stronger than Zhu Chong was back then. The appearance of an emperor. Duke Xin, I dare to lend you my horsewhip. Zhu Yu bowed. Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan immediately understood what Zhu Yu was going to do. Sir, you can't. Before she could finish her words, Zhu Yu took the whip and whipped Feng Chuanhua on the back. Bang. In an instant, a long blood stain appeared on her back, shocking. Feng Chuanhua's face turned pale immediately. Master, I was wrong, please spare my life. Please spare my life. Bang. Zhu Yu remained silent and whipped him again. Blood splattered everywhere. The piercing sound made everyone present feel numb. Are you scared already? When you were fighting like this, did you ever think about the present moment? Bang. Another whip. When she begged you for mercy, did you show any mercy? Bang. As the whip fell, Feng Chuanhua's face turned even paler. The 4 whips completely shattered Feng Chuanhua's pride and arrogance. At this moment, she was like a stray dog on the street, lying on the ground, whimpering and begging for mercy. Lu Rushi and Xiao Wan's eyes were red. They grew up in Yenyun Art Museum and were often beaten by Mother Feng. However, they dared to be angry but not to speak out. Any action or word of resistance would only result in even more severe beatings. Born in Yenyun Art Museum, and will die in Yenyun Art Museum, this is their destiny. The 2 sisters never dreamed that Zhu Yu would go to such lengths for them. Zhu Yu whipped him more than 10 times before stopping. Feng Chuanhua finally couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. She was hurriedly carried away by the servants of the art gallery. My lord, I have shown you great kindness. I cannot repay you in this way. Lu Rushi knelt down in front of Zhu Yu, tears in her eyes. Xiao Huan also knelt silently behind her, wiping her tears. Zhu Yu reached out his hand and wiped away the tears from her eyes. I am lucky to be favored by you, young lady. Lu Rushi burst into tears. These were the most touching love words she had ever heard in her life. Ah! Before she could feel moved, Zhu Yu picked her up and carried her horizontally. Lu Rushi was startled and said softly, Sir, Duke Xin is still here. Nonsense, I did it just for Duke Xin to see. Zhu Yu grinned and said loudly, Tonight, I want to have a dream with Miss Rushi. The guests present were all stunned. No one expected that a freeloader could win the heart of the Yenyun Art Museum like this. Everyone's eyes turned green with envy. Su Yuan looked at everything in front of him with complicated eyes, feeling overwhelmed. The future prince actually fell in love with a prostitute. Seeing Zhu Yu's anger for his beloved, this matter is going to be troublesome. In the side room, Zhu Yu carefully examined the scars on Lu Rushi's arm, which made him feel distressed. Lu Rushi carefully pulled her hand back. Sir, do you dislike Rushi? Zhu Yu grabbed her and said, How could that be? The girl is sincere to me, and I am sincere to her as well. How can I say that I despise her? But Rushi is a prostitute after all, and now. A mist rose in Lu Rushi's eyes again. The pitiful look he saw that day was truly heartbreaking. You are a prostitute and I am a gangster, we are a perfect match. Zhu Yu said with a smile. What Zhu Yu said was true, he was indeed a hooligan. According to Daxia's household registration system, people who had no house or land were called rogues. Lu Rushi was amused by him. Your talent is incomparable to ordinary people. How can you belittle yourself? For the sake of a beautiful woman, don't belittle yourself. Even if my life is lost to you. Zhu Yu disagreed. Lu Rushi was frightened and quickly covered his mouth. Look up and there is a god, so please don't speak nonsense. Although Lu Rushi was a prostitute, she was chaste and only gave herself to him virginally when she met him. Those celebrities and internet celebrities in the past may not be much cleaner than her. In the past, Zhu Yu could not even imagine the existence of such a beauty. Tomorrow, when I receive the reward, I will redeem you. Zhu Yu held the soft and boneless little hand, his mind wandering, but before that, I want to. He pulled Lu Rushi into his arms. Lu Rushi's pretty face was flushed, her long legs were trembling, and she was very nervous. She drank too much last night and had no time to appreciate it properly, so her movements became more and more vigorous, and Lu Rushi's face turned even redder. Zhu Yu's hands kept exploring, and his movements became more and more vigorous. Lu Rushi couldn't help but let out a moan, which was so charming that Zhu Yu felt a burning desire all over his body. He suddenly turned over and pressed Lu Rushi under him. He savored her tenderness and fullness wantonly and wanted to crush her in his chest. Young master. Still calling me master? Lu Rushi's pretty face flushed, and she changed her words softly. My husband, please be gentle, I really did. Zhu Yu suddenly realized that he was too impatient and hugged her lovingly. Forget about it tonight, your health is more important. Lu Rushi was deeply moved and nodded timidly, blushing all the way to her neck. The next day, Zhu Yu left the Yenyun Art Museum with his bag on his back, feeling refreshed. Tang Hui had already brought his men to wait at the palace gate early in the morning. Duke Zhonghua. Zhu Yu bowed. Tang Hui patted Zhu Yu's shoulder carelessly and said, Dr. Zhu, there's no need to be polite. Come with me to the palace to treat the queen. He's touching me again. This old pervert is still harboring evil intentions. Zhu Yu's mouth twitched, and he took a step back calmly. Duke Zhonghua, please. Please, please, ha 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 ha. The two walked side by side, and Zhu Yu was nervous all the way. He was afraid that Tang Hui would use the same old tricks again and take advantage of him. Outside Cunning Palace, Zhu Zhong had been waiting for a long time, feeling impatient and excited. He paced back and forth constantly, standing on tiptoe to look into the distance from time to time. Go and see what's wrong with Tang Hui. Why is he so slow in hiring someone? Your Majesty, I just received a report that divine Dr. Zhu has entered the palace. The eunuch Zhao who delivered the imperial edict replied hastily, sighing in his heart that the love between the emperor and the empress is deep and stronger than gold. Because of Empress Ma's illness, His Majesty could not sleep all night last night, and today he was waiting outside Cunning Palace early for the miracle doctor to come and treat him. Heaven and earth can witness such sincerity. Little did he know that Zhu Zhong's actions were entirely out of his thoughts for his son. How could he not be excited to see his good son again after not seeing him for more than 20 years? Your Majesty, the miracle doctor is here. Hearing Tang Hui's voice, Zhu Zhong showed a fatherly smile on his face. Divine Doctor, thank you for your hard work. I pay my respects to Your Majesty. Zhu Yu was about to kneel down as he spoke, but was held firmly by Zhu Zhong. With this gentle support, Zhu Zhong's eyes became red again. The child was too thin. He must have suffered so much hardship and difficulty over the years. He is a guilty father. No matter what. I don't care. When my sister gets better, I will announce to the world that Zhu Yu is my son. He is the offspring of our Zhu family. No need to kneel. You don't have to kneel when you see me from now on. Zhu Zhong secretly wiped away his tears. The palace maids and eunuchs present were so frightened that their eyes almost popped out. Since the founding of Daxia, there have been only a handful of people who could meet the emperor without kneeling, and most of them were old and important ministers like Su Yuan and Tang Hui. Zhu Yu is the only one of his age. They all looked at Zhu Yu at the same time, trying hard to remember this face. This boy will definitely be a future leader. Zhu Yu didn't think much about it. His mind was now full of making money to redeem Lu Rushi. With the first pot of gold, becoming the richest man in Daxia is just around the corner. After all, he knows a lot of things that are not available in this era. Under the guidance of Zhu Zhong, Zhu Yu met Queen Ma again. Compared with yesterday, Queen Ma looked much better. After seeing Zhu Yu, her longing turned into tears and she couldn't help but let them flow. Zhu Zhong saw what Queen Ma was thinking. Sister, don't cry, the miracle doctor is here. Zhu Yu frowned, there was something else behind his words. Could it be that Zhu Zhong is still feeling aggrieved about his presumptuous behavior yesterday? After all, it is generally acknowledged that Emperor Zhu was moody. Treat it quickly, and when it's cured, take the reward and leave quickly. However, human beings do not share the same joys and sorrows. The imperial doctors headed by Sun Zhong all gnashed their teeth when they saw Zhu Yu appear. Good boy. You really dare to come. Did yesterday's warning fall on deaf ears? I don't know what method the little doctor will use for this diagnosis and treatment. We are here to assist him and learn a thing or two. Sun Zhong stepped forward and took the lead in attacking. Of course, I will use acupuncture to help you regulate your meridians. If you improve your diet in the future, you will be able to recover completely. Zhu Yu was neither humble nor arrogant and was confident. When they heard about acupuncture, the imperial doctors headed by Sun Zhong almost laughed out loud, with disdain on their faces. Acupuncture is the mainstream of medicine. Which one of them didn't learn it since elementary school, and which one of them is not an expert in it? Acupuncture is good, acupuncture is good. Zhu Zhong said anxiously, then treat him quickly. Zhu Yu said yes, and was about to take out the silver needle to treat Empress Ma, but unexpectedly Empress Ma said, "Little genius doctor, are you not going to take my pulse anymore?" She wanted to take this opportunity to feel her son's warmth again. Zhu Zhong also understood and agreed, yes, don't worry, it will be safer if you diagnose and treat him again. However, when Sun Zhong and the others heard this, they all smiled meaningfully. What do the emperor and empress mean by this? It's already obvious. They don't believe Zhu Yu's methods. Zhu Yu stepped forward and was about to feel Empress Ma's pulse. However, at this moment, Sun Zhong shouted, "How dare you? The empress's body is precious, how can you feel her pulse like this? This is simply ridiculous." The smiles on Zhu Zhong and Queen Ma's faces suddenly froze. "I just want to feel the warmth of my son. What does it have to do with you, an old man?" Su Yuan and Tang Hui looked at the imperial physician as if he were a dead person, their eyes were as sharp as knives. It was the common people who were reckless. Zhu Yu reacted at this time, took out a silk scarf from his arms, and was about to put it on Empress Ma's wrist, but he heard Empress Ma shaking her head. "There is no need to be so fussy about these cumbersome etiquettes. Your Majesty and I both come from poor backgrounds and are not that rich." She looked at Zhu Yu lovingly, wanting to hug her child and to hear you call her mother with her own ears. However, Zhu Yu did not do so, but looked at Zhu Chong. Yesterday, he performed compressions and artificial respiration. God knows what Emperor Zhu was thinking. Especially the smile on Zhu Zhong's face, which he found even more difficult to understand. The Emperor is not going to kill me after I cure the Queen, right? This smile is very wrong. Zhu Yu hesitated for a moment, and just as he stretched out his hand, he felt his hand being wrapped in warmth. When he looked down, he saw that Queen Ma was actually holding his hand. Oh my God! Oh my God! What is Queen Ma doing? Is she planning to kill my entire family? Your Majesty, I am guilty. Zhu Yu secretly groaned, his life was too difficult. Why does he feel like everyone in the palace has ideas about him? Yesterday's first aid was done in an emergency, but today's incident is hard to explain. She is the queen of the Great Xia Kingdom, a royal concubine. Any strange man who touches her will be punished by death. Zhu Zhong looked at him and felt distressed. It's okay, it's okay. Child, that's your mother. What's wrong with a son holding her hand? It's only natural. Don't panic, little doctor. I just want to thank you for saving my life yesterday. Zhu Zhong explained. Yes, yes, thank you for saving my life. Queen Ma also echoed. Zhu Yu was relieved to treat Empress Ma. He simply checked her pulse and said, Your Majesty's blood circulation is not smooth. You are worried all day long, which has caused your illness. You can recover with acupuncture and moxibustion, supplemented with decoctions. After saying that, Zhu Yu took out the medicine box and took out a set of silver needles. After disinfecting them with fire, he picked up 2 of them in each hand and clamped them between his fingers, then pierced Empress Ma's acupuncture points. Just as the needle was about to touch Queen Ma's skin, Sun Zhong suddenly spoke. No. Absolutely not. How can you pierce this acupuncture point? This is not the way to clear the blood vessels. If you give this injection, there will be endless troubles. At the same time, other imperial doctors also criticized. How can you insert the needle like this? It's fatal. Quack. Quack. Your Majesty, you must not let him treat you again. After this injection, the Queen is in great danger. Think twice before taking the throne. Zhu Chong frowned slightly and looked at Sun Zhong and others with unfriendly eyes. At that time, Empress Ma was terminally ill and they were helpless and unable to save her. Now, Ma Yuer has cured half of the problem, can you guys do it again? How dare you all be so bold and presumptuous as to steal the credit from Yuer? He glared at everyone fiercely, you mean, you don't want me to heal you? I dare not take credit for myself, but I know the acupuncture method, so there is no need to be so reckless. Sun Zhong replied seriously. His words were full of disdain and ridicule towards Zhu Yu. Ever since the Queen fell ill, the status of the Imperial Medical Bureau in Zhu Zhong's heart has plummeted. Now is a good opportunity for the Imperial Hospital to save its reputation. How can we let this kid Zhu Yu take it away? Take the throne, the Queen's health must not have any more problems. We are better at acupuncture. Your Majesty, please give us a chance to atone for our sins. Zhu Yu was displeased. You think I'm easy to bully? If you want to pick my peaches, you're dreaming. I'm still waiting for the reward to redeem Rushur. Without waiting for others to dissuade him, Zhu Yu directly inserted the needles, moving as fast as a dragon or a snake, inserting one needle after another into different acupuncture points. Oh no, it's over. How dare he needle me like that? Even the apprentices at the Imperial Hospital wouldn't do such a thing. Murder. This is murder. No one present had expected Zhu Yu to be so bold and presumptuous as to give the injection without waiting for the emperor to speak, and more people began to panic. If anything happened to Empress Ma, everyone in the Cunning Palace would be buried with her. Shut up. Shut up, everyone. Zhu Zhong shouted. He felt that he had not misjudged his eldest son. Zhu Yu is definitely not a reckless person. But even so, he didn't dare to look away for a moment. Son, your mother's life is in your hands. Su Yuan and Tang Hui were also very nervous. If something happened, their nephew would probably have no chance to enter the royal family forever. Zhu Yu finished the acupuncture in an extremely tense atmosphere. Girl, what do you think? Zhu Zhong asked hurriedly. Queen Ma smiled and said, It's okay, I feel very comfortable. However, the next second, she felt a sweet taste in her mouth and a mouthful of black blood spurted out of her mouth. Girl. Girl. Zhu Zhong's eyes turned bloodshot, and his whole body collapsed to the ground, feeling dizzy and dark. He pointed at Zhu Yu with one hand and said in a trembling voice, How dare you, how dare you? Do you know who she is? She is. Being an official in the Great Xia dynasty is too risky. The omnipresent Jinhui have nothing to do but to keep the censors busy with impeachment. The moody emperor, and these two old foxes in front of him, who knows what their intentions are. The risk is comparable to that of the president of South Korea in the previous life. Besides, the morning court in the Great Xia dynasty started at 5 o'clock every day. For those who worked 996 hours a day in their previous life, this is a painful memory that is too painful to recall. After finally being reborn, why do I still want to be a social animal? Wouldn't it be nice to spend more time enjoying a happy life with Lu Rushi? Zhu Yu refused repeatedly, Your Majesty, I am just a commoner, I dare not, I dare not. Rogue. Upon hearing this self-introduction, Zhu Chong and Empress Ma were stunned at first, and almost shed tears of heartache. How hard must the child have been living these years? No land or house. Thinking of this, the couple felt even more guilty. Why not? I ask you to do it, who dares to say no? Zhu Zhong said domineeringly. The people around were extremely surprised. They had never seen Zhu Zhong favor someone so much before. This little miracle doctor has a bright future. Flatter. You must flatter hard. Empress Ma was extremely worried, fearing that after Zhu Yu left, she would never see him again. They finally met, but before they had the chance to recognize each other, they had to part again. How could she accept this? As she thought about it, Empress Ma began to cry again. Zhu Zhong's face turned dark and he thought to himself, You rebellious son, look how mad your mother is. Why not? His Majesty's words are spoken with great authority, what are you afraid of? Everyone looked at Zhu Yu, who also sensed Zhu Zhong's anger and quickly changed his words, It's not that I don't want to be an official, but that I want to be an official based on my own abilities. The little doctor is too modest. Tang Hui thought he was smart and gave an excuse, You cured the queen, that's your ability. You old pervert must have done it on purpose. As expected, you have improper thoughts about me. No matter what, I will delay it for as long as possible. I can be an official, but I will never be an official in the court. Wouldn't it be great to be a local emperor in a county? What I mean is. Zhu Yu changed the subject, I would like to ask your Majesty to give me a chance to take the imperial examination. Participate in scientific research. After he finished speaking, the whole audience fell silent. Su Yuan, Tang Hui and others were all shocked. With such a great background and such a good opportunity, he doesn't use it and instead relies on himself. Too young. They thought too young and didn't understand their nephew's ambitions at all. A huge wave of anger rose in Zhu Zhong's heart. My son. My son has the ambition of a unicorn. There are many ministers in the court, and they all want to bless their descendants, but Zhu Yu does not rely on his parents, but on himself. How independent and extraordinary this is. Queen Ma's eyes became even redder. I wonder how much suffering her Yuer had to endure to learn such medical skills. Now that he has to take part in the imperial examination, how hard must his daily life be? Thinking about her other sons, who were living a life of luxury and yet had no ambition to make progress, the more she thought about it, the more guilty she felt. Yuer, you don't have to work so hard, your father is the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. Okay. 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 Zhu Chengxi smiled happily and said 3 yes in a row, then I'll grant you another house so that you can study hard. Zhu Yu breathed a sigh of relief, finally he had managed to fool the person. Little doctor, we are looking forward to your results in the imperial examination. As long as you pass the examination, you can be any official you want. In the great Xia dynasty, those who passed the imperial examination were eligible to take part in the palace examination. After the palace examination, the candidates were ranked according to their scores and were divided into the top 3. As for the tribute scholars, they only need to pass the imperial examination. After all, he is my own son, so he must have some privileges. Zhu Zhong also wanted to make Zhu Yu feel more relaxed. Gongshi. Old Zhu, who do you look down on? I am a man who can survive 9 years of compulsory education and beatings. What if I am lucky enough to pass the high school entrance exam? Zhu Yu asked. Zhu Zhong was stunned. If it's high school, just tell me what you want, we'll grant it to you. What if it's $1 million in gold? Zhu Yu's eyes were full of stars. Zhu Zhong laughed. This guy was still a little money grubber. But she also wanted to make amends, so she agreed immediately. Promise. I bow to thank your majesty. Zhu Yu was so happy. How could he not experience the first of the 3 great joys in life, passing the imperial examination? You rebellious son. You rebellious son. You killed your mother with your own hands. Zhu Chong cried out to the sky, tears streaming down his face. He almost couldn't hold back and wanted to pull out the rain belt to teach this rebellious son a lesson. Sun Zhong and others were beating their chests and stamping their feet. What a sin! You are so ignorant and yet so bold. A mouthful of blood would be so devastating. Even if we take action now, I'm afraid it will be difficult to sustain. I beg your majesty to punish this troublemaker severely. Although they said this, they were actually very happy in their hearts. What do you call this? This is what you call bringing disaster upon yourself. They all looked at Zhu Yu with a gloating expression, almost laughing out loud. Zhu Zhong's mind went blank and he felt extremely desperate. Did I misjudge this eldest son after all? Such recklessness is unworthy of great use. Unworthy of great use. Zhu Yu was slightly confused. He didn't understand why Zhu Zhong looked at him with eyes that were like those of an old father who was disappointed in his son. Who else could this person be? The current queen. Just as he was about to explain that vomiting blood was a normal phenomenon, at this moment, Queen Ma had already opened her eyes. Mr. Zhu, who are you going to punish? Ah. Who are you going to punish? And you? Who are you calling a quack? Who is it? Queen Ma's voice was full of energy, and she didn't look sick at all. She was like a lioness protecting her cubs. That was a child who had been lost for 20 years, and she hadn't properly compensated her for the loss. Who would dare to dispose of him, her? Empress Ma had always been gentle, but she was so furious that even the maids and eunuchs in Cunning Palace had never seen her like this. Your Majesty, calm down. Sun Zhong and his companions were frightened and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Zhu Zhong's face also turned from cloudy to sunny, and he shouted, Sister, I'm glad you're okay. I was scared to death. You. Queen Ma looked at him with resentment, and then pinched his arm hard. That look seemed to be saying, if you dare to deal with our son, we will fight you to the death. Zhu Zhong quickly changed his words, no punishment, we have a reward, a big reward. Little doctor, if you want anything, just ask. Having said that, I'm not sleepy anymore. Zhu Yu bowed and said, Your Majesty is the mother of the country, and you are a blessing to all the people. It is also the doctor's original intention to cure your illness. I dare not speak nonsense, but medicine is a skill of ghosts and gods. Only by collecting the consultation fee can the root of the disease be cured. This is not only true in the Great Xia dynasty, but also in Zhu Yu's previous life. You cannot owe money for medical treatment. If you do, the illness cannot be cured. Zhu Zhong looked at Zhu Yu deeply, and was filled with admiration in his heart. Extraordinary. It is indeed extraordinary. Not only does he have a compassionate heart as a doctor, but he also has a clear mind and is able to make decisions based on facts. This is rare at such an age. Su Yuan and Tang Huai's eyes were full of approval. Their nephew is better than us. How could they have such a character when they were the same age as Zhu Yu? Not only does he remain calm in the face of danger, but most importantly, he has a compassionate heart as a doctor. On the other hand, those old guys in the imperial hospital are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. He even dared to slander his nephew and steal his credit. How shameless. Come here, look at the reward. The reward is 10,000 taels of gold. Zhu Zhong waved his hand. Oh my God. 10,000 taels of gold. According to the gold system of the Great Xia dynasty, 1 tael of gold was equal to 10 taels of silver, which enabled people to get out of poverty and become rich in no time. It's really easy to make money from the Zhu family. Thank you, Lord. Zhu Yu saluted quickly. Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I have other rewards. If you cure my sister, how about I give you an official position? Zhu Zhong wanted to keep him by his side. Now that I think about it calmly, I have to take it step by step to get Zhu Yu to recognize his ancestral roots. At least we should ask the prince's opinion first. If he accepts, then everything will be fine. Before that, we must find a way to keep Zhu Yu in the capital. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. Your Majesty is wise. This boy is very talented. If he can be used by the country, it will be a great blessing for the country. I second the motion. Tang Huai echoed. Wise in the position. At this moment, the hairs on Zhu Yu's back stood up. I second your sister. What kind of hatred or grudge did you have that made me an official in the capital? Extraordinary. Really extraordinary. Zhu Zhong happily returned to Cunning Palace. This kid said he wants to take the imperial examination. If you have the ambition, follow me. Su Yuan and Tang Huai couldn't help laughing. When the rebellion broke out, Zhu Zhong could not read a single word. How could he have the talent of the top scholar? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still want to have a meal with her. There are still many things I want to ask him. Empress Ma's face was full of regret. I saw the silk scarf he took out earlier. It seemed to be a woman's thing. Could it be that he is already married, and does he have any children? A mother worries about her child even when he is thousands of miles away, let alone this child who was lost and now found. When it comes to this topic, Tang Huai's expression is a little unnatural. I don't know about the marriage, but the eldest master already has a lover. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma both became excited. Which girl? What do your parents do? A merchant's house? A commoner's house? Or? The two asked this question. Tang Huai had a headache, and knelt down quickly. Brother, sister-in-law, Tang Huai dare not say. Second brother, we are all family, and he is also your eldest nephew. There is nothing wrong with saying it. Zhu Zhong said anxiously, if it is a merchant family, we will find a way to help you or propose marriage. If it is a commoner, we will reward him with a house and land. No matter what, you can't suffer. What if it's a prostitute? Tang Huai said tentatively. What? Zhu Zhong, Empress Ma, and Su Yuan stood there in a daze as if they had been struck by lightning. The eldest prince of the Great Xia dynasty actually fell in love with a prostitute. Now that things have come to this, we can no longer hide it. Tang Huai had no choice but to tell everything he had investigated. Hearing this, Zhu Zhong's face changed from mood to mood like a kaleidoscope. He put his hands on his belt several times, as if he wanted to beat Zhu Yu to death. Absurd. Absurd. Who is he? How can he fall in love with a prostitute? How can he be so shameless? Zhu Chong was furious. Tang Huai and Su Yuan were frightened and quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Any old father would probably have his blood pressure rise if he heard that his son was going to marry a prostitute. Whose fault is this? It's all your fault. Queen Ma began to reprimand. Zhu Zhong said, Sister, don't talk nonsense, what does this have to do with us? If you hadn't lost the child back then, would he have suffered so much? Empress Ma said angrily, in such a chaotic world, he has no one to rely on. How can he get in touch with a wealthy businessman or a noble lady? Aren't there only those women around? Yuer is young and ignorant. If there is no one around to advise him, can he avoid making mistakes? If you think about it carefully, what Queen Ma said does make sense. The Great Xia dynasty had a strict hierarchy. Zhu Yu had been lonely and helpless for half his life and had no right to come into contact with higher classes. Zhu Zhong blushed and said, no matter what, I can't let a prostitute be my son's wife. Second brother, help me do something. Find a few Jinyui who are good at their job and secretly marry that young lady. Brother, you can't do that. You absolutely can't do that. At this time, Su Yuan said, I don't think the eldest son is a heartless person. If he is really like that, I'm afraid that the father and son will resent each other, which will be bad for both the family and the country. Tang Hui nodded quickly, the third brother is right, the eldest master doesn't seem to be joking. What should we do? What do you think we should do? Zhu Zhong was thinking about his eldest son, who was actually attracted by a prostitute, and he was at a loss as to what to do. If I hate myself because of this, it would be more trouble than gain. How about? Empress Ma thought for a moment and said, let's help you or choose one. While I am recovering, let the ministers and nobles bring their daughters of marriageable age into the palace. When the time comes, let's call Yuer over and let him see those young ladies. Maybe he has forgotten about that woman. Hearing Queen Ma's suggestion, the three nodded in agreement. As expected, some things still have to be handled by women. I'm afraid these three grown men would never be able to come up with such a solution even if they racked their brains. In their opinion, the reason why Zhu Yu fell in love with prostitutes was simply that he had never seen ladies from wealthy families or daughters of royal families and nobles. Once your horizons are broadened, you will no longer be attached to that prostitute. That's it. Zhu Zhong was overjoyed and immediately made the decision to hold the banquet 3 days later. Okay, then I will go and talk to him in person. Queen Ma was very excited. Su Yuan and Tang Hui widened their eyes and looked at Queen Ma in surprise. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for my sister-in-law to go in person. Sister, you have just recovered, so you'd better not go. Zhu Zhong couldn't help but persuade her. Empress Ma was not happy, my son has been missing for more than 20 years. As a mother, why should I go and see what's wrong? She now wished she could never leave Zhu Yu for a moment and love her eldest son well. Seeing her like this, Zhu Chong had no choice but to agree. He took advantage of her absence to test the Crown Prince Zhu Ji's attitude. There is no wall that is impenetrable, and this is especially true in a crowded imperial palace. The news of the decision spread throughout the capital in a short while. Although it was just a small banquet, when it comes to royal affairs, there is no such thing as a small matter. For a time, the noble ladies in the palace competed with each other. The queen has been ill for a long time. What's the meaning of inviting the ministers and their families to a banquet now that she has recovered? I heard that they require marriageable women in the family to participate. Don't you understand? It must be for a prince to choose a concubine. The crown prince already has a crown princess. Could it be the third or fourth prince this time? Who cares? This is a good opportunity to become related to the Tian family. We must seize it. On the other side, Zhu Yu was in a good mood after leaving the palace. Getting rich starts from today. He wants to hold the power of the world with a smile and sleep drunkenly on the lap of a beautiful woman. The deeds to the land and houses and 10,000 taels of gold would be delivered later, so Zhu Yu planned to go to the Yanyan Art Museum and wait. When the money arrived, he would redeem Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan. When Zhu Yu was pondering, he heard Su Muqing's voice, followed by the maid Qiaoer who looked very proud. Mr. Zhu. What's up? Zhu Yu was very surprised. Why did Su Muqing come to see me? Has she changed her mind? But when he saw Su Muqing's expression, Zhu Yu knew that he was overthinking. Su Muqing's eyes were still filled with disgust. However, Zhu Yu could also understand that he was just a gangster, while the Su family was a prominent family in the capital. The two of them are indeed a bit incompatible. As for Qiao'er, her nostrils were raised to the sky, she looked very arrogant. He didn't want to continue to be entangled with Su Muqing, but first of all, he couldn't disobey his master's orders. His master once said that Su Muqing was his greatest opportunity. Secondly, it is a life after all, and Zhu Yu couldn't bear to watch Su Muqing die. Even though it was a little difficult, didn't he believe that the second generation couldn't handle a little girl? Su Muqing pursed her lips and said, I came here this time to take Master Zhu to a place, and I want to show my hospitality as a host. She really didn't like Zhu Yu's nonchalant appearance, which was completely different from the young talents she usually came into contact with. As for what Zhu Yu had said before, she didn't believe a single word of it. She has always been in good health, how could she suddenly fall ill on June 15th? Not only is the disease very strange, but it has to be cured by him. Su Muqing just thought it was an excuse for Zhu Yu not to give up on her. Zhu Yu nodded in agreement, and the three of them came to the 8 Immortals Tower again. You want to treat me to a meal? Zhu Yu asked curiously. You country bumpkin, you only know how to eat. Qiao'er said disdainfully, this 8 Immortals house is not only a place for eating, but also a place for the talented scholars in the capital to drink tea and discuss philosophy. You don't even know this, and you still want to pursue our young lady. How ignorant. She looked at Zhu Yu coldly. How could a hooligan from the country be worthy of pursuing our young lady? He was truly a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. I asked you to come here today so that you can see the gap between you and our young lady. It is absolutely impossible for Zhu Yu to reach that level even if he tries his best. Simply put, Su Muqing's life is Zhu Yu's lifelong dream. When everyone arrived on the 3rd floor, they were greeted by a fair-faced young man who looked ordinary but had an extraordinary temperament. His name was Sun Xing, the son of Sun Zhong, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. He was one of Su Muqing's good friends and had expressed his affection for the Su family more than once. However, Su Muqing disagreed, but this did not prevent Sun Xing from liking Su Muqing. Miss Su, I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. In fact, Su Muqing seldom attends such gatherings of young men and ladies, but this does not hinder her reputation as a talented woman in the capital. Mr. Sun, you are polite. Su Muqing and Qiao'er bowed slightly. I have been very busy these days and have not visited you. Sun Xing smiled, I have been running to the Imperial Hospital. My father insisted that I become an apprentice in the Imperial Hospital. He said it lightly, but the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. Yeah. Su Muqing was also surprised, doesn't that mean that you will soon become the Imperial physician in the palace? Qiao'er's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to pounce on him. Become an apprentice in the Imperial Medical Bureau and in a few years, you can become an Imperial physician. The Imperial doctors in the palace are not ordinary people. After all, they serve the royal family and are superior to others wherever they go. And a person like Sun Xing can only be considered average among Su Muqing's many suitors. What can you, Zhu Yu, compare with others? Is there any comparison? Even the imperial physician in the palace is someone Zhu Yu will never be able to meet in his life. Did you see that? Qiao'er said proudly, this is the difference between people. Her nostrils were raised high, as if to say, you should give up this idea. Su Muqing also glanced at Zhu Yu quietly, hoping that he would retreat when he saw difficulty. Sun Xing also noticed that there was another person following the master and servant. He smiled and said, is this, the new servant of the Su family? Zhu Yu was wearing coarse cloth, which inevitably caused misunderstanding. Qiao'er hurriedly explained, haha, why would the Su family find such a poor servant? This man wanted to marry my daughter with a marriage certificate. She bluntly told Zhu Yu everything that had happened in the Su mansion. The most slanderous words. The young men and women who were waiting with Sun Xing also came over. Everyone was curious about who was so shameless. Sun Xing was amazed, there are still such shameless people in the world. And they dare to try to get married with Miss Su. To be honest, with my status and achievements, even though they are far superior to most people in the capital, I am still ordinary in front of Miss Su and the Su family. Marrying Miss Su is something I dare not even think about. How can a country bumpkin like you be worthy of this? To be honest, being able to come here with her is a blessing you have earned in 8 lifetimes. Sun Xing pointed at Zhu Yu and spoke bluntly. Su Muqing also looked at Zhu Yu, her eyes seemed to say, "See, this is the unbridgeable gap between you and me. Although it is unfair, in this era, birth determines everything. That's why there is the saying of marrying someone of equal social status." Zhu Yu looked Sun Xing up and down, then said with a wry smile, "You are indeed very ordinary, with ordinary looks, ordinary skills, and even your body." He couldn't help but look down and said, "It's also very ordinary." Sun Xing and others were stunned at first, and then instantly understood Zhu Yu's hidden meaning. "What are you talking about?" Sun Xing was instantly furious. Everyone present gasped. They had never seen such an arrogant and proud person in their lives. If the Sun family doesn't have any skills, can they enter the palace and become imperial physicians for generations? Zhu Yu, a hooligan and an ordinary person, could he be better than the Sun family in terms of medical skills? That's too exaggerated. Sun Xing laughed in anger, "You lunatic. You are a real lunatic. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be in trouble." Zhu Yu smiled faintly and said, "The queen was seriously ill yesterday, and the imperial doctors were helpless. I saved the queen's life. Are you satisfied with this explanation, Mr. Sun?" Boom. It was like a bolt of thunder from the blue sky, exploding with a loud bang, shocking everyone in the audience so much that their eyes almost popped out. They are all young masters and ladies from the capital, how could they not know about such an important event? Su Muqing and Qiaoer were also scared to death. Unlike Sun Xing and the others, Su Muqing and Qiaoer saw Zhu Yu taking down the imperial edict with their own eyes, and they were ready to prepare for Zhu Yu's funeral at that time. Who would have thought that Zhu Yu was not kicked out, but cured the queen's illness? Zhu Yu's medical skills are better than the imperial doctors in the palace. Is this possible? The master and servant looked at Zhu Yu in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion. At this time, the proprietress Li Tsuelian came over with the dishes, twisting her graceful waist and saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, what are you talking about so happily?" "You, Zhu Yu." Li Tsuelian suddenly noticed Zhu Yu's presence and was extremely surprised. "You kid are coming here to eat for free again." Sun Xing and others woke up instantly and asked hurriedly, "Manager Li, do you know this person?" "Of course I know him." Li Tsuelian said, "This guy stayed at my hotel for 4 or 5 days but didn't pay a penny. In the end, it was the girl from Yanyan Art Museum who paid for him." Hearing this, everyone was stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Let the prostitute pay for the room. It's so ridiculous. Is there still such a man in the world?" A group of young men laughed loudly, and the young ladies covered their mouths one by one, as if they had heard something incredible. Zhu Yu's words were self-defeating. If his medical skills were really so advanced that he could cure the empress, why couldn't he afford the rent? It's really ridiculous. How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Su Muqing sighed and looked at Zhu Yu with disappointment on her face. It is ridiculous to tell such a lie just for a little bit of face. No one believed that Zhu Yu was the little miracle doctor who cured the queen. He looked more like a playboy who was talking nonsense. Su Muqing walked to Zhu Yu and said, "Now that you have seen it, please leave for now. Lying is never good," she advised in a low voice. She wanted Zhu Yu to see the insurmountable gap between them, but she didn't want Zhu Yu to be humiliated. "But I really..." Zhu Yu opened his mouth to explain. However, Su Muqing interrupted and said, "No need to say more, the truth is sometimes not important." She was not stupid, although she was not sure whether Zhu Yu was the little miracle doctor who cured the queen. However, Zhu Yu was able to reveal the imperial edict and walk out of the palace safely, which naturally showed that he had some ability. Zhu Yu looked at Su Muqing and his eyes lit up slightly. She originally thought that Su Muqing just wanted to humiliate him, but this didn't seem to be the case. At least at this moment, Su Muqing was putting herself in his shoes. 3 people make a tiger, and Zhu Yu is alone and cannot do anything. No matter what he says, people can always find reasons not to believe him. "What are you talking about so happily? Why don't you call me master?" Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice came from the stairs. The young men and women who came with him also glared at him. "How dare you, shameless lunatic, make fun of Master Sun. How many people in the capital are as talented as Mr. Sun? Haha, the country folk are so vulgar. Su Muqing felt dizzy. She just wanted Zhu Yu to come over and see the gap between him and her. I didn't expect Zhu Yu to be so rude. He could offend people so badly with just one sentence. It is difficult to achieve great things if you are not cunning and have no character. Facing everyone's accusations, Sun Xing raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a meaningful smile. Ms. Su, it seems that he doesn't understand your good intentions at all. Is there anyone here that he can make friends with? Low-class people like to use this method to attract attention. They are clowns. How ridiculous. Everyone laughed and looked at Zhu Yu with great disdain. A poor boy from the country, with no power, no influence and no background, yet he is still talking big like this. It's really ridiculous. Qiaoer even raised her head. In her eyes, Zhu Yu was not even as good as a servant like her and deserved to be despised by everyone. Facing the arrogant crowd, Zhu Yu asked back, "Am I wrong?" Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone burst into laughter. Is this person mentally ill? How could he be so self-righteous? Who does he think he is? If young Master Sun is just an ordinary person, then does that mean he can be good enough? Everyone looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a fool. Su Muqing sighed. Why should he be so concerned about his reputation? A real man should be able to bend and stretch. Even if you are unlucky now, there is no need to be so bluffing. How can Zhu Yu compare with the son of imperial physician Sun? Su Muqing felt so ashamed that she couldn't help but regret bringing Zhu Yu here, even though Zhu Yu saw the insurmountable gap between them. But, I also lost all my face. However, at this time, Zhu Yu was shocked. Your eyes are red and swollen, your steps are weak, and your mouth smells bad. This is due to excessive indulgence in sex, which has caused syphilis. I said you are in average health, isn't it? He looked at Sun Xing with sharp eyes, a playful smile on his lips. Hua Lu. Everyone was even more stunned and looked at Zhu Yu in astonishment. Generally, only men who often go to such places will be infected with this disease. Sun Xing is a gentleman in their circle, so how could this happen? Sun Xing was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at Zhu Yu in amazement. What nonsense are you talking about? I plan to never go out to have affairs with women, so where does the talk of women come from? I was born into a medical family, how could I not know that I am ill? Everyone nodded, thinking it made a lot of sense. Sun Xing is the son of Sun Zhong. Who is Sun Zhong? He is the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. How could he not see that his son has such a serious disease? Qiaoer said disdainfully, it's really disgusting. He actually threw dirty water on Master Sun to elevate himself. Su Muqing hurriedly said, Master Zhu, please don't talk nonsense. Master Sun has been learning medicine since he was a child. He has received the true teachings of Dean Sunday. How could he not know about diseases? That's why I said he's average, and his father's is even more average. Zhu Yu joked, he's sick and doesn't know it, isn't that enough to prove his problem? Hearing this, Sun Xing became completely furious. This is no longer just a slap in the face, but rather stepping on the face of the Sun family. Sun Xing was furious. He pointed at Zhu Yu arrogantly and said, how dare you? You dare to insult my Sun family. You are courting death. Who do you think you are? A living medical saint. The angry flames shot towards Zhu Yu, as if they were going to devour him in an instant. He was the royal physician of the Sun family, how could he allow others to question the medical skills of the Sun family? However, Zhu Yu was fearless and said calmly, Mr. Sun thinks too highly of himself. When it comes to medicine, why does the small Sun family need a medical saint? I can trample it under my feet while chatting and laughing. Then, a fat and big-eared man dressed in silk and satin came up with a group of people. The moment they saw that man, Sun Xing and his companions were all shocked. This person is no ordinary person, he is concubine Zheng's younger brother, Zheng Zibu. Concubine Zheng was Zhu Zhong's concubine. Because she gave birth to the third prince Zhu Ting, Zhu Zhong attached great importance to her. In addition, concubine Zheng's family also had considerable power. Zheng Zibu was rampant and lawless in the capital, and many people were afraid of him. Zheng Zibu was a greedy and lustful man, so everyone was angry but dared not speak out. After all, he is a true royal relative. Sun Xing and others did not expect that Zheng Zibu would suddenly come to such a place. "Hello, Mr. Zheng. Mr. Zheng, your presence here brings honor to my humble home." Master Zheng is becoming more and more cool. Everyone came forward to flatter him, but Su Muqing lowered her head nervously, not daring to look at Zheng Zibu anymore. Qiaoer said, "Miss, Master Zheng is here, I think it's for you." "Shut up." Su Muqing scolded softly. Su Muqing couldn't stand Zheng Zibu even more, so she went to the Su mansion many times under various pretexts to ask Su Muqing to marry him. However, Su Muji's efforts to maneuver had prevented him from succeeding. Now that he has come here, he must have known that Su Muqing is here. Zhu Yu frowned slightly and looked at Zheng Zibu. This man had a face that was lustful and greedy for money. If he didn't have a royal relationship, he would probably be a scoundrel. Sure enough, reincarnation is a technical job. "Mu Qing, I knew you were here, so I rushed over." Zheng Zibu expressed his love without hesitation. "I heard that you like poetry. I was inspired by the moon yesterday, so I wrote a poem about the moon. Mu Qing, please appreciate it." Without waiting for Su Muqing's reply, Zheng Zibu stood with his hands behind his back, taking arrogant steps. "Ahem, Yong Yue. The moon is round, the moon is high in the sky, big and round. On the moon there is a rabbit, jumping and hopping with a smile on its face." After hearing this poem, Sun Xing and the others almost went crazy. They all couldn't help but burst out laughing. Puff. Ha 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 ha. The laughter seemed to blow the entire roof off, and even Li Tzuelian bent over with laughter. Can this be called poetry? Not even doggerel. When Zheng Zibu heard the laughter, his face suddenly darkened. He turned his head sharply and looked at Sun Xing and the others. "Do you think it's funny?" Just this one sentence made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. Then, everyone looked at each other, and no one could laugh anymore. The guards following Zheng Zibu also surrounded him with a grim smile, clenching their fists and preparing to attack. Knowing that he was in the wrong, Sun Xing quickly explained, "Mr. Zheng, I am really sorry. We were rude. I apologize to you on their behalf. Please give me some face. This poem is really too funny, otherwise, they wouldn't be like this." Bang. Zheng Zibu's face looked grim, and he raised his hand and slapped Sun Xing in the face. He yelled in anger, "Who do you think you are? Do you think you deserve my respect?" Sun Xing was slapped hard in the face, but facing the powerful Zheng Zibu, he dared not say a word. Even though the Sun family is standing behind them, in the eyes of royal relatives like Zheng Zibu, the Sun family and the imperial hospital are not worthy of attention at all. Everyone stepped back in fear. Zheng Zibu sneered, "Come here, beat up any of these people who dare to laugh at me. Beat them to death. Mercy. Mercy." The young masters who had been so domineering before were so scared that they stood there in a daze, becoming as cowardly as dogs and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Seeing this, Su Muqing quickly persuaded, "Mr. Zheng, they didn't mean it." Seeing Su Muqing taking the initiative to speak, Zheng Zibu's eyes suddenly brightened. "Since Muqing is speaking, I won't do it. This poem is indeed not up to standard. Mu Qing, why don't you come back with me and teach me properly, so that no one will laugh at that young master anymore?" How? The real purpose of Zheng Zibu was revealed. Su Muqing also understood. If she followed Zheng Zibu to his house, wouldn't she be walking into a tiger's mouth? This. She stepped back subconsciously, terrified. Sun Xing and his men were afraid of Zheng Zibu's power and were at a loss for a moment, and they all looked at Zhu Yu. But from beginning to end, Zhu Yu just sat there without saying a word. They are all scared silly. When Qiaoer saw Zhu Yu's timid look, she gritted her teeth. "Aren't you the miracle doctor who cured the queen? Shouldn't you step forward at this time?" He was the queen's savior, so Zheng Zibu wouldn't dare to act rashly. But what about now? As cowardly as a dog. Not even daring to fart. Now that your lie has been exposed, you dare not speak out. However, just as Zheng Zibu was about to take action, he heard Zhu Yu say, "You'd better not do this, otherwise someone will definitely kneel down today. Su Muqing's eyes lit up, but when she heard that it was Zhu Yu who said this, she felt very desperate. Even she said that her father could only deal with it, so how could Zhu Yu fight against Jing Zibu? It's none of your business, go away. It was she who brought Zhu Yu here in the first place. Now that things have developed to this point, there is no reason to drag Zhu Yu into this. Qiao Er couldn't help but say, still pretending here, what qualifications do you, a loser, have? It's not your turn to speak here. Looking at the strong Su Muqing, Zhu Yu couldn't help but be moved. No matter what the purpose was, he could see at this moment that Su Muqing didn't want to get involved. He found that Su Muqing was becoming more and more interesting. Just because I'm engaged to Muqing, does that qualify me? Su Muqing turned her head and looked at Zhu Yu deeply, her eyes full of despair. Why would you? Can't you see Jing Zibu's purpose? Sure enough, upon hearing the words engagement, Jing Zibu flew into a rage. He gritted his teeth and said, good. 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 You have guts. Everyone in the capital city knows that Jing Zibu likes Su Muqing. A brat who came out of nowhere actually dared to snatch the woman from him. He was simply courting death. The guards looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a dead man. You really are not afraid of death. Their young master Zheng is a royal relative, and the people in the capital who can suppress Jing Zibu can be counted on one hand. However, just as they were about to take action, they heard a message. The queen has arrived. What? Hearing this, everyone in the audience's minds exploded. Didn't the queen just recover from a serious illness? Why would she come to a place like this? Before everyone could react, they saw a eunuch standing at the stairs, and then Empress Ma, wearing a phoenix crown and gorgeous clothes, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone present widened their eyes, almost popping out of their heads. She really is the queen. Jing Zibu and others knelt down first, and Sun Xing and others did not dare to be negligent and knelt down as well, ready to welcome the queen. The same was true for Su Muqing and her servant. However, just as Zhu Yu was about to kneel down, he saw Queen Ma quickly step forward, stretch out her hands and quickly lift him up. Little miracle doctor, you made me so hard to find you, but you actually ended up here. Your Majesty, didn't I tell you that you don't have to kneel? From now on, when I or your Majesty are called, you don't have to kneel. Queen Ma helped Zhu Yu up with great heartache, her eyes full of love. They have not fulfilled their responsibilities as parents by letting their children suffer so much among the people. How could she bear to make Zhu Yu kneel down? Jing Zibu was certain that Empress Ma would never punish him. As for Zhu Yu, in his opinion he was already a dead man. Please, your Majesty, take a closer look at this matter. Jing Zibu was extremely proud. No need, there is no need to investigate this matter further. Queen Ma just glanced at Jing Zibu lightly. Jing Zibu almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He looked at Zhu Yu sinisterly. I am a royal relative. What do you have to fight me? However, the next second, Queen Ma pointed at Jing Zibu and said, someone, open your mouth. The smile on Jing Zibu's face froze instantly. Looking at the two eunuchs walking towards him, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Sun Xing and others were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Empress Ma actually punished a royal relative like Jing Zibu for Zhu Yu. Moreover, he won't listen to the whole story. They couldn't help but ask, is Zhu Yu your biological son? Why are you protecting him like this? Empress, it's unfair. It's unfair. I am concubine Zheng, ah. Jing Zibu wanted to continue explaining, but Empress Ma did not give her the chance to do so. Two eunuchs picked up bamboo sticks and hit Jing Zibu in the face. Bang 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 bang. Almost in the blink of an eye, Jing Zibu's face was almost beaten to pieces. Queen Ma had a gloomy face and no one dared to persuade her. Not to mention that he is concubine Zheng's younger brother, even if concubine Zheng herself came, she could not bully her son. Jing Zibu was also a waste. He fainted before even a stick of incense could last. But Empress Ma still did not let him go. She ordered people to take him to the Dali temple to await trial, and told anyone who wanted to plead for mercy to come directly to her. After doing all this, Queen Ma once again showed a tender look. Little doctor, who is your friend? It's Miss Su. Zhu Yu scratched his head embarrassedly. Empress Ma immediately spotted Su Muqing, who turned out to be the daughter of Su Jizao. Not bad, indeed, she seemed well-educated and well-mannered. She quickly asked Su Muqing to stand up and looked her up and down carefully. At first glance, she looks like a childbearing girl. My Yuer has really good taste. Su Muqing's pretty face turned red when Empress Ma looked at her. This humble lady greets Her Majesty the Queen. Yes, very good. Queen Ma could not hide her love. There will be a dinner party in the palace the day after tomorrow. Ask your father to bring you along. Sun Xing and the others are so envious. Especially those rich ladies, their eyes were almost popping out. Not everyone can attend the royal dinner, and the Su family dare not even think about it. Such a blessing from heaven is only because Su Muqing is Zhu Yu's friend. Thank you, Her Majesty. I am grateful. Su Muqing was also very surprised. Queen Ma just smiled and didn't explain much. Then she asked Zhu Yu to go with her to see the house that was rewarded to him. After the two left, the entire 8 Immortals building was in an uproar. He really cured Queen Ma. Oh my God, his merits are immeasurable. Incredible, truly incredible. In my opinion, he must be someone of some importance, otherwise, Queen Ma would not favor him so much. Oh, such a talented person should be made acquainted with. Oh. Everyone was beating their chests and stamping their feet, feeling regretful and as if they had lost a great opportunity. However, at this moment, Sun Xing sneered, "Haha, you think too much. Can't you see that all this has nothing to do with that waste Zhu Yu?" Queen Ma's voice was not loud, but to everyone's ears, it was like a thunderclap. Not kneeling before the emperor. What an honor. In the great Xia dynasty, His Majesty and the Empress were the gods. Everyone, from the royal family to the common people, had to kneel before them. All the civil and military officials in the court are like this. This is the case for nobles like Tang Hui and Su Yuan. The same goes for the princes. Why? Why didn't Zhu Yu kneel? What is his identity? Sun Xing and others' brains were about to explode. Su Muqing and Qiaoer, the master and servant, also felt a surge of shock in their hearts. Is his status more noble than that of the princes? Queen Ma helped Zhu Yu up and looked at him carefully. His eyebrows were like his father's, but his eyes and nose were like mine. He is really handsome. The more I look at him, the more I find this big boy pleasing to the eye. He looks like an emperor. Little miracle doctor, thanks to you, otherwise I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to survive this. Queen Ma expressed her sincere gratitude. Hearing the title of Little Miracle Doctor, Sun Xing and others were almost scared to death. It turned out that he was the one who saved Queen Ma. It turns out that he was Queen Ma's savior. Zhu Yu really didn't lie. In that case, doesn't that mean Sun Xing really has that kind of disease? Thinking of this, Sun Xing's companions quietly moved away from him. This disease is contagious. As for Sun Xing himself, he was even more disheartened. His face turned red but he couldn't open his mouth to explain. It's over. How can he survive in this circle now? Your Majesty, I went to a banquet with my friends today, but encountered bullying. Please help me. Zhu Yu spoke in a neither humble nor arrogant manner. Hearing this, Jing Zibu was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He lowered his head and looked at Zhu Yu sinisterly as if he were a fool. Naive. So naive. His sister, Jing Zibu, was the imperial concubine of the time. Although her status was not as high as that of Empress Ma, she was also the biological mother of the third prince and had close ties with the royal family. How could Queen Ma punish herself for a little boy? Just because you saved the queen's life, you can act lawless. Just as he was laughing at Zhu Yu in his heart, Empress Ma suddenly fell silent, and a nameless anger rose from her heart to her head. Is there anyone who dares to bully her Yuer? For the past 20 years, Zhu Yu had been displaced, and she had not fulfilled her duties as a mother. Now that she had finally found Zhu Yu, how could she let him suffer any more injustice? No one can let her Yuer suffer any injustice, as long as she, as his mother, is still around. Queen Ma's face suddenly turned cold, and the temperature around her dropped at that moment. Who in this world dares to bully men and women? Queen Ma's voice was not loud, but it was full of power. Sun Xing and his gang were terrified. But even so, they still had doubts in their hearts. Would Queen Ma really stand up for Zhu Yu? Punish Xing Zibu for Zhu Yu? No matter how I think about it, it seems impossible. Even if there were conflicts among the royal family, they would only wrestle in secret. How could they fight openly? It seems that Zhu Yu's wishful thinking was wrong. Su Muqing also thought the same. She even felt that this time, Xing Zibu would not only not be punished, but would even take crazy revenge on Zhu Yu. After all, he is still not calm enough. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this capital city, and there is no power that cannot get around. Xing Zibu raised his head and said, "Greetings to the queen, I am Xing Zibu, the cousin of concubine Zheng." He introduced himself without any fear. The villain didn't bully men or women, he slandered me. He was so confident that he didn't even bother to explain. Instead, he turned the tables. Everyone was stunned and looked at Sun Xing at the same time. Although curious, he still kept a safe distance from him and stayed away from him. After all, Sun Xing had a heart disease. Sun Xing became angry and embarrassed when he saw this. If you are not good enough, you, Zhu Yu, will not be good enough either. Su Muqing and Xiaoer also looked at Sun Xing curiously. Isn't it that Queen Ma is protecting Zhu Yu? Of course not. Sun Xing sneered, how can things in the court be so simple? In my opinion, the reason why Empress Ma came to express her gratitude in person is just because she is worried that Zhu Yu will use her kindness to repay her. Returning a favor. Everyone was very surprised. When I think about it carefully, I think it makes some sense. Zhu Yu saved Queen Ma. The royal family was worried that Zhu Yu would make excessive demands, so Queen Ma came in person to express her gratitude and brought rewards. So, the royal family didn't want to give others a chance to criticize, so Queen Ma came in person to express her gratitude, someone exclaimed. That's right. Sun Xing continued, Mr. Zheng's incident was just a coincidence, and I'm afraid he will be released soon. So by settling this matter, the heavenly family is making it clear that Zhu Yu has nothing to do with the heavenly family anymore. Otherwise, if Zhu Yu relies on this favor to cheat, wouldn't that damage the reputation of the heavenly family? Hiss. That makes sense. That makes sense. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with disgust. I didn't expect Zhu Yu to be such a person. Haha, I'm afraid he doesn't even know that he has been abandoned by the heavenly family. Alas, such a small person wants to soar to the sky. How pathetic. How pathetic. Su Muqing frowned slightly. She didn't quite believe it. Was it really like this? On the other side, Empress Ma brought Zhu Yu to a mansion in the capital. The courtyard has carved railings and painted buildings, pavilions, towers, rockery, and artificial lakes. It is quite magnificent. According to a rough estimate, the front yard alone is more than 300 square meters. Zhu Yu couldn't even imagine how big it was inside. Moreover, this yard was only one street away from the imperial city. According to the housing prices in the previous life, such a location and such a layout would probably not be possible even with hundreds of billions. How is it? Do you like it? Is it a little small? Queen Ma looked at Zhu Yu lovingly. Your Majesty, you are too kind to me. Zhu Yu rubbed his head and smiled, I've never lived in such a big place in my life. After hearing this, Queen Ma felt so guilty that her eyes unconsciously turned red. If Zhu Yu had not been lost back then, let alone a place like this, the entire imperial city would have been his home, and the child would have suffered over the years. Compensation. Must be compensated well. Just stay here. When you have time, come to the palace and take care of my health. Thank you, Queen. Zhu Yu bowed and saluted. Empress Ma quickly grabbed his hand and said, Don't worry about these red tapes when you are with me. I feel close to you when I look at you. If you don't mind, how about accepting me as your godmother? Queen Ma looked at Zhu Yu, her eyes full of expectation, and there was even a hint of pleading in her tone. The eunuchs and palace maids around were so angry that their eyes almost popped out. What did they hear? Empress Ma, the Queen of Daxia, is actually begging. He even used words like, not disdain. I wonder who in the whole of Daxia would dare to despise the Empress Dowager, who is the mother of the country. Being able to recognize the Empress Dowager as a godmother is simply a great blessing that would bring prosperity to one's ancestors. However, Zhu Yu's next words shocked the eunuchs and palace maids present. "Your Majesty, I dare not, absolutely not." Zhu Yu refused without even thinking about it. In history, 9 out of 10 people who became the godsons of those in power did not have a good ending. Just because he saved Empress Ma, he was targeted by the imperial hospital. If he became a godson, wouldn't all those royal relatives jump out to tear him apart? Empress Ma's eyes were filled with tears, she felt mixed emotions and there were even tears in her eyes. "It's my fault. It's all my fault. She has not fulfilled her responsibilities as a mother for so many years, and Zhu Yu is unwilling to acknowledge her as his godmother. This is God's punishment for her." For some reason, Zhu Yu felt inexplicably uncomfortable seeing Empress Ma blaming herself like this. "Your Majesty, I am a humble commoner and cannot bear this responsibility. I cannot bear this responsibility." Zhu Yu consoled her. When Queen Ma heard this, she felt even more distressed. I know. You should take a good rest first and wait for a few more days, just a few days." After saying this, without waiting for Zhu Yu's reply, Empress Ma turned around and left. The eunuchs and palace maids were all frightened and looked sideways. "You looked at Zhu Yu like a fool. You are such an ungrateful person. You wasted such a great opportunity. Queen Ma is so sad, be careful that your life is in danger." After giving Zhu Yu a cold look, everyone hurriedly caught up with Queen Ma. After getting on the phoenix chariot, Empress Ma finally covered her mouth and cried. Her heart was broken. What Empress, what His Majesty? She would rather not be the queen, and wanted to stay with Zhu Yu even if she had to eat coarse food. Make up for all the maternal love that Zhu Yu has been owed for the past 20 years. My Mina, if you don't want to recognize me, I will. I want my son." It was not only him who was in pain, but Zhu Chong as well. Sitting in the imperial study, he felt a mess in his heart. "Your Majesty, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." The eunuch who delivered the imperial edict entered the palace to pass on the message. Zhu Zhong signaled him to leave, and then dismissed all the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial study. A young man with an elegant appearance and a handsome face walked in. He walked with a square step, his manner was dignified and upright, and he exuded an aura of nobility from head to toe. He looked like a handsome and elegant young man who had walked out of a storybook. He is Zhu Ji, the current crown prince and Zhu Yu's second brother. He has been the crown prince for 10 years, and the stability of his position is known to the whole country. Not only that, Zhu Ji was equally outstanding, proficient in both civil and military skills. Except for Zhu Chong, all the civil and military officials in the court followed Zhu Ji's lead. Of course, this is inseparable from Zhu Zhong's secret support. If Zhu Yu had not appeared, there is no doubt that 100 years later, Zhu Ji would have been the emperor of Daxia. "Your son pays respect to His Majesty." Zhu Ji saluted with a loud and powerful voice. "Jier is here, get up." Zhu Zhong waved to him, "There are no outsiders here today, let's talk about our true feelings." Zhu Ji nodded. As soon as he came in, he found that all the palace maids and eunuchs in the imperial study had gone out. "I think what my father wants to say now is not simple." The father and son sat down, and Zhu Ji asked first, "Why is your Majesty so upset?" As a crown prince, observing people's words and expressions is the most basic skill. He could tell at a glance that his father was troubled. Zhu Zhong sighed. He really liked Zhu Ji, and he had done his best to cultivate him over the years. The palms and backs of his hands were all made of flesh, and he didn't know how to start the conversation for a moment. Zhu Ji was also puzzled. He rarely saw his father so distressed. Was there anything in the world that was worth making trouble for him? "Jier, there is something your father doesn't want to hide from you." Zhu Zhongxin said seriously, "Your elder brother has been found." Boom. A muffled thunder sounded in Zhu Ji's mind, and his brain suddenly went blank. "My heart is filled with mixed feelings, with countless emotions mixed in my heart, including despair, resentment, loss, there is not even a trace of joy." And all these emotions eventually turned into hatred as thick as ink that surrounded him. He is back. Why would he come back? Why did he come back at this time? Among all the princes, he was the only one who accidentally heard his mother mention the existence of Zhu Yu. It was from that time that he knew that he had an older brother. He also knew more about his father and mother's love and guilt towards this elder brother. This elder brother whose life or death is unknown has become the sword of Damores hanging over his head, ready to fall at any time. Establishing the eldest son as the heir is the iron rule followed by all dynasty changes in Kyushu continent. He is not in the right position. A hint of murderous intent flashed across Zhu Ji's eyes, but it was fleeting. However, it could not be hidden from Zhu Zhong's eyes. No one knows a son better than his father. Zhu Ji can deceive anyone but not his father. What do you think? Zhu Zhong's words woke Zhu Ji up. He stood up and immediately knelt down in front of Zhu Zhong, saying solemnly, "Father, this is a great joy. Now that my elder brother has been found, I cannot stay in the position of crown prince no matter what. Please allow me to leave the East Palace today and welcome my elder brother back to the court." Zhu Ji's heart was beating so wildly that it seemed like it would jump out of his throat at any moment. He is gambling. He bet his father wouldn't be so heartless as to destroy him. After all, most of the civil and military officials in the court are his people, so what if Zhu Yu is the eldest brother? Without support from the court, it will be difficult to stand alone. Zhu Yu cannot sit firmly on the position of crown prince. After Zhu Ji finished speaking, the imperial study fell into a strange silence. Both the father and the son were silent, observing each other. I'm afraid only they themselves know what they are thinking. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. Incomparably solemn. Zhu Ji's palms were sweating. He has worked hard for so many years, and he will never give up the position of crown prince to others easily. Do you really think so? Zhu Chong asked back. I am sincere. Zhu Ji decided to go all out. The eldest son is the heir and the legitimate heir is the foundation of the country. If the name is not right and the words are not in accordance with the law, the country will be in danger. Okay. 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 Zhu Zhong suddenly stood up and said, "Your love for me over the years has not been in vain. We have decided to reveal your eldest brother's identity at the dinner tomorrow. Our family will finally be reunited. I'm happy that Jier thinks this way. I'm happy. I am not happy." Zhu Ji's eyes widened and his teeth were about to bleed. I have been the crown prince for so many years, and as soon as he came back you made him the crown prince. He is your son, so am I not. Ah. Zhu Ji screamed in his heart and trembled all over. Jier, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? Zhu Zhong asked. No, no. Zhu Ji said, I am happy for my father, my mother, and my elder brother. God has mercy on us. Our family is finally reunited. Yes. Yes. Our family is reunited. Zhu Zhong helped Zhu Ji up and said sternly, you must assist your elder brother well in the future. Don't worry, your elder brother is sensible and ambitious. I believe that if you two brothers work together, it is only a matter of time before our great Xia unites the 9 provinces. Zhu Ji nodded heavily, exchanged a few words with Zhu Chong, and then walked out of the imperial study. The moonlight reflected on his profile, and there was no trace of humility on his originally elegant face. Instead, there was endless coldness and murderous intent. Brother, you have disappeared for more than 20 years. Why do you appear now? My dear brother, please die, okay? Jier. Just when Zhu Ji was thinking about how to kill Zhu Yu, a familiar voice reached his ears. At some point, Queen Ma came over. Your son pays respect to your mother. Without waiting for Empress Ma to continue, Zhu Ji continued, Mother, I heard from my father that my eldest brother has been found. Ah. Empress Ma was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, You know everything. Did your father tell you? Mine brother still has Zhu Yu in his heart, isn't that all clear? Really, you didn't even discuss this with me, and now I'm suffering for nothing. She couldn't help but complain in her heart. If she had known Zhu Zhong had this plan, she would not have asked Zhu Yu to acknowledge her as his godmother. The joy on Empress Ma's face made Zhu Ji feel uncomfortable. He forced a smile and said, I have already informed my father. He said that he will let my eldest brother recognize his ancestry at the dinner tomorrow. I will also return the position of crown prince to my eldest brother. Queen Ma burst into tears and a smile spread across her face. She cried with joy and held Zhu Ji's hand. My Zhi'er has grown up and become sensible. Your eldest brother has been wandering around for 20 years. He has suffered. I'm glad you think this way. I'm glad. Zhu Ji felt a sneer and sadness in his heart. He couldn't help but question in his heart, so what if I'm your elder brother? I've been the crown prince for so many years, am I just a substitute for my elder brother in your hearts? He gritted his teeth, still with a smile on his face. Mother, where is my elder brother now? I haven't seen him for many years. As his younger brother, I want to pay him a visit in advance. Zhi'er is thoughtful. Queen Ma was deeply moved. Over the years, she and Zhu Chong have spared no effort to find Zhu Yu's whereabouts. The same is true for Zhu Ji. She thought Zhu Ji wanted to reunite the family, but she didn't know that Zhu Ji just wanted to find Zhu Yu first and then completely eliminate him. It's in Qingshui Lane outside the imperial city. It's the little miracle doctor who saved me. Empress Ma was not on guard either. She reminded him, this is a serious matter. Before your father announces it, you must not recognize him rashly. Just take a look. I understand. After Zhu Ji finished speaking, he said goodbye to Queen Ma. Almost at the moment he turned around, the smile on Zhu Ji's face froze, and was replaced by endless coldness. After returning to the East Palace, he immediately looked for his trusted confidant He Feng. He Feng was dressed in black, and half of his face was scarred by burns, making him look a little hideous. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Bang. Zhu Ji raised his foot and kicked him to the ground. You are a waste. A waste. Zhu Ji was extremely furious, like a mad lion, baring his teeth. Where is the elegance on his face? It's all hideous. I asked you to look for my elder brother, but you still haven't found him for 10 years. It's all right now, my big brother is back. Zhu Ji looked at He Feng and gritted his teeth in hatred. On the first day Zhu Ji became the crown prince, he secretly sent He Feng to look for Zhu Yu's whereabouts, but he was still one step too late. He also didn't expect that Zhu Yu had met his father and mother first. He Feng was terrified on the spot, and the triangular eyes of both of them were shaking wildly. Please spare me, Prince. I have failed in my duty. With just a simple thought, he knew how serious the involvement of this matter would be, and that it directly threatened Zhu Ji's position as crown prince. Tomorrow, my father will ask my eldest brother to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestral home. My good brother won't live till tomorrow, do you understand? Zhu Ji's eyes turned cold and his voice was as icy as an iceberg. He Feng had never seen Zhu Ji so angry before, and replied in a trembling voice, Don't worry, Your Highness, I guarantee that he will not see the sun tomorrow. Zhu Ji thought about it. He Feng had never seen Zhu Yu. If he killed the wrong person, it would inevitably cause doubts among people. Wait a minute, it's inconvenient for you to come in person for this matter, go and find Sun Xing to come to me. Sun Xing is an apprentice of the Imperial Hospital, and has been trying to show his goodwill to him. This person must know Zhu Yu. He Feng soon found Sun Xing. After seeing the East Palace token in his hand, Sun Xing trembled with excitement. Why did the prince come to see me so late at night? Sun Xing was extremely excited. In such a huge capital city, who wouldn't want to curry favor with the prince? If you curry favor with the prince, it means you curry favor with the future king of a country, and your future is limitless. People like Sun Xing dream of helping the crown prince. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sent me here to give you a chance to curry favor with him. He Feng's voice was very calm, but it carried a sense of superiority. Even if He Feng is just a dog, he is still the Crown Prince's dog. When Sun Xing heard the word fawning, he was very excited. Such an opportunity is not something that ordinary people can have. I am so grateful that I can even give my life to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Sun Xing was shaking with excitement. He Feng continued, His Royal Highness's order is very simple, assassinate Zhu Yu tonight. Zhu Yu. Hearing this name, Sun Xing was stunned. Zhu Yu, which Zhu Yu? Even though he already had an idea in his mind, he was not sure at all. Could it be the Zhu Yu that I met today? Who else could it be? He Feng suggested, it's the Zhu Yu who cured the queen's illness. Take his head tonight, and from now on, you belong to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He Feng offered a bargaining chip that Sun Xing couldn't refuse. A storm of emotions was brewing in Sun Xing's mind. Why would His Royal Highness the Crown Prince personally send someone to do it? Could it be that Zhu Yu is still a prince? However, this idea was quickly rejected by Sun Xing, who soon understood the Crown Prince's intention. So that's it. It turned out that it is not easy to owe favors to the royal family. It seems that the royal family is worried that Zhu Yu will use this favor to seek repayment, and is worried that Zhu Yu will use this favor to do lawless things and discredit the royal family. That's why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince asked him to make the move tonight. What? You don't want to? Seeing that he didn't answer, He Feng urged, if you don't want to, there are plenty of people who will do it. I am willing, 100% willing. Sun Xing had already hated Zhu Yu to the core, so how could he be unwilling? It was because of Zhu Yu that he was completely despised by the people in the circle and his reputation was ruined. He dreamed of killing Zhu Yu. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Sun Xing's eyes. He Feng naturally saw it, but he didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he reminded, tonight's event can only succeed, not fail. If you fail. No one instructed me to do this. I just wanted to kill Zhu Yu myself. Sun Xing said hurriedly. You'd better remember this sentence. After saying this coldly, He Feng turned and left. Just as Sun Xing was about to assassinate Zhu Yu, a sharp slap sounded in the Yenyun Art Museum. Lu Rushi, you bitch. Do you still think you are a chaste and heroic woman? Now, at this moment, you are still a member of Yenyun Art Museum. Do you dare to refuse if I ask you to accept a guest? Lu Rushi was slapped to the ground by a seductive woman. Her name is Li Xiaowan, and like Lu Rushi, she is from the Yenyun Art Museum. However, ever since Lu Rushi lost her virginity, Li Xiaowan quickly became the top courtesan at Yenyun Art Museum. However, no matter in appearance, figure, or even skills, she was not even a little bit inferior to Lu Rushi. Now, Feng Chuanhua has not recovered from her injury, and all the affairs of Yenyun Art Museum are under the charge of Li Xiaowan. Miss Rushi, why are you doing this? A greasy man sitting in front of the two men said leisurely, you have already slept with a man, and I don't despise you, but you are still pretending. This man's name is Pan Long, and he is a famous bully in the capital. He once spent a fortune to see Lu Rushi, but Lu Rushi, who was the most beautiful courtesan at the time, didn't even look at him. Lu Rushi's mouth was bleeding, but her eyes were still firm. She shook her head and said, Mr. Zhu promised to come and redeem me today. Her voice was stubborn and strong, as tough as the weeds on the edge of a cliff. Upon hearing these words, everyone in the Yenyun Art Museum, from the guests to the actors, burst into laughter. That's right, that's right. Just do it according to the situation. If you take it seriously, you will lose. How many times have we seen this over the years? Are you still so naive? Dunyang was a bloody example. Can you trust a man's words? Everyone curled their lips in disdain, looking at Lu Rushi, the once brilliant courtesan, as if she were a clown. At that time, she was pure and untainted, and stood out from the crowd in the entire Yenyun Art Museum. But what does it matter now? A fallen phoenix is no better than a chicken. She still foolishly believes that Zhu Yu will come and redeem her. How sad. Lu Rushi, stop dreaming. Zhu Yu will never come again. Li Xiaowan stepped forward and made the final decision. He did receive a lot of rewards today, but he didn't come here right away, did he? Guess where he went? Li Xiaowan raised her red lips, her face full of pride and arrogance, like a peacock. Hearing these words, Lu Rushi's beautiful eyes widened instantly, with a complex look flashing in her pupils, and her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Sister, don't listen to her. She is just jealous of you. Xiao Huan spoke quickly. Although she had not met many men, there was only one man like Zhu Yu who was willing to sacrifice his life to protect them. How could such a man be so heartless and disloyal? Haha, jealous of you. Li Xiaowan sneered, maybe I was jealous of you in the past, but now, in my eyes, you are just a slut who can be slept with by anyone. If Lu Rushi had not been deflowered by Zhu Yu, Li Xiaowan would never have been able to become the most popular courtesan in her life. Who should she blame for the situation now? She could only blame Lu Rushi for being too naive and believing the stinky man's words. I'll tell you the truth. Zhu Yu left the palace at noon, and was then called to the 8 Immortals Tower. Guess who asked him to leave? Li Xiaowan became more and more proud as she spoke, with bitterness and sarcasm almost overflowing from her eyes. In an instant, it seemed as if a big hand was squeezing Lu Rushi's heart hard, making it difficult for her to breathe. Who is it? Her voice began to tremble. It is Su Muqing, the daughter of Su Zhizao, a talented woman from the capital. Li Xiaowan said word by word, if you were Zhu Yu, what would you choose? Choose Miss Su or a broken-hearted person like you. This sentence seemed to turn into countless steel needles that pierced Lu Rushi's heart fiercely, and her heart was instantly riddled with holes. Lu Rushi's eyes turned red and tears as big as beans fell like pearls from a broken string. Xiao Huai was also in a trance. No, no, Master Zhu would not treat my sister like this. But when she said this, she herself didn't believe it. One is a lady from a prominent family, the other is a fallen prostitute. Even a fool would know how to choose. Li Xiaowan sneered repeatedly, finally getting rid of the anger that had accumulated over the years. She dreamed of seeing Lu Rushi in such despair today. Pan Long took the opportunity to step forward and said, Miss Rushi, he is not coming. I love you so much. Oh, you are crying. Come back to my room with me. I will comfort you well. Pan Long looked at Lu Rushi with greedy eyes, and his eyes were almost glowing green. This was the goddess of his dreams that he had spent countless money on, and now, how could he not be excited to have the chance to spend a night with her? That look. That figure. Just thinking about it made Pan Long feel a surge of anger in his lower abdomen. Just for this night, I can let him die. Bitch, are you still pretending to be pitiful? Hurry up and get up, and serve Master Pan well. Li Xiaowan crossed her arms and scolded Lu Rushi sternly, don't waste time here, there are more than a dozen young masters queuing up behind you. Hearing this, the group of young masters standing behind Pan Long all smiled wickedly. What a bargain. This is the courtesan. In the past, it would cost 100 taels of silver to see her, but now she can be seen for 50 taels. Mr. Pan, please be gentle, we still need it. I went out of my way to get a tonic prescription to show off my virility. There really is a tigress at home, otherwise tonight. Countless greedy eyes were directed at Lu Rushi, and countless others were eager to make a move, imagining when they would be able to indulge in drunkenness and dreams with this former courtesan. In their eyes, Lu Rushi at this moment was not a person at all, but a commodity. A product to satisfy desires. Faced with the unbearable words from the crowd, Lu Rushi did not say anything, let alone refute. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. Yes, Master Zhu saved the queen from a great opportunity, so how could he remember a prostitute like me? She smiled bitterly, and a feeling of powerlessness surged into her heart. 2 lines of tears flowed down her beautiful face. Lu Rushi slowly stood up, looked up at Li Xiaowan, and a hint of indescribable determination flashed across her eyes, even if it's just a fleeting moment, let Rushi live in this dream forever. Everyone has not yet figured out the meaning of this sentence. The next second, Lu Rushi suddenly stood up and rushed towards the pillar closest to her. Seeing this, the spectators around were shocked. Lu Rushi is indeed strong-willed. It is said that actors are heartless and unrighteous. Who would have thought that Lu Rushi would risk her life for Zhu Yu rather than let another man defile her? Stop her. Stop her. Li Xiaowan was the first to react. She yelled and grabbed Lu Rushi fiercely. The thugs around also rushed forward, trying desperately to grab Lu Rushi. However, just when Lu Rushi was about to hit the pillar, Li Xiaowan was quick-witted and grabbed Lu Rushi's long hair. Ah! Lu Rushi screamed and her body froze. The thugs took advantage of the situation and controlled Lu Rushi from the left and right. Li Xiaowan was furious. She raised her hand and slapped Lu Rushi hard on the beautiful face again. Bang! A sharp slapping sound followed. Bitch, do you think your life is your own? When you are alive, you belong to Yenyun Art Museum. When you die, you belong to Yenyun Art Museum. It's not that easy to die, Li Xiaowan stared at Lu Rushi with extreme viciousness. She hated this woman to the core. We are all actors, why are you so noble? Lu Rushi was disheartened and hopeless. She should have known that being born in such a place, her life was no longer something she could control. However, just when she was in despair, a sound of breaking air suddenly reached Li Xiaowan's ears, and she subconsciously turned her head. A stool flew in front of her without any warning. Before Li Xiaowan could react, the wooden stool suddenly broke above her head. Crash! The wood chips were scattered all over the floor. Li Xiaowan's head was covered in blood and she was knocked to the ground by the wooden stool. Who is so bold? Dare to take action in this Yenyun art museum? The thugs all looked towards the door, and Lu Rushi also looked subconsciously. After seeing the familiar figure, Lu Rushi burst into tears again. Mr. Zhu. The person who threw out the wooden stool was none other than Zhu Yu, who arrived late. At this moment, Zhu Yu was as furious as a mad lion. His teeth were grinding, his cheeks were bulging, and veins on his arms were bulging. Lu Rushi is Zhu Yu's woman, how could she be bullied and insulted like this? I'm late. Zhu Yu looked at Lu Rushi from afar and called out softly. Lu Rushi shook her head desperately. She was wrong. She shouldn't have not believed Zhu Yu. She should have known long ago that the men she decided to entrust her life to would not let her down. Zhu Yu walked quickly towards the direction where Lu Rushi was. Seeing that the person coming was not friendly, Li Xiaowan raised her head with difficulty and shouted, "He dares to make trouble in Yenyun Art Museum, take him down for me." Last time, with Su Yuan's support, Feng Chuanhua had no choice but to give in. He was beaten up by Zhu Yu. And now Zhu Yu came alone, in Li Xiaowan's eyes, that was no different from seeking death. It's a good time to settle new and old grudges together. A group of thugs rushed towards Zhu Yu angrily. Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan were both terrified. Mr. Zhu, be careful. Zhu Yu looked gentle and refined, even a little thin, while the group of sturdy men who attacked him were all muscular and strong, true street bullies. With so many people, Zhu Yu is in danger. But few people know that Zhu Yu is the typical type who looks thin when dressed, but has muscular body when undressed. When reborn in ancient times, health is the most important factor. He liked Bajiquan in his previous life, so in this life, in addition to learning from his master, he also practiced Bajiquan. As the saying goes, Tai Chi in literature can bring peace to the world, and Baji in martial arts can determine the fate of the universe. Bajiquan is fierce, domineering and extremely practical. Facing the thugs rushing towards him, Zhu Yu took a stance and then threw a punch at high speed. Bang! With one punch, the men in the front fell out immediately, and 2 bloody teeth spurted out of his mouth. The power of one punch shocked the whole audience. Then, there was another sweep, like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, and with a swish, 2 people were knocked over. Seeing that Zhu Yu was not easy to deal with, the other few people sped up again and pounced on Zhu Yu like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Zhu Yu took a step back and roared, "Iron Mountain lean." Bang! Men number 4 and number 5 seemed to be knocked away by a speeding carriage, torn into pieces and flying backwards. Then, he fell heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail of blood, and lost consciousness. Silence. Deathly silence. The entire Yenyun Art Museum was shrouded in Zhu Yu's astonishing aura, and the murderous intent on his face was like a tsunami. Pan Long was stunned. Li Xiaowan was stunned. Everyone in the audience was stunned. They could never have imagined that the skinny Zhu Yu could actually burst out with such terrifying power. In just a few breaths, Zhu Yu had arrived beside Li Xiaowan. Li Xiaowan's breathing almost stopped and her face turned pale. Looking into Zhu Yu's eyes, I felt like I had fallen into an abyss. You. Before she could finish her words, Zhu Yu raised his foot and kicked her to the ground. Before Li Xiaowan could scream, Zhu Yu stepped directly on Li Xiaowan's face. "How many lives do you have if you touch my woman?" This sentence is extremely domineering and full of ruffian spirit. It was as if rolling thunder exploded in the Yenyun Art Museum, shocking everyone so much that their scalps numbed and their spines felt cold. The ground that Zhu Yu stepped on was not Li Xiaowan's face, it was clearly the face of Yenyun Art Museum. Everyone in the capital city knows that the person in charge behind Yenyun Art Museum is extremely powerful. It is rumored that he is a royal relative in the court. Zhu Yu is a commoner, how dare he do that? Li Xiaowan, who was stepped on by Zhu Yu, was so frightened that her face turned pale and the muscles on her pretty face were trembling slightly. But after a brief moment of shock, she quickly calmed down and shouted at Pan Long, "Master Pan, please take action and take down this lunatic." She gritted her teeth and said boldly, "I, Yenyun Art Museum, owe you a favor. I will report the truth to the third master." When Pan Long, who was originally a bystander, heard the name of the third master, his eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously, he was moved. The third master behind Yenyun Art Museum is no ordinary person. His favor is priceless. Pan Long stood up without even thinking about it, and said with a smile, "Brother Zhu, you are already quite good to have achieved this. Let's stop here. How about giving me, Pan, some face?" Pan Long exudes the aura of a superior. There was a smile on his face, but his eyes were as cold as ice that had not melted for thousands of years. "Who do you think you are?" Zhu Yu sneered. Hearing this, Pan Long was stunned at first, and then his voice suddenly sank, "I am Pan Long. In Sijio City, please give me some face in all aspects. The waters of Yenyun Art Museum are very deep, and the waters of Sijio City are even deeper. Listen to what I say, Master Pan. You can't grasp it." He seemed to have said nothing, but his words revealed a sense of dominance and arrogance. It was as if anyone who didn't give him face was dead. People around also began to whisper. "This is the famous Master Pan, the tyrant of the capital." "Haha, I heard that someone didn't give Mr. Pan face before, and disappeared inexplicably the next day. Master Pan has hundreds of men under his command, all of them are desperate criminals." Hearing these words, Pan Long remained calm, as if he was used to it, or as if he agreed with these statements. In fact, Pan Long does have the capital to be arrogant. "Brother Zhu, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Think about it carefully. Is it really worth it to offend me and Yenyun Art Museum just to vent your anger?" He looked at Lu Rushi who was standing beside him. "For a woman, you lose your future, or even your life. Is it really worth it?" The owner behind Yenyun Art Museum is no ordinary person, and Pan Long, who is giving advice in front of him, is even more of a bully in Beijing. Power, wealth, and connections can be said to have completely crushed Zhu Yu, a commoner who had just arrived in the capital. Is it really worth it to make it impossible for me to gain a foothold in the capital just for a woman? Everyone has his or her own answer in his or her heart. There are many women, but this is the only life you have. Lu Rushi could not help but persuade him. "I am very happy that you can come, Mr. Zhu, you don't have to do this for me." I thought Zhu Yu would stop there, but the next second, Zhu Yu raised his mouth and sneered at Pan Long, "You have no face in front of me." Boom. It was like a bolt of thunder exploding in Pan Long's mind. Pan Long's eyes suddenly widened and his body leaned forward involuntarily, feeling that he had heard it wrong. No face. In this huge capital city, there are still people who dare not give me face. Boy, you are courting death. Pan Long's face flashed with cold murderous intent. "Believe it or not, if I just move my little finger, you will kneel down for me obediently. If one of us has to kneel down, it must be you who kneels down first." Zhu Yu spoke loudly. The onlookers stared with wide eyes. What's going on? Is this kid crazy? He is just a commoner. What qualifications does he have to make a bully like Pan Long kneel down? After a brief moment of surprise, Pan Long laughed angrily. Okay. I want to see how you make me kneel down." Li Xiaowan, who was lying on the ground, almost laughed out loud when she heard this. "Let Pan Long kneel down." Haha, there are only a handful of people in the capital who can do this, and Zhu Yu is obviously not among them. As for the spectators on the side, they were all in high spirits and sneered continuously. They had never seen anyone who could survive to the next day after talking to Pan Long like this. This kid Zhu Yu is definitely going to be in trouble. Just when everyone thought Zhu Yu was bluffing, Zhu Yu slowly reached his hand into his arms, and the next second, a golden token was held in his hand. The token was extremely delicate in shape, with two lifelike phoenixes carved on it. In the very center of the token, there are 4 big characters written, Phoenix and Sun facing the sky. This is the Queen's Phoenix Sun Chao Tian order. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Fengri Kaotianling is a token managed by the current empress. Seeing this token is like seeing the empress in person. Anyone holding this token can freely enter and leave the harem and meet the emperor. It represents the absolute power of Queen Ma. The whole place was in dead silence. Pan Long took a breath of cold air. That is the queen's token, the most valuable. I have never heard of the queen giving this token to anyone else. Why? Why is it in Zhu Yu's hands now? Is he the biological son of Empress Ma? Is he some prince who lives in seclusion? No. Let alone the prince, I'm afraid even the crown prince of the current dynasty has never possessed this token. Li Xiaowan was so frightened that her face turned pale, her lips were trembling slightly, her eyes were fixed on the token, and her body seemed to be shaking. This token is fake. Fake. Haha, this is the capital city, under the feet of the emperor. Who dares to forge the Queen Mother's Fengri Chaotian order? Li Xiaowan's words had no effect at all. As Zhu Yu raised the token, everyone in the audience knelt on the ground. May your majesty be blessed with good health. The sound of worship was like the roar of mountains and the roar of sea. Plop. Pan Long's legs went weak and he fell to his knees, shouting, "Long live the emperor." Faced with such a token that symbolizes the royal authority, who would dare not kneel? Zhu Yu came close to Pan Long and said, "I said that you must kneel down first today." Pan Long didn't dare to refute at all and kowtowed and begged for mercy. "I know I was wrong, I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have contradicted you, sir. Sir, you are so magnanimous. Please let me go. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." As Pan Long spoke, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. The slapping sounds were so loud that after a few slaps, his face was swollen like a pig's head. There was no longer any trace of pride or arrogance in his eyes, but instead there was endless flattery and ingratiation. "If you are willing, I am willing to be your dog." Pan Long didn't dare to think about who Zhu Yu was. However, anyone who can obtain the Fengri Chaotian order is definitely worthy of his flattery. "Since you want to be a dog so much, I'll give you a chance. Kill her for me." Zhu Yu turned his head and pointed at Li Xiaowan who was lying on the ground, his voice suddenly sank. Pan Long's eyes widened, extremely shocked. Yenyun Art Museum is not a place where people can die. This is the bottom line and even the red line. Whoever touches it will die. The third master behind the Yenyun Art Museum will never let him go. But even so, Pan Long did not hesitate at all, drew out the dagger he carried with him, and walked towards Li Xiaowan. "No. No. Master Pan, don't. Mr. Zhu, please spare me, I was wrong, I will never again." Li Xiaowan's voice of fear and despair resounded throughout the Yenyun Art Museum. Puff. Pan Long remained unmoved and stabbed Li Xiaowan's chest with a knife. Pan. Li Xiaowan stared with her eyes wide open. She never dreamed that she would die at Pan Long's hands, but the fear and anxiety in her eyes soon disappeared without a trace. The whole person fell heavily to the ground. Pan Long's cruelty made everyone present feel numb. Is this the cruelty of the bully in Beijing? Good dog. Zhu Yu picked up Lu Rushi and gave her a mild compliment. But just this one sentence made Pan Long feel like wagging his tail. He felt that this knife was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. It was late at night, and Zhu Yu brought Lu Ru and Xiao Huan back to his house in Qingshui Lane. After packing her luggage, Xiao Huan left tactfully, leaving time for Zhu Yu and Lu Rushi. Lu Rushi snuggled in Zhu Yu's arms, feeling that everything before her was just like a dream. She had never thought that someone could really give her a future. "Sir, I am so lucky." Lu Rushi looked up at Zhu Yu, tears in her eyes. "How could I be so worthy of your favor?" Looking at her beautiful appearance, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel distressed. What a good girl. If she hadn't had such a miserable life, why would she have ended up in prostitution? Women in ancient times were really good. You only needed to be a little bit nice to them and they would stay with you through life and death. But thousands of years later, the situation is completely different. Zhu Yu reached out his hand, lifted her chin, and kissed her deeply with his lips. Sometimes 1,000 words cannot compare to a passionate kiss. Lu Rushi's body softened, a tingling sensation spread all over her body, her face flushed, and even her fair shoulders showed a little blush. Just like peach blossoms in March. For Lu Rushi, no one had ever moved her so much in her life. Zhu Yu's charm made her unable to stop. In every aspect. Young master. Still calling me master? Zhu Yu asked playfully, if you really call me that, I'll send you back. Lu Rushi was stunned and panicked. Then, what should I call it? That helpless look was so adorable. In his 2 lifetimes, Zhu Yu had never seen a woman who could combine the 2 characteristics of cuteness and intelligence so appropriately. It's exactly what every man dreams of. Call me husband. Husband. Lu Rushi widened her eyes. She knew better than anyone what the word husband meant. In Daxia, it was an exclusive title for one's husband. This undoubtedly means that Zhu Yu wants to give her a status. Don't underestimate this mere change of name. For a woman who once fell into prostitution, it is a great blessing. Thinking of this, Lu Rushi burst into tears. She had never thought that she would one day become a wife. Why? You don't like it? Zhu Yu scratched his head, wondering if he was too impatient. In his opinion, since he took Lu Rushi's virginity, he should be responsible for her. No. Lu Rushi wiped the tears from her eyes. I'm just too happy. Click. Boom boom boom. However, before she could finish her words, she heard a loud noise outside the door, as if something fell from the roof. Zhu Yu comforted Lu Rushi and then gently opened the door. I saw a middle-aged man lying in the middle of the yard. He was wearing a Feiyu suit and had an embroidered spring sword on his waist. Zhu Yu recognized him immediately. This was the emperor's henchman, the great Xia Jinyui. The Jinyui had the duty of monitoring the whole world. It could be said that they were everywhere in Daxia. From civil and military officials to ordinary people, everyone is terrified at the mention of a tiger. Zhu Yu cautiously moved forward, took a closer look in the moonlight, and was immediately shocked. The Jinyui in front of him was covered with knife wounds, his Feiyu uniform was stained red, and he was extremely weak, as if he was only breathing his last breath. Rushi, Xiaohuan, come and help. Zhu Yu shouted hurriedly. As a doctor, he would never stand by and watch someone die. The 3 of them tiptoed and carried him to an empty house. Then, Zhu Yu ordered Xiaohuan to fetch some water and prepare to treat him. Sir, he is so badly injured, can he be saved? I've heard from the masters that the Jinyui kill people without blinking an eye. What if he? Xiaohuan looked at the Jinyui lying on the bed worriedly, her eyes full of fear. This group of people obey His Majesty directly, and there are piles of bones behind each of them. It doesn't matter. Whether they are Jinyui or ordinary people, they are all lives in my eyes. As long as I can save them, there is no reason to watch them die without helping them. Xiaohuan and Lu Rushi were stunned. Such vision and such pattern were something they had never heard of or seen before. In Lu Rushi's eyes, meeting a man as sentimental as Zhu Yu was a blessing she had earned in 8 lifetimes. The Jinyui's injuries were serious, but in front of Zhu Yu's medical skills, it was nothing. While he was busy treating the Jinyui, Sun Xing was lying in ambush with a group of strong men in a dark corner of Qingshui Lane. Master Sun, Zhu Yu is back. One of the men reported breathlessly. Sun Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, and the cold light flashing in his eyes made the temperature around him drop a few degrees. Finally the wait has come. I thought Zhu Yu, this cowardly guy, would not show up. He waved to the desperados around him, and a group of them came forward, waiting for Sun Xing's instructions. Do you understand what happened tonight? After a while, enter the mansion under the cover of night and kill anyone you see. Don't let anyone escape. If we accidentally let Zhu Yu escape, we will surely die. A fierce look flashed across Sun Xing's face. The desperados all grinned sinisterly. Master Sun, don't worry. We brothers are in the business of killing and robbing. Not to mention people, even a mouse can't leave the house. Only. The scarred leader changed the subject. We have agreed beforehand that we will kill the people, but everything in the mansion belongs to us brothers. They naturally knew Zhu Yu's background and heard that he cured Empress Ma's illness and was rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. What does 10,000 taels of gold mean? For an ordinary farmer in Dacia, the annual income of a family was less than 10 taels of silver. Even ordinary merchants only earned 50 or 60 taels of silver. This huge amount of gold is enough for the brothers to live a happy life. Sun Xing replied, "Don't worry, not only will the money in this mansion belong to you, but I will also give you the money I promised you, not a penny less." Scarface and his brothers looked at each other, their eyes full of cruelty and ferocity. "Brothers, wealth and glory will come tonight." Looking at the backs of Scarface and others disappearing into the night, Sun Xing's eyes were full of anticipation. "Tonight, let's settle both new and old grudges." Zhu Yu's head is the token of his loyalty to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Scarface led a group of brothers and groped towards Zhu Yu's house under the cover of night. When they came to the wall, they climbed into the mansion one by one. Their footsteps were very light, making almost no noise. Led by Scarface, the group groped towards the only room in the mansion that still had light. Then both sides dispersed, waiting for Zhu Yu to appear. As soon as he showed his head, their bodies would be torn into pieces. After finishing the last needle, the Jinui on the bed slowly opened his eyes and pretended to look for his embroidered spring knife. "The wound has just healed, but you still need to rest more. It's safe here, don't worry." Without waiting for the men to speak, Zhu Yu turned around and pushed open the door, ready to go out for some fresh air. However, the moment he opened the door, the hairs on his body stood up and a strong sense of crisis made his heart beat faster again. At the critical moment, Zhu Yu suddenly took a step back and narrowly avoided the knife. "Who is it? Here comes someone to kill you." Scarface and others were ruthless and didn't say much. They rushed towards Zhu Yu, waving their long swords. Zhu Yu had some basic martial arts experience. He took a bow step forward, raised his hand and hit the scarred man hard in the abdomen with his elbow. Bang! Scarface took Zhu Yu's attack head-on and retreated repeatedly. He rubbed his belly, and the smile on his face became more ferocious. Under the cover of night, he looked like a starving wolf. "Haha, do you have some skills? I want to see whether your fists are harder or the knives in your brother's hands are faster. Go. Kill him for me." With his order, dozens of desperados behind him swarmed towards Zhu Yu. In their eyes, Zhu Yu was no longer a human being but a pile of shining gold. Zhu Yu was shocked. What was going on? Who are these people? Why do they want to kill me? Could it be because of the incident at Yenyun Art Museum? After coming to the capital, although there were occasional frictions with others, they were not to the point of a life-and-death struggle. He really couldn't imagine who had the guts to put someone to death. At least what Pan Long said was right, the water in the Sijio city is really deep. Even though Zhu Yu had some kung fu skills, he could not withstand the overwhelming force of the crowd. After a short while, he ran out of strength and was stabbed twice. It hurts. It hurts so much. He couldn't help but regret not practicing martial arts with his master properly. He could easily crush the people at Yenyun Art Museum, but when faced with this group of desperate criminals, he seemed to be powerless. "Even if you want to kill me, you have to let me die knowingly, right? Who on earth wants to attack me?" Zhu Yu asked breathlessly. If he died here, it would be really not worth it. He hasn't seen enough of this beautiful land. Seeing that Zhu Yu had given up resistance, Scarface walked forward with a grim smile and said, "A dead man doesn't need to know so many things. Go and die obediently, and don't block the brothers' way to make money. What's the point of talking to a dead person? Wouldn't it be fun to get the money as soon as possible and find a girl?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man with the scar raised the long knife in his hand and chopped it down fiercely at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu's pupils shrank. A silver needle was already in his palm, but before he could make a move, he heard a noise behind him. "Benefactor, bow your head." Zhu Yu subconsciously shrank his neck as an extremely violent gust of wind passed over his head. The next second, the scarred man seemed to be under a spell, standing in place, with blood spurting out from his neck. Then, a human head rolled to Zhu Yu's feet, and then Scarface's body fell heavily, and the whole place was dead silent. The genie Wei slowly walked out from behind Zhu Yu. Under the moonlight, the Xiuquan knife glowed coldly, and a biting chill seemed to turn into countless steel knives and pierce the hearts of those desperados. As his face gradually became clearer, each of the desperados gasped in shock. You are the commander of the genie guards, Shen Lian, Shen King of Hell. Shock was written all over the faces of the desperados, and everyone's body seemed to be shaking, trembling crazily. It looked like I had really seen the King of Hell. Shen Lianren didn't say much. He picked up his knife and rushed towards the group of desperados. The Xiachundo was in his hand like a pen in the judge's hand. Every time he raised the knife and dropped it, someone fell to the ground. He is extremely fast and kills people just like chopping melons and vegetables. All Zhu Yu could see was white lights flashing, and his ears were filled with the heart-rending howls of the desperados. In just a few moments, the group of desperados who were preparing to assassinate Zhu Yu suddenly lost their breath. Mist grass. Zhu Yu couldn't help but utter a curse word. Shen Lian was so powerful, he was like a god of death. What surprised him even more was Shen Lian's body's recovery speed. According to common sense, even if he takes action, this kind of injury will not heal within 10 days and a half. Shen Lian had only been here for a long time, probably less than an hour. Sure enough, those who can be royal guards are not ordinary people. Aha! Clang! After doing all this, Shen Lian shook off the blood on the knife, and then sheathed the Xiuquan knife. Dr. Zhu, thank you for your generous help. Shen Lian raised his hand to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu said quickly, Commander Shen, you're too polite. If it weren't for you, I might not be able to escape this disaster today. Shen Lian frowned slightly and looked around the house unconsciously. He clearly felt a very familiar atmosphere around him. Presumably, even if he didn't take action, someone would come to the rescue. It's strange, who is secretly protecting Dr. Zhu? This group of people has a very complicated background. Shen Lian stepped forward and roughly inspected the bodies of the group of people. They are all wanted criminals and desperados. Who did you offend, Dr. Zhu? The wanted outlaw. Zhu Yu's brows twisted into the Chinese character Sichuan. Could it be that he was really the so-called third master? Seeing that Zhu Yu didn't seem to understand, Shen Lian said, Dr. Zhu, don't worry for now. I will ask people to take them away for examination. The truth will soon come to light. Regardless of who Zhu Yu is or who he has offended. Just because Zhu Yu saved his life, Shen Lian will get to the bottom of this matter. Zhu Yu quickly handed over his hand. Thank you very much, Commander Shen. He also wanted to know whether it was the third master from Yinyun Art Hall. Soon, Shen Lian's men arrived and began to clean the battlefield. Sun Xing, who was hiding in the darkness, watched corpses being carried out from Zhu Yu's house, and his heart suddenly fell to the bottom. Why are there Jinyui? What's going on? Sun Xing's face turned pale with fright, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his whole body was shaking crazily. Snap. At this moment, Sun Xing felt his shoulders sink, and the hairs all over his body stood up instantly. Wah, who? It's me. Hei Feng, wearing a black robe, suddenly appeared behind Sun Xing. Lord Heifeng, the operation failed. When Sun Xing saw him, he seemed to have found his backbone, but don't worry, give me another chance. I will definitely be able to. Poof. Before Sun Xing could finish speaking, Hei Feng's dagger had already been inserted into his chest. Sun Xing glared, his facial features distorted by pain. Lord Heifeng, I. Before he could finish his words, he fell heavily to the ground. Who? The sound alerted the genie guards who were carrying the body. Shen Lian quickly led the people to chase in the direction of the sound, and Zhu Yu also quickly followed. As a result, I only saw a lonely corpse, and there was a dagger stuck in Sun Xing's chest, killing him with one blow. Sun Xing. Zhu Yu was extremely shocked. But wasn't it just a quarrel at the Eight Immortals Tower, and Sun Xing actually wanted to kill him? Sun Xing, the only son of President Sun. Shen Lian frowned and asked, Dr. Zhu, do you have a grudge against him? There is indeed a grudge, but it won't go to the point of being unrepentant, right? It's just a dispute over a few words. As for risking one's life. Zhu Yu didn't understand this very much, but he still told the whole story. Shen Lian is also a smart man, and he knew right away that Sun Xing was probably not being instigated by someone else. Otherwise, it would be too ridiculous to kill someone for just a few words. Zhu Yu was speechless. Were all the ancients so narrow-minded? He squatted down and carefully examined Sun Xing's body, especially the dagger stuck in his chest, which had a very unique shape. Just as he was about to pick up the dagger, an old voice came from behind the crowd. "Xinger. My Xinger." The person who came was none other than Sun Xing's father, Sun Zhong, the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Looking at Sun Xing lying on the ground and Zhu Yu holding the dagger, Sun Zhong felt dizzy. "Zhu Yu, ah. Zhu Yu. You killed my son, how dare you kill my son? My son." Sun Zhong hugged Sun Xing's body in his arms, tears streaming down his face, crying heart-wrenchingly. He had a son when he was old, and he only had this one son. Nowadays, when a white-haired person gives a black-haired person a gift, how can he not be angry? "I didn't kill him. Not you. Zhu Yu, don't think I don't know what you want to do." Sun Zhong yelled, "You have a grudge against me, but you can't deal with me, so you attacked my son. Master Shen, you have all seen it, why don't you hurry up and arrest this murderer and send him to Dali Temple?" The pain of losing his son made Sun Zhong completely lose his mind. He didn't listen to a word Zhu Yu said. "Chief Sun, Mr. Ling was not killed by Dr. Zhu. Mr. Ling was already dead when we arrived." Shen Lian also helped Zhu Yu explain. In Shen Lian's view, Sun Xing was most likely related to that group of desperados. Hearing this, Sun Zhong was furious. "Shen Lian, what do you mean? Do you mean that I have wronged him?" He pointed at Zhu Yu and roared, "He deserves it. What is my identity, and what is his identity?" He couldn't figure out why Shen Lian would help an ordinary person like Zhu Yu for no reason. He even thought that Shen Lian was targeting him. "President Sun, you need evidence when handling a case. Dr. Zhu has been with the official all the time, so he has no time to take action." And Shen Lian was just halfway through what he said when he was rudely interrupted by Sun Zhong. "Shut up. Shut up, I don't care about you anyway, I will take care of it. Zhu Yu, wait for me, wait. You must pay for my son's life." After saying that, without waiting for anyone to reply, he took Sun Xing's body away in an extremely domineering manner. Shen Lian couldn't stop him, so he had to let him go. Divine Dr. Zhu, President Sun is known for his ability to retaliate against evil and be careful in everything he does. Shen Lian said, "As for the mastermind behind this, I will do my best to help you dig out it." Zhu Yu quickly replied, "Then it will be up to Lao Shen to take command." Shen Lian gave Zhu Yu a good feeling. At least the two of them had a good temper. However, as for whether Shen Lian can find out the mastermind, Zhu Yu really doesn't have much hope. Tonight's assassination was obviously done deliberately, and this Sun Xing was just a scapegoat. Zhu Yu sighed, he had no clue at all. The only one who thinks it is possible is the boss behind Yinyun Art Hall, Mr. San. After all, he caused trouble at Yinyun Art Hall twice. "Miss Sir, what happened just now?" In the room, Lu Rushi was very anxious. In order not to cause trouble to Zhu Yu, she followed Zhu Yu's instructions and kept hiding in the room. "It's nothing, someone broke in and wanted to assassinate." Lu Rushi's beautiful eyes widened, filled with worry. "Mr. Sir, are you okay?" She quickly reached out her hand and groped up and down Zhu Yu's body, worried that Zhu Yu would be injured. Zhu Yu held her hand. "I'm fine, I just feel weird. By the way, how much do you know about the third master?" "Third master?" Lu Rushi came to his senses and replied, This, my husband, I don't know much about him. The third master is very mysterious. I only heard Feng Chuanhua mention it occasionally. In fact, no one in the entire Yinyun Art Museum, including Feng Chuanhua, has seen the third master." Zhu Yu was stunned. He didn't expect this third master to be so mysterious. It would be difficult for him to dig out the truth of the matter by himself, so it seemed that he would have to ask Shen Lian for help. Lu Rushi snuggled up to Zhu Yu, her pretty face flushed, and she said with a breath as sweet as orchid, "My husband, you've worked hard tonight, it's time to rest." After saying that, Lu Rushi asked Xiao Huan to bring a basin of hot water, helped Zhu Yu take off his shoes, and prepared to wash his feet to relieve his fatigue. However, Zhu Yu said, "No need, I can do this little thing myself." But Lu Rushi refused and asked, "My husband, do you dislike me?" In her opinion, it is a wife's duty to wash her husband's feet. Zhu Yu quickly waved his hands. To be honest, before traveling through time, he would never have dared to do such a thing in his dreams. Where can we find such a woman in the future thousands of years from now? Seeing that Lu Rushi's eyes were red again, Zhu Yu quickly said, "How could that be?" "Then come on." Only then did Lu Rushi burst into laughter, with a hint of happiness in her eyes. Helping her husband wash and change clothes is the greatest affirmation of herself. She gently rolled up her sleeves and washed Zhu Yu's feet tenderly, her boneless little hands constantly stroking Zhu Yu's feet. Sure enough, gentleness is a woman's greatest weapon. Zhu Yu now seemed to understand why so many kings love beauties more than their kingdom. Suddenly, Zhu Yu noticed the scar on Lu Rushi's arm. Lu Ru was very sensitive. She quickly stood up and covered her arms, standing aside feeling uneasy. "My husband, I." These hideous scars were all caused by Feng Chuanhua, and were a past that Lu Rushi could not bear to look back on. Zhu Yu felt so distressed when he saw her like that, he quickly pulled her into his arms. He felt very guilty, as it was because of his drunkenness that Lu Rushi suffered an unjust fate. "I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Lu Rushi's delicate body trembled slightly, and tears glistened in her eyes. In ancient times, it was always the wife's fault, and no husband would apologize to his woman. "My husband." Lu Rushi whispered, "Thank you for not abandoning me. I have no regrets." Even if they say so, which woman doesn't love beauty? These on her arms are just a small part, there are a few more scars on her back that will stay with her for the rest of her life. Just like the imprint of Yenyun Art Museum. In fact, Su Yuan and Tang Huai, as representatives of the Huaishi nobles of the Great Xia dynasty, have considerable influence in the army of the Great Xia dynasty. He is not only a veteran but also a famous general of the time with outstanding military achievements. But the more this happened, the more they couldn't easily take sides, and even kept their distance from the prince. Because Zhu Zhong is still alive, they are Zhu Zhong's brothers. When asked this question, Su Yuan and Tang Huai fell silent at the same time. The crown prince was a big deal, and even if they had a good relationship with Zhu Chong, they could not interfere in this matter. If you are not careful, you will be charged with treason. However, Zhu Zhong was now forcing them both to express their opinions, and for a moment, both of them broke out in cold sweats. "We are all brothers, and there is no one else here. Can't you just tell us the truth?" Zhu Zhong played the emotional card. Hearing this, Tang Huai said carelessly, "Others don't care, I feel guilty towards my nephew. If my nephew recognizes his ancestors and returns to his roots, I will support him." When Su Yuan heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "Second brother, oh second brother, how can you say such a thing? Brother, my second brother drank tonight and his words are not reliable. In my opinion, this matter needs further consideration." Su Yuan gritted his teeth and said quickly, "According to the custom, the eldest son and the heir are appointed, and the court is stable and the succession is stable. Although my nephew is the eldest son, he has been living among the people for a long time. We know nothing about his character. If my nephew is perverse and unjust, wouldn't it be harmful to Daxia if we support him?" Zhu Zhong narrowed his eyes. This was also the question he was thinking about. If Zhu Yu recognized his ancestral roots, the position of crown prince would definitely be his, but is it so easy to be a crown prince? If his sudden wealth makes him become arrogant and extravagant, then, it would be better to maintain the status quo. Do you think we should observe it for a while longer? Brother, this is actually very easy to handle. Su Yuan suggested, "Isn't there a royal banquet tomorrow? Let's take this opportunity to let a few princes compete with him." "That's a good idea." Zhu Zhong took a deep breath and said, You must not let me down tomorrow night." Thinking of tomorrow's royal dinner, Zhu Zhong's heart was filled with anticipation. The next day, the originally quiet palace suddenly became lively early in the morning, with countless palace maids and eunuchs busying around. My God, this dinner is unprecedented. The queen actually arranged it herself. Yes, I also heard that it was to entertain that little miracle doctor. Really? Could he be a prince or noble from some country? Why is he so grand? You may not know that even the dishes and snacks in the imperial kitchen are personally supervised by Empress Ma. The palace maids and eunuchs were all terrified. This scene was even more lively than the New Year celebrations in the palace. It could even be said to be unprecedented, but all of this was done to entertain the little miracle doctor who cured the queen. Everyone was speculating, what was the identity of this little miracle doctor? This is how you entertain your own son. At this time, Zhu Yu, the protagonist of the royal dinner, reluctantly left the bed, washed up, and opened the door. As soon as he took a step, he saw Pan Long with a smile on his face. "Mr. Zhu, good morning. I greet you." Zhu Yu was very surprised to see him here. He also didn't expect Pan Long to be so attentive. "What are you doing here so early in the morning?" Zhu Yu asked. "Early in the morning?" Pan Long looked at the sun in the sky. It was almost noon. How could it be early? Zhu Yu gently stroked her back. "It's okay. You forgot that your husband is a miracle doctor. This little thing is no problem." "Real?" Lu Rushi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Of course, I'll go find some herbs tomorrow and make sure they'll cure the disease." Zhu Yu changed the subject, "But now I have to carefully see how many herbs are needed to treat these wounds." He gently placed Lu Rushi on the bed. Lu Rushi's pretty face flushed. Even though she had already become Zhu Yu's woman, her legs were still weak from nervousness. Lu Rushi made unclear sounds and her mind went blank. Although extremely awkward, he still obeyed obediently. Zhu Yu kissed Lu Rushi's collarbone from top to bottom. The extremely itchy feeling and hot breath made Lu Rushi blush and tremble constantly. When she felt her belt being untied, her body trembled even more. "Husband, can you please, blow out the light first?" "Cannot." Zhu Yu said, "How can we check if we turn off the lights?" Lu Rushi was extremely shy. She covered her face and said softly, "Please have mercy on me, my husband." It was a night, short yet long. Zhu Yu wantonly enjoyed the tenderness that belonged to Lu Rushi. He no longer thought about who was going to harm him, but instead made up his mind to make himself stronger. This is true in any era. Only by being strong can you get everything you want, especially in this ancient time where the weak and the strong prey on the strong. The news of Zhu Yu's assassination reached Zhu Chang's ears. After learning about it, Zhu Chong was furious and ordered Chen Lian to find out the mastermind at all costs. Tang Hui and Su Yuan were also summoned overnight, and they were both extremely angry about the matter. "Damn it, you're so outrageous, you dare to attack my eldest nephew, you're so tired." Tang Hui was so angry that his beard stood on end. Tang Hui and others were directly responsible for the loss of Zhu Yu. Now it's hard to find Zhu Yu, but before he can make up for it, such a big thing happened. "Your Majesty, I suggest that the capital be sealed off immediately and suspicious persons searched throughout the city. Give me one night, no matter who it is, I will dig it out." Tang Hui knelt down and begged for his life. The eldest nephew was lost in their hands. This time, nothing can happen again in front of their eyes. Su Yuan's face was gloomy, but there was a touch of wisdom and agility in his eyes. "Second brother, this matter is inappropriate. The matter has not been finalized yet. Such a big fanfare will only make the other party wary. Lao San, this kind of thing should be." Tang Hui still wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Zhu Zhong. "The second brother is right, this matter needs to be discussed in the long run, and we have to wait for news from Chen Lian and the others. I called you here tonight because there's something we can't make up our mind about." "Is it about letting the eldest nephew recognize his ancestor and return to the clan?" Su Yuan saw Zhu Zhong's hesitation. Zhu Zhong sighed. It was not that he wanted to think too much about it, but he had just told Zhu Ji about Zhu Yu's identity, and Zhu Yu was assassinated that night. This incident made him think too much. Could it really be that Zhi'er had someone do it secretly? We are brothers who conquered the world together. There is something we don't want to beat around the bush. Zhu Zhong looked at Tang Hui and Su Yuan. "If Yu'er returns to the court, what will you do?" Tang Hui and Su Yuan were both stunned, their eyes full of surprise. His Majesty was testing their attitude, but how could they help His Majesty make a decision on this matter? Zhu Yu had had enough of the 996 life in his previous life. It was not easy for him to travel through time once, so it was absolutely impossible for him to get up early. Wouldn't it be nice to sleep a little longer while hugging Lu Rushi? Nothing. I came here early in the morning to wait for your orders. Pan Long smiled flatteringly. Coincidentally, Zhu Yu also had something to ask him, so the two of them got on a carriage together and went to the capital's medicine market to purchase some medicinal materials. On the way, Zhu Yu asked, "Do you know the third master?" Pan Long immediately understood what Zhu Yu meant, and quickly explained, "Sir, to put it bluntly, I, Pan Long, am just a stink bug on the ground. How can I be qualified to know the third master? It was just a chance encounter, but I saw the back of the third master. It was an unforgettable experience." With just one word from him, the prefect of the capital city bowed his head obediently. Zhu Yu frowned. It seemed that the rumors were true. The status of the prefect of the capital city was not low. To be able to make such a person bow his head, it seemed that this third master was most likely a royal relative. Before Zhu Yu could think about it, the two of them came to a pharmacy called Jin Jiling in the medicine market. As soon as the shopkeeper saw Pan Long, his attitude was extremely friendly. He nodded and bowed, and served him tea and water. He did not dare to neglect Zhu Yu, and took the medicine given by Zhu Yu and went to get it quickly. "Mr. Zhu, Mr. Pan, the herbs are all here." Shopkeeper Zhang personally handed the herbs to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu took the herbs and then handed manager Zhang 10 taels of silver. Shopkeeper Zhang waved his hands quickly. "They are all Mr. Pan's friends. This medicine was given to us by our shop. It was given to us." Shopkeeper Zhang is an honest man. He usually just treats illnesses and prescribes medicine. What I fear most is a ruffian like Pan Long. How dare he take money? Yeah. Zhu Yu turned his head and looked at Pan Long. Pan Long's neck shrank. "Manager Zhang, how can you slander me like this? Am I the kind of person who dispenses medicine without paying? This. I am innocent." Shopkeeper Zhang was frightened and waved his hands quickly. "No, of course not." Seeing this, Zhu Yu taught him a lesson. "Pan Long, if you are willing to follow me, then stop bullying men and women." Yes, sir, I admit my guilt." Pan Long shrank his neck and apologized repeatedly. Zhu Yu handed the money to shopkeeper Zhang, who had no choice but to accept it. However, at this moment, he suddenly caught sight of a fragment of a prescription pasted on a wall in the pharmacy. Out of professional instinct, Zhu Yu stepped forward and took a closer look. After seeing the prescription, he couldn't help but frowned. Is such a residual recipe worth spending 100 taels to complete? "Mr. Zhu, this is not an ordinary residual prescription." Shopkeeper Zhang quickly explained, "This incomplete recipe is a lost secret recipe that I found in ancient books. It's called fengxiang powder. The ancient books only record fengxiang powder in 4 words, and its effects are endless. He has read many ancient medical books and seen many secret recipes. However, the only one that can be described as having infinite benefits is fengxiang powder. It is conceivable how effective this prescription is. Maybe turning the dead into bones or bringing the dead back to life are no longer dreams." Shopkeeper Zhang showed a look of regret. "It's a pity that I am not very knowledgeable and have tried hundreds of times but still can't find the 2 missing herbs. Why don't you let me try?" Zhu Yu spoke. "Mr. Zhu, you..." Shopkeeper Zhang was stunned and looked at Zhu Yu in great surprise, his eyes full of confusion. It's not because of anything else, it's just that Zhu Yu is too young. All the famous doctors in Daxia have learned medicine since childhood, but even so, at Zhu Yu's age, he is at best an apprentice and is not even qualified to see patients. Most of the famous doctors in the capital were discouraged by this incomplete prescription, let alone a young man like Zhu Yu. Although manager Zhang thought so in his heart, he did not dare to say it. After all, there is a bully named Pan Long by Zhu Yu's side. "Mr. Zhu, since you are interested, then give it a try." As he spoke, he handed the pen to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu didn't think twice and quickly added 2 herbs to the remaining prescription. Paris odoratus. Eucamia almoides. When manager Zhang saw the 2 herbs Zhu Yu wrote down, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Sure enough, a man without any beard on his lips cannot do things well. Don't you see that this Paris polyphylla and the astragalus membranaceus mentioned above are incompatible? Each herb has its own characteristics and follows the principle of yin and yang. How can you put 2 herbs that counteract each other in the same prescription? Even a child who has just started studying medicine would not do such a thing. But even so, shopkeeper Zhang still smiled and said, Mr. Zhu is very skilled. I am ashamed of myself. These 2 herbs are just right. It's just right indeed. Zhu Yu touched his chin. Shopkeeper Zhang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had seen too many dandies like him. They were ignorant but dared to make suggestions about the country. The art of medicine is so simple that some people may never be able to comprehend even a little bit of it in their entire life. However, he was too lazy to say more and just thought of it as making Mr. Zhu happy. However, the next second, Zhu Yu raised the pen again. Mr. Zhu, what are you doing? Shopkeeper Zhang was terrified. Even if he couldn't complete the incomplete recipe, he wouldn't destroy it. You must have copied the word Huangqi, in front wrong. It should be Huangji. Zhu Yu said in a loud voice. Boom boom. Shopkeeper Zhang hurried forward, took the prescription and read it carefully. A storm of emotion suddenly surged in his mind, and he opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of surprise. Huangji, it turns out to be Huangji. So that's it, it's right. Shopkeeper Zhang was so excited that the wrinkles on his face blossomed with joy. He remembered that when he was copying the incomplete prescription, he only saw the grass radical and thought it was the commonly used astragalus. Now that I think about it, a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. The look in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Yu changed. Master. This is a real master. However, just as he was about to thank Zhu Yu had already left with Pan Long. Shopkeeper Zhang rushed out, but found that he could no longer find any trace of Zhu Yu. An indescribable regret welled up in my heart. What a missed opportunity. If such a great master could give me some pointers, my future achievements in medicine would be limitless. He can complete the incomplete ancient prescription at a glance and also spot any mistakes he made in copying. Can such a person be an ordinary person? However, just as shopkeeper Zhang was feeling extremely regretful, a voice came from behind him. Manager Zhang, you don't want the store anymore. Sun Zhong walked towards shopkeeper Zhang, who subconsciously wanted to put away the remaining prescription he had just completed, but he was still a step too slow and the remaining prescription was discovered by Sun Zhong. Show me what you have in your hand. Master Sun, it's nothing. A customer's prescription fell into my hands, so I chased him out to give him the prescription. Shopkeeper Zhang was sweating profusely. When Sun Zhong saw his panic-stricken look, he immediately felt something was wrong. He winked at his left and right, and the next second, more than a dozen servants surrounded Manager Zhang. No, Dean Sun, this is just an ordinary recipe. Hee, it's just an ordinary recipe. You are so careful. Hurry up and show it to me, or you will be beaten. Sun Zhong's voice was full of sternness. The servants were ready to fight, as if they were ready to cut Zhang into pieces. Shopkeeper Zhang was frightened and tried to run away, but with his old arms and legs, he was no match for Sun Zhong's servants. Almost as soon as he took a step, he was carried in front of Sun Zhong by a servant. The prescription in his hand was also taken away. Master, the prescription. Sun Zhong took the prescription and took a closer look at it. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. This is Fengxiang powder. Good boy, you actually completed it, and you dared not tell me. Fengxiang powder is a good thing. Even though there are not many records about it in ancient books, countless doctors are flocking to it. Especially the 4 words, infinite benefits, which made people speculate about the benefits of Fengxiang powder. Some people say that Fengxiang powder can nourish yin and replenish yang, some say it can bring bones back to life and revive the dead, and some say it is a holy product for healing. All, in one word, infinite benefits. Sun Zhong was extremely excited. He was worried about how to save face in front of His Majesty and the Empress. Now that we have the miraculous medicine Fengxiang powder, the royal family will surely pay more attention to the Imperial Medical Bureau. Even this Fengxiang powder is more than enough to take Zhu Yu's life. God help me. God help me. May my son's spirit in heaven bless you. Tonight, your father will help you avenge. Dean Sun, this prescription is mine. Not now. Sun Zhong slapped shopkeeper Zhang in the face. From now on, remember that Fengxiang powder was developed by me, and it has nothing to do with you. Is it clear or not? Do you understand? Shopkeeper Zhang's face was filled with despair, but Fengxiang powder was the result of his life's hard work. It took more than 10 years of hard work just to find the recipe. Now that the recipe is finally complete, it has become a gift to others. Sun Zhong. You old bastard, you are a robber. Shopkeeper Zhang couldn't help cursing. I want to report to the authorities. I want to see the emperor. Beat him. Beat him to death. Before he could finish, Sun Zhong ordered the servants to start beating and kicking manager Zhang. Shopkeeper Zhang held his head tightly, his eyes were red and tears were flowing. But how could he, a shopkeeper of a small drugstore, compete with the head of the Daxia Imperial Hospital? On the other side, Zhu Yu, who was about to go back to prepare scar removal cream, passed by a mansion and was suddenly blocked by a group of women. What's going on? Zhu Yu was very puzzled. Sir, we have to take a detour. Today is the day when Mr. Wu Yuan publishes his new poems. Pan Long smiled bitterly. Zhu Yu was extremely curious. He felt that the scene before him was very similar to the old fans who chased stars in his previous life. Is it possible that there were so-called top streamers in ancient times? There was no way forward or backward, so Zhu Yu and Pan Long had to get off the car and walk. As soon as I got off the car, I heard deafening cheers. Oh, the poem written by Wu Yuan Jushi last time was so beautiful. Every time I read it, it always makes me blush and my heart beat faster. I heard that Mr. Wu Yuan spent a whole month writing this poem. It must be a shocking work. Don't crowd in. If that happens, Master Wu Yuan will get angry and he won't write poems for us to read. What will we do then? In a restaurant not far from the mansion, a handsome man in white clothes and holding a teacup in his hand was watching the scene with great interest. His name was Zhu Ting, and he was the third prince of Daxia, also known as the Wu Yuan hermit in the mouths of these women. Xiao Fuzi, see. No one in the world can match my literary talent. Zhu Ting looked very proud. Every time when it was time to publish a new poem, he would observe the expressions on the faces of the group of women. This gave him a sense of superiority. Although Zhu Tinggui was the third prince, he was not born to Empress Ma but to concubine Zheng. Because of this, his status and Zhu Ji's in the palace are very different. Only here can he experience the feeling of being the center of attention. Young master is extremely talented. Looking at the capital, no. Looking at Daxia, he is the best. When it comes to poetry and songs, no one in the world can match him. Xiao Fuzi patted his horse. Zhu Ting laughed out loud, enjoying this feeling very much. This poem took the young master a whole month to write. If it is published today, it will surely cause a sensation in the poetry world of the capital. Zhu Ting was extremely confident, but suddenly, he changed the subject and seemed to remember something that made him extremely angry. The emperor despises me so much that he asked me to compete with a barefoot doctor in poetry at the royal banquet tonight. Haha, tell me, if the emperor knew that I was the monk Wu Yuan, how would he feel? There was anger in Zhu Ting's words. Xiao Fuzi was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweats. If he had not been outside the palace at the moment, he would have kneeled down instinctively. Third prince, you can't say that. Empress Zheng said that she is waiting for you to amaze everyone tonight and make His Majesty happy. Then I can plead for mercy and release Uncle Zheng from prison. Zhu Ting remained silent, his face extremely gloomy. Wasn't it because of Queen Ma? If Zheng Zibu was Empress Ma's younger brother, how could my father treat him like this? Come on, follow me down to take a look. At this time, a man who looked like a book boy walked out of the mansion and posted a poem on the outer wall of the mansion. A crowd of people rushed forward, and after seeing Mr. Wu Yuan's new poem, everyone present showed excitement on their faces. Perfect, absolutely perfect, worthy of being the masterpiece of Master Wu Yuan. I was almost moved to tears. What kind of person could write such a shocking work? Oh my God, if I had written this poem, I would die with no regrets. The expressions on everyone's faces were exactly the same as those of the old fans in later generations. The key point is that this group of people blocked their way and they couldn't get out at all. Sir, Wu Yuan Jushi is a famous talent in the capital. Although I have never met him, any one of his poems is worth 1,000 gold coins. Pan Long was also a little envious. That's a fortune. Ordinary people may have never seen so much money in their lives, but they can earn so much money just by writing. The key is that there are people who pay for it. A poem worth 1,000 gold. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. Can you make money by writing poetry? He was a man who was well versed in Tang and Song poetry, and any poem that came to his mind would definitely crush the entire era. He moved forward curiously, ready to see what the ceiling of poetry was in this era. When he saw it, he almost laughed out loud. Is this also considered a shocking work? Zhu Yu pointed at Chang Shang's poem and asked back, that's it. As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy scene suddenly became silent, and you could hear a pin drop. Dozens of murderous gazes were directed at Zhu Yu. If eyes were knives, Zhu Yu would have been cut into pieces by now. That is the masterpiece of Wu Yuan Jushi, priceless, who in Beijing would not praise it. How dare someone slander like this? Do you understand this? Stop making trouble here. If you dare to slander Master Wu Yuan again, be careful that we will take action. Humph, I think he is just trying to attract attention, what a joke. Everyone sneered. In the hearts of this group of people, Wu Yuan Jushi is the eternal god, and no one can compare with him. Zhu Ting, who had just walked to the edge of the crowd, also heard these words and suddenly stopped in his tracks. How dare you say that my poetry is not good? I want to see where this lunatic came from. Zhu Ting raised the corners of his mouth and revealed a smug smile. He shouted loudly, when it comes to poetry, Wu Yuan Jushi has already reached the pinnacle. Everyone in the capital knows him. You are too ignorant. Or do you not understand the poem of Wu Yuan Jushi, or are you illiterate? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience burst into laughter. Everyone looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a fool, thinking he was bluffing. Zhu Yu followed the sound and found Zhu Ting. Originally he didn't want to be so high profile, but someone had already taken advantage of him, so there was no reason for him to just let it go. It's not me who is ignorant, but your excellency, right? If this can become poetry, then shouldn't every child be able to write it? Zhu Yu responded sharply. Zhu Ting's mouth twitched fiercely, and a nameless anger rose in his heart. What does this person mean? He even dares to question me. Xiao Fuzi also looked at Zhu Yu sinisterly. I've seen people seeking death, but I've never seen anyone seeking death like this. The person in front of you is the third prince of the current dynasty. You dare to challenge me in public. It's totally lawless. Brother, you are not a child, are you? Zhu Ting asked back, the poems you write must be better than those written by Wu Yuan Jushi. Why don't we listen to your masterpiece? Hearing this, everyone cheered. That's right, you've said such a great thing, why don't you write a better one than this one? I think you have lived enough to dare to look down on Master Wu Yuan. People like this are the most annoying. They have no knowledge, but they love to attract attention. Zhu Yu turned a deaf ear and said with a smile, it's just writing a poem, what's so difficult about it? Good. Zhu Ting spoke quickly, fearing that Zhu Yu would regret it, then let's have a month. If you can write a better poem than this one, we will no longer read the poems of Wu Yuan Jushi. 1 month. Zhu Yu frowned. He thought to himself that with his collection of poems, any one of them could be better than the one written by Wu Yuan Hermit. That's it, another month. But to other people, these words have another meaning. Everyone was disdainful, thinking that a poetry master like Wu Yuan Jushi could only create such a shocking poem in a month. Zhu Yu is just an ordinary person, and it is obvious that he cannot do it even if he is given 1 month. Zhu Ting shook his head and sneered. With this level of ability, you still dare to be arrogant in front of me. Do you have this ability? In that case, I'll give you 2 months, 3 months or... Before he finished speaking, Zhu Yu made a 7 gesture. 7 months. Zhu Ting almost laughed out loud. He wrote a poem in 7 months. Was his poetry writing level really so difficult to surpass? The rest of the people laughed at him. 7 months. Ouch. It's almost as long as a woman's pregnancy. I don't think it will take 7 months, I'm afraid it will take 7 years. I also think so. How can Master Wu Yuan be so easily surpassed? However, Zhu Yu smiled and explained, 7 steps. 7 steps. Hearing this, everyone, including Zhu Ting, gasped. Isn't this too arrogant? You want to write a poem in 7 steps, and you dare to write a poem. Is it possible? Not to mention Zhu Yu, even if Wu Yuan Jusher was here, he wouldn't dare to say that 7 steps could become a masterpiece. Moreover, the poem in front of everyone was written by Wu Yuan Jusher in a whole month. How could Zhu Yu claim that he could write a masterpiece that surpassed this poem in just 7 steps? Is this possible? You want to write a poem in 7 steps, and you want to surpass Wu Yuan Jusher. Su Muqing and Qiao, who were at the outermost edge of the crowd, also heard these words. As a talented woman in the capital, Su Muqing also liked Wu Yuan Jusher's poems. It's just that I arrived late today, and I didn't expect to hear such shocking remarks. It's a pity that there were too many people and she didn't have the chance to see the true face of the person who said this. He's just a lunatic. Qiao said, who in the whole capital doesn't know that Master Wu Yuan's poetry is as good as that of a god. How can a poem that someone has painstakingly written for a month be compared to a poem that can be completed in 7 steps? I'm afraid Qi Bu can't think of a single sentence. Su Muqing deeply agreed with this. Writing poetry requires both solid skills and inspiration. It's not something that happens casually or easily. However, there was one thing that made her even more curious. Why did the madman's voice sound so familiar? In the middle of the crowd, Zhu Ting laughed loudly, a poem in 7 steps. This is truly the most ridiculous thing in the world. Zhu Yu didn't care. He rolled his eyes and said, how about we make a bet? If I can really write a poem that surpasses Wu Yuan Jusher within 7 steps, I will sell this poem to you for 1,000 gold coins. How about that? If you can't, I'll leave it to you. Good. Zhu Ting agreed without even thinking about it. Firstly, he didn't believe that anyone could write a poem within 7 steps, and secondly, he had absolute confidence in the poems he wrote. Zhu Yu smiled triumphantly, then held the handrail and slowly took a step forward. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. Boom. As soon as Zhu Yu recited the first sentence, everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone's eyes are about to pop out. What ambition, what boldness. The aura of dominating the world is clearly expressed in this poem. Even someone like Pan Long, who didn't understand poetry, was shocked by the first sentence. Su Muqing widened her beautiful eyes and stood on tiptoe, wanting to catch a glimpse of Mount Lu's true appearance. Comparing myself to a rock, I believe that one day I will spread my wings and accomplish great things. How proud I am. How romantic. Plop. Plop. Su Muqing's heart was pounding and her pretty face turned red with excitement. As for Zhu Ting, he was dumbfounded at this moment, and his mind went blank. Boom. Zhu Yu took 2 steps back again. If I come down when the wind dies down, I can still stir up the water in the ocean. Everyone was shocked again. What does this sentence mean? Even if the wind stops, the great rock can still stir up the world when it lands. Full of confidence. People always see me as different, and they all sneer when they hear my big words. 2 steps later, Zhu Yu spoke again. Even though I am different, people only sneer at my big words. Isn't this the best portrayal of the present? This sentence seemed to turn into countless slaps in everyone's face. Aren't you laughing at Zhu Yu's arrogance and his ignorance? It's just that a summer insect cannot talk about ice. After taking the last step, Zhu Yu said loudly, Xian's father is still afraid of the younger generation. A man should not look down on the young. Boom. It was like a bolt of thunder that suddenly struck, shocking everyone so much that they were unable to utter a word. Zhu Yu really could compose a poem in 7 steps, and every sentence was 1,000 times better than the one by Wu Yuan Jusher, and every word made people's hearts surge. Compared with Zhu Yu's poem which can be composed in 7 steps, Wu Yuan Jusher's poem is simply garbage. A poem cannot compare to 1 word of Zhu Yu. It took a month to make this. Su Muqing couldn't help but sigh, a real man should be like this. In this poem, she heard heroism, passion, and even more, the unyielding spirit towards life. So what if you are young? So what if you are ridiculed? One day, the wind will rise and soar up to 90,000 miles. This is what a real man is. She stood on tiptoe, wanting to see the man's true face even more. This was the appearance of her ideal husband in her dreams. Zhu Yu looked at Zhu Ting and said with a smile, "What do you think? Is this poem worth 1,000 gold coins?" Zhu Ting blushed and wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Fortunately, he has not yet revealed his identity as Wu Yu and Zhu, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. It's only a few thousand gold coins. I'll buy it. Zhu Ting ordered, "Take the money." Xiao Fuzi took out a silver note worth 1,000 taels of gold with an unpleasant look on his face and handed it to Zhu Yu reluctantly, cursing Zhu Yu in his heart, "Poor bastard. What's so great about that?" Zhu Yu signaled Pan Long to accept it. "Sir, this." Pan Long was considered a wealthy man, but earning just 1,000 gold coins seemed like a dream to him. It turns out that knowledge is wealth. Just take it if I tell you to. This money will be of great use. Zhu Yu smiled mysteriously. "Thank you, sir." Pan Long was very excited. Sure enough, following Zhu Yu was the best choice in his life. "Sir, are there any others? I want to buy one too." "Me too, my family is not short of money." "How about another song? I'll pay a high price." "Is the young master married?" A group of people rushed towards Zhu Yu like crazy. Seeing that things were not going well, Zhu Yu fled without saying a word. "Your Highness, third prince, why would you give 1,000 gold coins to such a person? Does he deserve it?" Looking at Zhu Yu's leaving back, Xiao Fuzi said resentfully. Zhu Ting smiled coldly, "If this poem appears at the dinner tonight, it will definitely become a masterpiece for all time. Father will also look upon me with new eyes. Do you think this 1,000 taels is worth spending?" Xiao Fuzi's eyes lit up. He was worthy of being the third prince, so far-sighted. There are gaps between people. Poems by a layman like Zhu Yu are only worthy of being recited in places like this. But Zhu Ting was different. He was the third prince, and his poems were to be recited in front of the most knowledgeable people in Daxia. It would be clear at a glance who was better. "Miss, why does that person's back look so familiar?" Qiao'er and Su Muqing also looked in the direction where Zhu Yu fled. Su Muqing was also a little confused. It seems to be Mr. Zhu. Ah. Qiao'er felt dizzy. No way, that Zhu guy could have such talent. Su Muqing didn't say anything, her eyes were extremely complicated. Could it be that I really misjudged it? Let's go, it's getting late, it's time to go home and prepare to enter the palace. On the other side, Zhu Yu and Pan Long finally returned to the house. Zhu Yu did not delay and immediately began to prepare the scar-removing cream. This scar-removing cream was one of the many secret recipes in his mind and he was very familiar with the process. It will be done in a moment. Can this thing remove scars? Lu Rushi looked at the white ointment in front of her and found it a little unbelievable. What? Don't you trust your husband anymore? Zhu Yu teased. Lu Rushi quickly shook her head. I have heard that the current empress also has a scar on her body. It is said that it was left when she blocked an arrow for His Majesty during the war. Your Majesty has searched all over the country for famous doctors to remove that scar, but none of them could do it. Pan Long added, I also remember this incident. A reward of 10,000 taels of gold was offered for this incident, which caused a sensation at the time. Everyone looked at the white ointment in front of them with curiosity. Will this thing really work? Zhu Yu's attention was completely focused on the 1,000,000 taels of gold. It is impossible to live without money in any era. How can you live a carefree life without money? The most urgent task is to make money. You'll know after you try it. Zhu Yu picked up the ointment and gently applied it on Lu Rushi's hand. Lu Rushi only felt a cool touch, which was very refreshing. Husband, how long will it take for the effect to be seen? Zhu Yu thought about it, and then said, it should be effective soon. According to his experience, this scar removal cream can form a scab in 1 minute, and the scab will fall off naturally in 3 minutes. There are only scars on Lu Rushi's arm, so the treatment should be effective soon. Almost at the moment Zhu Yu finished speaking, a thin layer of scab formed on Lu Rushi's scar. Everyone was stunned by the magical scene. Is it working now? Pan Long looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a god. It takes at least 100 days to heal a broken bone, and this thing will be effective just by applying it. What kind of magical object is this? Zhu Yu observed it for a while and said, it's almost done. We can tear it apart now. Lu Rushi did as she was told. After peeling off the thin scab, her fair and smooth skin was revealed, which was no different from the surrounding skin. The scar disappeared without a trace, just like magic. Wow, my husband, this thing is so magical. Lu Rushi was very excited. Pan Long was even more excited, his eyes shining with gold as he looked at the ointment in Zhu Yu's hand. Is that ointment? No. It's piles of gold and silver. Sir, can you let me sell this thing? In 1 year at most, you will be the richest man in Beijing. Pan Long was very excited. Zhu Yu smiled and said, don't get excited yet. This thing should be given to the queen first. So, everyone in the world knows it. Pan Long thought for a moment and immediately understood what Zhu Yu meant. Sure enough, he really didn't follow the wrong person. He felt that an unprecedented wealth was coming. Does this thing have a name? Lu Rushi asked carefully. Name. Scar removal cream. Zhu Yu answered subconsciously. If I give it to the queen, this name is not elegant enough. Lu Rushi thought for a moment, how about calling it shame flower? Zhu Yu was overjoyed and hugged Lu Rushi and gave her a big kiss. Wonderful. It's wonderful. Pan Long and Xiao Huan quickly covered their eyes and dared not look. Lu Rushi immediately lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, but her heart felt as if she had eaten honey. Is this the taste of happiness? As the sun sets, the capital city is brightly lit, and everyone knows that there will be a grand dinner in the palace tonight. The emperor ordered the people to have fun together. The curfew in the capital was lifted tonight and colorful lanterns were hung everywhere, creating a prosperous scene. Ordinary people looked towards the direction of the palace from time to time, their eyes full of envy and expectation. I don't know how grand and luxurious this royal dinner is. Zhu Yu arranged everything and came to the gate of the palace alone, where he happened to meet Su Muqing, who had just got off the carriage. Next to her was a man in an official robe. He was Su Muqing's father, Su Muji. When he saw Zhu Yu again, a hint of surprise flashed across Su Muji's eyes, but it disappeared in a flash. How could this kid appear here? Is he also going to attend the royal dinner? He's just a hooligan, does he deserve it? Uncle Su, Miss Su. Zhu Yu bowed, neither humble nor arrogant. Su Muqing was also ready to return the favor. She had a lot of questions she wanted to ask Zhu Yu, but was stopped by Su Muji. Why should I return the favor? You and he are not the same kind of people. Su Mu said bluntly. Su Muji's nose was raised high, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Zhu Yu was as if Zhu Yu owed him millions of taels. It's not that he looks down on Zhu Yu, but there is nothing about Zhu Yu that is worthy of his attention. The Su family was an imperial merchant family, and Su Muji's official position was weaving supervisor. Although his official position was not high, the Su family was one of the richest families in the world and had contributed a lot of money to the establishment of the great Xia dynasty. On the other hand, Zhu Yu is just a hooligan. How can he be worthy of Su Muqing? Zhu Yu had said before that Su Muqing's life would suddenly be in danger on June 15, but Su Muji didn't believe a word of it. As for this royal dinner, Su Muji was not originally qualified to attend. It was because Empress Ma took a fancy to Su Muqing that she made an exception and allowed them to attend. However, in Su Muji's opinion, it seemed more like the queen wanted Su Muqing to marry a prince. After all, his daughter is a famous talented woman in the capital. Zhu Yu, I'm telling you, you'd better clear those messy thoughts in your head. Muqing will eventually marry a member of the royal family. She is not someone you can covet. Su Muji said this seriously, his tone full of disdain. After saying this, without waiting for Zhu Yu's reply, he turned around and walked towards the palace gate. Su Muqing was a step slower and said to Zhu Yu, Mr. Zhu, my father was rude, I hope you can forgive me. Zhu Yu smiled. To be honest, Su Muqing is as pretty as Lu Ru, and her innate noble temperament is even more rare. Even though she looked down on him in her heart, at least Su Muqing wouldn't say anything to embarrass him. In that case, Zhu Yu moved a little closer to Su Muqing. Su Muqing was frightened by his abrupt action and quickly distanced herself from him. She frowned and looked at Zhu Yu with an unfriendly look. How? Miss Su is still loyal to me. Zhu Yu smiled slyly. Hearing this, Su Muqing's pretty face immediately turned red. This guy is really good at taking advantage of others. After what happened at the Eight Immortals Tower, Su Muqing's opinion of Zhu Yu slightly changed, but it was still far from a favorable impression of him. In her eyes, the man who is truly worthy of her entrusting her life to should be a real man who can compose poems like, "The great rock soars with the wind one day," instead of being as smooth-talking as Zhu Yu. Mr. Zhu, you're really overthinking it. Su Muqing smiled, then bowed and turned to leave. Zhu Yu touched his chin and suddenly found that Su Muqing became more and more interesting. What is Dr. Zhu looking at? At some point, Tang Huai and Su Yuan came to Zhu Yu's side. These two are the true ceiling of power in Daxia. Everyone bowed and saluted, and at the same time, they were even more curious about why the two dukes were so familiar with this young man. If Su Muji walked a few steps slower and saw this scene, he would probably be shocked. Meet the two dukes. Zhu Yu saluted. Tang Huai quickly helped him up. You absolutely cannot do that. Zhu Yu is not an ordinary person. He is His Majesty's biological son and the eldest prince of Daxia. It would be fine if others didn't know, but the two brothers knew in their hearts that they could no longer accept Zhu Yu's gifts. They couldn't afford it. Little doctor, you must perform well tonight. If you do well, maybe we brothers will have to pay our respects to you in the future. Su Yuan said meaningfully. Zhu Zhong has already decided that if Zhu Yu's performance tonight amazes the ministers, he will let him return to his ancestral home. At that time, he will be the legitimate eldest prince of Daxia and the future crown prince. Boom. After hearing these words, the officials who were about to enter the venue were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out of their heads. How can I behave well so that the two dukes still have to bow? Could it be that the little genius doctor has some other more noble identity? Everyone was very puzzled, and their eyes were like knives, as if they wanted to cut Zhu Yu open to see what he was hiding. Not to mention them, Zhu Yu was also puzzled, but he didn't think much about it and just thought it was a joke from the two dukes. He just wanted to make a fortune at this dinner. Even though there are many ideas in your mind that are beyond this era, the key to turning them into reality lies in startup capital. The royal dinner was scheduled to be held in the Linding Hall. This is the place in the palace specifically for receiving envoys and entertaining ministers. The ministers and their families who were going to attend the dinner had already arrived, and many of the familiar gentlemen and ladies were sitting together chatting and laughing. Either talk about government affairs or talk about strange things. The carefully dressed young ladies looked at everything around them curiously, overwhelmed by it all. Many of them were entering the palace for the first time and were very excited. Su Muqing, standing in the middle of the crowd, was like a star surrounded by people. Many young men couldn't take their eyes off her once they saw her. However, Zhu Yu seemed to be uninterested. His main purpose for attending this banquet was to make money. This is true in any era. Without money, nothing is possible. The emperor, empress and princes had not arrived yet, so they naturally could not take a seat and could only stand in front of the hall and wait. Brother, you don't look very interested. At this moment, a fragrant breeze blew into his nose. Zhu Yu subconsciously turned his head and saw a handsome young man standing beside him. He looked very heroic. Zhu Yu was stunned at first, and then his eyes subconsciously fell on his chest. If you stretch too tight, it will affect blood circulation. At best, the baby won't grow, and at worst, it will be painful, swollen, and even impossible to breastfeed. Zhu Yu looked at her with a half-smile. He is a doctor, and the trick of women disguising themselves as men cannot be hidden from his eyes. Hearing this, Chang Shiyao was stunned at first, and then her big eyes subconsciously looked towards her chest, and her pretty face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Shameless. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help cursing. Thank goodness my aunt values you, but you are so reckless. Chang Shiyao is the daughter of Chang Feng, a powerful general of Daxia. Because Chang Feng was away from home fighting for many years and his wife died early, he entrusted Chang Shiyao to Empress Ma for care. So, she called Queen Ma Auntie. Empress Ma had only one daughter, but she married off to a distant place early on, so she doted on Chang Shiyao as if she were her own daughter. Whenever he went on a campaign, Chang Xiao would live in the palace. Yesterday, Empress Ma specially found her and said that she had found a husband, Zhu Yu. However, Chang Xiao had her own ideas. She wanted to see what this husband was like in advance, so she disguised herself as a man to test Zhu Yu. Who knew that Zhu Yu saw through it at a glance? Zhu Yu smiled and said, "Miss, I am a doctor after all. If I don't have this kind of eyesight, how can I practice medicine? But you can't just stare at people like that. It's meaningless and boring. It's really boring." Chang Xiao pouted her little mouth, looking extremely cute. Zhu Yu was stunned for a moment. However, at this moment, an angry voice was heard. "What are you looking at?" A burly young man walked towards Zhu Yu and Chang Xiao with an angry look on his face. Seeing this, the people around dispersed and made way for a passage. "Meet the fourth prince." Everyone knelt down, except Zhu Yu, who stood still like a mountain. His name was Zhu Yan, and he was the fourth prince of the great Xia dynasty. Like Zhu Ting, he was born to concubine Zheng. Unlike Zhu Ting, Zhu Yan is a martial artist and is deeply loved by Zhu Chong. He was often praised for having the same charm as he did in his youth. It was because of this that Zhu Yan became the most domineering and unreasonable among the princes. He was arrogant and domineering, and would beat and kick people if they were not satisfied with the slightest thing. All the ministers were afraid of him. Zhu Yan walked quickly towards Chang Xiao. "Xiao, why are you here dressed in men's clothes? Father and mother sent people to look for you everywhere. What if someone plots against you?" It was common knowledge that Zhu Yan was interested in Chang Xiao. Zhu Yan even asked His Majesty and the Queen to grant him and Chang Xiao a marriage more than once, but was rejected every time. Chang Xiao had no good feelings towards him. Zhu Yan was just a reckless man. "I'm here to look for my future husband. What's the problem?" Chang Xiao's eyes turned and she looked at Zhu Yu with interest. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and everyone present felt their scalps go numb. Everyone was shocked by Chang Xiao's words. All eyes were focused on Zhu Yu in an instant. He is actually the future husband of the little princess. I've never heard of him. But before everyone could think about it, they felt an extremely strong murderous intent coming from behind, and that murderous intent belonged to Zhu Yan. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat, as everyone knew that Zhu Yan loved Chang Xiao and would never allow anyone to get involved. How did a future husband suddenly appear? Zhu Yu looked at Chang Xiao in the same confusion. What was going on with this woman? Was she using him as a shield? Originally he just wanted to make money, but he offended the prince for no reason. It was not worth it. Before Zhu Yu could explain, Zhu Yan had already walked up to him, looking him up and down with a pair of terrific eyes, with an imposing manner. "Who are you? Why didn't you kneel when you saw me just now?" Zhu Yan was the first to attack. Just now, everyone knelt down in fear when they saw him, except Zhu Yu who just bowed. Not to mention within the imperial palace, even in the entire daxia, there are only a few people who don't have to kneel and salute him. Everyone sighed in their hearts, it's over. The fourth prince is angry. Chang Xiao raised the corner of her mouth into a beautiful arc and looked at Zhu Yu with a smile. Is he really as good as my aunt says? Zhu Yu sighed secretly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but not everyone could bully him, not even the prince. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Highness, the fourth prince, it's not that I don't want to kneel, but that I can't kneel." Can't kneel. Zhu Yu's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder to everyone's ears. It is the rule in the palace to kneel down and greet the prince. Except for the emperor, empress, 2 princes and concubines in the harem, who else can not kneel? When your status is more noble than that of the fourth prince. Ha ha. Zhu Yan, who was already burning with jealousy, became angry again after hearing this. You can't kneel, right? Do you know the consequences? Zhu Yan's voice suddenly became louder, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Su Muqing also looked at Zhu Yu at the same time. Suddenly, her pretty face turned pale with fright, and she was about to go up to help Zhu Yu explain. But he was stopped by Su Muji. What are you going to do? Dad, Zhu Yu was born in the countryside and doesn't understand the rules of the palace. Su Muqing said, daughter wants to persuade him. What's there to advise? Su Muji was very angry at Su Muqing's words. What kind of person is the fourth prince? He is a prince. Zhu Yu dared not to kneel down and salute. He was looking for death. No one could persuade him. You don't have any other feelings for him, do you? Su Muji suddenly reacted and looked at Su Muqing. No. Su Muqing blushed immediately and waved her hands quickly. Daughter. I just feel sorry for him. But for some reason, when Su Muqing heard these words, her heart started beating wildly, like a deer running around. Just when Su Muji wanted to explain something, a graceful and elegant figure appeared in the crowd, followed by several palace maids and eunuchs. It was Queen Ma. Everyone recognized the person and was about to salute him, but Empress Ma stopped them with a gesture. Su Muji's pupils trembled wildly and he was very surprised. Why didn't Empress Ma send someone to pass on the message, but instead came in person? However, he soon figured it out. There was only one reason. He must have come to stand up for the fourth prince. Although the fourth prince was born to concubine Zheng, he also had to call Empress Ma his mother, and was considered half of her son. What can the Queen Ma's silent appearance now mean? It must be the fourth prince. This kid Zhu Yu is in big trouble. Su Muqing also came to the same conclusion and broke out in a cold sweat out of worry. Even though Zhu Yu cured Empress Ma, there was still a hierarchy within the palace, and although etiquette was small, it was related to the dignity of the royal family. If Empress Ma came forward, Zhu Yu would definitely be severely punished. Oh, why are you so stubborn? It's just a courtesy, not a death. This prince is going to ask you one question now, are you going to kneel or not? Zhu Yan sneered and looked down on others. Your Highness, the fourth prince, please forgive me for my sins. I really cannot kneel. Zhu Yu answered neither humbly nor arrogantly. A gleam of brightness flashed across Chang Xiao's beautiful eyes. It was also the first time she had seen someone dare to contradict the fourth prince like this. Is it recklessness, or is there another hidden card? But this spirit of a newborn calf that is not afraid of a tiger is really great. Good. Good. You can't kneel. Good. You can't kneel. Zhu Yan waved his hand and said loudly, according to the palace rules, those who violate etiquette should be punished with 30 strokes of the cane. Today, you have made a profit. This prince is ready to do it himself. Zhu Yu did not kneel, which actually fulfilled Zhu Yan's wish. With his strength, 30 blows would be enough to kill Zhu Yu. Chang Xiao is the woman he has set his eyes on, and no one else can touch her. Whether she has feelings for others or others have feelings for her, these thoughts must be nipped in the bud. No matter whether it's true or false, kill him first. A stick soaked in water was handed to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan sneered, his eyes flashing with cold murderous intent, and a cruel smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhu Yu's eyes darkened, without any fear in them. Instead he reminded, Your Highness, the fourth prince, please think twice before you act. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences at your own risk. He dares to threaten. Everyone around is going crazy. This is the imperial palace. The man in front of you is the fourth prince, who is extremely powerful. He asked me to kneel but you refused. How dare you threaten me? To be honest, they had never seen such a madman. Zhu Yan's mouth twitched, and he roared, Can't this prince beat you? Is there any consequence that this prince can't afford? Don't mention it, even if your parents were here, I would still beat you up. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud slap echoed throughout the place. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Queen Ma with an angry look on her face. It was she who had slapped the man. Say that again. Queen Ma was so angry that she was shaking all over. Are you going to make a scene? His mother is me, and his father is the current emperor. How dare you hit him? Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Everyone knelt down, trembling with fear and not daring to look up. They had never seen Queen Ma so angry. Bang. Zhu Yan's hand trembled, and the stick in his hand fell to the ground. He knelt down quickly and said, Your son pays respect to the Queen Mother. I am innocent. This person does not know etiquette, so I am teaching him a lesson. He couldn't help but make an excuse. It's not that he doesn't know etiquette, he's doing this for your own good. Queen Ma said coldly. For me. Zhu Yan looked up in confusion, only to find that even though Empress Ma was present in person, Zhu Yu still only bowed and did not kneel. Why is this? Even His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had to bow properly when he saw Empress Ma. Your Majesty has spoken the truth. Zhu Yu will not kneel before the Emperor. Empress Ma was overbearing and protective of her son. She asked in a deep voice, "Are you more noble than me and His Majesty? You are the boss of Daxia. How could Zhu Yan dare to accept such a huge hat? That's treason. Not to mention that he is a prince. If he is charged with treason, even if he is the crown prince, he would have to think twice. I dare not. Queen Mother, I dare not. I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Zhu Yan lay on the ground, shivering, as if he had the hiccups. As for the rest of the people, they were so frightened that they dared not even breathe, and kept considering all the possibilities in their minds. Since the founding of Daxia, only one person has been able to receive such an honor, and that is Chang Xiao's father, Chang Feng. But Chang Feng defended the border and made great contributions to Daxia, so what right did Zhu Yu have? I can't figure it out. I absolutely can't figure it out. Chang Xiao's little mouth turned into an O, and she looked at Zhu Yu with her big eyes blinking, becoming more and more curious. This Zhu Yu was really interesting. It's just that the aunt's attitude is a little strange, especially the look in her eyes. Why is it exactly the same as the way she looks at His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? Even more doting. Facing everyone, Queen Ma tried her best to hide her emotions and looked at Zhu Yu meaningfully. Son, you must perform well tonight and let everyone see how outstanding our eldest prince is. Then our family will be reunited. She didn't say a word to Zhu Yu but looked at Chang Xiao. You girl, you really made me come to find you. How can a girl wear men's clothes? Go, come with me and change your clothes. Aunt, Xiao knows she was wrong. Chang Xiao stuck out her tongue playfully, and then left with Queen Ma. As he turned around, he did not forget to take another look at Zhu Yu. This guy is quite handsome. Zhu Yan did the same, but his eyes were full of hatred and anger. Just wait for me, I will make you suffer tonight. The Great Xia dynasty had a strict hierarchy, which was fully reflected at this banquet. For example, Su Yuan, Tang Huai, and Chang Xiao sat at the top position, and their status was highly respected, needless to say. However, what surprised Su Muji even more was that he and Su Muqing could actually sit in the front row, not far from the seats of the Queen and His Majesty. For a fifth-rank official who didn't even have the qualifications to attend court, this was a godsend. It was the first time that Su Muji was so close to such powerful people in Daxia, and he couldn't help but feel nervous. The Emperor is truly so gracious that he finally remembered our Su family. Su Muji sighed softly. At this time, a familiar eunuch passed by Su Muji. After seeing Su Muji, a flattering smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Congratulations, Master Su. Congratulations, Master Su. Father-in-law, why are you so happy? Su Muji quickly apologized with a smile. Even if he was a eunuch, he was still someone close to His Majesty. Haven't you figured it out yet? The eunuch pointed to the room directly opposite Su Muji and said, those sitting there are all princes. This arrangement must mean that His Majesty has taken a liking to your daughter, and he may want to grant her a marriage. Hearing this, Su Muji was overjoyed and could not hide his excitement. It's true that the Su family is rich, but in Daxia, power is king, and no matter how much money you have, you can't buy it. If Su Muqing can be allowed to marry a relative of the Emperor, the Su family's achievements in the future will be limitless. It can be said that this is Su Mu's lifelong dream. Mr. Su, don't forget about me when the time comes. The father-in-law saluted Su Muji. Natural, that's natural. The wrinkles on Su Muji's face burst into laughter. His Su family is going to prosper. Muqing, this opportunity is rare, you must seize it. Su Muji whispered excitedly. Oh. Su Muqing replied blankly, but his eyes fell on Zhu Yu, who was sitting at the bottom. Why does the Queen think so highly of him? He even did not hesitate to slap the fourth prince in front of the ministers. Hey! What do you think he is doing? Su Muji noticed the strange look in Su Muqing's eyes and taught her a lesson. don't think Zhu Yu is so great just because the queen slapped the fourth prince before. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the queen is worried that others will say that the royal family is ungrateful. Don't forget that Zhu Yu saved the queen's life. You can tell by looking at his current position. If the queen really values him, would she let him sit at the last seat? Hearing Su Muji's words, Su Muqing was slightly stunned. Is it really so? What Queen Ma did just now was just to stop the rumors. Your Majesty, the queen has arrived. Following the eunuch's announcement, Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma came in, followed by Crown Prince Zhu Ji, third Prince Zhu Ting, and fourth Prince Zhu Yan. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Civil and military officials all stood up to pay homage. Zhu Zhong was in high spirits and said loudly, "Today's feast is a feast for the emperor and his subjects to enjoy together. There is no need for formalities." After everyone was seated, Empress Ma looked around but found no trace of Zhu Yu. She looked carefully and discovered that Zhu Yu had actually sat in the last seat and was almost out of sight. After locking onto Zhu Yu's position, Queen Ma waved hurriedly. "Little doctor, come and sit next to me." Boom. Just one simple sentence, like thunder descending to the world. Su Muji, who had just been thinking himself smart, was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. You have to know that in the palace, the only people who can sit next to the queen, besides the emperor, are a few princes. How could Zhu Yu sit next to the queen? Could it be that I don't know the real dragon? Zhu Yu stood up slowly, feeling extremely nervous, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, he walked to Empress Ma and sat down. This scene shocked everyone. Zhu Ting looked at Zhu Yu and narrowed his eyes. It's him, interesting. He thought for a while, how depressed Zhu Yu would be if he defeated Zhu Yu with his own poem. Su Muqing also looked at her father curiously. They seemed to have underestimated Queen Ma's love for Zhu Yu. Dad, why is this happening? Well. Su Muji thought for a moment before saying, Zhu Yu cured the Majesty's illness, so it's normal for him to be favored by the Majesty for the time being. However, I heard that the Imperial Hospital has made great efforts to treat the Majesty's illness. Zhu Yu just picked up an opportunity, that's all. Mu Qing, you have to perform well later. If you can win the prince's favor, our Su family will soar to the sky. Daddy, Su Muqing wanted to refuse, but in this era, marriage has always been decided by parents and matchmakers. Even many women have never seen who their husbands are before they get married. This is the sorrow of women. But Su Muqing didn't want that. She wanted to find a man who was compatible with her. For some reason, Zhu Yu's image appeared in her mind unconsciously, and her face turned red. Not only they were in a panic at the moment, but also Zhu Yu, because his hand was tightly held in the palm of Queen Ma. Queen Ma showed an expression of enjoyment on her face. Such a close contact can be regarded as the fulfillment of a small dream. Zhu Yu broke out in a cold sweat. There's something wrong with Queen Ma's attitude. Something is wrong. He subconsciously looked at Emperor Zhu and found that there was something even more wrong with his eyes. Could this be a Hongmen banquet? He felt a little regretful. He had learned a lot from his master, but he was not good at martial arts. He was only okay in Bajiquan, but it was just enough to protect himself. The palace is heavily guarded, and there's no way I can escape with my skills. Others might not be able to see Queen Ma's subtle movements. But Chang Shiyao, who was closest to the scene, saw it all clearly. Especially when she saw Zhu Yu fidgeting, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. The little doctor was so brave just now, why are you so cowardly now? Facing Chang Shiyao's teasing, Zhu Yu had a hard time saying, "Little princess, please stop teasing me at this time." I have to say that after Chang Shiyao changed into women's clothes, her figure is very attractive. She doesn't look very old, but her pride is almost catching up with Lu Rushi, and she still has a lot of room for growth. Little genius doctor, what do you think of Shiyao? Queen Ma asked curiously. The princess is beautiful, well-educated, intelligent and clever. She is a rare and wonderful woman. Zhu Yu praised casually. Empress Ma was overjoyed. Chang Shiyao's father was away fighting for many years, and Chang Shiyao was almost raised by Empress Ma. She and Chang Shiyao's deceased mother were like sisters, and she was the one who fed Chang Shiyao when she was a child. Therefore, in the eyes of Queen Ma, Chang Shiyao was no different from her own daughter. It would be great if I could marry Zhu Yu. Then why not? Before she finished her words, Chang Xiao said quickly, Aunt, we agreed that I will make the decision myself. What the hell is this? Zhu Yu wondered, do you think that your death is not fast enough and you have to send yourself to Zhu Yan's butcher knife? Only then will you feel comfortable. The ancient times were different from the previous ages. The rules and regulations were strict and the imperial power was supreme. How can it be good to offend a prince? As expected, when Zhu Yan heard this, she was so angry that her heart was about to explode. Zhu Ting was shocked by Empress Ma's attitude. He couldn't help but ask, brother, the Queen Mother has a special attitude towards the little doctor. Why is that? Zhu Ji smiled but said nothing. Instead of thinking about these things, why not think carefully about how to compete with that little genius doctor later? Don't you understand the emperor's intention? Zhu Yan and Zhu Ting were stunned, but they quickly reacted. They are not young anymore, and Zhu Zhong is giving them a chance to show their talents and choosing concubines for them. So, Zhu Yu is just a punching bag for them to show off themselves. Father really has good intentions. It seems that we should really perform well and live up to his efforts. Zhu Ting spoke first. Zhu Yan looked at Zhu Yu coldly, her teeth clenching as she gritted her teeth. Haha, Xiao is my woman, no one can take her away from me. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhu Ji's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. It doesn't matter how Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan understand it. He has already arranged everything. Zhu Yu will definitely not be able to walk out of the palace alive tonight. He looked at Zhu Yu with cold eyes and murderous intent in his eyes. My dear brother, if I were you, I would not come to this banquet. Wouldn't it be better to live a good life? Why do you have to come and compete with me for the position of crown prince? Zhu Zhong waved his hand at the eunuch beside him and ordered, begin. As you command, your majesty. The eunuch stepped forward, flicked his whisk, and shouted shrilly, Your Majesty, you have just recovered from a serious illness and have brought blessings to the world. You are the blessing of Wan Daxia and the people. Today, you will drink with all the ministers, and there is no need to be formal. Thank you, Your Majesty, and thank you, Queen. All the officials and their families knelt down in worship. The dinner officially began when the palace maids and eunuchs served the food. Zhu Ji, the crown prince, was the first to raise his glass. Mother, you have worked so hard this time. I wish you good health and continuous blessings. Well, my son has grown up. Empress Ma introduced Zhu Yu. This is Zhu Ji, the crown prince. May the prince be well and healthy. Zhu Yu stood up and bowed. You are too polite, little doctor. Zhu Ji had a gentle smile on his face. You have cured my mother, so I will pay you my respects. Empress Ma and Zhu Chong looked at each other, their eyes filled with emotion. If Zhu Yu had grown up with them since childhood, Yue and Zhi would have been such a good pair of brothers. This would be the blessing of their Zhu family. But it is not too late now. Let the ministers see the ability of their eldest son, so as to shut up the people in the world and let Zhu Yu return to his roots. However, the touching feeling lasted less than 3 seconds before Zhu Ji's next words instantly froze the smiles on their faces. But, I heard that the imperial hospital worked day and night for my mother's illness. The chief minister of the imperial hospital, Sun Zhong, worked so hard that he fell ill. I want to ask for credit for the imperial hospital. After hearing these words, the scene fell into a strange silence. Civil and military officials are not fools. Zhu Ji's words were clearly a slap in Zhu Yu's face. It seemed to be saying that there was nothing wrong with curing the queen, and it was just the credit of the imperial hospital. In fact, many people think so. Zhu Yu is too young. How could his medical skills be better than those of the Imperial Medical Bureau at such a young age? Su Muji nodded repeatedly. It seemed that he was not the only one who had this idea. Sun Zhong looked at Zhu Ji deeply. The two of them had planned it in advance. This was the opportunity to completely ruin Zhu Yu's reputation. Not only that, he also wanted Zhu Yu to pay for his son's life. Thank you, Your Highness. We are only fulfilling our duties and do not dare to take credit for anything. Sun Zhong took advantage of the situation and spoke out immediately. The imperial physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau also stepped forward one by one and saluted Zhu Zhong respectfully. He did not mention a single word about Zhu Yu curing Empress Ma, pretending to be a noble and upright person. However, the more he did so, the more confused everyone present became. Could it be that it was all the credit of the Imperial Medical Service, and Zhu Yu was just getting a bargain? Zhu Zhong looked at the group of people in front of him and his face turned pale with anger. How can you not show your courtesy at such a level? If it weren't for our Yuer's extraordinary medical skills, you bunch of losers would have been chopped to pieces by us long ago. Queen Ma frowned slightly, very unhappy. Zhu Yu is so young, how can his medical skills compare to those of the imperial doctors in the imperial hospital? In my opinion, he is just a person seeking fame and reputation. When it comes to curing illnesses, there are causes and consequences. This kid is really lucky. Zhu Yu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Sun Zhong deeply. Sun Zhong raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and then continued, "It happened that the queen had just recovered from a serious illness, and I happened to recover an ancient prescription called fengxiang powder." As he spoke, he took out an exquisitely wrapped box from his pocket and presented it with both hands. According to ancient records, fengxiang powder has infinite magical effects. I would like to present this to Her Majesty the Queen. Hearing words like fengxiang powder and ancient prescription, everyone present was shocked. Since the founding of Daxia, only a handful of ancient recipes have been restored. Dean Sun is an amazing medical skill. If we can restore the ancient prescription, wouldn't it be easy to cure the queen's illness? Everyone present was an intelligent person, and in an instant their eyes turned into contempt when they looked at Zhu Yu. Shameless. Really shameless. He took advantage of the leak from the imperial hospital, stole the credit from Sun Zhong, and shamelessly appeared at the royal dinner. They had never seen such a shameless person in their lives. Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan, who already had a grudge against Zhu Yu, sneered continuously. The only reason why Zhu Yu could appear here was because he cured the Queen Mother, but now it seems that this matter has nothing to do with Zhu Yu. Let's see how this ends. Zhu Ji looked worried, but he was very happy in his heart. He took advantage of Sun Zhong's hatred for Zhu Yu, and it happened that Sun Zhong had found the legendary ancient medicine fengxiang powder. If Zhu Yu cannot prove himself, he will probably have to leave in disgrace. Even His Majesty would not be able to bring himself to announce Zhu Yu's true identity. Empress Ma and Zhu Zhong saw the emotions on everyone's faces. They were both very angry, and their teeth were grinding. The mission started off badly, and things went wrong. Who could have thought that this old guy Sun Zhong would suddenly jump out and cause trouble? It was not convenient for them to speak for Zhu Yu at this moment. Zhu Yu was a little confused at this moment. Shouldn't this fengxiang powder be in the hands of shopkeeper Zhang? How could it suddenly appear in Sun Zhong's hands? He was confused, but still stood up and said, "Dr. Sun, do you mean that I just took advantage of the leaks of the Imperial Hospital?" He simply broke the window paper and blurted out what Sun Zhong wanted to say but dared not say. Zhu Ji almost couldn't hold it in when he heard this. Isn't this just asking for trouble? It seems that this big brother's ability is not that good. Sun Zhong smiled but said nothing, and also did not give a direct answer. What is the truth? Doesn't the little doctor understand it in his heart? I have been studying medicine since I was young, and I have some accomplishments in the field of medicine. Achievements. Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. If Dean Sun really had some achievements, he wouldn't have given this fengxiang powder to the queen. You know nothing about fengxiang san. All four seats were laughing. Fengxiang powder is so famous that even if you are not a medical student, anyone with a certain level of knowledge knows the description of fengxiang powder in ancient books. These four words have infinite uses. Sun Zhong looked at Zhu Yu jokingly. So, you know fengxiang powder. That's natural. Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back. I was the one who restored the ancient recipe of fengxiang powder. The whole audience was shocked when the flowers fell. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone present looked at Zhu Yu with disgust. How shameless. Not only did they steal the credit from Dean Sun and the Imperial Hospital, they even wanted to steal the ancient prescription. Isn't this too shameless? Both Su Muji and Su Muqing, father and son, felt ashamed for Zhu Yu. Only Queen Ma's eyes lit up and she quickly asked, "Little miracle doctor, was it you who restored this ancient prescription?" Back to the queen, just yesterday I was in a medicine hall in the medicine market and gave the ancient prescription to shopkeeper Zhang. That ancient prescription is the ancient prescription of fengxiang powder. Zhu Yu said seriously. Empress, he is talking nonsense. Sun Zhong said quickly, this ancient recipe was restored by Wei Chen after decades of hard work. Old minister, I beg your majesty and empress to make the decision. He was kneeling on the ground, looking as if he had been greatly wronged. Zhu Zhong said at this time, come here, go and invite the shopkeeper Zhang. Shen Lian and the genie Wei took orders and quickly left the palace. According to Zhu Yu's words, they went to the medicine market to find the shopkeeper Zhang who Zhu Yu mentioned. After half a stick of incense, Shen Lian appeared again. Before he could speak, he looked at Zhu Yu and shook his head gently. Zhu Yu's heart sank suddenly, his eyes widened, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Your Majesty, we searched the medicine market and found that the pharmacy mentioned by the little doctor has been reduced to ashes. According to the surrounding merchants, the pharmacy caught fire today and all the shop owners were trapped in the fire and burned to death. What? Zhu Yu's eyes widened, and his heart was filled with turmoil. He didn't expect that his good intention to complete the prescription actually killed manager Zhang and his family. He looked at Sun Zhong fiercely, his eyes blazing with anger. This old man deserves death. Zhu Yu gritted his teeth tightly, trembling with anger. Empress Ma noticed Zhu Yu's strange behavior and whispered to him, little doctor, be patient. Your Majesty will get to the bottom of this matter. A hint of deep doubt flashed across Zhu Zhong's eyes, and he found that he seemed to have oversimplified things. Someone in the court is targeting his Yuer. They are trying to stop Zhu Yu from returning to his ancestral home. There was a flash of surprise in Sun Zhong's eyes, and then his heart was delighted. He was worthy of being the crown prince, and he always considered things very carefully. Now there is no evidence to prove that this ancient recipe was completed by Zhu Yu. Little genius doctor, what grudge do I have against you? Why do you want to snatch away my hard work? Sun Zhong, the villain, complained first. Zhu Yu's face was extremely ugly. Do you think that if there is no evidence, you can prove that fengxiang powder was restored by you? Zhu Zhong, Empress Ma, and Chang Xiao all looked at Zhu Yu. There was confusion in everyone's eyes. Did Zhu Yu have a backup plan? Zhu Zhong couldn't help but remind him, little doctor, we will send someone to investigate this matter. If it's true, it can't be false. If it's false, it will become true. That's it. However, before Zhu Zhong could finish his words, Zhu Yu interrupted him and said, Your Majesty. Even without manager Zhang, I can still prove that this fengxiang powder was not restored by Dean's son. You old bastard, you are killing people for an ancient prescription. You are not worthy of being a doctor. Zhu Yu's eyes were filled with anger. Sun Zhong didn't care, little genius doctor, how are you going to prove it? Simple. Zhu Yu asked back, since fengxiang powder was restored by Dean's son, then Dean's son must know the efficacy of fengxiang powder very well. Of course. Sun Zhong stroked his beard and said proudly, fengxiang powder has infinite magical effects. Zhu Yu sneered, a little more specific. Sun Zhong was stunned. He didn't know the details. The ancient books only described the effects of fengxiang powder with these 4 words. But if I don't say anything now, it's bound to make people suspicious. Specifically, it can nourish yin and yang, replenish blood circulation, and keep people young forever. Since there is a word feng in the name of the medicine, it must be used by women. Sun Zhong was thinking about how these basic functions should be available. Hearing this, Zhu Yu laughed loudly, Director Sun, you really know nothing about this thing. The so-called fengxiang powder is nothing more than a pleasure drug for women. Pleasure drugs. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Many young ladies looked at their families in confusion, wondering if they could be happy after taking fengxiang powder. But many old perverts instantly understood what Zhu Yu meant. To put it simply, this thing is a drug used to enhance sexual pleasure. How is that possible? Nonsense. Sun Zhong yelled with his face flushed. Is it really that drug? The expression on Queen Ma's face was very strange. Which medicine? Chang Xiao was curious, but Queen Ma gave her a sharp look. Go back to the queen, I dare to guarantee it with my life. Zhu Yu knelt in front of Zhu Chong and Queen Ma. Just find a dog and feed it, and you will know whether the villain's words are true or false. Zhu Zhong nodded and told Shen Lian to find a dog. Commander Shen, please wait. Zhu Yu walked forward quickly, whispered a few words to Shen Lian, then nodded and went to find the dog. After a while, a dog was brought up by Shen Lian. The eunuch had already prepared fengxiang powder in Sun Zhong's hand and poured it into the dog's mouth. Almost at the moment the eunuch stopped, the dog seemed to be stimulated and rushed towards Sun Zhong crazily. The forelimbs held Sun Zhong's legs tightly, and began to make some unbearable movements, with a huge range of motion. Seeing this, the young men and women blushed and were covered their eyes by their parents. Queen Ma also quickly covered Chang Xiao's eyes with her hands, afraid of dirtying her eyes. Sun Zhong was furious. He never dreamed that he would be beaten by a dog in front of the audience in the hall. But the dog seemed to be crazy and kept clinging to him and refused to let go. Is this fengxiang powder really that kind of medicine? Hiss. I see. No wonder they say it has endless uses. Fengxiang San, this name is really appropriate. The ancients were very knowledgeable and profound. Everyone was of one mind. Hearing is not as good as seeing. The dog's actions tell it all. Sun Zhong used all his strength to kick the dog away, and then shouted loudly, "Your Majesty, Empress, this has nothing to do with Fengxiang San. Zhu Yu must have asked someone to find an emotional dog. That's why it's like this." Sun Zhong's words are somewhat possible. Once a beast like a dog gets emotional, it will move even if it touches a wooden pole, let alone a human. Impossible, this dog can't be emotional. Shen Lian said expressionlessly. You martial artist, what do you know? Sun Zhong was so angry that his beard stood on end. How could anyone dare to step on him? The little miracle doctor just told me to find a dog that has lost its ability. This dog does not have that function. Shen Lian said seriously. This. Before Sun Zhong finished speaking, he felt that the eyes of Zhu Zhong and Queen Ma changed when they looked at him. Just one glance. Sun Zhong broke out in a cold sweat and his face turned pale instantly. It is a great disrespect to dare to give such filthy medicine to the Empress in front of all the civil and military officials in the court. How could an outsider like him have the right to worry about the couple's private affairs? Sun Zhong, what do you mean by giving me this medicine? The muscles on Zhu Zhong's face were trembling slightly. In his presence, give this medicine to the queen. This clearly states that Zhu Chong is not good enough. Your Majesty, this is not what I meant. Sun Zhong quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed violently. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Someone, come here. Immediately remove Sun Zhong from his position as the head of the Imperial Hospital and send him to the Dali Temple for trial. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Spare me. Spare me. Amidst bursts of piercing shouts, Sun Zhong was dragged down by Shen Lian's men. Zhu Chong looked at Zhu Yu deeply. This kid is really awesome. Courageous, resourceful, thoughtful, extraordinary, truly extraordinary. Su Yuan and Tang Hui also looked at each other. Although they did not speak for Zhu Yu, they saw everything Zhu Yu said and did. They had a hunch that Zhu Yu, the eldest nephew who grew up among the people, was no worse than the prince in the palace. Chang Xiao looked at Zhu Yu, her pretty face turned slightly red. He was really an interesting person. At least in her opinion, Zhu Yu was much more interesting than the princes in the palace. The banquet was still going on. As for Sun Zhong's life or death, many people actually didn't care. Only Zhu Ji has begun to think about how to kill Sun Zhong secretly. This person cannot be kept. The queen had just recovered from a serious illness. Southwest, the court officials naturally wanted to express their gratitude. Amid the eunuch's shouts, countless rare treasures were brought to Zhu Yu. Queen Ma was not interested in these things. Instead, she introduced the people who sent the gifts to Zhu Yu one by one. This is the niece of the Minister of War. She is well educated and knowledgeable about music. This is Minister Li's daughter, a famous talented woman in the capital. Minister Su's youngest daughter is not bad either. She looks like someone who is good at giving birth. Zhu Yu didn't say much, but Empress Ma spoke eloquently, making it seem like Zhu Yu was selecting concubines, all of whom were ladies from prominent families. To be honest, the last time I experienced this kind of thing in my previous life was in a club. How is it? Queen Ma looked at Juyu with heartache. Is there anyone you like? Oh my god. Juyu understood that this was a marriage arranged for him. But as a modern man, Juyu was really not used to this kind of marriage arrangement, which was like selecting concubines in a club. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen. Sumuji and Sumuching came to Queen Ma and they knelt down to pay their respects. Looking at Sumuching, who was dressed up carefully, Juyu's eyes lit up involuntarily. She really looked like a fairy walking out of a painting. How could Empress Ma not notice this? She was delighted and immediately asked Sumuching and Juyu to sit together. Sumuji was overjoyed. Was his daughter chosen? He was overjoyed, as his daughter from the Su family finally had the chance to marry into the royal family. He couldn't help but glare at Juyu with pride. See, you and my daughter are from two different worlds after all. Queen Ma was very happy and took Sumuching aside to ask her about family matters. Chang Xiao came close to Juyu and said playfully, I didn't realize you were quite capable. Your Highness, thank you for your compliment. My humble skills are not worthy of being presented in a grand ceremony. Juyu said modestly. Chang Xiao supported her chin with one hand, completely unafraid of other people's gazes. This princess finds you very interesting, much more interesting than those pedantic young masters. Besides treating patients, do you know anything else? For example. Chang Xiao looked at Juyu with her big, blinking eyes, as if she was looking at her lover. For some reason, Sumuching felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. It was a very strange feeling, one she had never experienced before. Your son wishes your mother good health and all the best. Just as Chang Xiao and Juyu were chatting, Juyen walked up and shouted loudly, trying to get Chang Xiao's attention. Yener is thoughtful. Queen Ma complimented calmly and ordered someone to accept the gift from Juyen. As for Chang Xiao, she didn't even look at him, but was chatting and laughing with Juyu. Juyen was filled with resentment and burning with jealousy. Over the years, Chang Xiao hardly ever smiled at him, but today she was talking and laughing with Juyu. How could he not be jealous? Little miracle doctor. Juyen couldn't help but shout, today, my mother has just recovered from a serious illness. Don't you have any expression? Isn't this rude? As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. When attending a dinner party at someone else's home, even ordinary people know to prepare some gifts to show their appreciation, let alone a royal dinner party. Empress Ma quickly tried to smooth things over. No need, no need. The little genius doctor's presence is the best gift. She was already very happy to be able to meet her long-awaited son, happier than receiving any rare treasures. But how could Juyen, who was already burning with jealousy, care about this? Mother, the rules cannot be broken. If this gets out, how will the royal family maintain its reputation? Juyen said viciously. The royal family has no shortage of gifts, but if everyone gives gifts and you come empty-handed, that would be disrespectful to the royal family. I have gifts. I have prepared them. As Juyu spoke, he took out the ointment he had prepared earlier. Seeing this thing, Juyen sneered in his heart. He had long guessed that Juyu could not prepare any expensive gifts. Oh! The little doctor is very generous. This ointment must cost at least 5 cents. My mother has just recovered. Why are you coming here to deliver medicine? Are you cursing her? Juyen took the opportunity to attack, looking at Juyu with an arrogant face and a sneer on his lips. Everything in this palace has rules. If you are not careful and break the rules, you might even lose your life. He stepped forward and said with a fierce smile, Little doctor, you'd better come up with a reasonable explanation. This is just an ordinary plaster. I bet the 4th prince 100 taels. I bet 200 taels. I trust the 4th prince. Betting on the 4th prince, 300 taels. For many officials, this is no longer a gamble but more like an investment. Among the princes, apart from the crown prince, the most favored is the 4th prince Juyen. It is always good to be on good terms with him. In a short while, Juyen had nearly 30,000 taels of silver. But Juyu's side was empty. I'll bet on Mr. Zhu, 50 taels. At this moment, a pleasant voice sounded, and Sumuching bet 50 taels on Juyu. Su Zhijin didn't even look up, or even glance at Zhu Yu. She simply didn't want Zhu Yu to look too bad. But she didn't have much money with her, only 50 taels. Zhu Yu smiled faintly and thanked him softly. Chang Xiao also came over at this time, took out a silver note worth 100 taels and threw it in front of Zhu Yu. This princess also bets 100 taels on the little genius doctor. Thank you, my lord. Zhu Yu bowed and saluted. Chang Xiao half-jokingly said, anyway, you can't lose. If you lose, I'll kill you and send you to the palace to keep me company. Zhu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and Zhu Yan gritted his teeth in hatred when he saw this. However, something that made him even more angry was yet to come. Let's join in the fun. I'll bet on the little genius doctor, 500 taels. Su Yuan stepped forward and wrote a note for 1,000 taels. Tang Hui followed closely behind, let's bet 2,000 taels. They all gave Zhu Yu meaningful smiles. Nephew, it doesn't matter. Even if others bully you, we will support you. Zhu Yu looked at the two idiots and was speechless. Is it really okay for you two, at your age, to place so much importance on money? Why are you trying to steal my money? Wouldn't it be nice if I could have it all? However, the expressions of the civil and military officials looked a little strange. Why did Duke Xin and Duke Zhong support Zhu Yu? Could it be that I bet on the wrong horse? Then I will come too. Just as Empress Ma was about to speak, Zhu Yu quickly said, Empress, you are of noble status and should not participate in gambling. If I bet 10,000 taels, how can I make money? Zhu Zhong said, Sister, let's take a look. It's not appropriate to place a bet. If people knew that the current emperor and empress were gambling together, it would definitely foster unhealthy tendencies. Empress Ma had no choice but to give up in disappointment. After all the bets were placed, Zhu Yu took out the ointment and applied it on Queen Ma's arm. When people saw it, they didn't think it was anything special. It was no different from ordinary ointment. According to Zhu Yu, it takes half an incense stick of time for the medicine to take effect. Zhu Ting suggested, I see quite a few young men and women have come today. Why don't we recite poems and compose couplets while we're waiting? Most of the people in the court were literati and scholars, so they naturally liked this kind of elegant activity. The third Prince Zhu Ting's literary talent is even more famous in the capital. When it comes to writing poetry, His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince is an expert in every aspect. I have read some of them, and every time I read them, I find them extremely insightful. Your Highness, the Fourth Prince, why don't you sing a song first? Everyone carried the colorful sedan chair, and even though they saw Zhu Ting's identity as the prince, everyone still praised him. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Zhu Ting looked at Zhu Yu, little genius doctor, how about we have a sparring match? The corners of his mouth turned up, and he was almost laughing. He now wants to use Zhu Yu's poem to defeat Zhu Yu. He wonders what Zhu Yu's expression will be at that time. He concluded in his heart that no poem could surpass the one that Zhu Yu had sold him before. Zhu Yu only then recognized that the person who had come to him to buy poems was actually the third prince. It's rare that the third prince is interested. Zhu Yu smiled, stood up and said slowly, I have studied poetry a little bit, but my poetry is a bit expensive. How much? Zhu Ting looked down from above. Every word is worth 1,000 gold. Zhu Yu was neither humble nor arrogant. The fourth prince's words were true. How can you give ointment when visiting someone who has just recovered? Even a country bumpkin would understand this principle. Empress Ma quickly tried to smooth things over. Little genius doctor, I accidentally hurt my hand while mending clothes the other day. The ointment you gave me is just the right thing to give me. As long as it was a gift from Zhu Yu, even if it was just a stone, Empress Ma would be happy. Your Majesty, I apologize for my crime. Zhu Yu stood up and bowed, answering, I heard that the Empress blocked a knife for Your Majesty in her early years, leaving a 1-foot scar on her right arm. Your Majesty felt very distressed every time he saw her, and he sought treatment from famous doctors, but unfortunately, she died of her illness in vain. Is this true? Queen Ma nodded and looked at Zhu Yu with deep emotion. How come this kid is so sweet? Could it be possible that this ointment can remove the scars on my mother's arm? Zhu Yan looked at the ointment in Zhu Yu's hand and said sarcastically, you are a very capable little doctor. I'm afraid no doctor in the world is as good as you. Everyone shook their heads and sneered. In order to remove this scar, Your Majesty sought out many famous doctors but to no avail. Could it really be cured by this little ointment in Zhu Yu's hand? Who believes it? Besides, even if there is a way to remove a small scar, it will take at least a month. In the eyes of everyone, this was just a bluff to cover up the rudeness of not preparing any gifts. It's really smart, but it's used in the wrong place. It's unbearable to look at. It's simply unbearable to look at. It would be better to admit it openly. That's right. Your Majesty and the Queen won't blame you for such a small matter. Why bother to hold on? Zhu Ting continued, Little doctor, why don't you say that this ointment can make people immortal? Maybe we can believe it. If you say you can make people live to be 100 years old, wouldn't we have to wait 100 years before verifying it? Who will remember it then? Queen Ma glanced around coldly and hated these people so much. How dare you bully my Yuer? Zhu Yu said, This is really a gift I specially prepared for you. It can remove any scar. It only takes half an incense stick of time for the scar to disappear without a trace. The whole audience was in an uproar. Zhu Yu's words were beyond everyone's understanding. This is totally a fantasy. Only a god could have such means. Ridiculous. Absurd. Zhu Yan walked quickly to Zhu Zhong and said, Father, this man is speaking nonsense. Please punish him for deceiving the emperor. Now even Zhu Zhong felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Zhu Yu and said, Little doctor, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Zhu Zhong felt a little depressed. No matter how he listened to Zhu Yu's words, he felt that they were not very reliable. This child still lacks education and is talking nonsense. Zhu Yu simply said without further ado, Your Majesty once said that there is no need to follow the rules at today's banquet. I dare to make a bet with everyone present. How about it? Take a gamble. Everyone present thought they had heard wrongly. In such a serious occasion, this boy is so bold. Zhu Yu didn't care. After all, wealth and honor are achieved through risk, and making money is the right thing to do. Father, look at this man, so arrogant. Zhu Yan looked pleadingly, hoping that Zhu would punish Zhu Yu severely. Zhu Zhong pondered for a while, and then nodded. Zhu Yan was delighted. This kid was finished. He had angered the emperor, and that was enough for him to die 7 or 8 times. However, the next second, the smile on Zhu Yan's face froze. Little genius doctor, tell me, how do you bet? Zhu Zhong asked with interest. Zhu Yan and others were completely dumbfounded. All the civil and military officials in the court were stunned. Zhu Chong is the person who hates gambling the most, so why would he agree so easily now? Don't understand. I totally don't understand. Zhu Zhong said, I don't want to either. Didn't you notice the look in my girl's eyes? If we don't agree, won't the girl make a scene with us? Zhu Yu picked up the ointment and said, Everyone here can place a bet, either on the 4th prince or on me, to see if this ointment will work. After half an incense stick, the winner will be decided. Zhu Yu was very interested. The civil and military officials in front of him were no longer human beings, but lush and thriving leeks. A word is worth 1,000 gold. You are too arrogant. Even the most learned minister of the dynasty would not dare to say such arrogant words. Civil and military officials scoffed at this. A medical student could write poetry. And each word was worth 1,000 gold coins. Aren't they afraid of slipping their tongue? Those sitting here are all important officials of the country. I wouldn't say that they are all extremely talented, but they are all eloquent. Not only them, even Zhu Chong felt that Zhu Yu was a little too arrogant. Being too young and too crazy is not a good thing. However, for Zhu Yu, this was nothing. He wanted to use his poetry to defeat himself. Haha, the 3rd prince's wishful thinking was probably in vain. The level of poetry in the great Xia dynasty cannot be compared with that in his previous life. The song I sold to Zhu Ting before was just an appetizer, he has something better. Chang Xiao and Su Muqing looked at Zhu Yu with curiosity. They also didn't expect that Zhu Yu could actually write poetry. Zhu Ting had not yet sensed the danger. In that case, I will throw out some ideas to stimulate discussion. When the great rock soars with the wind, it soars up to 90,000 miles. If it comes down when the wind dies down, it can still stir up the ocean water. People always see me as different, and they all sneer when they hear my big words. Xian Fu is still able to fear the younger generation, a man should not look down on the young. The flowers fall, passionately and heartily. All the civil and military officials in the court were shocked. They all felt the heroism and passion in this poem, as well as the unyielding spirit of youth. His Highness the Fourth Prince is a genius. A genius. Good. Good. This is the best poem I've ever heard. It is a masterpiece, worthy of being passed down through the ages. Not only the civil and military officials in the court, but even Zhu Zhong couldn't help but say good 3 times in a row, good. 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 Only Su Muqing's expression became a little strange. Is this a poem written by the Fourth Prince? Isn't this the poem written by the anonymous poet in front of Wu Yuan Jushi's door? Little genius doctor, it's your turn. Zhu Ting bowed. Let us listen to your masterpiece that is worth 1,000 gold coins. The sarcasm was instantly overwhelming. Compared with this poem, what other poem can be said to be worth 1,000 gold coins per word? Zhu Yu's defeat is inevitable. Zhu Ting looked at Zhu Yu proudly, since he had already bought the poem anyway. According to the rules, Zhu Yu cannot go back on his word. Even if he says anything, he cannot prove that the poem was written by him, Zhu Yu. Facing Zhu Ting's shamelessness, Zhu Yu just smiled faintly. Your Highness the Fourth Prince is very talented, but I don't have such a heroic spirit. But there is one song that I would like your guidance on. Zhu nodded heavily. Yuer was good. He faced the challenge head-on and showed some courage. Little genius doctor, are you sure you can recite a better poem than this one? Zhu Ting smiled maliciously. There is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. Zhu Yu said calmly, but every word is definitely worth 1,000 gold. Zhu Ting sneered. He was a poor man with money on his mind. Each word cost only 1,000 gold coins. He could afford it. Besides, it is still unknown whether this poem is worth a fortune once it is recited. I'm sorry for making a fool of myself. Zhu Yu took a step forward, looked at the full moon in the sky, and said with great emotion, when will the bright moon appear? Let me raise my cup to ask the sky. Everyone was shocked. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, and they were shocked by the 2 words that Zhu Yu said. A wild, unrestrained, and carefree temperament comes to you. Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma also widened their eyes. This was the first time they had heard such poetry. I don't know what year it is in the Palace of Heaven. I am going back with the wind. I have empty jade buildings, but I am afraid that they are too cold up there. I dance with my shadow, but it doesn't seem like I am in the human world. Another sentence. The entire banquet hall instantly fell into a strange silence. All the civil and military officials were shocked and their pupils trembled wildly. The scenes in the poem appeared in front of their eyes, and they all seemed to be drunk. Amidst the majestic atmosphere, there is a hint of sadness and loneliness. Let them immerse themselves in the scene, as if they were the characters in the lyrics themselves. The eyes of all the women present lit up at the same time, and they instantly turned into Zhu Yu's little fans. Why is Mr. Zhu, the little miracle doctor, so charming? Like an immortal. At that moment, there seemed to be endless light behind Zhu Yu. Only Zhu Ting looked confused as he tried to recall the words carefully. You don't know until you calculate it, and you'll be shocked when you do. That's just 61 words, and 60,000 taels of silver are gone. Zhu Ting broke out in a cold sweat. 3 years' salary is gone. However, judging from Zhu Yu's attitude, it seems that he is not done yet. Turning around the red pavilion, lowering the beautiful window, shining on the sleepless. There should be no hatred. Why does the moon always appear full when we are apart? People have joys and sorrows, separations and reunions, the moon waxes and wanes. This has always been difficult to achieve. I wish you a long life, and we can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though we are thousands of miles apart. Another 57 words. Zhu Ting's face turned pale instantly. It's over, 6 years of annual salary is gone, and the reward for my father is gone too. But no one paid attention to his emotions, as everyone was immersed in Zhu Yu's poems at the moment. The young ladies covered their red faces and dared not look at Zhu Yu. Especially Chang Xiao was extremely shy. Wow, how come I suddenly find this little miracle doctor so handsome? This word is so romantic. So beautiful. Su Muqing's pretty face was also flushed, and her heart was beating wildly with excitement. For a moment, it seemed as if there was light on Zhu Yu, like an immortal. She began to become somewhat obsessed with this man she once looked down upon. The mysterious and elegant temperament made her fall in love with it. She even had reason to believe that the poem, "The Great Peng Rises with the Wind One Day," was also written by Zhu Yu. Empress Ma and Zhu Zhong both burst into tears after hearing this. May we live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Is this talking about us? 20 years ago, they accidentally lost Zhu Yu, and now that they have found him they cannot recognize him easily. Who can I tell about my helplessness? It turns out that Zhu Yu also misses them all the time. Empress Ma could no longer hold back her tears. She subconsciously wanted to stand up, hug Zhu Yu in her arms, and tell him about her lovesickness. But Zhu Zhong was the first to notice, and he comforted him. "The child has a promising future, we should be happy. Instead of causing trouble for him, the ministers in the court are watching him. Sister, don't be in a hurry, wait a little longer." Queen Ma wiped her tears secretly and finally nodded. She swore that when Zhu Yu returned to his ancestral home, she would love this good son well and make up for the lost 20 years. Zhu Yu was very satisfied with the reactions of the crowd. "Third prince, is the word, common people, worth 1,000 gold coins." Mr. Su's poem can be said to be unprecedented and unparalleled. A great sentence to express nostalgia for the past. No one can compare to it for thousands of years. Worth it. Worth it. It's worth a ton of money. Zhu Zhong stood up, full of heroic spirit. Oh my God. Zhu Ting's legs went limp and he sat down on the ground. Where could he get 60,000 taels of silver? I thought it could be done with just 20 or 30 words, but who knew that this guy could write a poem with more than 100 words? It was completely beyond his tolerance. Ah. Just then, look, Mina brother. At this moment, Queen Ma cried out in surprise, "Look at my arm." Zhu Zhong hurriedly checked, and the scar that made him feel guilty had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Oh my, little miracle doctor. It's amazing. It's amazing. Zhu Chong burst into laughter. I didn't expect this little ointment to have such a good effect. Queen Ma was satisfied and looked at Zhu Yu eagerly. Children are filial. Among his sons, only Zhu Yu cared about his mother's health. At this moment, Zhu Yu has become the most dazzling presence in the entire dinner. Father, I want to challenge him in a duel. Suddenly, Zhu Yan rushed to Zhu Zhong in one step. He has taken all the limelight. How will Chang Xiao look upon him in the future? Old 4, stop messing around. Zhu Chong glared. When it comes to poetry and medical skills, Zhu Yu's accomplishments are truly rare. But when it comes to force, how can Zhu Yu, with his small body, withstand it? If you dare to fight with your big brother, I'll give you a few beatings. Father, since he is so powerful, even if he is injured, I can heal him myself. Zhu Yan said bluntly. I second this motion. The princes began to band together to target Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu saw a business opportunity again, and his eyes lit up. I dare not do anything to the fourth prince. Provoke me. Zhu Yan waved his hand and gritted his teeth and said, 30,000 taels. Is it enough for you to make a move? This is not good. Zhu Yu rolled up his sleeves as he spoke. Zhu Zhong's face darkened. You want money over life? Zhu Yan was born with supernatural strength. How many punches can your small body withstand? Don't mess around. Father, this is something we both agreed to. Why are you making a fuss? Little genius doctor, I'll be waiting for you. Zhu Yan jumped to the center of the banquet hall in one leap. The body is straight, like a javelin. Su Yuan and Tang Hui also frowned. Among the four princes, Zhu Yan had the highest martial arts ability. He was proficient in riding and shooting since childhood, and had followed them to the battlefield at an early age. It can be said that he is the only one among the princes who has seen blood. Putting all these aside, his physical fitness alone is far superior to that of the thin Zhu Yu. Aunt, say something quickly, don't hurt the little doctor. Chang Xiao looked worried. Queen Ma laughed back and said, who said just now that I should make the decision myself? Then, isn't it okay for me to make the decision myself? Chang Xiao's pretty face flushed. Zhu Yu is simply the perfect marriage partner in her mind. Chang Xiao's pretty face turned red like an apple when she thought of the romantic scene of the two of them reciting poems and composing couplets under the moon and flowers. Queen Ma was just about to persuade her when she saw Zhu Yu walking slowly to the center of the open space. No one expected that Zhu Yu would actually dare to accept the challenge. Zhu Zhong, quickly get someone to take them down. I will never forgive you for hurting my son. Queen Ma was so angry that she told the truth. Don't panic, mother. He can't hurt me. Zhu Yan was full of confidence. Empress Ma was in a state of panic. Am I worried about you? I am worried about your elder brother. Just when Zhu Zhong was about to speak, Zhu Yan took action first and punched Zhu Yu without any hesitation. The wind from the fist was so strong that the air around it was vibrating. Zhu Yu was stunned and quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding this powerful punch, but Zhu Yan did not stop and punched the table behind Zhu Yu. The desk seemed to be under tremendous pressure and broke into pieces in an instant. Hiss! Everyone present gasped. The fourth prince was born with supernatural powers. He is truly extraordinary. The power of this move shocked the whole audience. Zhu Ting couldn't help but shout, good, and Zhu Ji also smiled. If Zhu Yan accidentally killed Zhu Yu, then the things that happened later would not be so troublesome. Empress Ma, Su Muqing, and Chang Xiao were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Even Zhu Chong, Su Yuan, and Tang Hui could not help but stand up. They searched for 20 years before finding Zhu Yu. If he was killed by Zhu Yan with one punch, it would be a huge joke. The corner of Zhu Yan's mouth curled up in a cruel way, and she looked at Zhu Yu with cold eyes, as if she was looking at a dead person. He really wanted to kill. If he doesn't kill Zhu Yu now, what future will he and Chang Xiao have? Little doctor, you are lucky, but you won't be so lucky in the next move. Boom boom. As Zhu Yan finished speaking, a strong murderous intent came over him like a huge wave. Zhu Yu frowned slightly and his pupils shrank suddenly. He actually underestimated Zhu Yan. Come again. Zhu Yu looked serious. Zhu Yan sneered, then prepared to attack Zhu Yu again. Zhu Yan's fighting style is vigorous and powerful, and each move is extremely fast and powerful, which shows how high his kung fu skills are. While dodging, Zhu Yu was thinking about how to defeat Zhu Yan. Lie down for this prince. Zhu Yan couldn't help feeling annoyed by Zhu Yu's continuous dodging. He seized the opportunity and punched Zhu Yu in the chest. Zhu Zhong and the others' hearts instantly rose to their throats, and their eyeballs were about to pop out of their heads in fear. At the critical moment, Zhu Yu slightly turned sideways, and Zhu Yan's powerful punch went along his chest and hit the floor heavily. Click, click, click. The originally intact floor began to crack and spread out rapidly like a spider web. Zhu Ting was excited, and Zhu Ji was even more delighted. He shouted in his heart, kill him. Kill him for me. Do you dare to face it? Zhu Yan became even more annoyed after missing the attack. However, at this moment, Zhu Yu shouted in a deep voice, Baji, Taishanko. Bang. A iron mountain knife hit Zhu Yan's chest hard. After taking a strong blow from Zhu Yu, Zhu Yan took 2 steps back. Zhu Yu's full-strength attack didn't seem to cause any harm to him. Zhu Yan patted her clothes lightly and said with a smile, haha, is this your strength? Nothing more than that. It's useless. Taishanko is a killer move in Bajiquan. If it doesn't kill someone with one strike, it can at least temporarily deprive the person of the ability to resist. But the feeling of touching Zhu Yan just now was like punching a rock. Zhu Yu was sweating profusely. Could this guy be a monster? How could he be so hard? As if seeing the doubt in Zhu Yu's heart, Zhu Yan slowly walked forward, stretched out his finger, pointed at Zhu Yu, and said arrogantly. Little miracle doctor, you have some skills, but not much. Today, only one of us can walk out of here standing. Guess who it will be? Zhu Yan's words were full of threats. Zhu Zhong couldn't hold back any longer when he saw this. All right, stop making trouble. This competition ends here. Yener wins. He didn't want them to continue fighting. After all, Zhu Yu and Zhu Yan are half-brothers, and it would be bad to hurt either of them. Besides, it was only a matter of time before Zhu Yu was defeated. But at this time, Zhu Yu was not happy. Your Majesty, I didn't lie down. Why did the fourth prince win? Zhu Zhong looked at Zhu Yu in surprise. You're a little too arrogant, kid. With your small body, can you be a match for Zhu Yan? Father, what the little genius doctor said is right. I can't rely on my status to win. Zhu Yan said proudly, I must make him convinced tonight. Seeing both of them say this, Zhu Zhong didn't know what to say. Others looked at Zhu Yu and sighed, isn't it good to be alive? Why does he have to seek death? The fourth prince is born with supernatural powers. Can you be his opponent? Su Muqing and Chang Xiao couldn't help but worry about Zhu Yu. However, at this moment, Zhu Yu suddenly made a posture that no one had ever seen before, the Tai Chi posture. Zhu Yan couldn't help laughing when she saw Zhu Yu's strange movements. Do you want to dance? Zhu Yu was not angry either. Instead, he hooked his finger at Zhu Yan provocatively. Come on, try it. Sure enough, this extremely insulting action made Zhu Yan furious on the spot. Court death. After he finished speaking, he rushed towards Zhu Yu again. His speed was much faster than before. Just as he was about to touch Zhu Yu slowly spoke, the second Tai Chi move, wild horse spreads its mane. Zhu Yu slightly turned sideways, then grabbed Zhu Yan's arms with both hands, and the tens of thousands of pounds of force was instantly relieved. Zhu Yan suddenly felt a sense of weakness, and his body fell to one side uncontrollably. At this moment, Zhu Yu spread his hands and slammed them into Zhu Yan's chest. Bang! Although the force was not strong, Zhu Yan took several steps back and felt slightly numb at the place where he was hit by Zhu Yu. He was not the only one who was surprised, everyone around him also exclaimed in amazement. Zhu Yu's movements were obviously very slow, but why did it have such an effect? A little force can move a great object. What a clever use of force! Su Yuan couldn't help but exclaimed. What kind of trick is this? It's so magical. Tang Hui was amazed. It's incredible that he could easily weaken the opponent's strength and even counterattack. Come again. Zhu Yan refused to accept and attacked again. Grab the sparrow's tail. Zhu Yu smiled faintly, rushed forward, and once again exerted force, knocking Zhu Yan to the ground. Next, the offense and defense reversed. No matter how Zhu Yan increased his speed, Zhu Yu remained unchanged and was able to hit Zhu Yan every time, while Zhu Yan could not even touch Zhu Yu at all. What made Zhu Yan even more depressed was that every time she was hit by Zhu Yu, the numbness in her body would become more intense. After Zhu Yu finished a set of Tai Chi, Zhu Yan could no longer muster any strength and fell to the ground with a bang. Everyone present's eyes popped out. The way they looked at Zhu Yu changed. He defeated two princes by himself. He was truly a young hero. Zhu Zhong had not expected that Zhu Yu was so talented in both civil and military affairs. Ha ha ha, good. Really good. I have an important thing to announce today. Zhu Zhong couldn't help but stand up. Zhu Ji's eyes widened instantly, his pupils trembled wildly, and his mind went blank. Are we going to announce Zhu Yu's identity at this time? Countless emotions intertwined in Zhu Ji's heart. He had worked diligently for many years for the position of crown prince, but he did not expect that he would become a dowry for Zhu Yu who appeared out of nowhere. How could he accept this? Zhu Ji's face was pale, his lips were trembling slightly, and he was on the verge of collapse. The hand holding the wine glass was creaking. No. This can't happen. Just when everyone was curious about what big news His Majesty was going to announce, Zhu Ji stood up suddenly and shouted at Zhu Yu. Father, wait a minute. Zhu Zhong was stunned and suddenly turned to look at Zhu Ji. The eyes of the father and son intertwined in the air, as if countless lightning bolts were converging. No one knows a son better than his father. With just one look, Zhu Chong understood the reluctance in Zhu Ji's heart. The palms and backs of your hands are all made of flesh, how do you make a choice? Just now, All the civil and military officials in the court are tired of watching, so why not watch the dance first? Zhu Ji's eyes were full of earnestness. Queen Ma was in a trance. What happened to the child? He seemed fine at first. Why do we want to watch some dance now? She was still waiting to reminisce with Zhu Yu. Okay, then let's watch the dance first and we'll talk about this matter later. Zhu nodded in agreement. A group of graceful dancers walked from the side to the center of the stage. They pulled out their sleeves, the music played slowly, their figures moved, the wind blew their sleeves, and their bodies moved to the rhythm. They were truly pure and innocent, standing like jade in the fairyland at dawn. Following the rhythm of the music and dance, they spin, flick their sleeves, twist their waists, and lower their skirts. The movements are all done in one go and are magnificent. Zhu Yu didn't even blink. This authentic ancient dance music was much more beautiful than those in later generations. As for what important thing Zhu Zhongya wanted to announce, it had nothing to do with him. Now he just wants to finish watching it quickly and leave here quickly. Wouldn't it be happy to go home and count his money? While everyone was watching with great interest, Empress Ma moved closer to Zhu Zhong and secretly reached out her hand to pinch his waist tightly. What do you mean? Don't you plan to acknowledge Yuer? Zhi'er has agreed, and is even willing to. Zhu Zhong groaned and said bitterly, Sister, we are overthinking it. Zhi'er will never give up the position of crown prince. The palms and backs of our hands are all made of flesh. We'll listen to you this time. What do you say we should do? This. Queen Ma was also a smart person. In an instant, she figured out the interests involved. The court has a crown prince and an eldest prince, which is already a mess. In addition, in order to cultivate Zhu Ji over the years, almost everyone in the court is Zhu Ji's confidant, so even if Zhu Yu returns to the court, he will be in danger. It is even possible that brothers will kill each other. They are all flesh that fell from her body, how can she choose? Thinking of this, Queen Ma's eyes became red. I choose. Tell me, how should I choose? I just want my Yuer to come home and be with me. Putting aside her identity as queen, she is just a mother who is worried that her child will be hurt. She couldn't choose between the palm and the back of her hand. Why was I born in a royal family? She raised her hand calmly and wiped her tears secretly. However, at this moment, there was a clang sound and the speed of the music suddenly increased. The next second, a sword slipped from the dancer's hand, and then, as if the dancer had received some signal, she stabbed Zhu Yu, who was watching intently on the side, with the sword raised. The sudden change scared everyone, but before anyone could shout out, the sword was very close to Zhu Yu's heart. Zhu Yu's pupils shrank, and his mind went blank in an instant. It was too late to hide. At the critical moment, a delicate cry was heard. Careful. Zhu Yu felt as if he had been hit by someone and fell to the side. A familiar fragrance came from his nose. Belongs exclusively to Su Muqing. Puff. By the time Zhu Yu was about to take action, the sword had already penetrated Su Muqing's body, and blood seeped out, dyeing her snow-white clothes red. Muqing. Zhu Yu's pupils dilated and he was at a loss for a moment. He never expected that Su Muqing would stand up to block the sword for him at this moment. Someone is coming. Someone is coming. Queen Ma shouted, and Shen Lian and the genie Wei rushed forward instantly, trying to take down the assassin. However, before they could take action, the dancer suddenly fell down. Shen Lian stepped forward, stretched out his hand, touched the woman's neck, and shook his head at Zhu Zhong. Your Majesty, this person committed suicide by taking poison. There was no expression on Zhu Zhong's face. Instead, he turned and walked towards Zhu Ji. As you wish. Father. Zhu Ji seemed to have expected Zhu Zhong to come. He raised his head and looked at Zhu Zhong. Are you here to punish me? Bang. Zhu Zhong raised his hand and slapped Zhu Ji in the face. Zhu Ji's mouth was bleeding from being slapped, but he didn't say a word to defend himself. Check. Check for us. Let's find out everything. Fortunately, the wound was not fatal. After Zhu Yu treated her, Su Muqing was hurriedly picked up by Su Muji. Uncle Su, I want to take care of. Unnecessary. Before Zhu Yu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Su Muji. it is the best care for the Su family that you stay away from my daughter from now on. Su Muji hated Zhu Yu with all his heart, all because of this kid's problem, otherwise Su Muqing would not be like this. From now on, which prince would still like Su Muqing? Feeling angry, he naturally blamed all of this on Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu felt guilty and even more confused. Who is it? He spared no effort to take his own life. He actually took the risk and assassinated him in the forbidden area of the palace. At this time, Shen Lian came to Zhu Yu and comforted him. Dr. Zhu, your Majesty has ordered a strict investigation into this matter. I believe there will be news soon. Please be patient. I know. Zhu Yu glanced at Shen Lian gratefully. I'll leave everything to Commander Shen. If there's anything I can do to help, just give me your instructions. Shen Lian nodded, saying nothing. Zhu Yu left the palace in despair. His mind was in confusion. Who could it be? At the same time, waves of scalp-numbing sounds came from the imperial study room. In the imperial study room, Zhu Zhong held a jade belt and beat Zhu Ji severely on his knees one after another. Is it you? Tell me honestly, was it you who assassinated your eldest brother? Zhu Zhong was furious, with blazing anger in his eyes. What he was most worried about happened. Zhu Ji simply refused to give up his position as prince, so he killed his eldest brother. Are you so impatient? Zhu Zhong pointed at the dragon throne and said, or you can kill me too, and take this seat. Your son is innocent. Zhu Ji widened his eyes and said in a trembling voice, the assassination attempt has nothing to do with me. Zhu Chong almost laughed out of anger at Zhu Ji's words. In such a big court, the only one who has a vested interest in you is Zhu Ji. If something happens to Zhu Yu one day, the first thing he will think of is Zhu Ji. That's the position of the crown prince, the heir to the throne, the future emperor of Daxia, who wouldn't be tempted. Father, please listen to my explanation. The reason why I asked you to watch the dance before making a decision is because I am worried that you might act on impulse and cause chaos in the court. Zhu Ji said earnestly, over the years, father has spared no effort in training me. Whether I am willing or not, all the ministers in the court follow my lead. At this moment, if my elder brother returns to the court, I am willing to give up the position of crown prince, but I have already connected with the group of ministers who are centered around me. They don't want to see my eldest brother become the crown prince. Even if I don't want to, they will definitely kill me in secret. By then, big brother will be in danger. Zhu Ji's analysis was very logical. Zhu Zhong threw down the jade belt in his hand, and the anger on his face subsided a little. Go on. I think, we can let you enter the government first, and then you can build connections and achieve success after you have made achievements. Zhu Ji's lips were pale, his voice was trembling, and he continued, by then, the ministers in the court will have no objections, and our family reunion will be a natural outcome. After these words were spoken, the entire imperial study fell into silence. Zhu Zhong sat on the dragon throne, looking at Zhu Ji expressionlessly. No one knew what he was thinking at the moment. Really? It's not you. Not my son. Zhu Ji quickly said, in the inner courtyard of the imperial palace, if the emperor and the mastermind are harmed, I will die without hesitation. Please enlighten me, father. Zhu Ji kowtowed violently, his voice extremely sincere. After he left, Empress Ma walked out of the imperial study with tears in her eyes. You too, Jier said it wasn't him, but you still used such a heavy hand. I told you, this must have been done deliberately by someone. Empress Ma was heartbroken. Zhu Ji was also her own son. She continued, Jier is right. Over the past decade, you have spared no effort to help him clear the obstacles. The ministers in the court openly and secretly follow Jier's lead. If Yuer shows up, there will be chaos in the court. After calming down, Empress Ma gradually realized that she had to take her time to make Zhu Yu recognize his ancestral roots. Otherwise, it will be the common people who will suffer. The royal affairs are both family affairs and the affairs of the people of the world. Zhu Zhong didn't say anything. He just felt that Zhu Ji today was extremely unfamiliar to him. Could it be that he really had misjudged him? This is the only way. Let's send an imperial decree to let Yuer be an official in the court first. After Zhu Zhong said this, he began to think about what kind of official position would be best for Zhu Yu. However, Empress Ma said, "My son Yuer wants to be an official, why does he need your reward? He is very capable. I've already said that you'll get us a top scholar. Isn't it your Zhu family's dream to have a top scholar? If you grant him an official position, even if we return to the throne, it won't be legitimate." Zhu Zhong slapped his forehead. It was indeed the case. If Zhu Yu were to be given an important position at that time, there would inevitably be a wave of rumors among the people in the court. You trust Yuer too much. There are tens of thousands of scholars in Daxia, but only one top scholar. How can it be that easy? Zhu Zhong was a little unconvinced. As a father, you don't believe that your son is here. Queen Ma said unhappily, then let me make a bet with you. My Yuer can definitely get us the top spot in the imperial examination. Zhu Ji returned to the East Palace with a gloomy face. He sat on the bed without saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking about. The attendants around him had almost never seen Zhu Ji like this, and they could feel the anger and unwillingness in Zhu Ji's heart even from a distance. Everyone, step back and call Black Blade. After a while, He Feng, dressed in a black robe, appeared in front of Zhu Ji. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He Feng knelt on the ground and said, I failed to do my job well. Please forgive me, Your Highness. The assassination during the song and dance was arranged by Zhu Ji. But I didn't expect that there would be this variable, Su Muqing. This is also unexpected. Zhu Ji said sternly, go to the Dali temple tonight and make Sun Zhong shut up forever, and then put the blame on him. Wipe your ass clean. If you are found to be related to me, you know what will happen to you. He Feng trembled all over and said quickly, I understand. As for Zhu Yu, do you want me to? Zhu Ji thought about it and suddenly remembered something. I heard that Zhu Yu is going to take the imperial examination. Your Highness, the imperial examination inspector Li Jing has been trying to curry favor with Your Highness, so why not take advantage of him? Black Blade reminded. Zhu Ji smiled coldly, inform Li Jing that people like him should not be allowed into the examination room. Su Muji still had a prejudice against Zhu Yu and refused Zhu Yu's request to visit Su Muqing, so Zhu Yu had to give up. After several crises and having lost a lot of money to several princes, they definitely could not stay in the capital anymore. As the day of the imperial examination drew closer, Zhu Yu began to stay indoors and prepare for the examination. The day of the scientific expedition arrived as scheduled. Lu Rushi seemed even more excited than Zhu Yu, and got up early to prepare meals for Zhu Yu. The imperial examination in the Great Xia dynasty only had one subject and lasted for 3 days. You have to eat, drink, defecate and urinate in the examination room. No matter how high your level is, you can't leave until 3 days later. After what happened last night, I went back to the room to help Zhu Yu change his clothes. Looking at her busy back, Zhu Yu couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He was a single man before and had never experienced the warmth given by someone. It was only after meeting Lu Rushi in this life that I understood what life and warmth are. It's great to have you. Zhu Yu hugged Lu Rushi's slender waist and bit her ear lightly. Lu Rushi blushed, husband, please stop making trouble. The imperial examination is coming soon. You need to stay energetic. When I think about not being able to see you for 3 days, I feel that life is boring. It's better not to go to the imperial examination. Zhu Yu said with a smile. Lu Rushi blocked his mouth and said, Sir, please don't talk nonsense. There is a God 3 feet above. I will pray for you for 3 days. What if I fail the exam? Zhu Yu asked back. If we fail the exam, we can just buy a few acres of land and live a life where the men farm and the women weave, which is also very good. Lu Rushi has no herself in her heart, only Zhu Yu. As long as Zhu Yu feels happy, she is willing to do anything. What if I pass the exam? Zhu Yu asked again, you are not afraid that I will change my mind and find a noble lady to marry and not want you, what will happen? Lu Rushi pursed her lips lightly, and a thin mist rose in her almond-shaped eyes. Then, if that's the case, I wish you and your family happiness and a long life together. Yo. Look at you, you can't help but be amused. Zhu Yu pinched her chin and said, wait for me to come back, and you will be the wife of the top scholar. Lu Rushi felt deeply touched, she knew that Zhu Yu would not let her down. My husband, I wish you a bright future and I am at home. Zhu Yu gave her a big hug, and then brought food to the imperial examination hall. Although the imperial examination was fair, people were divided into different classes. The noble sons dressed in gorgeous clothes stood together, and slightly inferior to them were some wealthy children dressed in silk. The rest were children from poor families, all wearing cloth clothes. The sons of noble families looked down on the second generation of wealthy businessmen, and the wealthy businessmen looked down on the group of common people and scholars. The fairness of the imperial examination system lies in allowing different classes to take the same exam to determine their fate and future. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Not far away, a group of servants came over with a young man in fancy clothes, looking extremely arrogant. Many young men from poor families stepped aside to make way for him. Who is this person? You don't even know him. The son of the Minister of Personnel, Zheng Jiwei. Minister of Personnel. Hearing this title, everyone present widened their eyes. The Minister of Personnel is not an ordinary person. He is specifically responsible for the arrangement of official positions in the court, equivalent to the current organization department. All those present, whether they passed the imperial examination or even won the top prize in the imperial examination, had to obey the arrangements of the Ministry of Personnel. The power is so great that it is intimidating. Zhu Yu adhered to the principle that less trouble is worse than more and stood aside. Stop, are you Zhu Yu? However, at this moment, he was stopped by Zheng Jiwei. Mr. Zheng, I am honored to be here. Zhu Yu bowed to him. Zheng Jiwei raised his eyebrows and said, It's you, it's true that we always meet on a narrow road. Enemies meet on a narrow road. Zhu Yu was confused, as if this was the first time he met Zheng Jiwei. I thought he was a talented young man who made Miss Su risk her life to save him, but after seeing him today, he is nothing special. Zheng Jiwei acted very arrogantly, as if he looked down on everyone. Zhu Yu felt very guilty towards Su Muqing, but Su Muji watched him too closely, so he couldn't go to see Su Muqing at all. What's up? Hee hee. Zheng Jiwei was amused by Zhu Yu's dismissive attitude. Your words make me very unhappy. Don't you know that Muqing and I have been childhood sweethearts? She blocked a sword for you, and this young master is very unhappy. The candidates present heard this conversation and moved away. They had only one thought in their minds, this guy named Zhu Yu was going to be in trouble. Why did he have to offend Master Zheng when he could offend anyone else? That's your business. Zhu Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart, these noble sons are so boring, playing socializing outside the examination hall. After saying that, Zhu Yu didn't plan to argue with him anymore and turned around and walked to the side. But as soon as he turned around, he was surrounded by the servants around Zheng Jiwei. It seems that you haven't figured out the situation yet. Don't think that you can change your fate by taking the imperial examination. A poor fellow like you, even if you really become the top scholar, is not worthy of the eldest lady of the Su family. Zheng Jiwei walked up to Zhu Yu and said, I declare that you don't need to take the exam anymore. Send the marriage certificate back to the Su family. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. Zheng Jiwei was extremely arrogant and didn't take Zhu Yu seriously at all. The way he looked at Zhu Yu was as if he was looking at an ant on the ground. In fact, he does have the capital to be arrogant. As the son of the Minister of Personnel, no one dared to provoke him. Even the guards at the entrance of the examination room turned a blind eye to what he did and had no intention of stopping him. There are so many people here, why do you have to mess with me? Zhu Yu sighed. Zheng Jiwei took a step forward and pointed at Zhu Yu, can't I provoke you? Can't I afford to provoke you? There are few people in the capital that I can't afford to provoke. Who is making noise outside the examination room? A man in an official robe walked out quickly. His name was Li Jing, and he was the invigilator of the examination room. Supervisor Li, you've come at the right time. I have just discovered a candidate who is suspected of cheating. Zheng Jiwei said with a forced smile. When the examinees heard the word cheating, they felt a chill down their spines. Cheating in the imperial examination is a serious crime, and no one can bear the consequences if this hat is put on them. During the Great Xia dynasty, more than 100 people were beheaded in the street because of a fraud, and all the 9 patrol clans were wiped out. Under such harsh laws and punishments, the candidates were terrified at the mere mention of tigers. They all stayed away from the two people, fearing that they would be implicated and lose the qualification to take the exam. Li Jing had already been informed by the crown prince and recognized Zhu Yu at a glance. Now he could make a contribution in front of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Although he didn't know how Zhu Yu had offended the prince, since the prince had ordered that Zhu Yu be not allowed to enter the examination room, he had to follow the order. I am here as an inspector, and anyone dares to cheat. Li Jing ordered, you guys check carefully to see if this is true. The guards in the examination room stepped forward instantly, pretending to search Zhu Yu in advance. Wait. He said I was cheating and wanted to search me. Zhu Yu said seriously, if I said he was cheating, would you search him? Facing Zhu Yu's question, Li Jing's expression suddenly became abnormal. You are just a commoner, and you don't even realize that you have offended Master Zheng, and you are still trying to attract attention. I am always fair. False accusations will result in disqualification from the exam. Are you sure you want to report Master Zheng? Li Jing showed undisguised partiality. Zheng Jiwei was questioned if he said he was hiding something from others. If the same situation happened to Zheng Jiwei, it would be a false accusation. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Well, go ahead and investigate. If there is no conspiracy, please punish Mr. Zheng for false accusation. Li Jing didn't say anything but winked at the guard. A guard came forward and roughly kicked over the food box that Lu Rushi had prepared for him, then kept rummaging through it. Zhu Yu's face began to turn ugly. Oh, Master Li is very professional. This food box is the best place to hide private items. Look carefully and don't miss any layer. The imperial examination lasted for 3 days. Candidates could only bring their own food and were not allowed to leave the examination room early. The meal was ruined, which basically meant the exam was over early. No one can stay in the examination room for 3 days without eating or drinking. Zhu Yu's face turned ugly. This was what Lu Rushi had prepared for him early in the morning. He could even imagine what this silly girl looked like when she cooked. All the good intentions were ruined by Zheng Jiwei. Report to the Lord, no private items were found. I see. If you don't have any, then you can leave. Li Jing glanced around and said, just wait patiently. If anyone makes any noise again, don't blame me for being rude. Having said that, he turned around and was about to leave. Stop. Zhu Yu was furious. Lord Li, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The candidates present couldn't help but worry for Zhu Yu. That's about it. The people do not fight with the officials, and the poor do not compete with the rich. Asking adults for explanation, isn't that seeking death? Maybe I won't be able to take the exam next year. Explain, what explanation do you want? Li Jing said, there is no private information. You will be able to take the exam like them in a while. Just now the master said that those who make false accusations will be disqualified from taking the exam. Zhu Yu reminded. Did I say that? Who heard it? Li Jing looked around. The whole place was silent and all the students lowered their heads. In their eyes, Zheng Jiwei and Li Jing are the ceiling that they will never be able to reach in their lifetime. Why bother to help a stranger when you still have to take the exam? I lost the qualification to take the exam in vain. Zheng Jiwei smiled coldly. Although the imperial examination was fair, the gap between the gentry and the common people was indeed an insurmountable chasm. Li Jing naturally knew that his career was in the hands of the Zheng family. Naturally, he would not offend Zheng Jiwei. Zhu Yu clenched his fists tightly. What a shame. With the knowledge and ability he possessed, he would have been able to become an official, even if he rebelled and became an emperor. But now he had to endure such humiliation at the entrance of the examination hall. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Zhu Yu punched Zheng Jiwei in the face without saying a word. Ouch. You. How dare you dare to hit me? Zheng Jiwei's eyes were bruised and he looked at Zhu Yu in disbelief. How could a mere commoner dare to lay hands on the son of the Minister of Personnel? Young master, I'm going to hit you. Also, I'll tell you, I won't cancel the engagement. Zhu Yu kicked him to the ground and said, when I graduate from high school, I will go to the Su family and marry Su Muqing. I will definitely save a glass of wedding wine for you then. You're still in high school. Humph. You can't take part in the imperial examination today, and you won't be able to take part in it in the future. Zheng Jiwei shouted loudly, Inspector Li, what are you waiting for? Someone is causing a disturbance in the examination room, and you are not going to do anything about it. Zhu Yu's speed was too fast, and Li Jing finally reacted, someone, take this lunatic down for me. Haha, they are in cahoots with each other. This is a disgrace to civility and justice. It's better not to hold this imperial examination. At this moment, a pale-faced scholar rushed out from the crowd, holding a sword in his hand. Brother Zhu, I'm here to help you. Seeing this person, Li Jing and Zheng Jiwei also felt a headache. Wang Mingyang. Crazy Wang. Wang Mingyang is the son of Wang Hua, the Grand Secretary of Dongke. He was born to be the child of other people's family. He has a photographic memory, is extremely talented, and is good at both civil and military affairs. But he is a madman in the eyes of everyone, his behavior is eccentric and beyond common sense. But the Wang family is also a noble family, and no one dares to do anything to him. Wang Mingyang swung his sword, and the guard who came to capture Zhu Yu was instantly knocked to the ground. My lord, causing a disturbance in the examination hall is a capital offense. Li Jing felt a chill in his spine. It is better to die than to live in this unfair world. When Wang Mingyang got mad, he was like an ordinary person. He raised his sword and slashed at Li Jing, you dog official, I will kill you. All the candidates present were stunned. They also know the injustice of this world, but they did not choose to resist, but accepted it silently. Even though he envied Zhu Yu and Wang Mingyang's youthful loyalty, he did not dare to gamble his own future with them. The common people students present clenched their fists tightly. It's so fucking satisfying. This kind of dog official deserves to die. Rebellion, rebellion. Li Jing shouted and retreated. With Wang Mingyang's help, Zhu Yu simply let himself go and acted even more ruthlessly. Punch after punch, Zheng Jiwei was beaten black and blue. I won't tolerate this kind of bullshit anymore. At worst, I can occupy the mountain and become the king, or rebel. Didn't his Zhu family also come from a rebellious background? Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. The scene was in chaos, and at this moment, a voice broke the noise. The queen has arrived. A group of palace guards appeared, escorting Queen Ma, and everyone present knelt on the ground. Her Majesty the Queen, Jinan. Wang Mingyang also quickly threw the sword in his hand aside. Zheng Jiwei and Li Jing crawled to the queen's side. Empress, these two people are causing chaos in the examination room. You have to take care of this for us. Empress Ma was the model mother of the country, and everyone in Daxia knew that the Empress was kind and benevolent. My miserable appearance would surely make Empress Ma feel sympathy for me. The two of them were making their wishful thinking, but the next second, Queen Ma quickly walked up to Zhu Yu. She asked with concern, Hey, are you hurt? Let me take a good look at you, are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Hearing this, Zheng Jiwei and Li Jing's eyes almost popped out. They are the ones who are hurt, okay. One had a bruised face and nose, the other was panting heavily. In contrast, Zhu Yu and Wang Mingyang did not look like they were in any trouble. Your Majesty, are you asking the wrong person? Empress Ma was very worried. She pulled Zhu Yu to look left and right. How could he take the exam if he was injured? She and Zhu Chong were still looking forward to the Zhu family producing a top scholar. Reporting to Her Majesty the Queen, I am fine. Zhu Yu spoke coldly. He was still angry. It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay. Don't be so reckless in the future. Your parents will be worried. Queen Ma said with concern. I have no father or mother, so I am just a wild child. Zhu Yu said coldly, if you don't have an official father, you are not worthy of taking the imperial examination. When Empress Ma heard this, her heart ached. What does it mean to have no father and no mother? I am your mother, and your father is the current emperor of Daxia. My Yuer. Poor Yuer. Whoever dares to bully our Yuer, we will fight him to the death. Inspector Li, what's going on? There was murderous intent in Queen Ma's voice. Women are weak by nature, but they become strong when they become mothers. What's more, she is the queen of the time. Li Jing was so frightened that he trembled, reporting to the queen, "This person cheated privately and colluded with others to cause chaos in the examination room. Not only did he beat others in public, he also wanted to kill me. Please, queen, make a decision." The students present could no longer bear to watch this confusing operation. That's not the case. It was Zheng Jiwei who slandered first, and Inspector Li was corrupt for personal gain. Yes, we all saw it. They kicked over the diners and slandered Brother Zhu for cheating. The inspection is unfair, the imperial examination is unfair, please your majesty, please look into this matter. You guys. Inspector Li never dreamed that these seemingly timid students would have the courage to stand up at this moment. Zheng Jiwei was also sweating profusely and didn't dare to breathe. Queen Ma's face was extremely cold. How brave she was. They all dared to slander her anywhere, otherwise she would pass the exam. If I can't become an official, how can I face my son in the future? They are not trying to make things difficult for Zhu Yu, they are trying to kill him. There is no law under the feet of the world. You are so brave. Come, give these two to me. Before Empress Ma could finish her words, Zhu Yu interrupted her. Thank you, Queen. I have something important to do, so I'll leave first. Zhu Yu remained silent. He was already angry enough. What was the point of taking an exam? He has already decided that he will take Lu Rushi out of the city tomorrow, occupy the mountain and become the king, and start a rebellion. If I want to be an emperor, I will be the highest official in the great Xia dynasty and live out my life as an emperor. After hearing this, the whole audience fell silent. It's good enough that the Queen Mother happened to show up and help you out. If you take advantage of her and still act ungrateful, you are ungrateful. If you don't want to take the exam, then don't take it. Why say it out loud? Could it be possible that the Queen Mother would beg you to take the exam? However, what happened next surprised all the candidates present. Empress Ma was really anxious, so she hurried forward and blocked Zhu Yu's way. You promised to let me pass the exam and become the top scholar, why don't you take it? You have to take the exam. Queen Ma became anxious. We are still hoping that the Zhu family will produce a top scholar. If you don't take the exam, where should I go to find you? Everyone gasped. Hiss. Did you hear it right? Why does Queen Ma's tone sound like she's begging? What is Zhu Yu's background? How about this? I'll leave these two people to you. As long as you are willing to take the imperial examination, I'll agree to anything you ask for. Not only the students, but even the eunuchs and guards present were stunned. The person in front of me is the queen of the great Xia dynasty. When have I ever seen her so humble? Zhu Yu looked at Empress Ma in front of him and asked in confusion, what virtue and ability have I gained to make Her Majesty miss me so much? For some reason, when he saw Queen Ma, he inexplicably thought of his mother in his previous life. When I was taking the college entrance examination, my mother, who came to deliver meals to me, was also very nervous and worried. That's because we are. Empress Ma was ready to confess directly, but then she remembered Zhu Zhong's words and changed the subject. I am the Empress, the mother of all the people of Daxia. When you see your children being treated unfairly, you naturally have to do something. Otherwise, wouldn't that just chill the hearts of Daxia students? Hearing this, the students present burst into tears of gratitude. Many students with shallow eye sockets shed tears of emotion. Your Majesty, you are the mother of the country and the blessing of Daxia. So that's how it is. Zhu Yu also figured it out and temporarily suppressed his thoughts of rebellion. Then I will take the liberty to deal with it on behalf of the Queen. It's all fine, as long as you can take part in the imperial examination. Queen Ma smiled. Zhu Yu walked over to Zheng Jiwei and Li Jing. The two men were shaking and trembling violently. Zhu Yu, who had just been played around by them, was now deciding their life and death. Zheng Jiwei is arrogant and domineering, and he slanders students. He should be banned from taking the imperial examinations for life. Boom. Zheng Jiwei's eyes widened. This punishment is more painful than killing him. All students in the world regard passing imperial examinations as their lifelong pursuit. As long as he can pass the imperial examination this time, relying on his father's connections, he will definitely have a place in the court in the future. But now Zhu Yu's words directly destroyed everything for him. He could already foresee the decline of his family. Okay. Queen Ma spoke up to help. Thank you, Queen, for not killing me. After saying these words tremblingly, Zheng Jiwei defecated and urinated simultaneously and fainted. Inspector Li, you have been perverting the law for personal gain and listening to slander. I will hand you over directly to the Dali Temple. Dali Temple. Li Jing's face turned pale instantly. No one can come out alive from a place like Dali Temple. So cruel. What a cruel person. Let the Dali Temple investigate thoroughly to see if he has done anything else illegal, said Queen Ma. Li Jing trembled all over. Thank you. After saying this, he fainted. Then, the two were taken away. Queen Ma pulled Zhu Yu aside and handed him the food box that had been prepared earlier. Your Majesty, this is. I thought you were alone and had no one to take care of you, so I asked someone to prepare food for you to take the exam. The eunuchs and palace maids around were all shocked when they saw the food box. Only then did they realize that the queen had gone to the imperial kitchen before dawn to prepare meals for this man. This is a treatment only enjoyed by princes. Thinking of this, they didn't dare to think any further and just pretended that they knew nothing. From now on, whenever you see Zhu Yu, you must be polite again and again. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Queen Ma was as happy as a child. Zhu Yu opened the food box, which contained some exquisite snacks. He picked up a piece of cake and put it into his mouth. A warm feeling welled up in my heart, and the taste seemed to evoke the remaining memories in my blood. For a moment, tears welled up in his eyes. Mom. The students who were originally preparing to leave the examination room in a hurry stopped at the same time. The unity of knowledge and action, kind of interesting. Hu Yong, the chief examiner of the imperial examination, also stopped. Students' debate is nothing but a repetition of the same old story. Lord Hu, let's quickly sort out the test papers. The subordinate urged. No hurry, just listen to what this kid has to say. There are not many people in the huge capital who can shock the kid from the Wang family. Hu Yong became interested. Unify knowledge and action. Wang Mingyang repeated Zhu Yu's words and his eyes suddenly lit up. The ultimate secret that he had been searching for but could not find seemed to be slowly unfolding before his eyes. Brother Zhu, what do you mean by this? There are 4 interpretations of this statement. The first is that learning, thinking, and reasoning are all what we learn. There is no one who learns but does not act. It is just as Confucius said, think thrice before you act. Zhu Yu said word by word. Second, learn and practice from time to time, and make progress step by step. Third, you need to practice and work hard in practice to benefit from it. Fourth, unity of knowledge and action, practice to the utmost, and end in the highest good. Zhu Yu's voice was not loud, but every word seemed to carry a tremendous force, hitting everyone's heart heavily. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in their mind: we all studied hard for 10 years, why are you so outstanding? Students in the great Xia dynasty all studied 8-legged essays. He can only read from the script and quote from classics. I only understand the ways of sages and what sages say. However, the unity of knowledge and action mentioned by Zhu Yu seemed to open a hole in their blocked brains. It turns out that books can be read this way, and it turns out that learning is the unity of knowledge and action. Hu Yong also stood there in a daze, immersed in these 4 sentences, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. What kind of magical theory is this? The truth contained therein is comparable to what a saint would say. At that moment, there seemed to be light on Zhu Yu's body, blinding everyone's eyes. Wang Mingyang's body was shaking violently and he kept repeating it. Knowledge and action are one, knowledge and action are one. Isn't this the path he has been pursuing? Brother Zhu. Brother Zhu. Wang Mingyang excitedly grabbed Zhu Yu's arm and asked, what is the ultimate good? The highest state of unity of knowledge and action is perfection. However, with their current ability to understand, they are simply unable to reach this level. The ultimate good, in short, is to establish a mind for heaven and earth. 4. Zhu Yu was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt that he might have said too much. It is better to say less of such advanced words. Well, that's probably what happened. Zhu Yu shrugged. I've taken off my pants and you're telling me this. There will definitely be more to come. Wang Mingyang stared at Zhu Yu with his eyes full of clear stupidity, and said eagerly, Brother Zhu, what else? It's gone, it's gone. Zhu Yu shrugged. It is not a good thing to have thoughts that are too advanced. If Emperor Zhu launches a literary inquisition, it will be more trouble than it gains. How can this kid only say half of what he said? I dare say that the rest of his words will be recorded in history. Hu Yong stamped his feet excitedly. But Zhu Yu has the mouth, and if he doesn't say anything, no one can do anything to him. Just when Wang Mingyang was planning to use some means to make Zhu Yu continue speaking, he heard a burst of hurried horse hoof sounds, and Chang Xiao rushed into the examination room on horseback. Little princess, why are you here? Chang Xiao had some basic skills in martial arts, so she grabbed Zhu Yu without saying a word. Human lives are at stake. Come with me to the military camp. No, he hasn't finished speaking yet. Wang Mingyang quit immediately. He is really stubborn. Others would try to avoid the little princess, but this stubborn guy actually dares to talk back to her. Chang Xiao didn't indulge him either. Crazy Wang, go home and chop your bamboo. If you try to stop me again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Without waiting for Wang Mingyang's reply, Su Yuan threw Zhu Yu directly onto the horse. What a shame, what a shame. I dare say that the words following this are absolutely the truest truth in the world. TSK, am I really taking the same imperial examination as ordinary humans? I'd better take it again next year. Alas, every generation has its own talents, why is it not my turn? After Zhu Yu left, the students beat their chests and stamped their feet, immersed in the world of unity of knowledge and action. Many students even walked out of the examination room crying. If I take the same exam with such a person, do I have any chance of winning? The worst off was Wang Mingyang. At this moment, he felt as if his soul had been sucked out and he was completely confused. Brother Zhu, what's the second half of the sentence? What did he just say? He just called me, Mom. Ma Yuer is calling me mother. Queen Ma was deeply moved and looked at Zhu Yu lovingly. Zhu Yu realized that he had lost his composure. Your Majesty, I am guilty, but this thing is strangely familiar to me. Just eat as long as you like. It's almost time. You should go to the examination room. In order to hide her panic, Queen Ma quickly changed the subject. Zhu Yu thanked him and left. Looking at his back, Queen Ma could no longer hold back. She covered her mouth tightly and tears flowed like a fountain. He just called me Mom. My God, Yuer called me Mom. She wished she could tell the world right now that Zhu Yu was her eldest son who had been lost for many years. The commotion in the examination hall was over. After being checked, the students entered the examination hall and began 3 days of intensive writing. However, this incident became a hot topic in the city. Sister, something bad has happened. Xiao Huan hurried back to the Qingshui Lane villa. I just heard that Master Zhu caused a scene in the imperial examination hall and injured someone. It is said that the man is the son of the Minister of Revenue. When Lu Rushi, who was embroidering, heard the news, she felt like she was struck by lightning. What? He caused a scene in the examination room and even injured the son of the Minister of Revenue. Lu Rushi almost fainted when she heard the news. Mr. Zhu is not such a reckless person, how could he do such a thing? Xiao Huan, did you hear me right? No. Xiao Huan was almost crying, many people saw it with their own eyes. The people do not fight with the officials, and the poor do not compete with the rich. This is the law of survival of the great Xia dynasty. Having offended such a powerful person, one can imagine what will happen to Zhu Yu. Lu Rushi's mind went blank in an instant, and she accidentally pricked her finger with the embroidery needle. No, my husband will definitely pass the exam and will definitely pass the high school entrance exam. As she spoke, tears flowed unconsciously. Xiao Huan, let's go to the examination room and wait for my husband to come out. What if something really happened to Mr. Zhu? Xiao Huan asked. Then I will go to the cell to accompany him. A look of determination flashed in Lu Rushi's eyes. 3 days passed in a flash. Zhu Yu stood up from his seat and stretched lazily with satisfaction. Examinations in ancient times were indeed tiring. Just having to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep in the same place was unbearable. Brother Zhu, how did you perform? Wang Mingyang walked up to Zhu Yu. Normally. How about you, Brother Wang? That's it. The imperial examination is just a formality for me. Wang Mingyang yawned. I don't want to be an official. No matter how high an official I become, I can't save this absurd world. The candidates who were preparing to leave the examination room were all terrified when they heard these remarks. I'm afraid no one except Crazy Wang would dare to say such a thing. Who doesn't write some flattering words during an exam? What about your ambitions, brother? I'm still looking. I have a vague feeling that I'm about to find it. After I spend some more time digging bamboo, I think it will be almost there. Wang Mingyang said very seriously. Guzhu can also figure out the way to govern the world. This is not a joke. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and said, I have an idea. I wonder if you would like to hear it, brother. Wang Mingyang smiled politely. To be honest, Zhu Yu is a good man. However, he claimed to be the best person in ancient and modern times in terms of the study of things, and no one understood the mysteries better than him. To use a fashionable phrase, Wang Mingyang put his hands in his pockets and didn't know what an opponent was. Many candidates who knew Wang Mingyang couldn't help but roll their eyes. Okay, another crazy one. Anyone who discusses things with Wang Mingyang will go crazy. Brother Zhu, there is no friendship in war. Debate has been a tradition among literati for thousands of years. Simply put, it is equivalent to today's talk show conference. However, the discussion was more in-depth. It's not a debate, just an unwritten introduction. Zhu Yu smiled. Wang Mingyang became interested and asked, Brother Zhu, how does a gentleman establish himself in the world? This question can be seen as the ultimate answer that literati pursue. Wang Mingyang suffered for decades but still did not get the answer he wanted. That is why we seek answers through the method of communicating with nature through the study of things. Zhu Yu said solemnly, there is only one way for a gentleman to succeed in the world, and that is to combine knowledge and action. After these words were spoken, all the students present were instantly shocked. Not only was he distraught, but also Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan who were still standing in the examination room. Watching the students leave one by one, Lu Rushi's heart was wrenched. Sister, Master Zhu, why haven't you come out yet? Xiao Huan felt heartbroken as she watched fewer and fewer people leave the examination room. Lu Rushi pursed her lips and covered her heart with one hand, as if her heart was about to be torn apart by something. Wait a little longer, he will definitely come out. Almost at the moment when she finished speaking, a heroic woman rushed out of the examination room on a horse. She had a refined appearance and excellent temperament. Being able to ride a horse into the examination hall means one is definitely extremely noble. Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan widened their eyes. Sister, that person seems to be Mr. Zhu. Xiao Huan looked at Zhu Yu on horseback and exclaimed, who is that woman? Could it be? Lu Rushi's eyes became dim, and in an instant it seemed as if all her strength was drained away. She couldn't believe what she saw. Could it be that my husband really has a change of heart? Sister. Xiao Huan called softly. Let's go home. Let's wait for dinner to be ready and for my husband to come back. Lu Rushi's lips curled up into a bitter smile. She knew that Zhu Yu was so outstanding, and she would definitely not be the only woman in his heart. But at this moment, she felt a little ashamed and felt that she was not worthy of Zhu Yu. On the other hand, Zhu Yu was taken to the military camp by Su Yuan. There were many wounded soldiers gathered in the military camp, and military doctors were busy coming and going. What's going on? Zhu Yu was a little confused as he could hear any news about the war. Daxia was not the only dynasty in this land. There were 7 other countries around it, such as Dachu and Dazhou. Among the 7 countries, no one has the power to destroy the other, so they have always lived in peace. The Chu army sent troops to harass the border. General Chang led his men to defeat the Chu army, but unfortunately he was injured and only returned to the capital yesterday. Su Yuan said solemnly, Little miracle doctor, I beg you to save my old brother. The General Chang he mentioned, whose full name was Chang Feng, was a famous general of the time and the father of Princess Chang Shiyao. Have you told His Majesty about this? I just returned to the camp and haven't had time to report. This is a serious matter and human lives are at stake. Su Yuan said, if you were not taking the exam, I would have pulled you over here yesterday. As the two walked along the road, they saw many wounded soldiers, who should have come to the capital with Chang Feng for treatment. As soon as I walked out of the tent, I heard a cry of surprise. No, the general is bleeding. Zhu Yu and Su Yuan rushed into the big tent without saying a word. On the sickbed, a man who was 8 feet tall was barely breathing, with a hideous knife wound on his chest. The bandages have been stained red with blood, and the red bandages are piled up like a mountain. Even though Zhu Yu was an extraordinary medical skill, he frowned when he saw this situation. There was no doubt that there was excessive blood loss and the wound showed signs of infection. It is not easy to survive such a serious knife wound. Useless. You are a bunch of useless people. If anything happens to old Chang, I will kill you. Tang Hui was so angry that he drew the sword from his waist and was about to kill those military doctors. The military doctors were trembling with fear, like lambs to be slaughtered, not daring to even breathe. Chang Feng made great military achievements for Daxia. After Daxia was established, he chose to guard the border for Daxia without hesitation. Putting aside the brotherhood with Su Yuan and others, this courage alone is enough to make people admire him. Second brother, life and death are determined by fate. He often opened his mouth but his voice was barely audible. Tang Hui's eyes were red. Fourth brother, you can't leave us and go first. Old 4, stop crying here. I've invited the little miracle doctor. Su Yuan hurried forward. Tang Hui then realized that Zhu Yu had also come. Little doctor, you must save our brother. As long as you can save him, from now on, my life will be yours. The military doctors present couldn't help but look Zhu Yu up and down. Seeing how young he was, I was even more speechless. Duke Zhonghua is simply trying every possible means to cure his illness. Letting a kid who hasn't even grown all his hair treat the disease, isn't that ridiculous? Zhu Yu did not answer him, but went to the bedside to check Duke Zhonghua's wound. The situation is not optimistic. General Chang has lost too much blood and must receive a blood transfusion immediately. Blood transfusion. The military doctors frowned when they heard this term. They had been practicing medicine for many years but had never known of such a method of treatment. Little doctor, what does this blood transfusion mean? A military doctor asked boldly. Blood is the basis for maintaining the body. Excessive blood loss can cause hemorrhagic fainting or even death. General Chang's face is now sweating and pale as paper, which is caused by blood loss. To treat, you must transfuse matching blood, Zhu Yu explained. In this era, ischemia is no different from having a terminal illness. Doctors can only use drugs to slowly nourish the blood. Once they encounter acute and severe bleeding that cannot be stopped, they can only prepare for the funeral. After hearing this, the military doctors suddenly understood the truth. They had never heard of or seen such a statement before. Little doctor, how much blood do you need? Use mine. Tang Hui stretched out his arms and said nonchalantly. No, Lord Xin, blood cannot be randomly transfused. If the blood type does not match, the person will die. Zhu Yu hurried to explain. Chang Shiyao was anxious. What should we do? How about trying mine? Yours is fine. Zhu Yu said quickly. As Chang Feng's daughter, Chang Shiyao's blood type is very likely to match Chang Feng's. Just as Zhu Yu was about to take action, a chubby boy rushed into the tent and shouted, Dad. What's wrong with you? He is. His name is Chang Da. Chang Shiyao said, he is my younger brother. He has been training in the military camp. After that, she said to Chang Da, you go out, Dr. Zhu wants to treat Dad. Miracle doctor. Sister, where is the miracle doctor? Chang Da looked around and glanced at the old military doctor standing beside him. Mr. Chang, how dare I call myself a miracle doctor? This person is the real miracle doctor. The military doctor smiled and pointed at Zhu Yu. Is this a miracle doctor? Just him. Chang Da looked incredulous. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want to live anymore? Chang Xiao slapped Chang Da on the back of his head, and then said to Zhu Yu, my younger brother is ignorant, please don't blame me, Dr. Zhu. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her tender white wrists, and a blush flashed across her pretty face. Although the situation was a little inappropriate, Zhu Yu still felt a little distracted. The little princess is offended. Zhu Yu took out a silver needle, then lightly tapped Chang Yunman's finger, and a drop of blood immediately gushed out. Before Chang Yunman could react, Zhu Yu put the finger in his mouth. This operation made Su Yuan and Tang Huai's faces turn red. Chang Yunman was still unmarried and had never experienced such an exciting thing. Her cheeks immediately turned red like a ripe apple. This is... Zhu Yu reluctantly let go and said, it's really rude. My master once taught me that the only way to recognize blood is to taste it with your mouth. Then my blood can save my father. Chang Yunman said repeatedly. Divine doctor, if that doesn't work, try mine. As Chang Da spoke, he picked up a knife, cut his finger, and handed it to Zhu Yu. Miss Chang's blood can be used. Zhu Yu said awkwardly. Chang Da thought to himself, is it too early to cut it? Now that the blood types had been matched, Zhu Yu began treatment using the blood transfusion tool. Chang Yunman's blood is now drawn out and then slowly injected into Chang Feng's body. After having her blood drawn, Chang Yunman's face turned pale and she felt dizzy. The situation was urgent and Zhu Yu didn't have time to care about her. He told Chang Da to take good care of her and started to give Chang Feng a blood transfusion. The movements are smooth and flowing. Everyone was dazzled and stunned. They had never seen such medical skills. What a magical skill! An hour later. Chang Feng slowly opened his eyes. What happened to me? Although his voice was still relatively weak, it sounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Hiss. Inside the big tent, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Zhu Yu's eyes were filled with shock, admiration, adoration, and respect. That look is like seeing a god. So awesome. Kneel down for me. Can he really save the patient? Is he a miracle doctor? He must be a god. The person who had left them helpless and even sentenced to prepare for his death was saved by Zhu Yu. Chang Da's eyes filled with tears and he immediately knelt down in front of Zhu Yu. Dr. Zhu, my life is yours from now on. Just tell me if you have anything to say. The grace of saving a life is greater than heaven. Chang Xiao even hugged Zhu Yu directly and whispered in his ear, as expected of the man I have chosen, he is really amazing. Zhu Yu was a little dazed by this sudden enthusiasm. He felt a little embarrassed with so many people here. So, she gently let Chang Xiao push him away. We can't relax yet. Only after tonight can we guarantee recovery. There is no reason to give up halfway when it comes to curing diseases and saving lives. It seems that I can't go back tonight. So he sent someone back to give Lu Rushi a message to let her know that he was safe, so that she wouldn't worry too much. It was a lonely night, and Chang Feng was sleeping soundly, snoring like thunder, and it seemed that he had not had a good rest for a long time. Zhu Yu sighed secretly. It was really not easy to be a general in ancient times. It seemed that he would have nothing to do tonight. However, at this moment, Zhu Yu heard a faint sound of footsteps. Chang Xiao tiptoed, opened the tent and walked in. Xiao Juan. Shou. She made a silent gesture to Zhu Yu, moved closer to him, and asked in a low voice, how is my father? Everything is normal. I guess he is too tired and needs to sleep for a few days. Zhu Yu replied. After hearing this, Chang Xiao felt relieved and decided not to leave. She stayed with Zhu Yu and stayed by her father's side. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Chang Xiao had very good skin, white with a rosy glow, and under the moonlight, it looked pink and translucent. Zhu Yu was mesmerized for a moment. What are you looking at them for? Chang Xiao felt a little shy when Zhu Yu looked at her. Because you are beautiful. Zhu Yu told the truth. If it were in the previous life, Chang Xiao would definitely be a top-tier star. Unlike the intellectual Lu Rushi, Chang Xiao is more adorable and full of youthful vitality while being playful. Zhu Yu couldn't help but move closer to her, his heart beating wildly. Chang Xiao was frightened by this sudden action. Her beautiful eyes widened with surprise and a hint of expectation. She was afraid that Zhu Yu would do something reckless, but she was also worried that Zhu Yu would not do something reckless. The next second, Zhu Yu couldn't help but kiss those lips. Chang Xiao had never seen a man so bold. She felt an unprecedented tingling sensation throughout her body, as if she were being electrocuted. At first, she was a little resistant, but as her breathing became faster, she slowly began to cater to Zhu Yu. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, and she felt her whole body go limp. Zhu Yu's enthusiasm almost suffocated her. The two of them were so immersed in it that they completely forgot about Chang Feng, who was still lying on the bed. Crunch. At this moment, Chang Feng suddenly turned over. Zhu Yu and Chang Xiao were so scared that they quickly separated as if someone had stolen an apple. Chang Xiao glared at Zhu Yu fiercely. "You are a bad guy." After saying that, without waiting for Zhu Yu to answer, he quickly rushed out of the tent, leaving Zhu Yu alone looking at the back and smiling foolishly. At that time, the lights in the imperial study were brightly lit. Because Zhu Yu was taking part in the imperial examination, Zhu Zhong arranged a group of civil officials to mark the test papers of the candidates overnight. Empress Ma and Zhu Chong were personally in charge, and this group of civil servants did not dare to delay for a moment. They wrote furiously and did not dare to slack off for a moment. "Your Majesty, Xie Duo, the chief academic officer of the Imperial College, requests to see you. He said that the top 3 candidates in the imperial examination have been selected. Your Majesty, please name them." The chief academic officer of the Imperial College is specifically responsible for the imperial examination. After a preliminary evaluation of the students' papers, the 3 best papers would be given to the Emperor for selection. The specific ranking of the top 3 will be determined by the Emperor. Quick! Let him in. Zhu Zhong looked excited, and Empress Ma also stood up quickly. What could be more important than your son becoming the top scholar? Xie Duo presented the test paper respectfully, and Zhu Zhong's hands were shaking with excitement. To be honest, even during the rebellion, it was not this tense. He opened the first test paper marked with Tanhua, and frowned as soon as he saw the name. No. Xie Duo shuddered all over. He knew Zhu Zhong's character very well. His last position as the Imperial College's chief academic officer was dismissed simply because he selected an examination paper that did not meet the Emperor's liking. Seeing this situation, Xie Duo broke out in a cold sweat. However, he did not dare to speak at this moment and could only wait quietly for Zhu Zhong to speak. "Then take a look at the next one," Queen Ma suggested. Zhu Zhong opened the second test paper and frowned again. "Wang Mingyang. He is not Wang Hua's son." "Not again." Xie Duo began to shiver, and his teeth were chattering rhythmically. Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma also began to get nervous. They looked at each other and saw a hint of disappointment in each other's eyes. They knew Zhu Yu. Although this kid had many creative and unique ideas, he had been displaced for many years and now lived in an art museum. How could he have the time to study? Not to mention the well-educated women of noble families, even the children of ordinary farmers cannot compare to them. "I won't fail the exam. It's all your fault. It's all your fault." Queen Ma didn't give any face at all. Their son wants to be the top scholar, and they would be committing a sin as parents if they fail to provide him with a good study environment. Zhu Zhong's face became increasingly uglier, and he felt even more guilty. Xie Duo, who was kneeling in front of the 2 men, said repeatedly, "Your Majesty, Queen, I am guilty. As a qualified subordinate, it is only natural for the boss to take the blame." Zhu Chong and Queen Ma looked at Xie Duo like he was a fool. "What does this have to do with you?" Xie Duo broke out in a cold sweat. He had never felt so desperate in his entire life. The previous one was exiled thousands of miles away because of a careless move. Judging from Zhu Zhong's expression, he might not be exiled. He should think of his last words and prepare for his funeral. "It's none of your business." Zhu Zhongxin made up his mind that if the last one was still not the right one, he would ask the Imperial College to get Zhu Yu's test paper. "Give him the top honors myself. It can also be considered as compensation to Zhu Yu." The atmosphere in the imperial study was extremely tense. Zhu Zhong opened the last test paper with trepidation. Queen Ma also held her breath. After seeing the candidate's name, the two of them couldn't help but smile. This kid, is really capable. Zhu Zhong laughed repeatedly. The last test paper was Zhu Yu's. Empress Ma also hurriedly picked up the test paper. Through the handwriting on it, she seemed to see her son writing furiously. So relieved. It's so gratifying. Their Zhu family had been poor peasants for 8 generations, but in addition to being the emperor, they also had a top scholar. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Queen Ma shed tears of heartache. Not only does he have amazing medical skills, but he is also very good at studying. How much suffering has my Yuer gone through? Zhu Zhong held her hand tightly. Sister, it's okay, we will never let him suffer again. Xie Duo was completely confused after hearing this. The only thing that is certain is that my life seems to be saved. Thank you, Jijio, the results will be announced immediately, we need to summon these 3 talented people. Zhu Zhong waved his hand. What? Zhu Yu got the top score. When Zhu Ji, who had learned the news, heard these words, his eyes almost popped out and he kicked the table in front of him to the ground. How could he? How could he be the top scorer? Zhu Ji gnashed his teeth in hatred. Did he cheat? Is there any shady dealings we can uncover? Zhu Ji asked repeatedly. He Feng shook his head. All the revisions, right up to the submission, were handled by His Majesty and His Majesty personally. This is impossible to do. Hearing this, Zhu Ji was burning with jealousy. Why? Zhu Yu is your son, isn't this my son? Why are you so partial to him? Think. Think carefully for me. We can't let Zhu Yu be so glorious. Zhu Ji gritted his teeth. He naturally knew that Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma had always been hoping that the Zhu family would produce a top scholar. He had tried before, but failed. However, he did not expect that Zhu Yu would fulfill their hopes now. He was worried that his father and mother would use this as an excuse to take away his position as crown prince. He Feng thought about it, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I heard that Zhu Yu and Lu Rushi, the former courtesan of Yenyun Art Museum, had a deep relationship. Why not? Zhu Ji's eyes lit up. Nothing could be more suitable for bringing down Zhu Yu than the scandal of a top scholar. I want to destroy Zhu Yu's reputation. Do you know how to do it? I understand. He Feng smiled grimly. I heard that Feng Chuanhua of Yenyun Art Museum has always held a grudge against Zhu Yu, and Lu Rushi's indenture contract is still in Yenyun Art Museum. Zhu Ji's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. God is helping me. I fell in love with a prostitute. I want to see how my father and mother will recognize me this time. For the royal family, dignity and face are above all else. If Zhu Yu and Empress Ma recognized Zhu Yu after such a scandal happened, it would be tantamount to throwing the royal family's face to the ground. He Feng quickly took action. In less than an incense stick of time, Feng Chuanhua and the thugs from Yenyun Art Museum marched towards Qingshui Lane in a menacing manner. Inside the mansion, Lu Rushi stared in a daze at the carefully prepared dishes, her heart in a mess. Does my husband really not want me anymore? Even so, you should at least say something to me. Why are you so heartless? Lu Rushi was thinking to herself, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably, her tears bursting out without her noticing. Xiao Huan stood aside and comforted him. Sister, maybe the master is too busy, and the woman has something urgent to ask him, so she may be back soon. Lu Rushi said nothing, her heart was broken. It was already very late, but there was still no sign of Zhu Yu. Thinking about the scene in the examination room today, what should she think? Elder sister. Seeing that Lu Ru didn't say anything, Xiao Huan called her softly again. Ah. Oh. Lu Rushi answered absent-mindedly, then raised her hand to wipe the tears from her eyes. My husband must have something to do, so let's wait for him to come back. The food is cold. I'll go heat it up for him. He must not have eaten enough after taking such a hard exam. Lu Rushi stood up in a trance, and at the same time, someone knocked on the door. Sister, is it Master Zhu who is back? Xiao Huan was overjoyed and quickly took the plate from Lu Rushi's hand. Lu Rushi's originally dim eyes also lit up at the same time. It must be, Xiao Huan, go and heat up the food, I'll go open the door for my husband. Lu Rushi straightened her clothes and then walked quickly to the door. Husband, you finally, Mother Feng, how did you? Lu Rushi looked at the aggressive Mother Feng and the group of thugs in front of her, and her pretty face turned pale with fright. Before she could finish her words, Feng Chuanhua slapped Lu Rushi in the face. Bang. Someone, take this bitch back to Yenyun Art Museum and hang her up and beat her. Feng Chuanhua gritted her teeth. The imperial examination was something that the students of the Great Xia dynasty paid great attention to. With Zhu Zhong's order, the imperial college posted the list that had been prepared long ago. All the students were attracted in an instant. For students in the Great Xia dynasty, the imperial examination was the only channel to break through class barriers and achieve upward mobility. As soon as the list was released, students rushed to it like a wave. Everyone stared with wide eyes trying to find their name on it. Pass. I passed. I took the test for more than 10 years. I finally passed. A successful candidate burst into tears of excitement. But some were happy while others were sad. There were tens of thousands of students taking the exam, but less than 100 passed. Most of them became cannon fodder. No, mine, failed the exam. Alas, it's like this every year, I'd better go home and farm. It's too difficult. Too difficult. Why am I the only one who can't pass the exam? Various emotions take turns playing out here, some people are proud and complacent, while others are distraught and heartbroken. There were also many people with poor mental qualities who fainted on the roadside crying. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried horse hooves came to everyone's ears. A group of guards in red uniforms walked out of the palace. The leader was riding a big horse with a big red flower on it. The men held the reins in one hand and held high the imperial edict in the other. Your Majesty has issued an order to summon the new number 1 scholar Zhu Yu to the palace for an audience. One call led to 100 responses, and colleagues around also shouted loudly. This was the highest courtesy given by the Great Xia dynasty to the new number 1 scholar. Although he had not yet seen the number 1 scholar in person, he was shocked by the welcoming scene and was speechless. We have all studied hard for 10 years. Who wouldn't want to wear fine clothes and ride a horse, and see all the flowers in Chang'an in one day? In a short while, the name Zhu Yu resounded throughout the capital. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. In the military camp, Zhu Yu was still savoring Chang Shiyao's tenderness when he was awakened by Chang Da's voice. Zhu Yu was sleepy. What's wrong? Something big has happened. Chang Da. Zhu Yu shuddered. Bandits. Bandits. Is your father dead? He talked about almost all the important things he could think of. You really don't know how to do things. What do you mean by, something bad has happened? You should say, young master is very happy. Chang Shiyao walked into Zhu Yu's tent and said with a smile, Congratulations, sir, you have made it to the top of the list. Yes, that's it. Chang Da said quickly, it's so impressive to be the top scholar, with a red robe and a big horse, and palace servants clearing the way. It's so impressive. An envious look appeared on his face. Every year when the results are announced, you can see the top scorer riding a horse parading through the streets, and I envy him so much. Su Yuan and Tang Hui also walked in. Little genius doctor, my number 1 scholar, don't lie down and get up and follow me to receive the order. The eldest brother's son is different. He actually got the top score in the exam. When they rebelled, they just wanted to fulfill their dream of becoming the top scholar, but they didn't expect that Zhu Yu would finally make their dream come true. Everyone was talking at once, all excited. They were all curious about what kind of high-ranking official His Majesty would let Zhu Yu become. Only Zhu Yu looked indifferent. Basic operation, no 6. He is just the top scholar. How can it be difficult for him, who was the provincial top scholar in his previous life? A palace servant came in and read the imperial edict, and then presented a red robe, exactly the same as the one worn by the top scholar in the TV drama in the previous life. Congratulations, Mr. Number 1. Congratulations, Mr. Number 1. The palace maids congratulated him repeatedly. Chang Shiyao hurriedly took out some silver from her waist and handed it to the palace servant. She looked like the wife of a #1 scholar. Su Yuan and Tang Hui joked. Oh, today is a double happiness. The #1 scholar also got a #1 scholar wife. Uncles, what are you talking about? Chang Shiyao stomped her feet and her pretty face turned red. Su Yuan and Tang Hui laughed out loud. Chang Feng was very lucky as he managed to get his eldest brother's son so quickly. Zhu was also a little embarrassed by their gazes. Why don't you leave? Yes, let's go, let's go. The two old men walked out directly, but Chang Shiyao did not move at all and looked at Zhu lovingly. Little princess, you still call me little princess? Did you just? Chang Shiyao pouted, looking very unhappy. Zhu was frightened and said quickly, no, I'm serious. Seeing his flustered look, Chang Shiyao smiled, and then came close to him. Then let me change your clothes for you, so that you can share in the joy of the #1 scholar. Soon, a burst of laughter was heard in the accounting office. Zhu, wearing a red robe, walked out of the tent accompanied by Chang Shiyao. The palace servant led the horse and said, Master Zhuang Yuan, please get on the horse. We will clear the way for you. No need. We just happened to be going to the palace to see the emperor. I will lead the way. Su Yuan and Tang Hui pulled the reins and jumped onto the horses. The palace people were all shocked. Who the hell were these two? They were the ceiling of power in Daxia. Since the founding of the great Xia dynasty, there has never been a top scholar who was paved by such a great figure. Su Yuan and Tang Hui looked very proud. This is our eldest nephew, so of course we have to treat him well. General, we also want to see the little doctor off. Yes, the little doctor saved our lives, let's protect the little doctor for a while. General, please give us a chance to repay our kindness. Several lieutenants and military officers requested. Zhu was a kind-hearted doctor. He saved Chang Feng and also saved the lives of many soldiers. The soldiers were grateful to him and repaid the favor. Put on your armor and follow me to escort the little miracle doctor. Su Yuan was not vague and shouted directly. Oh my God. The palace people were all stunned. Who is this #1 scholar? It's not enough for 2 national scholars to travel with him, he also has a large army accompanying him. It can be said that there is no precedent and no successor. On the other side, Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan were taken to the Yenyun Art Museum. The two sisters were terrified by being stared at by Feng Chuanhua. Feng Chuanhua's old face was gloomy. When he thought of the beating from Zhu, anger surged in his heart. You two little bitches, you are such traitors. How dare you leave Yenyun Art Museum and hang out with Zhu without my permission? What a shameless thing. Mother Feng, if you want money, I can give it to you. Let's part ways in peace, okay? Lu Rushi's eyes were full of fear. Feng Chuanhua's eyes turned cold. Haha, she didn't need this little money. Someone gave her more and only asked her to torture Lu Rushi and her sister. There's no chance anymore. Don't even think that Zhu will come to save you. The results have just been announced. Your Mr. Zhu has won the first place in the imperial examination and will be meeting the emperor soon. He won't come to rescue you. Don't talk nonsense. Master Zhu said that as long as he passes the imperial examination, he will marry my sister. Xiao Huan said stubbornly, my sister is the #1 scholar's wife now. Bah. The #1 scholar's people. Feng Chuanhua spat fiercely on the ground, don't dream, which top scholar would marry a prostitute. She hugged her arms, and felt a dull pain in the wound on her back when she thought of Zhu. Zhu whipped her so hard that she had to lie in bed for half a month. But now it's different. Zhu was named on the list of successful candidates in the imperial examination, becoming the new #1 scholar and a well-known figure in the capital. Naturally, he wouldn't care about Lu Rushi's life or death. Which top scholar would admit that he fell in love with a prostitute? What are you going to do? Xiao Huan was terrified. She subconsciously stood in front of Lu Rushi and said, don't mess around. Master Zhu will not let you go if he finds out. Ha 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 ha, you dead girl, you are still dreaming here. Xiao Taohong said arrogantly, believe it or not, your master Zhu doesn't want to see you at all now. Throughout history, which top scholar would have an affair with a prostitute? Lu Rushi, you are really stupid. To Zhu Yu, you are just a dispensable toy. Do you really think he will marry you? You're just daydreaming. Feng Chuanhua waved her hand and said, "Someone, come here, tie up these two bitches and hang them up at the door so that the number one scholar can have a good look at them." She finally got the chance to vent her anger. There was no expression on Lu Rushi's face. Her heart died the moment she learned that Zhu Yu had graduated from high school. Every scene we once shared together is slowly shattered in my memory. A heart is completely broken. Don't blame others, it's just because you are too stupid, too stupid. Since ancient times, talented men are often fickle, and those who value righteousness are often reckless. If Zhu Yu really has me in his heart, why doesn't he want to meet me for Banyu? The servants quickly tied up Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan and hung them on the beam of the Yenyun Art Museum. The top scholar was on parade, and the streets were full of people asking for rewards. Isn't this the courtesan Lu Rushi? Oh my, what's going on? Why is she being hung up? Lu Rushi was really pretty. It's a pity that such a beauty died. You bunch of stinky men are so dishonest. A bitch like this deserves to be thrown into a pig cage. Feng Chuanhua came out with her people and said, "Dear fellow villagers, these two are my daughter and his maid. It's not easy for me to be a mother. I raised them with great difficulty, taught them skills, and hired the best teachers for them. As a result, this girl is not only ungrateful but also betrays me. She also colluded with outsiders to bully me, a poor old woman. Today, I will enforce the family rules in front of everyone to set things right." I have to say that Feng Chuanhua has mastered her temperament very well. All he said was grievances, but all he thought about was business. The two sisters were hung here just to let Zhu Yu take a good look at his former woman. Moreover, Feng Chuanhua concluded that Zhu Yu did not dare to take action, or even to make a sound. Otherwise, this top scholar's reputation would be ruined the next day. Is it worth it to study hard for 10 years and become notorious for a woman? The number one scholar is here. There was a loud shout not far away, followed by the sound of gongs and drums. Su Yuan, Tang Huai and several soldiers took the lead, showing unparalleled bravery, while on both sides were palace maids delivering imperial decrees. Zhu Yu was in the center, riding a tall horse. Chang Xiao followed closely behind, and Chang Da was at the end. However, he didn't seem to care about his position and still held his head high with pride, as if he was the top scorer. What a grand ceremony! Duke Xin and Duke Zhong personally lead the way. Oh my god, I've never seen such a grand ceremony for the top scholar in my life. Oh, the number one scholar is so impressive. I wonder if he is married. Don't think about it. Didn't you see the young lady next to the champion? Is she the little princess of the Chang family? Envy. But they are too envious. Everyone in the capital city knows Chang Xiao's name. Not only does she have a superior family background, but she is also virtuous and kind, which is what many gentlemen dream of. Now that we are surrounded by the top scholar, how can we not be envious? With his name on the imperial examination and a beautiful woman by his side, this number one scholar is enjoying all the blessings of the world. Congratulations to the number one scholar, congratulations to the number one scholar. I wish you a prosperous career. The champion is so impressive. There was an endless stream of congratulations from the crowd, and Zhu Yu generously distributed the money he had already prepared to everyone. Zhu Yu now seemed to understand what it meant to study hard for 10 years, but no one cared about him, but one day he would pass the exam and become famous all over the world. No wonder everyone wants to be the top scholar. The feeling of being admired by others is so damn good. The group did not walk very fast and arrived at the entrance of Yenyun Art Museum in the blink of an eye. When Xiao Huan saw Zhu Yu, who was full of vigor and vitality, her desperate eyes lit up. "Mr. Zhu, I..." She had just said half of her words when she heard Lu Rushi's voice. "Xiao Huan, don't say." Her voice was trembling. Xiao Huan was stunned. She always listened to her sister, so if her sister didn't allow her to speak, then she wouldn't speak. Lu Rushi lowered her head and tried her best to cover her face. She didn't want Zhu Yu to see her in such a miserable state, and she didn't want Zhu Yu to rescue her in such a situation. She also thought it through clearly. How could a prostitute like herself be worthy of Zhu Yu? What's more, Zhu Yu is the new top scholar at this moment and has a bright future. The only thing she could do now was to hide herself as much as possible and disappear from Zhu Yu's life so as not to become a stain on the top scholar. Lu Rushi pursed her lips tightly, trying hard not to let the tears flow. My husband, if so, I wish you a bright future, wealth and glory. She whispered her blessing to Zhu Yu and said no more. Feng Chuanhua also saw Zhu Yu. She raised the whip in her hand high, her eyes full of provocation. Do you, Zhu Yu, dare to dismount now? Do you dare to waste your 10 years of hard study for a woman? If you save Lu Rushi today, everyone will know tomorrow that the current top scholar is having an affair with a prostitute. Just as Feng Chuanhua raised the whip high and was ready to take action, Zhu Yu's horse stopped, and his originally happy face was instantly covered with frost. The sound of gongs and drums also stopped abruptly. Everyone's eyes were focused on this top scholar. Chang Xiao was frightened by Zhu Yu's appearance. Chang Da also looked at Zhu Yu. It was the first time he saw Zhu Yu like this. In the military camp, Zhu Yu was gentle, witty, and humorous, and could get along well with everyone. But at this moment, he suddenly found that Zhu Yu seemed like a different person. How come this momentum is exactly the same as when my dad wanted to spank me? Feng Chuanhua also noticed that Zhu Yu recognized the Lu Rushi sisters who were hung by her at the door. Bang! She whipped him without hesitation. Lu Rushi lowered her head and bit her lips tightly, not daring to make a sound, for fear that Zhu Yu would notice her. Feng Chuanhua looked at Zhu Yu provocatively and shouted loudly, Master Zhuang Yuan, please take good care of our shop in the future. Does Zhu Yu dare to dismount? Do you dare to save Lu Rushi at this time? But the next second, Zhu Yu jumped off his horse and walked to Su Yuan. Can I borrow your sword? His voice was cold and without any emotion. Su Yuan didn't understand why, but he still handed the sword to Zhu Yu. Clang! A burst of golden inscriptions cut through the night sky. Zhu Yu's eyes flashed with red anger, and there was no expression on his face. Everyone around was terrified. What happened to Mr. Zhuang Yuan? What's the point of using a sword on such a happy occasion? Seeing Zhu Yu so angry, no one dared to step forward and they all made way for him. Hearing the footsteps, Lu Rushi raised her head. Seeing Zhu Yu's furious face, she shouted at the top of her lungs, Mr. Zhuang Yuan, this is the business of Yanyan Art Museum, and it has nothing to do with you. I made a mistake myself, I have to take responsibility for it. She shook her head desperately, not wanting Zhu Yu to lose such a bright future because of her. Even though she had nothing, she didn't want to be a burden to Zhu Yu. Feng Chuanhua was even more proud, Mr. Zhuang Yuan, please don't act recklessly. Otherwise, if I say something wrong, it will ruin your reputation. Feng Chuanhua was still on the verge of death, jumping back and forth. She didn't notice at all that Zhu Yu looked at her as if he was looking at a corpse. Qing Yu. Zhu Yu smiled slightly, what is that thing and how much is one tael? That smile was like the smile of the god of death. Without waiting for Feng Chuanhua to speak, Zhu Yu slashed at the madam with a sword. Suddenly, a 1-foot-long wound appeared on Feng Chuanhua's back, and blood was gushing out. The top scholar is a tough guy. The eyes of the onlookers were about to pop out of their heads. Which scholar in the great Xia dynasty did not care about reputation, and which scholar did not cherish his influence? You, Zhu Yu, are the new top scholar of this dynasty. If you take action this time, your future will be ruined. You might even end up going to jail. 10 years of hard study were ruined in an instant. Feng Chuanhua grimaced in pain, Mr. Number 1 scholar, please think twice. I am not someone you can easily bully. I will report to the police and sue the current number 1 scholar for assaulting someone in the street. Even Feng Chuanhua from the art museum understands this simple truth, so how could others not know it? It's over. It's over. What should I do? Chang Da was in a dilemma. Did he have to go to the prison to play with Brother Yu in the future? At this time, Chang Xiao said, go and bring people to rescue those 2 girls. Sister, what is this for? Chang Da didn't understand what she meant at all. Chang Xiao said seriously, Just go if I tell you to go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Only then did Chang De take people to rescue Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan. Su Yuan and Tang Hui glanced at Chang Shiyao. This girl was too scheming, and it was obvious that she wanted to drag the two old guys into the water. Girls should not be kept at home when they grow up. Old Chang has woken up. I'm afraid he will be furious. Hearing this, Chang Shiyao showed a smug smile on her face. Uncles, if you don't take action, I will come here myself. You little girl, you are such a thief. Tang Hui cursed with a smile and jumped off the horse. Chang De also obediently put Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan down. Zhu Yu held the sword and approached Feng Chuanhua step by step. Judging from his attitude, he won't give up unless he kills her. Sir, don't. Lu Rushi was extremely anxious. If Zhu Yu really took action, he would be sent to jail. Who could bear to go from being a top scholar to a prisoner? Zhu Yu was burning with rage at the moment. He didn't want to think about anything else but to kill the old witch in front of him. Feng Chuanhua was so frightened that her face turned pale and her whole body was trembling. I couldn't utter a word. Zhu Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with the dead, so he raised his sword and started to kill, but at this moment, a strong hand tightly grasped his wrist. The day you pass the imperial examination is the first of the 3 greatest joys in life, and many people have never experienced it in their lifetime. How can I ruin my mood for this filthy person? The person who spoke was Tang Hui. Feng Chuanhua took a deep breath and begged for help. Sir, save me, save me. But who knew that Feng Chuanhua would change the subject? Your hands are used to bring peace to the world. This kind of dirty blood is not worthy of staining your hands. From now on, you can just ask the servants to do this kind of thing. Feng Chuanhua just felt her throat tighten. Then, he saw a soldier in armor dismount from his horse and walk towards him in 2 steps. Clang. He drew out his sword directly, and the next second, Feng Chuanhua's body was torn into pieces and blood flowed like a pillar. What a ruthless person. Zhu Yu couldn't help but sigh. It was said that the great Xia dynasty had many arrogant and brave generals, and it really lived up to its reputation. Tang Hui's decisiveness in killing is unmatched by ordinary people. Take a few men and burn this place down so it's no longer an eyesore. Yes, sir. The soldiers brought firewood, and Chang Xiao also helped Lu Rushi and Xiao Huan to the side to comfort them. Soon, the Yenyun Art Museum was burning in flames. There was no internet in the great Xia dynasty, but such a big event quickly spread throughout the capital. Zhu Chong, who was sitting in the imperial study happily waiting for Zhu Yu to come and meet him, also received the news. Kill. Set fire. Hiss. When Zhu Zhong heard what Zhu Yu had done, he was overwhelmed. The new #1 scholar killed people and set fire to things in the street before entering the palace. Throughout the past 1,000 years, I have never heard of such a ridiculous thing. Even the storybooks dare not write about it. Zhu Zhong clenched his hands on his belt and gnashed his teeth in hatred. What a bastard! What a bastard! Girl, listen to me, is this something a human would do? He gave up his future just for a prostitute. Zhu Chong was very disappointed with his friend. No matter how bad a bastard he is still your son. You didn't teach him well, so who can you blame? Queen Ma did not tolerate him at all. But. Zhu Chong thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure it out. No matter how wrong he was, it was ultimately his fault as a father. Who told him to lose Zhu Yu back then? Who told him not to keep his son by his side and teach him well? Empress Ma said, if the children of the princes and ministers did something wrong, they would come to you to plead for mercy. Why do you still want to punish your own son according to the law? It's ridiculous. Zhu Zhong looked helpless. Beat him, but he won't bear it. Punish him, but the queen won't allow it. Seeing that he was in a dilemma, Empress Ma said directly, anyway, I have only one word to say. If you dare to put him in prison, we will also move him to the prison of the Dali Temple. It's been so many years since your Zhu family has produced such a #1 scholar. It's a great honor for the family. Can't you behave like a father? Judging from the news sent by the embroidered uniform guard, it was clearly Feng Chuanhua who committed the evil first. Zhu Yu was so angry that he could be considered to be acting in the name of justice. Let us think about this carefully. This rebellious son, sooner or later, we will give him a good beating. Zhu Zhong put down his hand viciously. The news also reached the ears of Crown Prince Zhu Ji. It just so happened that Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan were also here for a free meal. At the royal dinner, each of the two princes was cheated out of a huge sum of money by Zhu Yu. Now they are unable to make ends meet and have to eat at Zhu Ji's house every day. The newly crowned #1 scholar killed someone in public and burned down the Yenyun Art Museum. Zhu Yan laughed and said, "This Zhu Yu is really very courageous. With my father's temper, I'm afraid his career as the new top scholar will end in failure. After all, he saved my mother's life, so perhaps his merits and demerits offset each other," Zhu Ting said. Zhu Ji sighed, "Silly brothers, you are still naive. Little did we know that Zhu Yu is our biological elder brother." Zhu Ji did not intend to tell them the truth and use their hatred towards Zhu Yu to suppress Zhu Yu. Third and fourth brothers, this Zhu Yu behaves erratically and disregards the law. He relies on his kindness to the Queen Mother to seek repayment for his kindness. Zhu Ji said calmly, "From my point of view, my father will not punish him this time, which is really a tragedy for our great Xia." Seeing Zhu Ji looking gloomy, Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan tried to persuade him. "Brother, you are concerned about the country and the people, but this time Zhu Yu really went too far." "Yes, I think so too. Why don't my third brother and I come forward to impeach him?" Zhu Ji nodded with satisfaction. "Brother, I really can't stand it anymore. I also want to tell my father, but you know, my mother treats this guy better than us." This sentence instantly evoked painful memories for Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan. Especially Zhu Yan, he was the most favored one in the past. It's no exaggeration to say that he was completely obedient, but everything changed since Zhu Yu appeared. What's more, the two brothers were really badly cheated by Zhu Yu, and they made up their minds that even if they couldn't kill him this time, they would at least skin him alive. Zhu Ji looked at his two silly brothers and nodded with satisfaction. As one of the few people who knew the truth, there were some things he naturally could not say in person. Zhu Ji was absolutely unwilling to hand over the world to others. Everyone with their own thoughts came to the court. Civil and military officials stood on both sides. Outside the hall, Zhu Yu was waiting to be summoned. Beside him, besides Wang Mingyang, there was a young man in simple clothes named Chen Shi. Chen Shi is just as his name suggests, he looks like an honest man. The most eye-catching among the three is Wang Mingyang. It was a happy day, but he was wearing plain white clothes and looked like he was about to die. His eyes were sunken and his face was haggard, and he looked as if he was about to die. "Brother Zhu, I'm afraid I can't do it." Wang Mingyang whispered, "Before I die, can you tell me the second half of the sentence?" The voice sounded like calling a soul, and Zhu Yu trembled all over. "Is it that important? If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening." Wang Mingyang's eyes turned red. In order to comprehend the unity of knowledge and action and the second half of Zhu Yu's unfinished sentence, he stared at the bamboo for a month. At the end, everything looks green. It's only a thin line away from collapse. "Don't die. Please don't die. Wait until this is over and I'll tell you something." Zhu Yu answered in a low voice. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, were the brains of the ancients solid? Just for one sentence, is it necessary to make such a big deal? Chen Shi stood aside, silent, with his head down, as if he heard nothing. The new champion Zhu Yu, the third champion Wang Mingyang, and the second champion Chen Shi are to enter the palace to see the emperor. Zhu Yu and the other two walked into the hall. It was Chen Shi's first time to attend such an occasion. He was extremely nervous and knelt on the ground, his body shaking. Zhu Yu looked calm, since he didn't have to kneel anyway. Zhu Zhong glanced at the three of them and said, "Since you are all here, let's announce the decree." Zhao Ji stepped forward and began to read the imperial edict. In compliance with the will of heaven, the emperor decrees that the newly crowned #1 scholar Zhu Yu be appointed as the Minister of Personnel. Minister of Personnel. The third rank. All the civil and military officials in the court had expressions of disbelief on their faces. No one is calm anymore. Some old ministers in particular suspected that they had heard it wrong. According to the old system, the top scholar would generally be given an official position of the 5th rank, and some would even be directly demoted to various places. There has never been a precedent where a third-rank official made the first move. Tang Hui and Su Yuan looked at each other and saw a deep meaning in each other's eyes. What does the Ministry of Personnel do? That was the largest personnel organization department of the Great Xia dynasty. The future and fate of all civil and military officials are in the hands of the Ministry of Personnel. The eldest brother wanted Zhu Yu to come into contact with officials early on, slowly build up influence in the court, and then wait until the time was right to let Zhu Yu return to his ancestral home. They knew the inside story and naturally understood Zhu Zhong's deep meaning. When Crown Prince Zhu Ji heard the appointment, he felt that the position of emperor was getting further and further away from him. He had even anticipated his future fate. This is clearly paving the way for Zhu Yu to ascend to the throne. Zhu Ji shouted in his heart that he must not let Zhu Yu get this position. Otherwise, he would have no bargaining chips to compete with Zhu Yu. Wang Mingyang and Chen Shi both looked at Zhu Yu in surprise, clearly smelling something unusual. Could it be that this Zhu Yu was a relative of the emperor? A descendant of a noble family? It is totally beyond common sense to give him such a high position right from the start. In the main hall, civil and military officials were ready to speak out to persuade the emperor. The brothers Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan were also preparing to impeach Zhu Yu. Even Crown Prince Zhu Ji couldn't sit still. Zhu Yu must be stopped from accepting the order, otherwise, there will be endless troubles. I am grateful for your Majesty's kindness, but I do not want to be the Minister of Personnel. Zhu Yu spoke with great force. Don't want to do it. These words shocked the government and the public. All the civil and military officials were stunned. He is the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel, a third-rank official. How many people can never reach that position in their entire lifetime? As soon as Zhu Yu entered the court, he was able to become the Minister of Personnel. It can be said that his starting point was his peak. Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan, who were about to impeach Zhu Yu, were also stunned and retracted their steps at the same time. Zhu Ji also looked at his elder brother with some surprise. Tang Hui and Su Yuan looked even more incredulous. What are you doing, kid? Your father has paved the way for you, and you don't want to walk on it. Even Wang Mingyang couldn't help but pull at the corner of Zhu Yu's clothes. Chen Shi was so frightened that he couldn't recover for a long time. If the position of Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel was given to him, he would have knelt down to thank the emperor for his grace long ago. How could he dare to say no? Is Zhu Yu crazy? Zhu Zhong's face darkened and he subconsciously put his hand on the jade belt. You rebellious son, I have paved the way for you, and you actually told me that you won't go. You have to know that he has taken a lot of pressure to make this decision. In order to speed up the process of Zhu Yu's return to his ancestral home, Zhu Chong really took great pains. Even Queen Ma was a little confused about her own grown-up son at this moment. It looks like you're not planning on going back to your parents. I remember that His Majesty promised me that if I could get the first place in the imperial examination, I could get any official position I wanted. Does that count? Zhu Yu said with a cupped hand. Hiss. All the civil and military officials present had more or less eyes and ears in the palace. Of course I know that His Majesty did say so after Zhu Yu cured Empress Ma. This kid is not simple. Even the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel doesn't think highly of you, so you want a higher position. The hearts of civil and military officials were once again in their throats. Hu Yong also frowned slightly and looked at Zhu Yu with unfriendly eyes. Zhu Yu's behavior is eccentric, and God knows what shocking words he will say in the court. Top scholar, do not speak nonsense in the court. He reminded Zhu Yu at the right time not to make excessive demands. Zhu Zhong's face became more and more ugly. The Minister of Personnel was the best arrangement for Zhu Yu. Why was this kid so ignorant? What we said will count. What kind of position do you want? Everyone couldn't help but break into a sweat. Zhu Yu said, I, a commoner, want to be the prefect of Jiangzhou. The prefect of Jiangzhou. Hearing this, Zhu Ji was so excited that he almost laughed out loud. Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan couldn't help laughing secretly. If the atmosphere in the court had not been somewhat serious, the laughter of the three brothers would have filled the entire hall. The civil and military officials looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a fool. There are so many places in such a big country, why did you choose Jiangzhou Prefecture? This is tantamount to seeking death. Zhu Zhong's expression became uglier and uglier. No, no, we'll follow whatever you choose, but not Jiangzhou Prefecture. Jiangzhou Prefecture is located on the border of Daxia and borders Dazhou. The land is scarce, the forests are numerous, and the people are tough. In this place, there are endless bandits and robbers. There were also many local chieftains waiting for opportunities to cause chaos, and local tyrants would pop up from time to time. There is no money or land in that place, and generally only demoted officials would serve there. Today, the situation in Jiangzhou Prefecture is even more critical. The refugees rioted and the magistrate of Taoyuan County was killed by them. If Zhu Yu went there, he would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth. After all, he is my biological son. How can I let him be an official in such a place? Why not? Zhu Yu asked innocently. Empress Ma could not help but speak up. There are refugees in Jiangzhou Prefecture now, and many people have died. If you go there like this, I'm afraid you will never come back. Your Majesty, since you promised me, I won't go back on my word. Please choose another place. You don't follow the path your father arranged for you, and instead insist on going to Jiangzhou Prefecture. I've never seen such an irritating child. Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan couldn't help it. Zhu Yu had cheated the two brothers out of a large sum of money and was worrying about how to take revenge. Now, wasn't the chance here? Father, Mother, I think it's a good idea. The affairs of Jiangzhou Prefecture cannot be solved by ordinary people. The #1 scholar is gifted and talented, and he will definitely make great achievements. I think so too. You. Hearing these two rebellious sons say this, Zhu Zhong's old face became even uglier. Rebellion. All rebellion. This is pushing your eldest brother into the fire pit. Zhu Ji didn't say anything, but he winked at the official he was on good terms with. I second the motion. Mr. Zhuang Yuan is very righteous and is a blessing to our great Xia. Zhu Zhong looked solemn. He had planned everything, but he did not expect that at the critical moment, Zhu Yu would actually make such a request. The always benevolent Queen Ma also showed a hint of anger on her face at this moment. These people are trying to put their son to death. She looked at Zhu Zhong fiercely, and a look of determination flashed through her mind. They must be informed of Zhu Yu's identity. Zhu Yu must not go to Jiangzhou Prefecture. Hu Yong saw the embarrassment on Zhu Zhong's face and quickly advised him, Mr. Zhuang Yuan, it is dangerous to go to Jiangzhou Prefecture. Apart from other things, it will take at least 3 years just to deal with the refugees. We also have to guard against banditry, Tutsi riots, and even the cavalry of the great Zhou dynasty. The implication is obvious, if you go there, you'll lose your life. Don't think about political achievements. Zhu Yu thought for a moment, thinking, do you guys have any misunderstandings about Jiangzhou Prefecture? Everyone thought that Jiangzhou Prefecture was useless, tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. But for Zhu Yu, Jiangzhou Prefecture is a rare and popular place. He had been to Jiangzhou Prefecture in the past, and he was familiar with the resources there. With a little use, it would definitely be a treasure trove. Being a local emperor in Jiangzhou Prefecture is not as comfortable as being a minister of the Ministry of Personnel in the court. It is not easy to stay in the court of the great Xia dynasty, especially for someone like him who has no background. Above them were Huaishi nobles like Su Yuan and Tang Hui who followed Zhu Zhongshu to conquer the world. Among them were scholars and nobles from the south of the Yangtze River such as Hu Yong. There are also court forces such as censors and Jinyui. The situation is complicated, not to mention Zhu Ji, who has been the crown prince for decades, and Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan, who had been cheated before. What is the difference between this situation and Shura Field? If you stay in the court, you might die faster. But everyone didn't know what Zhu Yu was thinking and just thought he was seeking death. Zhu Zhong quickly said, you choose a new place. He looked at Zhu Yu eagerly. My dear son, as long as you don't go to Jiangzhou Prefecture, we will agree to whatever you want. Empress Ma also looked at Zhu Yu with great distress. Yes, say it again, say it again. Zhu Yu shook his head and said sternly, although I am of humble origin, I know that loyalty to the emperor and patriotism is a great virtue. Jiangzhou Prefecture is in chaos right now, which is a major concern for your majesty. As a subject, I naturally have to share your worries. As the saying goes, if it is beneficial to the country, life and death are of no concern, why should we avoid it because of misfortune or fortune? Boom boom. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. It was as if an invisible slap hit everyone's face hard. Who would dare to say at this moment that Zhu Yu went to Jiangzhou Prefecture for political achievements? They are obviously doing this for Daxia, for your majesty, and for the country and the people. Zhu Zhong savored Zhu Yu's last words carefully, and his eyes actually became a little wet. My son, you are so talented. All civil and military officials in the court were unwilling to go to Jiangzhou Prefecture to deal with the chaos. His sons all stayed away from him, and the crown prince didn't even dare to say a word. In the end, only Zhu Yu, the unrecognized son, stood up. Stand up and protect the Zhu family's kingdom. Queen Ma closed her eyes in pain. She was moved and relieved, but she was also heartbroken. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Besides, she didn't even have time to have a good talk with Zhu Yu. Those ministers who came out to support Zhu Yu's going to Jiangzhou Prefecture couldn't help but blush. Zhu Ting and Zhu Yan were so angry that they were shaking. Damn it. I was fooled by this kid again. They had reason to suspect that Zhu Yu wanted to go to Jiangzhou Prefecture for other purposes. It's a blessing for Daxia, a blessing for Daxia. Zhu Zhong couldn't help but sigh, and then waved his hand. I promise. Not only that, I will also give you a title, and confer the title of the top scholar Zhu Yu as the Earl of Chongqing, with a fief of 10,000 households. The entire Jiangzhou Prefecture is your fiefdom. Shock. Sluggish. Consternation. When everyone in the court heard about this reward, their eyes almost popped out. It's simply outrageous. There are 12 counties under Jiangzhou Prefecture. Although the land is not much, giving it all to Zhu Yu is no different from a fiefdom. Even if he is my own son, he would be no more than this. The three Zhuji brothers instantly turned into jealous people about this. In fact, Zhu Chong was not even this nice to his own son. The second prince, who has already been enfeoffed, has a fiefdom that is not even half as big as Zhu Yu's. Zhu Zhong's reward to Zhu Yu exceeded everyone's imagination. Faced with this unexpected surprise, Zhu Yu was overjoyed. With such a great power, when the time comes, who can stop him from enjoying himself? Lao Zhu, this is a very authentic thing to do. Zhu Yu couldn't help but give Zhu Chong a thumbs up in his heart. Your Majesty, I think this is inappropriate. According to the etiquette, how could an earl of the great Xia dynasty have such a large fiefdom, and how could he have a fief of 10,000 households? An old man in his 60s with gray hair stepped out and spoke to Zhu Zhong. He glanced at Zhu Yu with a look of deep disdain. This man, named Pei Zhi, was one of the cabinet ministers of the current dynasty. Like Hu Yong, he belonged to the Jiangnan scholar group. When Zhu Chong rebelled, the Jiangnan gentry provided a lot of food and money, which is why they were able to retain 2 positions in the cabinet. Pei Zhi was born into a centuries-old aristocratic family. He considered himself superior and naturally looked down on people like Zhu Yu who came from a humble background. He was granted the title of Earl of Chongqing with just a few words, and was also given so many fiefdoms. Naturally, he felt unbalanced. Even in a turbulent place like Jiangzhou Prefecture, Zhu Yu is not worthy of it. Your Majesty, what Elder Pei said is absolutely right. Although Jiangzhou Prefecture is in turmoil for the time being, a fief of 10,000 households is no small matter and should be left to someone more capable. Your Majesty, please withdraw your order. Yes. Your Majesty, please take back your order. A group of Jiangnan nobles stood up and spoke for Pei Zhi. Hu Yong couldn't help but sigh when he saw this scene. This group of people were too arrogant. Zhu Yu was just a commoner. Wasn't the emperor beside him also a commoner? What Zhu Zhong hated most was disputes over family background. Sure enough, as Pei Zhi finished speaking, Zhu Zhong's face instantly became gloomy, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He had been very kind to the Jiangnan gentry, and almost all the powerful departments in the court were staffed by scholars from Jiangnan. However, what Pei Zhi did today has touched Zhu Zhong's bottom line. Zhu Yu is his and Queen Ma's child. Pei Zhi, who was echoed, didn't notice anything at this moment, but was rather complacent. Oh. Are you teaching me how to do things? Could it be that this Jiangzhou prefecture belongs to you, Lord Pei? This simple sentence made all the civil and military officials in the court tremble all over, looking at Zhu Chong in disbelief. This is simply heartbreaking. Saying that Jiangzhou prefecture belongs to Lord Pei is equivalent to directly putting the hat of rebellion on Pei's head. This is a capital crime. Pei Ji was stunned when he heard this. Master Pei, I am asking you a question. Answer me, does Jiangzhou prefecture belong to you, Master Pei? Zhu Zhong stood up, pointed at Pei Ji and questioned loudly. His eyes were sharp and captivating. The murderous aura of decades of fighting on the battlefield is overwhelming and captivating. Pei Ji also felt a strong murderous intent. But why? Why? The Jiangnan nobles are standing behind him. How could your majesty want to kill him? Zhu Zhong was really angry. When the matter of Jiangzhou prefecture was mentioned, these ministers ran faster than rabbits. Everyone claims to be well-read in the books of sages, but at the critical moment they cannot come up with a single useful idea. You old bastard, if we want to reward our son, what does it have to do with you? All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people in the world are his subjects. Why should a minister interfere with something that your majesty has bestowed upon you? Zhu Ji stood up at the right time and said with a bow. Although he was worried that Zhu Yu would take his position, he did not object to Zhu Yu's going to Jiangzhou prefecture. Instead, he supported it. As for rewards, you have to be alive to enjoy them. Speaking at this moment can not only help Pei step down, but also create the illusion of supporting this good brother, which can be said to kill two birds with one stone. Sure enough, Zhu Zhong looked at Zhu Ji with satisfaction. Since the prince has interceded for you, I will not blame you. Considering the hard work and great contributions of Mr. Pei, I will deduct 1 year's salary and confine him to his house for 1 month. When Zhu Zhong said this, there was an uproar in the court. The ministers couldn't believe their ears. Your Majesty actually punished Lord Pei for Zhu Yu. This is the first time in history. Your Majesty, I accept your order and thank you. Pei Ji retreated in disgrace, glaring at Zhu Yu fiercely. Zhu Yu didn't tolerate him and glared back at him without any hesitation. I'm afraid of you, a yo-yo. As for me, believe it or not, I can kill you without anyone knowing even if I am not in the capital. Queen Ma looked at Zhu Yu's appearance and couldn't help laughing. This is a child who has not grown up. Mom and Dad, just sit here, how could we let you suffer any injustice? My dear ministers, do you have any objections? Zhu Zhong glanced around. All the ministers said in unison, we, your servants, have no objection. Lord Pei has already failed, what objections can they still have? According to the procedure, the next step is to appoint Wang Mingyang and Chen Shi to their official positions. Your Majesty, I am willing to go to Jiangzhou prefecture with the Earl of Chongqing. Wang Mingyang spoke at this time. Wang Hua, who was standing in the team of ministers, almost vomited blood. You are crazy. Are you going to die too? The Wang family is going to be extinct. Chen Shi glanced at the two men and couldn't help but shudder. Zhu Yu and Wang Mingyang had already expressed their opinions, leaving Chen Shi, the runner-up, feeling awkward. He didn't want to follow Zhu Yu to die. However, he had no choice at all, as the top two candidates in the imperial examination were so fearless and brave for the sake of the great Xia Empire. But you are trying to survive in the court. How can you expect to have a good life in the future? Although Chen Shi was honest, he understood the reason very well. Your Majesty, I am willing to go with you. Unlike Zhu Yu and Wang Mingyang, Chen Shi was obviously forced to do this. Okay, it's settled, they are all good sons of Xia. Zhu Chong laughed heartily. A strong youth means a strong country, and those who can share the country's worries are the kind of subjects he wants. After the court was dismissed, Empress Ma almost grabbed Zhu Zhong's ear and came to the imperial study. Sister, what are you doing? I am the emperor, please give me some face. The eunuchs and palace maids along the way tried their best to hold back their laughter. Queen Ma's face turned red with anger and she said nothing along the way. When they arrived at the imperial study, everyone left immediately and Empress Ma spoke. You are such a good fellow, Zhu Chong, you want your son to die. Just now in the court, she was holding back her anger. Zhu Yu is just a child, it's okay for him to act up, but as a father, how can you push your son into the fire? What kind of place is Jiangzhou Prefecture? If anything happens to you, we will fight you to the death. Queen Ma was so angry that she burst into tears. Zhu Zhong comforted her, "Sister, we have no choice. Don't you want your child to recognize his ancestors as soon as possible? Once he has dealt with the affairs of Jiangzhou Prefecture, we will let him come back. He has made great achievements. If he is given a chance to gain experience as a high-ranking official, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to recognize his ancestors and return to his roots?" Queen Ma thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. "But I just can't rest assured. We have arranged everything. His life will not be in danger." Queen Ma sighed, feeling uncomfortable in her heart at the thought of not seeing her Yuer for a long time. It's okay. Yuer has great ambitions. Let's train him carefully for the sake of our country." After comforting Queen Ma for a while, Queen Ma left. "Is anyone here?" "Return to your Majesty, you are already waiting outside the door." "Call them in." Soon Zhao brought 4 genie guards to Zhuchong. Commander of the Imperial Guard, Shen Lian, pays homage to His Majesty. 100 households of Genie Wei will come to see your Majesty in Jingchuan. 100 households in royal robes will be guarded, and the swords will be stored to see your Majesty. 100 households in Jinyue, Zhao Zhong is here to see His Majesty. The 4 of them have a strong blood in them. They are the leaders of Dongchang Jinyue and the best in Kung Fu. Tomorrow, you will go to Jiangzhou Mansion with Zhu Yu. Zhu Zhong said seriously, "According to my secret decree, anyone who dares to harm Zhu Yu, from the emperor's relatives to the common people, will be killed first and then reported." Shen Lian and others were stunned. They have never heard of His Majesty being so interested in anyone. Zhu Yu is fine, and you and your relatives and friends are fine. If Zhu Yu is fine, you don't have to come back to collect their bodies. Zhu Zhong's voice suddenly dropped. Even Shen Lian and the others, who were accustomed to strong winds and waves, could not help but tremble wildly at this moment. The power of the emperor is beyond what they can bear. "My ministers, we will definitely fulfill our mission." Shen Lian and the other 4 replied loudly. On the other side, after Zhu Yu received the reward, the Ministry of Revenue quickly produced tooth tags to prove the identities of several people. The ivory card is equivalent to an identity card, and officials of different levels use different materials to make ivory cards. The ivory plate contains basic information such as name, position, and resume. After completing the process, Zhu Yu arrived at the Su Mansion. Seeing the majestic plaque again, Zhu Yu felt as if he was in another world. He owed Su Muqing a life, and now he was about to leave the capital. There must be a result. "Isn't this the top scholar?" The servant at the door recognized Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu smiled and said, "Please inform them that Zhu Yu is here to visit." The servant hurried in to report, and after waiting for a full quarter of an hour, Su Muqing and Xiaoer slowly appeared. "Mr. Zhu, no, I should call you Mr. Zhuangyuan now. What can I do for you?" Su Muqing was as polite as ever, but her eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Ever since she was injured, Zhu Yu has never looked at her again, and she felt angry. Seeing her like that, Zhu Yu felt heartbroken. "Muqing, I'm sorry. So many things happened. I will explain to you later," Zhu Yu said sincerely. Su Muji's misunderstanding of him was so great that Zhu Yu couldn't see Su Muqing at all. He handed the marriage certificate to Su Muqing. Looking at the marriage certificate, Su Muqing couldn't help but take a deep breath, her eyes reddened. "So you're here to cancel the engagement?" "You." Seeing this, Xiaoer was furious. "For you, our young lady even gave up her life. Now that you have passed the imperial examination, you treat my young lady like this." Su Muqing remained silent. She didn't know why, but after the royal dinner, she felt like she was sick. "My mind was filled with the image of Zhu Yu's impressive talent. It lingers for a long time and cannot be gone." Now, seeing the marriage certificate again, Su Muqing's heart was gripped, waiting for Zhu Yu's answer. However, the next second, Zhu Yu's action startled Su Muqing. Zhu Yu lifted up his gown and then knelt on one knee. In Daxia, men are superior to women and only women kneel before men. But no man would treat a woman like this. Mr. Zhu, you. Su Muqing was frightened and her mind went blank. Zhu Yu looked into her eyes affectionately. Muqing, Zhu Yu, am just a country bumpkin. Fortunately, you risked your life to save me. I am deeply grateful. I'm leaving for Jiangzhou Prefecture this time. Are you willing to follow me? Zhu Yu is willing to repay you with the rest of his life and will never let you down. These words touched Su Muqing's heart directly, leaving her speechless for a long time, and her eyes became even redder. She covered her mouth tightly, feeling Zhu Yu's sincerity, but the next second she turned around and fled into the mansion, leaving Zhu Yu standing there in a daze. Doesn't she want to? The next day, Guangfula, the most famous restaurant in the capital, welcomed a guest early in the morning. His eye sockets were sunken, giving people an indescribable sense of decadence. Master Su is here, please take a seat. Seeing that the visitor was Su Muji, the waiter immediately greeted him warmly. Give me a window seat, a pot of tea, and everything else as usual. Su Muji said weakly. The waiter quickly went to order the kitchen to prepare. He had just sat down when he saw an old man walking up to him in a rage. Boom, boom, boom. Judging from the sound of the footsteps, it seems to be at least a revenge for the murder of his father. Grand Scholar Wang. Su Muji recognized the person coming. It was Wang Hua, the Grand Secretary of Donka. The two of them were acquaintances. Wang Hua unceremoniously took the tea and took a big sip. You really pissed me off. Besides Wang Mingyang, who else could make Wang Hua so angry? I heard that Wang Shixiang is going to Jiangzhou Prefecture. Is Wang Daxuishi angry about this? That's exactly it. Wang Hua felt a pain in his liver when he thought about it now. I don't know what kind of magic Zhu Yu used. After my kid went back, he insisted on following him to Jiangzhou Prefecture. Last night he actually threatened me, saying that if I didn't let him go, he would go and pick bamboo for the rest of his life. Su Muji didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing this. Wang Mingyang's bamboo cutting was not a new thing in the capital. Master Wang, we are in the same boat. I don't know what's wrong with my Muqing. She insisted on going to Jiangzhou Prefecture with Zhu Yu. If Wang Mingyang goes, he can still make great achievements. Su Muji just couldn't understand it at all. Su Muqing looked down on Zhu Yu so much before, why did she suddenly change her mind? So what if Zhu Yu is the top scholar? It would be very easy for Su Muqing to marry a top scholar. There is such a thing. Wang Hua was shocked. He had also wanted to become a relative of Su Muji. Su Muji sighed. It's all tears if I talk too much, he only has this one precious daughter. She was actually kidnapped by this kid Zhu Yu. He picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp, as if he was determined to get rid of all his worries with just one drink. The two old fathers looked at each other and cursed Zhu Yu's ancestors for 18 generations in their hearts. Which god gave birth to such a monster? Just as the two were sighing, they heard footsteps again. Duke Zhonghua, Duke Xinghua, General Chang. Su Yuan, Tang Huai and Chang Feng appeared in front of Su Muji and Wang Hua. Su Yuan and Tang Huai were fine, they just came to see their eldest nephew off, but Chang Feng had the word depressed written on his face. He already knew Zhu Yu's true identity, that he was the son of his eldest brother and sister-in-law. But he really couldn't bear the fact that he lost a daughter for no reason. Could it be that your daughter was also kidnapped? Su Muji asked boldly. Su Yuan and Tang Huai looked at Chang Feng with a smile, but Chang Feng remained silent. When he woke up, he found out that his daughter was about to run away with someone. How could he bear this? Chang Xiao was already very determined, and once she made up her mind, even her old father couldn't stop her. But Jiangzhou Prefecture is really not a place for girls to go. Everyone sighed in unison. What are you sighing about? I even lost a stupid son. Chang Feng was so angry that he was shaking all over. Hiss. Su Muji and Wang Hua were both stunned. All the most famous second-generation nobles in the entire capital were captured by Zhu Yu, even the child heir Changda was not spared. Shameless villain, mad and insane, hateful to both humans and gods. When Wang Hua thought of Zhu Yu, his beard stood up in anger. What did you say? Su Yuan and the other two glared at him at the same time. That momentum almost cost the old man half his life. Wang Hua asked, "Three of you, am I wrong? That doesn't make sense." They also wanted to curse, but they couldn't say it out loud. After all, he is His Majesty's own son. Who dares to speak rudely? Sumuji didn't dare to say much and quickly stood up to pour tea for everyone. "Everyone calm down, your children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, so think more about the bright side." Chang Fengren's mind suddenly popped up the image of his daughter becoming the queen, and a smile unconsciously formed on the corner of his mouth. "It seems that there is nothing wrong with following my eldest nephew. My lords, your moods seem to be changing a little too quickly." Sumuji's mind was filled with the scene of his daughter eating coarse food and crying loudly in his arms. "Oh, go, go, when you suffer, you will realize how good home is." Wang Hua thought of the scene of the elderly sending off the young, and couldn't help but burst into tears. This rebellious son refused to leave any offspring for my Wang family. The more Wang Hua thought about it, the angrier he got, and he beat his chest and stamped his feet in anger. "Please come in, gentlemen." Just then, the waiter brought two more people up. Sumu turned around subconsciously, and when he saw the two people, he was almost scared to death. "Greetings to the emperor." The people who came were none other than Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma. Zhu Zhong waved his hand. "Why are you here too?" "Send my daughter, son." Everyone answered in unison. Zhu Zhong was stunned for a moment, then he figured it out. This kid is really good. It wouldn't matter if he just went to Jiangzhou Prefecture, but he actually kidnapped all these noble ladies and gentlemen. Empress Ma couldn't help but twitch her lips, and said with a smile, "Zhu Yu is not very sensible, you must not blame him." For people like Su Yuan who knew the truth, there was nothing wrong with this. There is nothing wrong with a mother speaking up for her son when he is doing nothing. However, Wang Hua and Sumuji were shocked. "Your Majesty, this is too much for us." There were stormy waves in the hearts of both of them. "I don't know why, but this sounds so strange. Why does it feel like Zhu Yu is the son of His Majesty and the Queen?" Wang Hua and Sumuji looked at each other and then came to their senses. Aren't the people sitting at the table in front of them the top figures of the great Xia dynasty? This Zhu Yu is definitely not simple. If it were really ordinary people who coveted Chang Shiyao, a brave general like Chang Feng would have executed them in secret long ago. How could it be like this? Furthermore, in which year did the top scholar in the imperial examination take office, and did His Majesty and the Empress come out to see him off? Or in such a covert way? Sumuji and Wang Hua are both smart people. Considering Zhu Yu's age, they came to an incredible conclusion. Zhu Yu is most likely the child of His Majesty and the Queen. After coming to this conclusion, both of them looked unnatural. If this is true, then we can go to Jiangzhou Prefecture. We can definitely go. Not only that, it is also a good opportunity to achieve success. Just then, a convoy appeared, with a total of 3 carriages. The one leading the group was Chen Shi, and next to him sat Wang Mingyang, waving a fan. In front are the 4 Shenlian brothers. Chang Da and Pan Long rode beside them. Listening to the laughter coming from the car, Chen Shi couldn't help but frown. Brother Zhu is a little too degrading in broad daylight. Chen Shi's face turned red to the base of his neck as he listened to the voices inside. "Mr. Chen, you have to learn to be calm. Brother Zhu is a man with great ambitions. How can he act in the same way as ordinary people like us?" Wang Mingyang has completely become a fan of Zhu Yu. In his eyes, Zhu Yu is the existence closest to his idea of a saint. Chen Shi said curiously, "Brother Yangming, there is something I don't understand. But it doesn't matter. What is Brother Zhu's background?" Chen Shi finally asked the doubts in his heart. When he got in the car in the morning, it was obvious that something was wrong. The ones who went to Jiangzhou Prefecture with them were actually the young princess of the Chang family, the former courtesan Lu Rushi, and the eldest daughter of the Su family, Chang Shiyao. If it weren't for Zhu Yu, he would probably never have seen these beauties in his life. I thought to myself that Zhu Yu must be someone of some importance. Wang Mingyang smiled and said, "His background is not as good as yours and mine." What? Chen Shi even suspected that he had heard it wrong. Wang Mingyang continued, I was very curious about Brother Zhu's background, so I used my father's connections to go to the Ministry of Revenue to make inquiries. It turns out that Brother Zhu is actually a hooligan. Hooligan. Chen Shi's worldview is about to collapse. From this perspective, Zhu Yu is not as good as me. At least his family still has a few acres of land and their own house. Doesn't it mean Zhu Yu has nothing? As a rogue, how do you do so well? Chen Shi instantly turned into a sourpuss. If any one of the women in the car was given to his wife, he would definitely wake up laughing in his dreams. How could a gangster like Zhu Yu have the ability to own 3 of them? Could it be that Brother Zhu was deceived? Chen Shi racked his brains and thought of the only possibility. They must have been seeking excitement, so they were deceived by Zhu Yu. Chang De said, absolutely not. My sister was caught by my father when she was packing her luggage yesterday. My sister made it clear at the time that if she didn't stay with Brother Yu, she would die in front of my father. Wang Mingyang also said, I heard that the little princess had a big argument with General Chang for a whole day and night in order to go to Jiangzhou Prefecture together. Miss Su, it is said that Brother Zhu just had a casual chat with her, and then she wanted to follow Brother Zhu desperately. Brother Zhu is truly a role model for our generation. The two chatted casually, and every word was like a heavy punch, hitting Chen Shi's heart. Why? Why? Why is a gangster so attractive? Are these ladies blind? It's unreasonable that an honest man like me can't even get married. Noticing Chen Shi's constipated expression, Wang Mingyang comforted him, Brother Chen, don't panic. Following Brother Zhu will definitely be the wisest choice you make in your life. Hee hee. Chen Shi had a smile on his face, and in his heart he cursed Zhu Yu and Wang Mingyang's ancestors for generations. If the situation wasn't stronger than the person, he would never have boarded Zhu Yu's pirate ship. At this time, Zhu Yu poked his head out of the car and asked, do you feel a chill on your back? No. Chen Shi answered. Wang Mingyang and Chang De said, yes, ever since we came to this street, we felt as if we were being watched by thieves. Zhu Yu nodded, it seemed that it was not his illusion. It turns out that the capital city is too dangerous. Old Chen, speed up. Once we get to Jiangzhou Prefecture, we can do whatever we want. Zhu Yu encouraged Chen Shi. Finished request. Chen Shi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a bright future. It was simply that there was no bright future at all. Everyone in Guangfu Tower watched Zhu Yu leave the city. Several old fathers cursed their sons and daughters for being disobedient, but in their hearts they were worried and distressed. Queen Ma couldn't help but shed tears several times. She was worried and she didn't want to leave her Yuer. In the blink of an eye, our children are all making great achievements. It seems that we are getting old. After leaving behind a meaningful remark, Zhu Zhong turned and left. He was an emperor and could not show his emotions in front of others. Even though I was reluctant, I had to grit my teeth and swallow it. Everyone sighed and turned to leave Guangfula. At the same time, in the East Palace, He Feng appeared in front of Zhu Ji. Your Highness, the person is here. He brought a man in black to Zhu Ji. The man had his face covered and his appearance could not be seen clearly. But he couldn't hide the murderous aura in his body at all. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Get up. Zhu Ji put away his gentle smile, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. It takes 1,000 days to raise an army, but only 1 day to deploy it. You can lead your men to set off now, and make sure to arrive at Jiangzhou Prefecture before Zhu Yu. Have someone disguised as a refugee sneak in and wait for an opportunity to assassinate Zhu Yu. After repeated failures, Zhu Ji lost his patience. In the capital, with Zhu Zhong and Empress Ma always watching Zhu Yu, it would be very risky for him to take action. But it was a different story when we went to Jiangzhou Prefecture. There was turmoil among the refugees in Jiangzhou Prefecture, and it was normal for a few people to die. Yes, I understand. The man in black said this and stepped back. Zhu Ji arranged for another person, take my handwritten letter and ride at full speed for 800 miles to deliver it to Yi Huan, the general of Jiangzhou Prefecture. Everything was arranged, and they just had to wait for Zhu Yu to fall into the trap. The refugees' emotions rose again, and they all rushed towards Zhu Yu. Wang Mingyang kicked both men down with one kick. Although there are many refugees, they have been hungry for so many days and don't have much energy at all. The two killers hiding among the refugees saw an opportunity and blended in. They secretly pulled out the daggers they had hidden and stabbed Zhu Yu. "Boss, be careful," Pan Long shouted. Only then did Zhu Yu realize that two daggers were stabbing straight into his lower abdomen, and he was about to die. If he dies, he will definitely become the most miserable time traveler in history. Only a few days after the good days, his life was gone. At the critical moment, Wang Mingyang swept away with his sword and forced back the assassin's offensive. However, it did not have much effect, and the two men quickly made a comeback. Zhu Yu broke into a cold sweat. However, at this moment, Shen Lian rushed over, unsheathing the Sichuan knife, and the two assassins were knocked to the ground by him in the blink of an eye. "Shen Lian, chop off their heads!" Zhu Yu shouted loudly. Shen Lian raised the knife and dropped it. Their heads instantly fell to the ground, blood flowing freely. Seeing this scene, all the refugees stopped and stared at the two corpses on the ground in shock. Zhu Yu stepped forward and held the heads in his hands one by one. "Quickly retreat, otherwise this is what will happen." An extremely majestic aura suddenly dispersed, frightening the surrounding refugees to retreat. Under their influence, the prefects were all literati who had read the books of sages and sages. How could they be as cruel as Zhu Yu? If you say kill, just kill him. Now no one dared to step forward. Squeak. The city gate also opened at this moment, and He Huan, the commander-in-chief of Jiangzhou Prefecture, arrived belatedly. "Your Excellency the Prefect, I am late. I am really too busy with government affairs to spare time." He Huan had a smile on his face, greasy mouth, and reeked of alcohol. Wang Mingyang sneered at this, saying that General He was just a scoundrel. "General He, I'm so busy with government affairs that I almost forgot about my position as the prefect." "Sir, there is really nothing I can do. During the days when you were not in office, all the affairs of Jiangzhou Prefecture fell on my shoulders. I was really overwhelmed." He Huan didn't care at all about Zhu Yu's sarcasm. Zhu Yu remained calm and said, "General He, have you ever thought about how you would explain to the court if something happened to the prefect?" He Huan closed his eyes and said calmly, "Jiangzhou Prefecture is in chaos, it's normal for a few people to die." "You old bastard, you really don't take me seriously." "It's okay, I'll play with you slowly and make you cry rhythmically." Zhu Yu said no more and led his men into the city. Logically speaking, He Huan was supposed to hand over some specific government affairs to Zhu Yu, but after the general sent them to the government office, he took his people away directly. This He Huan is exactly the same as the rumors say. "You know him?" Zhu Yu asked. Wang Mingyang said, "This person has a strong backer. He is the nephew of Elder Pei. He relies on this relationship to do whatever he wants." Chang Manyun also said, "He used to be a centurion under my father. If it weren't for Elder Pei's face, I don't know how many times I would have beaten him to death. I didn't expect that he would become the general in Jiangzhou Prefecture now." Zhu Yu heard this and said with a smile, "No matter who is behind him, I will write down today's account. It will only last for a week at most. I guarantee that he will cry in a rhythm." After walking into the government office, Zhu Yu summoned the people in the government office. After a while, a burly black-faced man came, the famous Nyo Dali, the local head catcher. "Are you the only one in the entire yamen?" Zhu Yu looked at them and couldn't laugh or cry. After running all the way, Zhu Yu and others finally arrived at Jiangzhou Mansion. However, as soon as the carriage stopped, Wang Mingyang subconsciously tightened the sword at his waist. The four brothers Shen Lian also grasped the sword in their hands. Pan Long's scalp also felt numb. Chen Shi trembled all over when he saw the scene in front of him. Even Zhu Yu, who had always been calm, couldn't help but gasp. Hiss! The scene in front of them was really shocking, and the gates of Jiangzhou Mansion were closed tightly. Outside the city gate, there were dense crowds of refugees, some standing, some lying, and some crawling on the ground looking for food. There are men, women, young and old, women and children. Everyone had a pale face and looked like zombies in movies and TV shows. And the number is not small, there are nearly several thousand people. "Sir, open the gate and let us in. We haven't eaten for 2 days. Give us something to eat. Please, sir, save us. A group of refugees kowtowed in front of the city gate, gasping for breath. The soldiers guarding the city acted as if they saw nothing and were not moved at all. Juyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He learned some information before leaving, and logically, the relief food should have arrived. How could this group of people not eat for 2 days? Shen Lian, go and call the door. Yes. Shen Lian stepped forward on horseback, came to the city gate, raised his waist badge and shouted loudly, Shen Lian, the commander of the genie guards, has been ordered by His Majesty to escort the new Jiangzhou prefecture magistrate to take office. Open the city gate quickly. Soon, a voice came from the city wall. Your Majesty, Commander, the whole city of Jiangzhou prefecture is under martial law. The city gates are not allowed to be opened except by the order of the general soldier. Please be calm, sir. I will go and report to the commander-in-chief. After saying that, there was no more sound from the city wall. Not opening the city gate. Chen Shi and others were stunned. There are 3,000 refugees in front of us. If we stay here now, if a riot breaks out, the consequences will be disastrous. Brother Zhu, why don't we retreat now? It's too unsafe here. Chen Shi had never seen such a scene before, and his voice was trembling. No, we can't retreat. Juyu narrowed his eyes slightly. It was obvious that the general of Jiangzhou prefecture wanted to intimidate him. If you retreat like this, how can you govern an area in the future? Suddenly, Wang Mingyang said, no, there's something wrong with this group of refugees. Juyu looked up and saw that many refugees had begun to focus their attention on them. My eyes are green. In this era, starving refugees can hardly be considered human beings. Eat anything, do anything. Even as they were talking, many refugees had already stood up and were slowly and with difficulty moving their bodies towards Juyu and his group. They look like a group of hungry wolves. He's the new prefect, he must have food. Someone among the refugees shouted something, and the emotions of all the refugees were instantly ignited. More and more refugees stood up and quickly moved towards Juyu and his group, faster and faster. Oh my God! It's coming. Chen Shi was so frightened that his legs went weak and he collapsed in the carriage. Juyu saw that the situation was not good and shouted at the carriage, everyone sit down inside, don't come out until I tell you to. Wang Mingyang looked solemn. He drew out his sword and stood up. He is both civil and military, and is capable of protecting himself. As for Juyu and Chen Shi, they are completely worthless. Although Tai Chi is powerful, it is completely useless in this situation. Grab the food, we want to live. The refugees rushed forward faster and faster, and many of them aimed at the carriage where Lu Rushi was. A younger refugee leaped forward and tried to climb into the carriage. Quick! Protect Rushi! Juyu shouted anxiously. The two brothers Chu Jian and Zhao Zhong rode forward, but it seemed too late. At the critical moment, the groom swung the whip in his hand. Snap! With a dull thud, the refugee was unexpectedly blown away. Chu Jian and Zhao Zhong looked at each other, and their eyes unconsciously glanced at the groom. This man was a master. However, before Juyu could catch his breath, they were surrounded by refugees. You dog officer, if you don't give us food, we won't let you live. Kill him. Kill this bastard official. Let the court see that we are not easy to bully. Juyu looked at him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Mr. Prefect, the others have gone to the general to assist him in handling government affairs. Niu Dali said, relying on the fact that the prefect is not here, everyone is following He Huan like a dog. Juyu became interested, then why don't you go? Niu Dali said, I won't associate with that guy He Huan. Although the situation was worse than he had imagined, Juyu quickly figured it out. He asked Pan Long to check the basic situation in the mansion. How? After a while, Pan Long had figured out the basic situation. How much food is left in the palace? Boss, this only has 1,500 koku. Pan Long told everything in detail. Where is the relief grain from the imperial court? Where is the relief grain? There are only 1,500 dan in total, not even one hu more. Pan Long seemed to have guessed what Zhu Yu was going to do. If it is used to help the victims outside the city, it can only last for 7 days at most. Zhu Yu was almost amused by these words. He had done some research before leaving and found out that the imperial court had sent a lot of relief grain to Jiangzhou prefecture, far more than 1,500 sure. This He Huan was extremely courageous. He even embezzled the relief grain and totally disregarded the lives of the refugees. Not only that, before you came, those grain farmers had already started to raise the price of grain. Now 1 stone of grain costs 2 taels of silver in the market. Niu Dali said. The relief grain was in He Huan's hands, and the price of grain on the market also skyrocketed. It was completely aimed at Zhu Yu. You should know that the annual salary of a 9th-rank official was no more than 50 taels of silver, and an official could not survive on 2 taels of silver and 1 stone of silver. If so, you can use the stored grain in the government office to make rice, which should be enough for the refugees to eat. Rice. Pan Long's face changed drastically. Sir, if that's the case. The 7 days he just mentioned is based on making porridge. If it were made into rice, all the food in the yamen would be gone in 3 days at most. Just do it. Doesn't He Huan like to hoard food? Doesn't he like to make food prices go up? Then let them continue to go up. Zhu Yu instructed Qin Shi, take the list and follow me out of the city. Wang Tongji, help me find 3 houses in the city. Brother Yu, what about me? Changda also wanted to help. I'll assign you a most important task. Zhu Yu smiled. Changda's eyes lit up and he immediately became energetic. Brother Yu, don't worry, I will definitely finish it. Zhu Yu whispered instructions in his ear. Upon hearing this, Changda rushed to the yamen with great interest. Niu Dali couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this series of arrangements. What's going on, Lord Prefect? Are you going to break the jar? Now it's the right thing to go to Mr. He to ask for food. After taking 2 steps, Zhu Yu finally remembered and ordered to Shen Lian and others, take those 2 heads with you, they will be useful later. Lu Rushi knew that they couldn't help at the moment, so he and Chang Xiao helped light the fire and cook. Su Muqing did not help and left the government office alone. After making all preparations, Zhu Yu took Shen Lian and others out of the city to rescue the victims. Looking at the fragrant rice, Chen Shi said in his heart that Zhu Yu was too spendthrift. This is not the way to provide relief to disaster victims. All of them are cooked rice made from refined rice. Not to mention the refugees, even ordinary people can only eat it a few times a year. Brother Zhu, if we continue like this, even if General He gives us food, we won't be able to hold out for long. Chen Shi couldn't help but speak out his inner thoughts. He won't just give us food like that. Zhu Yu said, since he wants to stay so much, let him stay. The longer he stays, the faster he will die. How can I allow others to sleep soundly on a bed lying on its side? Chen Shi opened his mouth but said nothing more. On the other side, inside the general's mansion, He Huan was drinking and eating meat with the local grain merchants in Jiangzhou prefecture. Sir He, I heard that the new prefect used the government's stored grain to help the refugees, and even cooked white rice. Someone brought the news. He Huan smiled faintly and said, haha, if he wants to help, that's his business. What does it have to do with me? If this situation continues, Governor Zhu will soon be unable to hold on. But don't worry, hold on to the food in your hands. I heard that he received a lot of rewards from His Majesty. Master Zhu is very rich. The grain merchants present laughed loudly. They were just waiting for Zhu Yu to come and rip him off. This kind of refugees are lazy and greedy, and are a bottomless pit. When Zhu Yu has spent all his money, his position as prefect will be over. As for the relief grain stored in the warehouse, He Huan was not at all panicked. Not only did he have Lord Pei behind him, but he also had the secret order from the Crown Prince. Keep playing the music, keep dancing. A small prefect can't overthrow the Jiangzhou government. Master He, so mighty. Everyone raised their glasses together. Zhu Yu and others arrived outside the city. I smell the aroma of rice. The eyes of the refugees began to shine. Is this what rice tastes like? It's rice, white rice. Oh my God, it's all polished rice. I've never eaten it more than once in my life. The refugees stood up one after another and began to gather uncontrollably towards Zhu Yu and the others. Zhu Yu winked at Chen Lian. Chen Lian took out the 2 heads he had just chopped off from his horse and held them in his hands. Only then did the refugees remember the methods of the new prefect. Everyone should line up, and after registering with Mr. Chen, you can come over to receive your meal. Zhu Yu said loudly, if there are those who are waiting for an opportunity to cause trouble, these 2 heads will be the fate. Chen Lian, hang them on the city wall. Yes. Chen Lian got the order, stepped on his horse, jumped up, and hung the head on the city gate. The restless refugees instantly became obedient and began to stand in line obediently. No one dared to make any mistakes. After an entire afternoon of events, Chen Shi's hand almost broke when writing, before he finished registering all the refugees' information. The refugees also got the rice and ate it with satisfaction. They are refugees, not rebels. As long as they have enough to eat, they will be obedient. Chen Shi squeezed his sore hand. Master Zhu, there are now 3,728 refugees in total. Should we report this number to the court? He thought Zhu Yu wanted to skip Yihuan and apply for disaster relief food from the court. Why should we report it to the court? We need food. Chen Shi said honestly. Isn't this the idea behind providing relief to refugees? It can be said that this has been the practice since the founding of Daxia. Zhu Yu smiled. It turned out that one should not have too high expectations on the brains of the ancients. The key point is not to count the refugees, but to know how to use them. If they are not used properly, they will become refugees. If they are used well, this group of people will become the cheapest labor force, and they will be loyal to the government. Give me the list. Zhu Yu took the list and began to call out names: Wu Dashi, Huang Xiaohu, Sun Chang. Everyone whose name I read, please stand up. More than 100 people came out together. They had just eaten and their spirits were much better. The government office needs manpower now, and I plan to let you do the work. Work. Hearing this, the hundreds of people showed helpless looks on their faces. Everyone was wondering how unlucky they were to be favored by the government. In this era, human life is the cheapest, especially for those employed by officials, who simply don't treat them as human beings. They do the dirtiest and most tiring work, and they're lucky enough to be able to make a living. There is a special term for this called corvée labor. To put it simply, it means that the people work for the government for free, and they are provided with food and accommodation. The remaining refugees whose names were not called had expressions of secret delight on their faces, and some were even about to laugh out loud. The government has released grain, and everyone can eat their fill, so who would be willing to work? My lord, I don't want to do it. Me too. I became a refugee just to avoid corvée labor. Sir, no, we won't do it. A few people spoke up boldly. Zhu Yu spoke directly, if you don't want to do it, stand up now. This prefect will never force you. Swish swish swish. In an instant, more than 30 people stood up. The remaining 70-odd people were too timid to act recklessly in front of Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu walked up to them and said, "Don't be afraid. This prefect is a kind person and will never use harsh laws." Hearing this, the remaining group of people couldn't help but look at the 2 heads on the top of the city wall, and they felt a chill on their necks. Prefect Zhu did not use harsh laws and punishments, but was the kind of person who would chop off people's heads if they disagreed with him. You will follow me into the city to work. Each person will have 3 meals a day. The wages for completing the work are 50 coins a day, and the payment will be made on a daily basis. If you do a good job, you can be retained for a long time and your salary will be settled on a monthly basis. Me. The remaining 70 people were dumbfounded when they heard this. 3 meals a day, even the landlord wouldn't dare to think about it. Ordinary people only have 2 meals a day. Those with better conditions can have an additional midnight snack, 3 meals a day in total. In their eyes, that is the life of an official. Not only that, you get paid for the work. 50 cents. That's nearly 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. 12 taels a year. Go straight to a well-off life. My lord, is what you said true? Someone asked incredulously. Zhu Yu also felt that he was going against his conscience. I wondered if 50 cents was a little too little for this day. When he was in the capital, he had saved nearly 500,000 taels of gold, and 50 cents was completely negligible to him. How about 101 a day? Hiss. The refugees' hearts couldn't take it anymore. Is this the prefect? This person is clearly a living god. My lord, your kindness is like a rebirth. I will repay you with my own death. About 70 people knelt down. The 30 people who had previously complained that they didn't want to work are now regretting their decision. Sir, we also want to work. Who are you to dare to think about it? Let you think about it. What do I think about, sir? Zhu Yu glared at him. The 30 people were afraid to make a sound instantly. But the remaining refugees began to shout. Sir, I can do it too. I don't want 100 coins, 10 coins will do. I want 10 cents to take care of 3 meals a day. I can do whatever you want. Sir, I can do anything, please take me with you. Shen Lian saw this and shouted, what do you want to do and rebel? The refugees did not dare to say any more and retreated to the side, looking enviously at the number 70 person selected by Zhu Yu. My eyes are green with envy. Why don't I have such good luck? Follow me into the city. Zhu Yu didn't waste any words. With a wave of his hand, he led people into the city. As soon as he walked into the city, he met Wang Mingyang, who had already found a house. Brother Zhu, it's done. We found 3 abandoned courtyards and have taken them. Here are the house deeds. This kind of trivial matter is easy for Wang Mingyang. His father, Wang Hua, was a famous official of the time and a representative of scholars. As long as he handed over a visiting card, everyone would give him some face. If Chen Shi were to go, it would take who knows when it would be done. After arranging everyone into the house, Zhu Yu took out the blueprints he had prepared long ago and spread them out. It is a chair, but it is very strange. I have never seen a chair like it before. The shape of this table is also a bit strange. Sir, do you want us to make these things? Zhu Yu nodded and said, this is the new type of furniture that I researched on the way here. You are all carpenters. Please make these things for me according to the drawings. Each person is guaranteed to do at least 1 piece per day. If you do more, I will give you a raise. When everyone heard about the salary increase, they became more excited and started picking up their tools, ready to get to work. You are Sundashi, right? Zhu Yu called out one of the honest young men. Your Excellency, it is a villain. Zhu Yu nodded and said, from now on, you will be in charge of these 70 people. I will give you 2 days to make all the furniture on the blueprint. Complete the mission. If you continue to work here, you can't complete it. Little people, leave Jiangzhou Prefecture on your own. 70 carpenters answered in unison. Zhu Yu nodded with satisfaction. The ancients were different from modern people. They knew how to repay kindness. Give them food and pay them, and they will work hard for you. After leaving the house, Chen Shi seemed to understand something. Brother Zhu, are you planning to have all the refugees come to work? It seems that you are not a wooden fish head. Zhu Yu smiled and said, there are so many refugees. Even if we have more food, we can't stop them from eating. But if you think about it from another perspective, they are the cheapest labor force. If all refugees were like this, they would gradually become wealthy and buy houses and land, and they would no longer be refugees. This is called work for relief. Zhu Yu's few words instantly opened a door to a new world for Chen Shi and Wang Mingyang. In the past, when refugees appeared, the imperial court would provide various forms of relief and appeasement, and if that didn't work, it would send troops to suppress them. Zhu Chong was also a refugee at that time and was forced to rebel. But Zhu Yu's method was different. He directly gave the refugees a chance to survive and let them support themselves. The problem of refugees was fundamentally solved. Brother Zhu, this is amazing. No wonder you are the top scorer and I am the second. While Wang Mingyang praised Zhu Yu, he also did not forget to bring himself along. Chen Shi's mouth twitched. Next time when you praise yourself, can you please not include me? Chen Shi, who won the 3rd place in the imperial examination, said that he suffered 10,000 points of critical hit. Zhu Yu stretched and said, I am so tired. That's all for today. Let's go back and have a drink and dinner. Brother Zhu, we have only taken care of 70 people today, and there are still more than 3,000 outside. When Qinshe thought of the more than 3,000 refugees outside, he became very panicked. Now that a solution is available, it should be widely popularized so that refugees no longer suffer. Zhu looked relaxed. Why are you in such a hurry? More haste, less speed. Wang Mingyang patted Qinshe on the shoulder and said with a smile, no wonder you can only be a third-place winner. Brother Wang, can you please not talk about this? Being with these two people, Qinshe felt overwhelmed. Let me ask you, what do the refugees outside think when so many people are taken away openly? Wang Mingyang asked. Of course, they are looking forward to working for the government and are eager to do so. Qinshe told the truth. Wang Mingyang shook his head. They would never think so. Instead, they would wonder whether this group of people were secretly dismissed or executed by the government. It's not that Qinshe is too naive, it's just that his knowledge is completely inferior to Wang Mingyang, and even worse than Zhu Yu. The corvée labor in the Great Xia dynasty was very heavy, and many people scoffed at the idea of working for the government. Since Zhu Yu offered such a high price this time, the refugees were more willing to believe that this was just a delaying tactic by the government. As expected, rumors spread among the refugees. I heard that Lord Zhu did not let them enter the city to work, but to execute them secretly. I heard that they were all taken away to repair the city wall. That's not right. Why did I hear that they were sold to the people of Dezhou as slaves? You can't go. This Lord Zhu is not a good person. He will eat people. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples, and the refugees are all in danger. Zhu Yu, however, returned to the government office with a relaxed and comfortable look on his face. How are the refugees doing? Chang Xiao hurried forward and asked. Good progress. We have solved more than 70 people. We can go home now. Zhu Yu smiled. Qinshe really couldn't laugh. How big must your heart be? There are more than 3,000 people outside. Brother Yu, can we have dinner now? Changde rushed out excitedly. I'm all ready, just waiting for you to start. You've worked hard today, let's have a good meal. Zhu Yu waved his hand, and everyone followed him into the backyard. A large table was set up in the backyard, filled with a variety of vegetables and meat, with a shabu-shabu hot pot in the middle. What's this? Everyone was curious. This was the important task he gave to Changde, to prepare hot pot. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. After traveling all the way and doing so many things, he naturally had to eat something good, so he decided to have hot pot in the evening. This thing is called a hot pot. All the dishes can be placed in it and eaten hot. Come on, everyone, sit down and let's eat and drink. Zhu Yu gave an order. After Miss Su went out, it seemed like she never came back. Lu Rushi said, how about we wait? What did she do? Zhu Yu was very curious. When he came to Jiangzhou Mansion, he found that Su Muqing was worried. I didn't say anything to anyone and just went out by myself. Could it be that there are relatives here who want to visit? Lu Rushi guessed. Zhu Yu was really hungry. It didn't matter that there were so many people waiting for one person, so he asked everyone to eat first. Shen Lian, stop standing around and come over and eat together. Sir, the little people don't dare, let's go guard the door. Shen Lian quickly refused. Zhu Yu was the person Zhu Zhong had given a death order to protect, and they did not dare to slack off for a moment. When you enter this door, you are all your own people. There is no such thing as an adult or a villain. I will make a rule. There is no big or small table at the dinner table. Everyone should sit down and eat. Pan Long, Dali, you all come together. You will have enough to eat before you have the strength to work tomorrow. Zhu Yu greeted him again. Shen Lian, Pan Long and others then came to the table. Although Niu Dali felt that Magistrate Zhu was a bit unreliable, compared with the previous magistrate, he was more humane. The official level is overwhelming, and not everyone can sit and have dinner with the prefect. He put the prepared dishes into the pot and poured the distilled wine he brewed for everyone. Everyone was eating and drinking, with expressions of enjoyment on their faces. Especially Qinshe, he almost cried while eating. He has never eaten such delicious food or drank such delicious wine in his life. Sir, I am also a good drinker, but I have never drunk such good wine. Where did you get this? Niu Dali asked curiously. Shen Lian and the others were also curious. They had never had such good wine in the capital. I brewed this myself. It's not on the market yet, but you will be able to buy it soon. Zhu Yu said. Wang Mingyang understood instantly. Brother Zhu, are you going to start letting the refugees make wine next? Exactly. Zhu Yu said. Although wine is good, what we are short of now is food. I'm afraid this won't work. Chen Shi said. Pan Long sighed. This afternoon, Captain Niu and I went out to help you find some food, but the grain merchants refused to sell to us. It was obvious that they didn't want us to have an easy life. It's all because of He Huan, who only cares about eating and drinking, and doesn't care about the lives of the people. He's an even more fucking bastard than me. Niu Dali said fiercely. Yes, He Huan is a bastard. Relax. Getting angry is punishing yourself for other people's mistakes. Since General He wants to store the food in his own hands, let him keep it. He will cry someday. Zhu Yu ordered, Brother Wang, write a notice tomorrow and the government office will start collecting grain. How to collect? Wang Mingyang didn't quite understand. Let's temporarily set the price at 5 taels of silver per stone. Zhu Yu thought about it. Hearing this, everyone put down their chopsticks and looked at Zhu Yu in disbelief. Now the price of grain in Jiangzhou Prefecture has risen to 2 taels per stone. There are few places in the entire Great Xia dynasty that can compare with such price levels. As the prefect of Jiangzhou Prefecture, Zhu Yu openly raised the price of grain. He was sending himself to the guillotine. Boss, you can't do this. Not only will you not be able to collect food, but it will also make many people think it's profitable and hoard it. Pan Long was originally a big gangster in Beijing and was well versed in this. Stay calm and follow me. Just do your job. I will hold up the sky even if it falls. Zhu Yu smiled and said, Come on, let's have another drink. After drinking a glass of wine, everyone felt bitter except Zhu Yu. This is going to kill the entire people of Jiangzhou Prefecture. Just then, Su Muqing arrived late and saw everyone eating hot pot. She wanted to go forward, but felt a little embarrassed. Lu Rushi stood up and said, Miss Su, come and eat together. My husband has specially reserved a lot of dishes for you. Women in the Great Xia dynasty were relatively traditional, and having 3 wives and 4 concubines was nothing unusual to them. The 3 girls got along very well along the way, but Su Muqing was shy and still felt a little embarrassed. Seeing that she was still a little shy, Chang Xiao directly pulled her to her seat. Wang Mingyang noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange and joked, Brother Zhu, you have to treat Miss Su well. If we run out of food, we can borrow from the Su family. Zhu Yu looked confused. Isn't the Su family in the capital? You don't think that all of the Su family's businesses are in the capital, do you? Chang Xiao looked at Zhu Yu's silly look and covered her mouth with her hands and chuckled. Sister Xiao, why are you telling him this? Su Muqing was obviously a little uncomfortable. What's so bad about that? If you weren't thinking about the young master, how could you be willing to leave the capital and come to Jiangzhou Prefecture? Su Muqing was the youngest, and her face turned red when she heard this. I just wanted him to treat me, that's all. Whether it's treating an illness or anything else, the young master has to treat you well. You are the real god of wealth. Chang Xiao said with a smile. Wang Mingyang added, Brother Zhu, the Su family is an imperial merchant. Even though Su Zhizao is only a 5th-rank official, their family's businesses are all over Daxia. We even have businesses in Dechu and Dezhou. Otherwise, how could the Su family become the richest family in Beijing? Zhu Yu looked at Su Muqing in surprise. At first, he was wondering how a 5th-rank official could be so powerful. He didn't expect that the Su family was the richest in Beijing. No wonder they were guarding against him like thieves, because they were afraid that he would set his eyes on the Su family's property. You're talking nonsense again. It's just a small business. Su Muqing's pretty face turned even redder, and then she took out a receipt and handed it to Zhu Yu. I went to the Su family business, and they stored a lot of food. I have told them to deliver the food to the government warehouse tomorrow. How many? Everyone was suddenly shocked. Su Muqing said, not much, only about 4,000 stones. 4,000 stones. Are all you rich people so humble? To put it bluntly, let alone ordinary people like Chen Shi, even Chang Xiao, who is a princess, has never seen so much food. Is it still not enough? Just tell me how much you want, and I'll have Dad send someone to bring some over. Su Muqing said in a low voice. Enough, enough. Zhu Yu now wished he could hug Su Muqing and give her a good kiss. Bringing Su Muqing here was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. Originally, the implementation plan relying on the grain from the government office was a bit tight, but with these 4,000 shi of grain, Huan would definitely be able to cry rhythmically. In that case, then we don't need to collect food, right? Pan Long asked the key question. Why not? Just post the notice and the price won't change. Zhu Yu made the final decision. The next day, when the sun was high in the sky, Lu Rushi had already gotten up, but Zhu Yu was still sleeping. Sister, it won't be good for Mr. Zhu's health if he is tortured like this every night. Chang Xiao joked with some envy. It's not a struggle, it's clearly him. A blush appeared on Lu Rushi's face. Zhu Yu seemed to have opened the door to a new world for her, and the feeling was indescribable in any words. Tell us in detail, how is your health? Chang Xiao was very curious. You are the princess of Daxia after all, why are you like this? Lu Rushi said unhappily, if you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Chang Xiao also wanted to give it a try, but before getting married, that step was the bottom line and could not be shaken. What are you talking about? Su Muqing asked curiously. Lu Rushi whispered something in her ear, and Su Muqing's face instantly turned red to her neck. It's so embarrassing. Just then, Chen Shi ran in, Brother Zhu, great news, great news, great news. He pushed the door open without hesitation, only to see Zhu Yu still sleeping. Chen Shi had never seen such a lazy person in his life. Congratulations, congratulations. Zhu Yu had no intention of getting up at all. No, Brother Zhu, your furniture is done. Chen Shi shouted excitedly. It's done, it's done. It's not like. Zhu Yu sat up suddenly, what, it was done in one day. Chen Shi then said, those craftsmen were afraid that you wouldn't want them, so they stayed up all night to make what you wanted. People and things are here, go and have a look. Zhu Yu obviously underestimated the refugees' desire to survive. He quickly put on his clothes and took everyone to appreciate the newly made furniture. This chair is so strange, I have never seen it before. Yeah, this thing looks really good. Pan Long and Niu Dali were walking around a sofa, marveling at the sight. The carpenters stood upright by the side, like soldiers waiting for inspection. They had never found such a good job in their lives. Yesterday, not only were there rice, but also meat and vegetables, and they were paid their wages in the evening. Originally, they were asked to continue working on it tomorrow, but they didn't leave and made the furniture Zhu Yu wanted overnight. Is this the new furniture you painted in the car? Chang Xiao recognized it at the first sight. Oh, so Brother Zhu is painting. I was wondering why the carriage was shaking southwest violently on the road. Wang Mingyang slapped his forehead. Zhu Yu had reason to suspect that this guy was driving, but unfortunately he couldn't find any evidence. Chen Shi's face turned red, and he even cursed Zhu Yu in his heart for being disrespectful. After all this time, it turned out that people were doing serious business in the carriage. It turns out that people who are better than you work harder than you. Come on, Pan Long, sit on it and try it. Please forgive me for this. This thing is obviously very valuable. I cannot sit on it. Pan Long waved his hand. Chen Shi, come here. Chen Shi waved his hands quickly. This thing looked more high-end than the Emperor's dragon throne. He didn't dare to sit on it. You're a piece of shit. You look like a prince even when you put on the dragon robe. Let me sit. Wang Mingyang sat down and said, not bad, soft, much better than the stool at home. As he said this he even crossed his legs. The others have also been made. Sun Dashi said proudly, my lord, I have made a set of each type of furniture according to your instructions. Zhu Yu frowned slightly, stretch out your hands. Everyone didn't understand what was going on, but they all spread out their hands. This prefect is very angry now. Zhu Yu's eyes turned cold. Almost without exception, everyone had more than a dozen blood stains on their hands, which looked shocking. Some people's palms were still bleeding. Sun Dashi and others were frightened by Zhu Yu's sudden words. The crowd that was originally playing around also quieted down. Pan Long and Niu Dali didn't dare to say a word and just stood there in a daze. They had never seen Zhu Yu like this before. Plop. Sun Dashi and others knelt down quickly. Sir, I know I am guilty. I was wrong. Please spare my life. We will never do it again. Although he didn't know why Zhu Yu was angry, admitting his mistake was the only way to save his life at this moment. You are wrong. Do you know why I am angry? I don't know. Sun Dashi said, but the adults said that if there is any problem, just look for me, it has nothing to do with them, and I am willing to be punished. Zhu Yu was amused by him and quickly helped him up. I'm angry that you guys worked overnight and still messed up your hands like this. Don't you know that I have to pay you more for extra overtime? Ah. The carpenters looked up and didn't know whether to cry or laugh when they heard this. If you have to work overnight next time, you must tell me. Do you hear me? I'll let you go this time. Zhu Yu patted Sun Dashi on the shoulder. Sun Dashi felt warm in his heart and almost shed tears. They are all refugees, and can only gather together for warmth. No one has ever cared about me so much. At this moment, they felt the dignity of being human for the first time. Zhu Yu in front of them seemed not to be a human being, but a god in their hearts. If so, do you still have scar removal cream? There are some left. I'll get them right away. As Lu Rushi said this, she asked Xiao Huan to get the ointment and then give it to Sun Dashi. After returning home, apply it on the wound. Only when the wound heals can you continue to work. Sun Dashi and others were deeply moved. Sir, we are not afraid of hard work or injury, as long as we can do the work. My words are orders and there is no room for negotiation. If I find anyone working without permission after their wounds have not healed, I will not let them off easily. Zhu Yu said. Wow. So domineering. What a good man. I like it so much. A blush appeared on the faces of Lu Rushi and the other two girls. Zhu Yu now looked extremely masculine. Su Zhijin's face also blushed. She used to think that Zhu Yu was a pervert who was lazy and gluttonous. Only now do I realize that Zhu Yu actually has such a heart that loves his people like his own children. Sun Dashi knelt down again. Your Excellency's kindness is like a rebirth. I will never be able to repay you even if I die 1,000 times. What do you mean by life or death? Oh, why are your hands so badly injured? Zhu Yu asked curiously. After asking, I found out that it was the tools that caused the problem. The saws of the Great Xia dynasty were all vertical, not the inclined saws in my previous life. Moreover, its shape is like a machete, which can easily hurt your hands. This is a productivity tool and must be improved. Zhu Yu thought about it, and then began to assign roles to everyone. Old Wang, you finish writing the notice in a while, and then wait at the door. If someone comes to ask, you must act like you are about to eat dirt. Chen Shi, you and Sun Dashi go out and recruit workers. I need 100 blacksmiths, and the salary will be the same as theirs. Brother Yu, what about me, what about me? Chang De raised his hand again. You have an important mission. Zhu Yu said seriously. Chang Da's mouth twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Are you going to look for the cow that was hit and killed again? You're so smart. You can answer quickly. Zhu Yu gave him a thumbs up and said, whether we eat meat or vegetables tonight depends on your method. Ah. Chang De sighed deeply. He had originally planned to learn skills from Zhu Yu. As a result, people go to look for cows that commit suicide every day. When the time comes, Chang Feng will ask you, what did you learn from Zhu Yu? Do I have to answer that all I can do is look for dead cows? Will he be beaten to death by his dad? Niu Dali was also stunned. You are the prefect. Please respect the laws of Daxia. Anyone who kills a cow must pay with his life. But then again, Lord Zhu is really brave and he is not afraid at all when eating beef. At this time, a line of horse-drawn carriages drove to the gate of the prefectural government, led by an old man. He shook his robe and then said to Zhu Yu, "I am the manager of the Su family business, Mr. Su Wang, and my eldest daughter asked me to transport the grain." Zhu Yu was overjoyed. "Thank you, Manager Su, you have been a great help. The Su family is a very special existence in Jiangzhou Prefecture. With the title of imperial merchant, no one dares to offend them easily." Su Wang smiled. He was just following his master's orders. Suddenly, he looked at the new sofa at the entrance of the yamen and became interested. "Mr. Prefect, this furniture is quite unique. Manager Su, come and give it a try." Su Wang was not polite either. After sitting on it, he obviously entered an extremely wonderful state. This comfortable feeling made him feel a little dizzy. When he got up, he was reluctant to leave and said, "What a good thing. Sir, I don't know where you bought this thing. I want to get one too. Come to life." Zhu Yu smiled and said, "I had someone make this thing. In addition to this sofa, there are other new furniture. I plan to sell it in Jiangzhou Prefecture. What do you think, Steward Su?" Su Wang is able to be the manager of the Su family in Jiangzhou Prefecture, so there is no need to say much about his ability. This. Su Wang himself can't say anything nonsense. Good things are indeed good things, but the Su family's business has its own regulations for the things it sells. Su Muqing came out. Su Wang quickly greeted, "Mississippi. Just say whatever you have." Su Muqing said, "My dear miss, this thing is almost non-existent in Jiangzhou Prefecture. If it were sold on the market, it would definitely be in short supply. I just don't know how the prefect wants to set the price." Su Wang then said. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and said, "How do you feel about 100 taels for a set of sofas like this?" To be honest, even including the labor cost, the cost of this sofa was less than 3 taels of silver. For 100 taels per set, Zhu Yu felt that he was being unscrupulous. 100 taels is too cheap, isn't it? Even if this thing costs 300 taels, it will definitely be a hot seller. Su Wang said. 300 taels. Zhu Yu's eyes almost popped out after hearing this. No wonder your Su family is the richest family, you have such a dark conscience. Much darker than me. But then I thought, is there anyone who can afford to buy a house in Jiangzhou Prefecture? How about letting Su's company sell it? This. Su Wang looked at Su Muqing awkwardly. This still needs the young lady's approval. I can't make the decision. Su Zhijin seemed to want to tease Zhu Yu, as he just tilted his head back and said nothing. That expression seemed to be saying, beg me, and I will agree to you if you beg me. How could Zhu Yu not understand her little arrogance? Did she think she could control me in this way? Poverty and humbleness cannot change me, wealth and honor cannot make me bend. I am a magistrate who stands tall and upright, with a strong character. How can I be servile to others? Zhu Yu looked superior. Then I can only. Su Wang looked at Su Muqing with embarrassment. He didn't dare to agree to Zhu Yu until the eldest lady spoke. Su Zhijin sighed and was about to speak, but she saw Zhu Yu take 2 steps at a time and then hugged her thighs very skillfully. If the furniture cannot be sold, I will be bankrupt. I have just arrived in office, and there are powerful enemies outside and refugees inside who are causing chaos. If you don't help me, this prefect will die. Zhu Yu got into the role in a second, and his crying and wailing appearance made everyone present feel numb. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, Sir, where is your moral integrity? External things. For the sake of the common people of Jiangzhou Prefecture, I have worked so hard that I can't sleep at night. I get up earlier than chickens, sleep later than cats, and eat worse than pigs. Muqing, please be kind. Everyone's mouth twitched. It seems like you are the last one to get up every day. Can't sleep at night, are you sure you are not doing something else? Sir, you eat meat every day, how can pigs be treated like this? For a moment, I didn't know when to start complaining. Wang Mingyang said, Brother Zhu, you are a real man. I didn't say I don't agree. Su Muqing became anxious. Zhu Yu immediately stood up and gave instructions to Su Wang. Manager Su, your young lady has agreed. You can go and take a look at the samples later, and then sell them all to me as quickly as possible. Okay, I'll do it right away. Afterwards, Zhu Yu arranged for someone to take Su Wang to the place where furniture was produced to see the various styles of furniture. Then we adopt the order sales method, collect the deposit in advance and pay the balance after delivery. Sir, we want to help too. Is there anything we can do? Chang Shiyao and Lu Rushi asked. Yes. Zhu Yu instructed Pan Long, take them around and find a place with a wide view. I plan to find someone to raise pigs. Sir, why do we raise those filthy things when we can't eat them? Daniel asked in confusion. Pan Long smiled cheerfully. He knew what Zhu Yu was thinking. Zhu Yu had cooked pork for him in the capital, and the taste was unforgettable. I understand. For their safety, Zhu Yu also arranged for Jing Chuan and Chu Jian to protect them. Everyone left one after another, and finally, Zhu Yu walked to Niu Dali. What do you want, sir? Take me to find a blacksmith shop with good craftsmanship. Niu Dali was the head of the police force and was very familiar with the entire Jiangzhou prefecture. Not long after, he arrived at a blacksmith shop. Oldly, here comes the business. Here it comes. Here it comes. With a roar, a man in his early 30s walked out of the door. Zhu Yu couldn't help but admire him when he saw him. What a macho man, his muscles were like bombs. Who is this? This is the new prefect, Mr. Zhu. Niu Dali introduced. Li Yuan knelt down and said, I pay my respects to Master Zhu. Don't be nervous, I'm here to do business with you. Zhu Yu smiled and said, I'm not here to cause trouble. Having said that, how could Li Yuan not be nervous? Last time, a general named he came to him to slash a knife, but he didn't even give him a penny. He was angry but dared not speak out. Zhu Yu drew a blueprint on the spot. Build me a saw according to this blueprint. The teeth must be slanted. Ah. Can the teeth of a saw be slanted? Li Yuan was confused. Zhu Yu didn't waste any words, just do whatever I tell you to do, and you will definitely get some benefits. Have to. Here comes another person who dine for free. This is what General he said last time. Li Yuan didn't dare to say anything. He just picked up the tools and made the saw that Zhu Yu wanted. Zhu Yu gave instructions from the side, and about an hour later, a saw was made. Try a piece of wood. Niu Dali also knew some carpentry skills. He found a piece of wood, stepped on it to expose a piece of it, and then started sawing it hard. With the help of his arms, the wood was sawed in half in less than a moment. This is amazing. Li Yuan's eyes widened. Making the teeth of the saw oblique and adding a saw bow can surprisingly achieve such an effect. Your Excellency the Prefect is truly a god. This not only protects your hands but also improves efficiency. It is simply a magic weapon. Based on this, how long will it take me to make 100 of them? 100. Li Yuan knelt down immediately after hearing this. This prefect was even more deceitful than that general he. Sir, I am a small business owner, I can only make a living, I can't make 100,000. What's going on? Could it be that the prefect is going to shortchange you? Zhu Yu asked back. Li Yuan remained silent. Zhu Yu seemed to understand. How much does your blacksmith shop earn a year? About 5 taels of silver, barely enough to feed and clothe ourselves. Li Yuan spoke the truth. In fact, blacksmithing is a strenuous job. He worked hard and ate a lot, so it was common for him to spend more than he earned. Why don't you just follow me? I'll pay you $100 a day, with 3 meals included. You can pay me by the day or the month, it's up to you. Ah. Li Yuan thought he had heard it wrong. Zhu Yu said, you heard it right, it's not just you, I found 100 people to build this saw with you. Would you like to? I am willing, I am willing. Li Yuan was ecstatic. In the Great Xia dynasty, the concept of family background was too strong, and there were very few people like Chen Shi who came from poor families and could make a name for themselves. If a blacksmith like Li Yuan doesn't have opportunities, he will just be a blacksmith in his life, and he will be lucky if he can just have enough food and clothing. But today the prefect actually wanted to hire him, which was like a godsend for him. Don't worry, sir. I will pack my things right away and concentrate on making the saw for you. Li Yuan was filled with gratitude. Thinking that the time was almost up, Zhu Yu took Li Yuan directly to the mansion. Chen Shi has appeared with 100 blacksmiths. Brother Zhu, you are so smart. I really admire you. At first, Chen Shi didn't understand why Sun Dashi was allowed to go with him. After he called out the names like Zhu Yu, no one wanted to pay attention to him. If Sun Dashi had not personally told us how well he ate and how much money he earned, the refugees would have gone crazy and followed Chen Shi to work. Jicao Wuliu, once we deal with He Huan, this place will be ours. At this point, Chen Shi still didn't quite understand what Zhu Yu was going to do. In fact, he was completely unaware of the open and covert struggles among officials. By the way, when I was leaving town today, I saw someone who might interest you. As Chen Shi spoke, he brought a thin boy over. He was wearing a robe that was much larger than his body, and his hair was disheveled. My lord, my name is Ma Jun. Still a stutterer. Zhu Yu frowned and looked at Chen Shi, full of suspicion. Chen Shi quickly took out a small object, which was a butterfly made of wood. When it moved its tail, its wings danced up and down. I discovered it by accident. Although I can't explain it clearly, he made it himself. Although the wooden butterfly was rough, Zhu Yu's eyes lit up. I immediately concluded that this kid was definitely a talent. Is this thing really made? Your Excellency, I made it. I first used wood. When talking about his interests, Ma Jun no longer stuttered. Zhu Yu interrupted quickly, it doesn't matter how you do it. What matters is that I want you to be of great use. With such a clever little genius, there are so many things that can be done. The first thing to do is to research cement. The raw materials of cement are not complicated. They are nothing more than limestone, clay, and other things mixed together in a certain proportion. He himself doesn't have time, but Ma Jun will definitely be interested. So along the way, Zhu Yu told Ma Jun the general method of making cement, but he had to experiment himself on the specific proportions. For this purpose, Zhu Yu specially arranged a laboratory for him in the prefectural government office. Ma Jun was filled with gratitude again. He had never lived in such a nice house in his life. Just when Zhu Yu was about to take Ma Jun away, Su Wang ran over in a hurry. Sir. What happened to Manager Su? Congratulations, sir, the orders. The orders are booming. Su Wang was overjoyed, holding a thick stack of silver bills in his hand. After a careful count, he found that he had received nearly 1 million deposits for each vehicle. Seeing the money, Zhu Yu couldn't stop smiling. I'm rich. Chen Shi was also shocked. He didn't expect that this furniture could make so much money. Any single banknote was worth half his lifetime income. In this case, can we find more refugees to work? That's a must. You should go out of town to recruit people now. The wages will be doubled. Zhu Yu gave orders repeatedly. Chen Shi also started his hard work as a corporate slave. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to deal with these refugees as quickly as possible. On the other side, Wang Mingyang was leaning on the sofa with a book in his hand, waiting for someone to come and sell grain. Chang De felt bored after dealing with the dead cow. Lord Wang, you won't be able to collect any food like this. You have to be more serious. You received it seriously? Wang Mingyang asked back. Of course. My father always said that the most important thing in the world is to be serious. Chang De said seriously. Wang Mingyang was amused by him, and stood up and closed the book. Come on, Master Chang, come here. Chang De was not convinced either, so he stood up and started shouting at the top of his voice. It's time to harvest the grain. It's time to harvest the grain. 5 taels per stone. No cheating for children or adults. People passing by looked at Chang De like he was a fool, and no one came forward. After shouting for a quarter of an hour, Chang De turned off the engine. 5 taels of silver is not a low amount, why is there no one asking? Wang Mingyang spread out his folding fan and said with a smile, "Haven't you noticed that your brother Yu doesn't lack food at all? Of course there is a shortage. There are so many refugees outside. Today's rice is much thinner than yesterday's." Changde still looked innocent. It was rare for Wang Mingyang to talk nonsense to him. Although he didn't quite understand, Zhu Yu was definitely up to no good. At this time, Zhu Yu brought Ma Jun back to the yamen. "Brother Zhu, are you off work again?" "Old Wang, is there anyone selling food?" Zhu Yu asked. Wang Mingyang shook his head, "Not even one, and not only that, the price of grain in the market has risen again, now it's 6 taels per stone." Zhu Yu raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the growth was still a bit slow. "Keep raising the price, 10 taels of silver per stone." "You're still raising the price, you bastard official, are you going to let the people live? You should die as an apology for your malicious manipulation of grain prices, hoarding and disregarding the lives of the people." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice came to his ears. Following the sound, I saw an old man with white hair and beard jumping down from a donkey cart. "Old man, who are you?" "I am the magistrate of Taoyuan County, Zhang Yuenda." Zhang Yuenda's old face turned red with anger. The prefectural government purchased grain at a high price, and the big grain merchants thought it was profitable and raised their prices one after another. Many wealthy families began to purchase grain from various places, and stored it all in their hands, waiting for the prefectural government to raise the price again, and then sell it to the government at a high price. Taoyuan County, which was not wealthy to begin with, was even worse off, and people were almost eating their own children. Zhu Yu looked at the old man and smiled. He has been in Jiangzhou Prefecture for so long. According to the rules, all local officials should pay a visit to the prefect, but now there is no movement at all. Only Zhang Yuenda came. "I bought grain at a high price to help the disaster victims. What's wrong with that?" "Ignorant boy, I won't argue with you. Let me ask you about the relief grain sent by the court. Did you embezzle it all?" Zhang Yuenda stared in disbelief. The look he gave Zhu Yu was as if he was looking at the murderer of his father. "Zhang, please be patient. Your Excellency knows what to do." Wang Mingyang comforted. "What sense of propriety is there? Taoyuan County is now almost cannibalistic, with people dying every day." Zhang Yuenda sat down at the gate of the government office and said, "If I can't get food today, I will crash into the prefectural government office and die." Zhang Yuenda was also a ruthless man. As he spoke, he sat down directly at the gate of the yamen. "Gentlemen, who can pay the fare?" "Just 10 cents. The driver asked cautiously. Zhang Yuenda stiffened his neck and turned his head away stubbornly, as if he hadn't heard it. "You don't even have the money for the car yet, you're still so arrogant." Seeing that Zhang Yuenda had no intention of paying, Zhu Yu had to help pay. "How much grain does Taoyuan County need?" "It's 200, no. 400 stones." Chen Shi immediately refused to do so. The population of Taoyuan County is only 10,000 people, and 400 dan of grain is a joke. "My lord. Who knows when the harvest will come?" Zhang Yuenda wanted to cry but had no tears. "We don't have much good farmland where we are, and there is an insect plague. I don't know when we can plant the seeds." In fact, Zhu Yu had been to Taoyuan County many years ago. At that time, I felt that it was truly a paradise and was ready to settle down there. I didn't expect it to be so miserable now. 400 dan is 400 dan. I will go with you now. Zhu Yu ordered Changde to prepare food. Suddenly, he changed his mind and realized that it was more than 30 miles to Taoyuan County, so this was a good opportunity. "Brother Chen, Lao Shen, come with me out of town. Let's work overtime today." Without waiting for Chen Shi's reply, Zhu Yu pulled him out of the city. "General, Magistrate Zhang from Taoyuan County has gone to see Prefect Zhu." He Huan's number 1 lackey, Li Si, told He Huan the news. Since Zhu Yu came here, there has been almost zero communication between the two. He Huan originally planned to wait for Zhu Yu to surrender to him so that he could clearly see who was the king of Jiangzhou Prefecture. Who knew that this kid Zhu Yu almost completely ignored him. However, He Huan did not take it to heart. As long as the refugees did not disperse and the big grain merchants kept control of the grain, it was only a matter of time before Zhu Yu surrendered. Zhang Yuanda came at the perfect time. The prefectural government is probably running out of food now, right? Is he still asking for food? He Huan sneered repeatedly. Li Si said, Your Excellency is very smart. I just checked the notice at the gate of the government office and found that the price of grain has increased again. Now it is 10 taels of silver per stone. This Governor Zhu will soon be unable to hold on. He Huan was also surprised when he heard 10 taels of silver for 1 stone of grain. He had already stored up a lot of grain, and he also had relief grain from the imperial court. Once he sold it, he would definitely make a fortune. With the support of the prince, he is not afraid of being held accountable. How did Zhu Yu respond? Prefect Zhu actually gave him another 400 sure. Li Si laughed. Even though he could barely make ends meet, Zhu Yu was still thinking about Taoyuan County. The smile on He Huan's face became even more intense. What did this mean? Zhu Yu would soon submit to him. In that case, I will add fuel to the fire. Pass on my oral order. From now on, the city gates will be opened and anyone can come and go without restriction. When Zhu Yu and Chen Shi arrived at the city gate, Li Si happened to appear. Master Chen, Master Zhu, are you going to leave the city? Li Si gave a flattering smile. Chen Shi often went out of the city, so he naturally knew Li Si. He introduced him to Zhu Yu. He is the guard officer of General He, and his name is Li Si. How are you, General He? Zhu Yu asked. In reply to Your Excellency's words, the general eats well and sleeps well, and has been talking about inviting Master Zhu to his house for a chat. Zhu Yu couldn't help but sneer after hearing this. He was a 5th-rank prefect and also the Earl of Chongqing. He is the most powerful person in the entire Jiangzhou prefecture. How dare He Huan, a 7th-rank general, allow himself to visit him? Zhu Yu looked a little unhappy, but Li Si didn't care at all. My 2 lords, please be patient. The general has ordered that the city gates be opened from today and people can pass through without hindrance. Hearing this, Chen Shi felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Nonsense. Are you kidding me? There are still nearly 3,000 refugees outside. If we put them all into the city, will General He be responsible if something happens? Refugees are not ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are like a flood or a beast. 8 out of 10 people who engage in looting and robbery and become bandits are refugees. It can be said that they are the most unstable factor in the entire Great Xia dynasty, and the current Emperor Zhuzhong is the best among the refugees. He went from being a refugee to being an emperor. If these people were allowed in, the existing staff in the prefectural government would be unable to manage them. Li Si smiled and said, My lords, please don't embarrass me. I am also following the orders of the Lord General. You guys go and open the city gate. Wait. Wait. The city gate cannot be opened. Chen Shi was about to step forward to stop him. But the soldiers in the city only recognized He Huan and ignored Chen Shi. Zhu Yu smiled and said, Did the general order the city gate to be opened? Good. Li Si is a man who takes advantage of his master's power. Zhu Yu's smile widened. Do you know what the consequences will be if you open the city gate? I don't understand these things. If you don't want to, you can go and talk to the general. Maybe the city gate will not be opened. Li Si still didn't take Zhu Yu seriously. The implication is simple. In Jiangzhou Prefecture, high-ranking officials are not very powerful. They only recognize General He, not Prefect Zhu. Little did he know that it was this sentence that made Zhu Yu cross out his name with a red pen in his heart. Sir, do you want to go find General He? I can lead the way. Zhu Yu raised his head and looked around. He had reason to believe that He Huan was watching all this from some inconspicuous position at this moment. Do you know what opening the city gate means? I don't know, please tell me clearly. The refugees are a group of fierce people. Many of them are nameless and have no idea of their life experiences. They could be refugees from Great Xia, or spies from Great Chu or Great Zhou. Zhu Yu spoke slowly and calmly. Hearing the word spy, Li Si was stunned. He seemed to have realized something, but didn't seem to understand it very well. So what if I'm a spy? So what? Zhu Yu smiled. If there are spies among the refugees who are let in by opening the city gate, then it will not be as simple as opening the city gate. This is called, President Chen, this is called, what is it? Wonderful. Wonderful. With just a few words, Zhu Yu reversed the offense and defense instantly. Chen Shi was so happy in his heart that he quickly said, "My lord, this is called collaborating with the enemy." Hiss. After hearing this accusation, the soldiers who were about to open the city gate seemed to be under a spell and dared not move a step. Collaboration with the enemy is a capital crime. According to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, it is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to let one go. In short, putting on this hat is equivalent to being sent to the guillotine. How should this crime be sentenced? Behead him immediately and exterminate all 3 clans. Chen Shi said slowly. Li Si's scalp felt tingling, his legs were shaking, and his teeth were chattering. Sir, but, don't say anything nonsense. The city gates haven't been opened yet. Besides, I don't know if there are spies outside. Zhu Yu smiled, and then patted Li Si's shoulder gently. Attendantly, you should be brave enough to help Lord He. I have never accused you of collaborating with the enemy. Li Si immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You are simply disrespecting me and attempting to collaborate with the enemy. Zhu Yu changed the subject. Boom. It was like a bolt from the blue, hitting Li Si on the forehead. Even the guards who were about to open the city gate were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. President Chen, how do you judge this? Behead immediately. Chen Shi replied. Li Si and others were frightened to death. This is not me, it is, Mr. He. Before he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of He Huan strolling down from the tower out of the corner of his eye. Master He, save. Shen Lian, chop him. Zhu Yu spoke coldly. He Huan's eyes flashed and he shouted, Master Zhu, no. But Shen Lian stepped forward first. The white knife went in and the red knife came out. Li Si was killed on the spot. Everyone was shocked. Just inside and outside the city wall, 3 people died at the hands of Zhu Yu. Which magistrate in the Great Xia dynasty was so cruel, and how polite was the scholar? Mr. He, long time no see. Zhu Yu looked at He Huan with a smile on his face. Zhu Yu, you. He Huan gritted his teeth in hatred. Li Si was his confidant, but he didn't expect that he would be killed by Zhu Yu like this. Zhu Yu showed a harmless smile, just a traitor, no need to thank me. Thank you Grandma for your legs. This is clearly a false accusation. He Huan had no intention of saving face for Zhu Yu. Master Zhu, have you crossed the line? Sir He, this is not right. I am the prefect of Jiangzhou Prefecture appointed by the imperial court, and I am also the Earl of Chongqing granted by the emperor. The huge Jiangzhou Prefecture is my fiefdom. How can you say it's crossing the line? Zhu Yu asked back. He Huan was not as eloquent as him, but he is mine. Zhu Yu's eyes turned cold. Master He, if you want to attack me, at least send someone over. What if you send a dog and it bites me? What level is he, and how can he be so rude in front of me? Arrogant. Too arrogant. He Huan's eyes became even colder, and his anger was hard to calm down, but he finally endured it. No matter how exaggerated Master Zhu's words are, this city gate must be opened today. Since the prefectural government has already opened its granaries to distribute grain, there is no reason to allow refugees to stay outside the city. Master Zhu, you don't want to be accused of not caring about the lives of the people, right? Chen Shi was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on his back. If General He insists on opening the city gate, the subsequent matters will be extremely troublesome. By then, it is estimated that all kinds of victims will be able to gamble away the gate of the government office. He shook his head desperately at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu asked, where is the document? Can't the city gate be opened with the seal of this prefect? Clerk, yes, I will show it to you right away. He Huan asked someone to bring the Kaiching documents that had been prepared a long time ago, and they were stamped with the seal of the prefect's yamen. Before Zhu Yu took office, the seal had been kept by He Huan. It seemed that he had already thought of this day. This is against the rules. Chen Shi shouted to stop him. Zhu Yu waved his hand. Chen Tongpan, stay calm. If General he wants to open the city gate, let him open it. Arrogant. Are you kid going to continue to be arrogant? Now even the King of Heaven and I can't stop my commander from opening the city gate. Come here, open the city gate. Chen Shi sighed, it's over. He seemed to be able to imagine how chaotic the situation would be with the refugees pouring into the city. Shen Lian also drew out his sword and guarded Zhu Yu. Squeak. The city gate slowly opened, and the first thing that came into view was the eyes of thousands of refugees. He Huan smiled and said, Master Zhu, I wish you good luck. Chen Shi's scalp tingled, Brother Zhu, why don't we go back home and talk about this? We really can't stay here. Old Chen, remember this, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Leave the city. Zhu Yu was not afraid at all and walked out of the city with big strides. Chen Shi gritted his teeth and followed. Outside the city gate, some people initially tried to enter the city. But the moment they saw Zhu Yu and Chen Shi, everyone instantly turned into good kids, standing obediently on both sides with their bodies straight. He Huan was confused. The soldiers guarding the city were also confused. Shouldn't we rush in at this moment, rush in, and rob money, food, and women? Why are they all lining up and standing aside? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Chen Shi was also a little confused when he saw this scene. Something was not right. Are these still refugees? Hello, Master Zhu, hello, Master Chen. Master Zhu, we have been very well behaved recently. We have all been waiting outside obediently according to your instructions. Yes, Lord Zhu, we will never go into the city to cause trouble. We'll go in whenever you need someone. When Yi Huan heard this, his sense of values collapsed. This group of people were definitely the most obedient refugees he had ever seen in his life. He racked his brains but couldn't figure out how Zhu Yu did it. Let's go back home. Yi Huan angrily led his people away. Only then did Chen Shi understand what Zhu Yu had just said. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. Brother Zhu, how do you know that they wouldn't dare to enter the city even if the gates were opened? Simple, because I gave too much. Zhu Yu hit the nail on the head. Everyone knows that if you work for Lord Zhu, you will be a superior person with money, food, and meat for every meal. If you go against Lord Zhu, the result will be 2 heads on the city gate. Even a fool knows how to choose. Zhu Yu cleared his throat, ahem, quiet, quiet, I'm going to recruit people. When they heard the word recruiting, everyone straightened up. Men, aged 20 and over and under 30, line up. Soon, all those who met the requirements came forward. After a careful count, there were nearly 500 people. Zhu Yu said, you will follow me to Taoyuan County to transport grain. I have only one request. You are not allowed to rest, drink water, or eat during this journey. Those who can make it to Taoyuan County and pass the assessment will be registered as officials in the prefectural government. Official status. The eyes of 500 people are about to pop out of their heads. That's an official title. Eat the emperor's food. To put it bluntly, this has directly reached the peak of life that many people cannot reach. My lord, is it all right as long as you don't stop? Is this true? Can I be granted official status? Zhu Yu said, I always keep my word. If you don't want to go now, you can withdraw. 500 people didn't move. That's official status. To put it bluntly, being registered as an official is a great thing that brings honor to the family. Since there is no objection, let's set off. Zhu Yu led a group of people into the city. The prefect's yamen now only has one person to work with, and nothing can be done without anyone. He had to organize an armed force as soon as possible so that he would be safe in case he got into trouble with Yi Huan. Arriving at the gate of the magistrate's office, Changde had already loaded the food into the cart. Zhang Yuanda suddenly became unhappy when he saw the homeless people wearing rags behind Zhu Yu. Sir, are you planning to send them to Taoyuan County? I only have 400 dan, but I can't afford to feed so many people. You old boy is really stingy. If I don't send it to you, they are sending food with us. Zhu Yu told Shen Lian, go prepare the car, and let's escort the grain and grass with Magistrate Zhang. Zhu Yu originally wanted to let Zhang Yuanda get on the car as well, but who knew that this old guy was actually worried that the refugees would snatch the food and escape, so he insisted on staying with his food. Changda, I have an important task for you. Brother Yu, the cow has been found. Zhu Yu curled his lips and said, you little loser, run with them to Taoyuan County, and don't stop on the way. If you stop, you won't have any food to eat at night. Out with them. Changda was obviously unhappy. Zhu Yu said earnestly, trust me and run well. When have I ever cheated you? Changda nodded without understanding why, and then ran along with the group of refugees. At the beginning, some people in the team were talking and laughing, and they looked very relaxed and comfortable. As soon as we left the city, the sound of conversation gradually disappeared. Instead, there was the sound of heavy breathing. Zhu Yu sat in the carriage with his legs crossed, criticizing them from time to time. What's wrong? That's not good enough. You are such a loser. I think you should stop being refugees and become beggars instead. You run so slowly, are you still a man? What's the difference between you and the turtle in the river? You look a little dissatisfied. Come and hit me if you can, hit me. Ha 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 ha. A gentleman can be killed but not humiliated. Hearing these words, the refugees gnashed their teeth in hatred. Not only them, but even Changda's eyes changed when he looked at Zhu Yu. It's really pleasant for you to sit in the carriage and hum a little tune. If you have the guts, you can get off and run. Zhu Yu doesn't care about that. He had calculated that the prefectural yamen had a staff of 400 yamen runners, also known as yamen soldiers. As the Earl of Chongqing, he had his own fiefdom and could provide himself with 1,000 private soldiers. By this calculation, we can form a team of 1,400 people. What are you writing? Zhu Yu suddenly discovered that Chen Shi seemed to be recording something. Chen Shi replied, Brother Zhu, this is a document submitted to the court. I have already sent the previous one, and it should reach the cabinet soon. What? A document submitted to the emperor? How come I don't know about it? Zhu Yu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Brother Zhu, this is the duty of the Tongpan, to record local government affairs truthfully, don't you know? I know a request. Zhu Yu didn't understand any of this. He had originally planned to come here to become a local emperor. Chen Shi said, Brother Zhu, don't be nervous. I didn't write much before. I just explained in detail the work for relief policy you mentioned. Then report some good things about the management of refugees. His Majesty will definitely reward you. Brother Zhu, why are you so panicked? Zhu Yu looked at Chen Shi and gritted his teeth. Brother Chen, I have treated you well, why do you want to hurt me like this? Chen Shi. Zhu Yu said, use your smart brain. If we use work for relief to solve the refugee problem, will His Majesty think that we in Jiangzhou are living a very good life now? Yeah, isn't it? This is a piece of wood. Zhu Yu cursed in his heart, life is getting better, but taxes should be increased, not to mention the head tax, household registration tax, business tax. Will the people have to pay for this money? Will they suffer from poor living conditions? Work for relief, won't the relief grain be enough? What if we run out of food? How can we ask the court for food? I didn't expect this. Chen seemed to realize something, but we can't deceive His Majesty, can we? I'm not lying. You've read a lot of books by sages. How come you don't know the charm of language? Zhu Yu asked back. So how should I write it? Chen Shi was helpless. For example, if we let refugees go to work, what do we call that? Work for relief. Wrong. This is called corvée. They work for our government. If it's not corvée, then what is it? Zhu Yu spoke with great force. For example, when we first entered the city, didn't we kill 2 refugees? Did we deal with another Li today? Chen Shi said, yes, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys makes you look powerful, doesn't it? It's fine if you understand my Majesty, but you can't write about it like this. What is this called? This is called tyranny and cruelty. Chen Shi broke out in a cold sweat when he heard this, and thought to himself, Brother Zhu, if you want to die, don't drag me into this. For example, now we have 10 taels of silver for 1 stone of grain. The grain prices in the market have been raised, and the people can't even afford to eat. What do you call this? Zhu Yu asked again. Is this called a harsh policy? Driving up prices? Not caring about the lives of the people? That's right. Zhu Yu then nodded contentedly. Chen Shi was almost going crazy. Which sage book taught these things? Brother Zhu, according to this writing method, our lives are only enough to write 2 documents at most. Are you sure? Writing documents in other states and counties would at most waste some ink and paper. They in Jiangzhou Prefecture are simply wasting their lives. You can't write it completely like this, you have to write something good. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and said, for example, in order to manage the refugees, we work very hard every day, getting up earlier than chickens, sleeping later than cats, and eating worse than dogs. In short, in one sentence, Jiangzhou Prefecture is not doing well. We are not doing well, but we are still working hard. Do you understand? The corner of Chen Shi's mouth twitched, and at this moment he thought to himself that he should be under the car, not in the car. One can almost imagine how angry His Majesty would be after seeing these documents. Write it now, and send it to the capital quickly, 800 miles away. A worried heart and trembling hands. Finally, when he arrived at Taoyuan village, Chen Shi finished writing the document to be submitted to the court. Looking at the contents, Chen Shi broke out in a cold sweat. This is simply jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Zhu Yu was very satisfied and signed his name with a big stroke of the pen. After traveling all the way, they soon arrived at Taoyuan County. The Taoyuan County in front of them really surprised Zhu Yu. In the past, this place had beautiful mountains and rivers and picturesque scenery. But the scene before him could only be described as horrific. Not to mention tree bark, there was not even a blade of grass on the ground. As soon as he arrived in Taoyuan County, Zhang Yuanda arranged for people to start distributing food. The group of refugees who had followed Zhu Yu all the way were now exhausted and staggering, gasping for breath. Why, this won't work. Zhu Yu got off the carriage and stood in front of everyone and asked, I have worked hard all the way, why am I not as embarrassed as you guys now? The refugees stared with their eyes wide open. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen anyone so shameless. Sir, can you please sit in the car? We have come this far step by step. More than 30 miles. Zhu Yu ignored their emotions and continued, I will now announce the last test. Everyone, stand still. It seemed that it was only the last tremor. All the refugees stood up despite their fatigue and stood in a row as usual. Zhu Yu said, keep standing, the requirements are not high, hold on for the time of an incense stick, it will be considered passed, and I will grant you official status. If you can't hold on, I'll give you money. You can go wherever you want. After hearing Zhu Yu's promise again, the group of people stood up straight instantly as if they had been injected with chicken blood. That's official status. Eat the emperor's food. It is no exaggeration to say that this is their only chance in this life. Many people were delighted. Although they had traveled 30 kilometers, they just stood there and took it as a rest. Who doesn't know how to stand? What's so difficult about it? Seeing the disdain on everyone's faces, Zhu Yu raised the corner of his mouth and gave a sinister smile, you are so naive. When I was in military training in college, the instructor almost trained me to death using this standing posture. Now it's my turn to train others, the pain is indescribable. Sure enough, after only half an incense stick of time, someone couldn't hold on any longer and stood there staggering. Zhu Yu raised his hand and pointed, what the hell, you can't even stand. Your legs are weak. Your feet are weak. You still want to eat the emperor's food with this. The person being pointed at immediately blushed. At first I thought it was nothing and thought I just needed to rest, but now I realize that there is no place on my body that doesn't hurt. If it weren't for his official status, he would have wanted to strangle Zhu Yu to death. If you don't want to practice, quit immediately. I don't have much, but I have a lot of money. Just stand up and admit your guilt, take the money and leave. There's still a lot of time left. It's only been less than half an incense stick. Stop struggling. Zhu Yu continued to mock. We are all 7 feet tall men, we should not fight for our dignity. No one wants to be the first to admit defeat. Finally, a quarter of an hour passed. As Zhu Yu announced that the time was up, Everyone collapsed on the ground. Yes, you are worthy of being the one I have chosen. From this moment on, your lives belong to me. Search and register these people's names and make them soldiers of Jiangzhou government office. Yamen soldier. Although they don't even have a rank, they are actually eating the emperor's food. If you have made merit, you can be promoted to 100 or 1,000 households. The future is bright. Let's go, let's eat. Let's go ask Magistrate Zhang for money. Zhu Yu led this group of refugees towards the county government office. Zhang Yuanda guessed that Zhu Yu would not let him go so easily, so he tore open his official robe to block the rice pot. After Zhu Yu's much persuasion, old Zhang finally agreed to provide food for these Yamen soldiers. By the way, Magistrate Zhang, what disaster happened in Taoyuan County that caused such a tragedy? Alas, insect plague. Zhang Yuanda said, originally, the grain production was rising well this year, and it looked like a bumper year, but who knew that a kind of pest would suddenly appear in the fields? They have a very strong reproductive capacity. They destroyed almost all the food in Taoyuan County in just 3 to 5 days. Now the fields are full of those bugs. I will arrange for people to clear the pests in the fields after they have eaten their fill. Dogba. Lord Prefect, let me make it clear first, these 400 dan of grain are definitely not enough. Zhu Yu felt a chill. This old guy kept calling the cook a dog official. Was it appropriate for him to scold the cook before he had even eaten his fill? You old men are addicted to extortion. We'll talk about the food later. Take me to the fields first. Soon, Zhu Yu and Zhang Yuanda arrived at a farmland in Taoyuan County. On the ridge of the field, a young man in ragged clothes was kneeling on the ground, beating his chest and saying, "Oh, God. Please open your eyes. My rice, my new variety. You ruined it all. It's all ruined." This is? Zhu Yu asked. Zhang Yuanda replied, his name is Yuan Hua. He is considered a good grain grower in our county. He grows more grain than others on the same acre of land. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up instantly. This guy is such a talent. Just as I was thinking about it, I saw Yuan Hua suddenly grabbed a red insect on the ground and threw it to the ground, then stepped on it hard. You damned worm, I will die with you. Ah. Zhu Yu swallowed subconsciously, young man, leave the bugs under your feet, but he was still a step too slow. The long red bug had already been stepped onto the ground and was dead. Why keep the worms? Did you secretly put these worms in our fields? Yuan Hua looked like he was going to eat someone. Zhang Yuanda hurriedly said, Yuan Hua, don't be rude, this dog official, ugh. This is the prefect. Dog Mr. Prefect. As expected, what kind of county magistrate you have, what kind of county people you will have. Even though he called him Mr. Prefect, there was still disdain in his eyes. Ever since the disaster, the prefectural government had ignored them. If Zhang Yuanda had not gone to the government several times to ask for food, all the people in the county would have died long ago. When you can't even fill your stomach, all the talk of hierarchy is bullshit. You call this a worm? What's wrong? Zhang Yuanda said, Mr. Prefect, you don't know the suffering of the people and don't understand how harmful these insects are. Almost all the crops in Taoyuan County have been destroyed by these insects. Phew. Zhu Yu laughed out loud instantly. Zhang Yuanda and Yuan Hua's eyes became even colder. A dog official was a dog official and he didn't care about their life or death at all. Sir, why are you laughing? How can this thing be a pest? This is a God-given delicacy. The so-called long worms they mentioned were about 1 finger long, bright red in color, plump and fresh. It was the delicacy on the dinner table in my previous life, crayfish. Tasty. Zhang Yuanda thought to himself, you are addicted to the people's money, so much so that you would even eat worms. Mr. Prefect, how many dishes did you have for breakfast? Why do you drink so much? You know how strong this thing's reproductive ability is. It likes to dig holes everywhere, leaving no trace at all. People in our county have even eaten up all the tree bark. They don't dare to eat this thing. Someone who was not afraid of death ate it before, but he died on the spot. The surrounding villagers also looked at Zhu Yu as if he were a fool. Is it possible that this prefect is not very smart? Master Zhu, you heard me, this thing cannot be eaten, said Zhang Yuanda. Looking at the stupidity that was clear in their eyes, Zhu Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that you can't eat it, it's just that you don't know how to eat it. Crayfish are indeed harmful to crops. They like to eat the roots and stems of crops and have strong reproductive capacity. If not dealt with in time, they will quickly invade the entire farmland. Taoyuan County is surrounded by mountains and rivers, has abundant water systems, and its fertile land makes it a perfect habitat for crayfish. There were records of crayfish infestations in previous lives. However, with everyone's efforts, they finally managed to consume crayfish to the point where they had to be artificially bred. Sir, are you sure this is edible? Chen Shi also found it incredible when he looked at the crayfish on the ground. Old Chen, you are so afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. How can you follow me to run rampant in the countryside and bully the people? Zhu Yu said bluntly. Bah! You bastard! You let something slip. Zhang Yuanda and Yuan Hua spat fiercely, what the hell? Chen Shi also noticed the strangeness on everyone's faces and reminded them, Master Zhu, you can't say such things to their faces. They called me a dog official to my face. How can I be worthy of them if I don't do something that a dog official can do? Zhu Yu stood with his hands behind his back. I will cook these crayfish in a moment. Everyone present must eat them all without leaving any. Zhang Yuanda's eyes widened. You dog official, you've pissed me off. As long as I have a life left, I will never allow you to harm the people of Taoyuan County. It can be seen that Zhang Yuanda enjoys a high prestige among the people. Many people glared at Zhu Yu, wishing they could skin him alive. You are a 9th-rank county magistrate, and I am a 5th-rank prefect of the imperial court. How dare you disobey me? Zhu Yu had long wanted to put a dent in the old man's prestige, so he immediately ordered, go to the fields and bring me 2 basins. You. Zhang Yuanda's old face turned red with anger. Don't make things difficult for our county magistrate. If you want to catch this long worm, we will catch it. Yuan Hua called a few people to jump into the fields together, and soon caught 2 large basins full of crayfish. Tell people to light the stove and cook. I want to show my skills. Chen Shi sighed, but still followed Zhu Yu's arrangement and asked someone to set up a big pot in front of the county government office. After spending these days together, Chen Shi finally understood. His brain was completely unable to keep up with Zhu Yu's thinking, and even Wang Mingyang sometimes couldn't keep up. Thinking that the county government was going to serve porridge, many people gathered around. Brother Yu, what is this? Chang De moved closer to Zhu Yu. This is a delicacy in the world. Zhu Yu replied. Chang De had a lot of question marks on his head. Brother Yu, are you kidding? Isn't this a pest in the field? How can you eat it? Don't talk nonsense, come and help if you want to eat. Zhu Yu was too lazy to explain, and Chang De did as he was told obediently. He followed Zhu Yu's example, rolled up his sleeves, picked up a pair of scissors and began to process the crayfish. Washing the shrimp heads and picking out the shrimp threads, the whole process is done smoothly. Although they knew that this thing was a pest growing in the fields, for some reason, when they saw Zhu Yu's operation, they actually felt a little hungry. Zhang Yuanda snorted coldly, haha, let's see what tricks you can come up with later. Yuan Hua was full of disdain. If this thing is edible, I would work for the prefectural government for a year for nothing. The people around were watching the fun, but in reality, no one could bring themselves to eat this thing. Wash it first, then heat the oil in a pan. After that, pour the cleaned crayfish into the oil pan. In just a short while, the crayfish was fried all over red and had a faint fragrance. What a taste! This color. Zhang Yuanda and Yuan Hua's eyes widened, and they both swallowed their saliva at the same time. Go to the car and bring me some of my seasonings. The more the better. Zhu Yu ordered. Chang De hurriedly went to the carriage to get the seasoning, and then poured it all into the iron pan. After continuous stir-frying, the aroma became even stronger. Hey, don't you think it smells good? It's hard to say. It looks good, but some time ago, Mr. Zhang from the east end of the village died of diarrhea after eating it. I don't know why, but I feel like my mouth is salivating. Many people were whispering to each other. They had just drunk some porridge, and now smelled such a wonderful aroma. Many of them were already salivating. Unfortunately, Juyu did not indulge them and simply covered the pot tightly. "Someone, set the table and get some wine." In full view of everyone, Juyu asked someone to set up a table, sat down casually, and put a bottle of wine on the table. Sparks were almost coming out of the people's eyes. "It's so infuriating. We were still drinking porridge, and you were drinking in front of us. Are you polite? What about your face? Is it something outside of your body? Eat and drink, and after you finish eating those pests, you will have your intestines pierced and your stomach ruptured and die." A full quarter of an hour passed before Juyu finally lifted the lid of the pot. Waves of wonderful aroma spread instantly. The people around were drooling. They had never smelled such a wonderful fragrance before. It was even more fragrant than meat. The crayfish are rosy in color and plump in size, and the sounds of people swallowing saliva can be heard all around. "County Magistrate Zhang, come here and have one first." Juyu gave the order directly. "Sir, no. This is a pest. You can't eat it. If you eat it, you will die." The people tried to dissuade him. "No matter how beautiful or fragrant it is still a pest, it is poisonous and will kill you. You bastard, you are taking human life lightly." Yuan Hua stood up and spoke up for justice. Juyu didn't tolerate him at all. "I just want to kill people. Changda, pry open his mouth and stuff one in for me." Changda took a step forward and captured Yuan Hua directly. He unceremoniously pried open Yuan Hua's mouth and stuffed a crayfish into it. "You, woo, you, hurt." Halfway through his words, Yuan Hua's eyes suddenly widened, and then he actually began to chew carefully. "Yuan Hua, are you okay?" Zhang Yuanda was so anxious that he shouted, "Quick, send him to see a doctor." "My lord, You say, I will do whatever I can for you." Zhang Yuanda's eyes turned red. "I want to eat another one," Yuan Hua said with a red face. Everyone present was confused. What was going on? Was he stupid? The crayfish completely conquered Yuan Hua's taste buds. The chewy shrimp tail danced on the tip of his tongue, and that wonderful feeling was definitely not comparable to chicken, duck, or fish. "Zhang County Magistrate, why don't you give it a try too?" As Juyu spoke, he picked up the crayfish, peeled it, and then slurped it up. It was so delicious. Zhang Yuanda was skeptical, but he followed Juyu's example and peeled the crayfish. He put it in his mouth and his eyes immediately widened. "How is it? Can I eat it?" Juyu asked with a smile. Zhang Yuanda was shocked and said, "Sir, this is absolutely delicious." Hearing Zhang Yuanda say this, the people at the scene were eager to try it out. "Wonderful. Indescribably wonderful. It's wonderful, the taste is unprecedented. I never thought that these pests in the field could be such a delicacy." Each person had a crayfish, and the plate was cleared in no time. Juyu looked depressed, and Changda was even more depressed. He had only eaten 2 and hadn't even had a sip of the wine. Crayfish is an addictive food. Once you take a bite, you can't stop. The group of refugees who came with Juyu were even more salivating and wanted to enjoy such delicious food. Juyu immediately ordered everyone to go to the fields to catch crayfish. "County Magistrate Zhang, what do you think of this move of mine?" Juyu asked. "Your Excellency is so talented, I admire you wholeheartedly." Zhang Yuanda was enjoying the meal so much that his mouth was drooling. "Not only is this pest edible, it's also incredibly delicious. Now we no longer have to worry about anyone starving to death. Don't just eat, I have something serious to tell you." Juyu said, "I plan to train my newly recruited soldiers in Taoyuan County. You will be responsible for their accommodation and meals, and ensure they have 3 meals a day." "What the hell?" Zhang Yuanda trembled all over, looking at the 800 Yamen soldiers with a headache. Although crayfish is delicious and filling, it cannot be eaten as a meal. With 800 extra mouths to feed for no reason, these 400 share of grain are definitely not enough. Do you have any objection? Your Excellency the Prefect, you can't play around like this. 800 soldiers have 3 meals a day, plus I'm a starving citizen. I'm afraid we'll run out of food in less than half a month. Zhang Yuanda said rapidly, you have driven up the price of grain to 10 taels per stone. I can't even afford it, let alone ordinary people. How about you be kind enough to give me some more food? Although Zhu Yu solved the pest crisis, Zhang Yuanda was still angry. As a local prefect, he actually took the lead in raising food prices, disrupting the market, and leaving no way for the people to survive. There's no rush for food. Just eat it first. In 7 days at most, the grain price in Jiangzhou will definitely hit bottom. Zhu Yu said indifferently. After dinner, Zhu Yu formulated a series of training plans for the Yamen soldiers. The training of this group of Yamen soldiers was entirely handed over to Changda. With Changda's character, he would be able to complete the task without fail. It was already late at night when I returned to the prefectural government office. When Zhu Yu arrived at the backyard, he saw Su Muqing sitting alone in the middle of the yard, secretly wiping her tears. Seeing this, Chen Shi remained silent and returned to his room cautiously. Are you homesick? Zhu Yu sat down next to Su Zhijin without any hesitation. No, it's none of your business. Su Muqing turned her head away, not wanting Zhu Yu to see. Zhu Yu could also understand that a young lady like Su Zhijin who never left her house would inevitably miss home after coming to Jiangzhou prefecture with him. He picked up a crayfish and stuffed it directly into Su Muqing's mouth. Wow, you have a very special taste. Of course, this is the spicy crayfish that the prefect made himself. Zhu Yu chuckled, and then started peeling the fruits by himself. Su Muqing was immediately in a good mood. She didn't hesitate to eat one bite at a time and enjoyed it very much. Oh, by the way, no one came to sell food today, but I received a letter from my father. He asked me if Jiangzhou prefecture is still short of food. Of course we have a shortage. 10 taels of silver for a stone of grain. No one is selling grain. There are more than 1,000 refugees outside. Zhu Yu spoke in a serious tone, but there was no worry on his face. Su Zhijin asked curiously, how much more do you need? I'll ask my father to send some. You care about me so much, are you in love with me? Zhu Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Flirtatious. I just can't bear to see the refugees suffer. These days, they have been eating only porridge every day, and there are complaints from outside. In that case, let's add more fire. Zhu Yu called Shen Lian, go to the granary of the magistrate's office and set a fire to create the illusion that our food and grass have been burned. Yes. Shen Lian was ordered to retreat. In the middle of the night, a shrill scream resounded throughout the prefect's yamen. Which damned thief dares to burn down my granary? I will skin you and cramp you. That night, not only Zhu Yu but also He Huan was awake. At this moment, He Huan looked sad. Li Si's death forced him to re-examine Zhu Yu, an uninvited guest. He didn't expect that Zhu Yu would have such means and courage to dare to touch his own people. Not only that, it also left him without any chance to fight back. If your subordinates don't give enough strength, they won't even give enough strength to the refugees outside. He had never encountered such a predicament before. When He Huan thought of what Zhu Yu said, he became so angry that his liver ached. Sir General, I got something good today. Seeing that He Huan was in a bad mood, the steward of the general's mansion immediately asked someone to bring a stylish sofa in front of him. What is this? This is a new style sofa. Almost every wealthy family in Jiangzhou prefecture has one now. The steward introduced it enthusiastically. Just try it, sir, I guarantee you will be satisfied. He Huan sat on the sofa with some doubt in his heart. As soon as he sat down, a feeling of comfort instantly swept over his body, making him feel relaxed all over. This stuff is really good. Seeing that he was happy, the steward knelt down immediately and said, please do not blame me for overstepping my authority, my lord. I reserved this for you on my own initiative. New style furniture is so popular now that it's almost impossible to get one. The manager concluded that He Huan would definitely like it, so he paid the deposit privately. Not guilty, not guilty. I like this thing very much. The worry on He Huan's face slowly dissipated, and he kept stroking the sofa. It's really good. Who came up with this thing? He doesn't care about money or not. Zhu Yu now offers 10 taels of silver for 1 stone of grain, and the refugees outside are still waiting for food. The price of food will definitely continue to rise. When the price rises to a sky-high level, he can sell it and make a fortune. Naturally, I won't take this little money to heart. It's Sue's company. The orders for this furniture are so overwhelming that ordinary people can't even order it. The steward flattered, if I hadn't mentioned your name, I don't know when I could sit on this sofa. When Juan heard the word Sue's trading company, his expression instantly turned ugly. How much did you spend? Not much, just 500 taels. There will be another 500 taels left when everything is done. The steward said cheerfully, considering the grain reserves in our general's mansion and the current grain prices, this is nothing. As the manager of the general's mansion, he naturally knew Juan's plan. The relief grain distributed by the imperial court is still in the granary of the general's mansion. As long as it is converted into cash, according to the current grain price, it will definitely make a fortune. Hearing this, Juan's blood pressure suddenly rose, and it was as if a spring was pressed under his butt, and he jumped up from the sofa. What did you just say? General, there is still 500 taels of balance. The steward was also startled. Not this sentence, where did you buy this sofa? Juan's eyes widened with anger. The manager immediately knelt on the ground and said, My lord, it is Sue's company. Hearing this, Juan instantly became furious. He raised his foot and kicked the manager to the ground without any hesitation. Asshole! You asshole! Don't you know that Sue's company and Juyu are now in the same boat? Although he and Juyu had almost no interactions, the situation in the prefectural government office was always monitored. I also know that Sue's trading company had previously sent 4,000 share of grain to Juyu. However, he could do nothing about it. After all, the Sue family was an imperial merchant family, and he was a general who could not be easily shaken. Please spare my life, sir. Please spare my life, sir. The steward was terrified. Just as Juan was furious, someone outside the door came to report the granary of the prefectural government office is on fire. Prefect Ju is so angry that his life is hanging by a thread. Retribution. Retribution. Juan's mood was like riding a roller coaster. In an instant, he was overjoyed. Quick! Follow me to the prefectural government office. At this moment, the prefectural government office was in chaos. Lu Rushi, Su Muqing, and others were busy bringing water to Zhu Yu and taking care of him. Wang Mingyang, Chen Shi, Pan Long and others were all sweating profusely in anxiety. What's going on? Don't you have any clues? We were about to solve the refugee problem, but why did someone suddenly burn our food supplies? How do you do things? Lord Zhu has repeatedly warned us that there must be no problems with food and fodder. Who on earth is it? Who on earth did it? The four of them stood at the door of the magistrate's office, pacing back and forth. In front of them, the four brothers Shen Lian lowered their heads and remained silent. At this moment, Juan arrived with a group of guards. General He, you are finally here. Gong Qing rushed forward, all the food in the prefect's yamen has been burned. You must help us, Mr. Zhu. It has to be said that Gong Qing squeezed a few tears from his eyes as he spoke. Wang Mingyang was crying and crying, what can we do? There are more than 1,000 refugees outside, waiting for relief. Now that there is no food, His Majesty will hold him to account. How can we explain this? Wuo. While he was talking, he hugged the pillar at the door of the yamen and burst into tears. My lords, our brothers failed to protect us well. Please punish me. The four Shen Lian brothers knelt down on one knee with expressionless expressions. They looked like they were regretting their past, and they were looking forward to death. Juan looked at this group of people and felt happy. I almost laughed out loud. I almost dozed off and someone gave me a pillow. This Yu Yu is finally in trouble. All the grain stored in the prefect's yamen is gone. No more, all gone. Chen Shi said, Master Zhu is out of his mind and insists on giving the refugees 3 meals a day. Even the landlords cannot afford to eat like this. Master General, is there any food in the general mansion? If so, please lend a helping hand. Thank you, Chen Shi. It has to be said that this honest man's credibility in deceiving others is not very high. That angry and helpless look was firmly manipulated by Chen Shi. Really good acting. Even Wang Mingyang couldn't help but secretly give Chen Shi a thumbs up. Sir Chen, there is no surplus food in the general's mansion. Let me go and see Prefect Zhu. When He Huan arrived at Zhu Yu's room and saw the sad-looking Lu Rushi and others, he almost had a nosebleed. These three beauties each have their own characteristics and extraordinary backgrounds. If you get any one of them, you can have wealth and glory for the rest of your life, but I didn't expect that Zhu Yu would take them all. Comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. Looking at Zhu Yu, who was barely breathing, He Huan suppressed his excitement and said, "Brother Zhu, why aren't you dead yet?" The three girls all looked at He Huan. He Huan cursed inwardly. I was too excited and actually spoke out my true feelings. "No, Brother Zhu, I'm late." He Huan put on a gentlemanly attitude and said, "Don't worry, as long as I am here, the sky of Jiangzhou Prefecture will not fall." Zhu Yu said weakly, "Brother He, if I had known you were so responsible, I should have cut off the chicken's head and burned yellow paper with you. We don't ask to be born on the same day, month and year, but we ask to die on the same day, month and year. You want to take me with you when you die?" He Huan's mouth twitched. "Don't worry, you will get better. Since you are fine now, I am relieved. Don't worry about food. I'm here. I'll take care of everything." Zhu Yu nodded weakly, and He Huan left with peace of mind. As soon as he and his men left, Zhu Yu sat up from the bed, looking refreshed. "Why do we have to stage a scene of burning food and grass?" The women were puzzled. "There are two purposes. One is to get money, and the other is to find out who is behind this." How could He Huan, a 7th-ranked general, have the qualifications to challenge him and even have the audacity to withhold the relief grain from the court? Obviously, Lord Pei would not give him such confidence. Zhu Yu couldn't help but think of what happened to him in the capital. He always felt that someone was taking special care of him behind the scenes. "If so, is your groom still here?" Zhu Yu suddenly asked. He had asked Lu Rushi about the groom Lao Huang before, and later learned that this man was bought by Lu Rushi on the street. However, Zhu Yu was very clear that old Huang was definitely not an ordinary person. He should be resting. Let Xiao Huan go and call him. Soon, old Huang was brought over by Xiao Huan, but he did not look sleepy at all, as if he had expected Zhu Yu to call him. "I am a humble servant, here to see you, my lord." "Old Huang, go help me do something," Zhu Yu said seriously.